Icha woke up from pain. It wasn't the sharp kind that comes from a cut, but a deep, dull ache that seemed to twist through all her organs. Her lower belly felt especially heavy, as if a burning iron was pressed inside, and every small movement made her nerves throb. She forced her eyes open. Through the blur, she first saw a mud wall covered with old newspaper. There was a hole in the upper corner, through which she could see the gray sky outside. The air smelled damp and smoky, strange enough to make her heart tighten. This wasn't her apartment, nor the old village she had been visiting before the car accident. Those walls had never been covered with newspapers printed with slogans like "Learn from Desai" and "Agriculture." "You're awake?" A slightly aged woman's voice sounded, full of open dislike. "If you're awake, get up. Stop lying there pretending to be sick." Hee-cha turned her head and saw a middle-aged woman standing by the bed, wearing a blue coarse cloth jacket. Her hair was tied in a bun, her cheekbones were high, and her frown made her eyes look cold. The face seemed familiar. Before she could remember where she had seen it, the woman spoke again, louder this time. "Let me tell you, Hee-cha, don't think pretending to faint will get you out of this. Our Sioux family may have fallen on hard times, but we won't let you behave like this." Hee-cha? The name struck her like thunder. Wasn't that the name of the side character in the novel she had just finished reading last night? The foolish woman who looked down on the poor, tried to leave her husband when he was sent to the countryside, and ended up being used by his enemy, meeting a tragic end? She quickly looked down at her stomach. Through the faded floral shirt, she could clearly feel a round, heavy curve, warm and full of life. There was no mistaking it. She had really become that woman, 6 months pregnant and about to make a terrible mistake. "Mom, don't bother talking to her," another female voice said sharply, with a hint of gloating. "Some people just can't be grateful. When Dad was still in power, she was all smiles with us. Now that Dad's fallen and Brother Sue's been sent to this poor village, she wants to run away." Hee-cha turned toward the voice. At the end of the bed stood a girl of about 18 or 19, her hair in 2 braids, wearing the same coarse jacket as the older woman. Her face clearly showed one thing: she was enjoying the scene. This should be the original host's sister-in-law, the one in the book who disliked the original host at first, but was later moved by the heroine and helped her in everything against the original host. Wait, in the book, the sister-in-law's name was Wang Gai? Yes, that's right. Then this middle-aged woman must be the male lead's mother, Zhou Wenhong. Memories surged like a tide, mixing the original host's actions with the story's plot. The original host was the daughter of the town's supply and marketing cooperative director. She had fallen for Su Yuntao, a promising young man from a respected family, and insisted on marrying him. But last month, Su Yuntao's father was falsely accused of misusing public funds and was suspended for investigation. Su Yuntao was also implicated and sent to a rural village called Shinianzi for labor reform. The original host had never suffered like this. After hearing the news, she cried every day. Yesterday, she even heard that a distant relative in the city could introduce her to a good family. So she secretly went to a local healer, hoping to end her pregnancy and return to the city for a divorce. But not long after taking the medicine, she fainted from the pain. When she woke up, her soul had been replaced by someone from the 21st century. "I wasn't pretending to faint," Hee-cha said, her throat dry and her voice hoarse and unfamiliar. She needed to stay calm. Her situation was too dangerous, pregnant, in a strange time, and carrying the reputation of a bad wife. Most importantly, she knew how the story would unfold. In the book, the Su family's injustice was soon cleared. Su Yuntao not only regained his position but kept rising higher, becoming a well-known figure of that era. The original host, however, missed that chance and met a tragic end. Hee-cha had no intention of repeating that fate. The child in her belly and the better life ahead. She wanted them both. Zhou Wenhong clearly didn't believe her. She gave a cold snort. "Not pretending?" Then who was it yesterday, holding the healer's medicine, crying and saying she couldn't keep the baby, that staying with our Su family meant starving? Exactly. Wang Gaigai chimed in, rolling her eyes. Sister-in-law, if you really want to leave, we won't stop you. My brother may be down on his luck now, but he doesn't need someone whose heart isn't here. But trying to get rid of the baby before leaving, that's too cruel, isn't it? It's still a life. Her words struck Hee-cha deeply. In her past life, she had been an orphan whose greatest wish was to have a real family. Now, faced with this unexpected little life, she felt a strange sense of attachment. She instinctively touched her belly and said firmly, I'm keeping the baby. Zhou Wenhong and Wang Gaigai were both stunned, as if they hadn't expected her to say that. Hee-cha took a deep breath and tried to sit up, but a sharp pain in her lower abdomen made her groan softly. Zhou Wenhong frowned even more, yet she still stepped forward to help, placing a rough pillow behind her back. What did you say? Zhou Wenhong stared at her, her eyes filled with curiosity. You've changed your mind? You're not giving up? I'm not. Hee-cha met her gaze and said clearly, he is Su Yuntao's child, and he's also mine. I won't abandon him. Wang Gaigai curled her lips. You're not trying to trick us again, are you? Pretend to agree now and run away once you're better? Gaigai. Zhou Wenhong scolded softly. She was suspicious too, but after all, it was a child's life. If it could be saved, that was best. She looked at Hee-cha again, her tone calmer but still cautious. If you can really settle down and behave, our Su family won't treat you badly when the child is born. But if you go back to your old ways… Mom, I know what to do, Hee-cha interrupted, her voice calm but firm. Su Yuntao is my husband, and you are my family. Times are hard now, and I won't cause more trouble. If he's going to the countryside, I'll go with him. Her words left both Wang Gaigai and Zhou Wenhong speechless. Just yesterday, she had cried and sworn she'd never go to the countryside, and now she had completely changed her mind. At that moment, the door creaked open. A tall man stepped in, wearing a faded work uniform with mud on the cuffs. His hair was slightly messy, with strands falling over his forehead, partly hiding his eyes. His straight nose and tightly pressed lips gave him a cold, distant look. Seeing him, Hee-cha's heart skipped a beat. It was Su Yuntao, the main character of the story. Even in worn clothes, with a weary air about him, he still carried an unshakable strength and sharpness. But when his eyes fell on her, they were icy, making her shiver. Brother! Wang Gaigai called out, wanting to speak, but Su Yuntao silenced her with a single glance. Without looking at Zhou Wenhong or Wang Gaigai, he walked straight to the bed and looked down at Hee-cha. His voice was low, filled with restrained anger. Changed your mind? You're not asking for a divorce anymore? His voice was even colder than Zhou Wenhong's, like a winter wind that stings the skin. Hee-cha could feel that his disappointment in the original her had reached its limit. After all, anyone would lose heart if their wife not only refused to help in hard times but also made things worse. Hee-cha met his gaze without avoiding it. This man was her future support, the one she needed to win over. She pulled the corners of her lips into a pale but sincere smile. Su Yuntao, I was foolish before. From now on, I'll stand with you. Su Yuntao's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly surprised by her response. He stared at her for half a minute, as if trying to judge whether she meant what she said. Hee-cha's heart beat faster, her palms slightly sweaty. She knew this was the first step to changing her fate. She couldn't make a mistake. At last, Su Yuntao looked away and said in a calm voice, as long as you've thought it through. I've packed most of our things. We'll leave this afternoon. Then he turned and walked out without a trace of hesitation. Watching his tall but lonely figure disappear, Hee-cha felt a pang in her heart. In the book, Su Yuntao was a patient and devoted man, but his devotion had been misplaced, given to a woman who seemed gentle but was actually calculating. That was fine. Now that she was here, the tragedy of the original story would not repeat itself. The happiness that should belong to her, she would take it back with her own hands. I bet she's just saying that, Wang Gaigai muttered as Su Yuntao's figure vanished through the door. Once she's in the countryside, she'll be the one crying. Zhou Wenhong said nothing. She only gave Hee-cha a long, complicated look, part doubt, part scrutiny, and perhaps a faint trace of hope. With a sigh, she turned to leave. "I'll bring you some porridge. Eat before you go." Leaning against the pillow, Hee-cha gently touched her belly, feeling the faint movement inside. A small smile appeared on her lips. Shinianzi village, was it? Going to the countryside? She, Hee-cha, had endured worse in her past life. Why would she fear this? Su Yuntao, Zhou Wenhong, Wang Gaigai, and all those waiting to see her fail, just wait. She would show them that she was not the foolish woman from before. She would build a good life and hold this family together. 6 months pregnant? Hard times ahead? So what? She had her own hands, her own strength, and the knowledge of what was to come. She refused to believe she couldn't carve out a new path. The wind slipped through the hole in the window, rustling the newspaper. Hee-cha took a deep breath. Even the musty smell in the air didn't seem so unpleasant anymore. A new life had begun. Insisting on following her husband, when the rough edge of the porcelain bowl hit the corner of her mouth, Hee-cha finally felt the sting. The porridge was made from coarse rice, with a faint stale taste, so thin that it reflected her shadow. She sipped it slowly, but her eyes drifted toward the main room. Su Yuntao was tying up their luggage. His movements were quick and steady, the pole on his shoulder pressing against the back of his blue work jacket, outlining a firm curve. "Sister-in-law, are you really coming with us to the countryside?" Wang Gaigai asked, squatting by the door with her bowl in hand, disbelief written all over her face. "I'm telling you, it's nothing like the city there. There's no electricity, it's pitch dark at night, and the toilet is still that kind of Gaigai." Zhou Wenhong came out of the kitchen holding 2 cornbread buns, cutting her daughter off. "Can't you eat without talking?" Wang Gaigai pouted and fell silent, but still shot Hee-cha a sideways glare that clearly said, "Let's see how long you last." Hee-cha didn't respond. She quietly finished her porridge. She knew Wang Gaigai wasn't lying. The book had described Shinianzi village in detail, remote, poor, with only a few dozen families squeezed into a mountain valley, living off the land. Meat was a rare luxury, and in winter, even firewood had to be saved carefully. But so what? It was still better than staying in the city, surrounded by relatives and neighbors waiting to gossip about the Su family's misfortune. And far better than what the original Hee-cha had planned, ending her pregnancy, divorcing, and returning to the city, only to be abandoned in the end. "I'm ready," Su Yuntao's voice came from the main room. He straightened up, tied the last knot, and brushed the dust from his hands. "Mom, Gaigai, do you have everything packed? The ox cart should be here soon." "All ready," Wang Gaigai said quickly, jumping up and setting her bowl on the stove. She was about to help carry things when Zhou Wenhong stopped her. "Let your brother do it. You'll just get in the way." Su Yuntao picked up 2 bulging cloth bags and slung a bundle wrapped in an old sheet over his shoulder. He glanced at Hee-cha, frowning slightly. "Where are your things?" Only then did Hee-cha remember. The original her had been so focused on ending the pregnancy and leaving that she hadn't packed a single thing. She was still wearing the faded floral shirt that had been washed too many times. Other than that, she had almost nothing. "I don't have anything to bring," she said as she stood up. The dull ache in her lower belly was lighter than in the morning, but she still didn't dare move too quickly. "This outfit is enough." Su Yuntao frowned even more, the coldness in his eyes deepening. "Hee-cha, stop pretending. If you don't want to go, just say it. No one is forcing you." To him, she was just being stubborn again, saying she had nothing to take, so she could hint that she didn't want to leave, waiting for him to persuade her, waiting for him to give in. She had used the same trick before when she wanted to go shopping or buy new clothes. But this time, Hee-cha didn't cry or argue as he expected. She simply looked at him calmly and said, "Word by word, I mean it, Su Yuntao. I'll go with you to Shinianzi village." Her eyes were bright, filled with a determination Su Yuntao had never seen before. It was like a stone from a mountain stream, hard and steady, leaving a heavy feeling in his heart. He froze for a moment, not knowing what to say. Zhou Wenhong looked at her son, then at her daughter-in-law, sighed, and turned into the inner room. A moment later, She came out holding a blue cloth bundle and handed it to Hee-cha. There are 2 of my old jackets and 2 feet of fabric inside. Take them with you, you might need them on the way or after you arrive. The bundle was heavy. When Hee-cha took it, her fingers brushed against the rough fabric, and her heart stirred slightly. She knew that in a time when cloth coupons were more valuable than money, 2 feet of fabric meant a lot. Though Zhou Wenhong often spoke harshly, she still cared for her as family. "Thank you, mother," she said softly, holding the bundle close. Zhou Wenhong turned her face away awkwardly. "No need to thank me. It's what I should do. Hurry up now, don't keep the cart driver waiting." As they walked out of the courtyard, the neighbors peeked out to watch. News of the Su family's troubles had already spread through the whole compound. Everyone knew Su Yuntao was being sent away and that his pampered wife had once talked about divorce. Seeing Hee-cha leaving with him now, many looked surprised. "Hey, Wenhong, this is..." The neighbor, Aunt Zhang, called out, but Zhou Wenhong quickly cut her off. "It's nothing, just moving," she said calmly, not wanting to explain. At a time like this, any look of sympathy or curiosity felt like salt on a wound. Hee-cha lowered her head and followed behind Su Yuntao, trying her best to ignore the curious looks around her. She could feel countless eyes on her, some surprised, some mocking, some sympathetic. But she didn't care. People could say whatever they wanted. It was her life to live. The ox cart stopped at the entrance of the alley. The driver was a dark-skinned old man with a pipe in his mouth. When he saw Su Yuntao, he gave a simple, friendly smile. "Comrade Su, all packed up?" "Thank you, Uncle Lee," Su Yuntao said as he loaded the luggage onto the cart. He turned to glance at Hee-cha, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. Hee-cha was about to get on the cart when a sharp voice called out, "Hee-cha, are you really going with him to that poor mountain village?" She turned and saw her mother-in-law in this life, running toward her, out of breath, followed by 2 relatives carrying bundles. "Mom? Why are you here?" Hee-cha asked in surprise. According to the story, her mother was someone who looked down on the poor and admired the rich. She had arranged Hee-cha's marriage to Su Yuntao because of the Su family's good background. Now that the Su family had fallen on hard times, she should have been avoiding them, not chasing after her. "If I hadn't come, you'd be ruined by this family." Her mother grabbed her arm tightly. "Come back with me. I've already found you a good match. He works at the County Education Bureau, and his family is well off. You won't have to suffer anymore." The air instantly grew still. Everyone's eyes turned to Hee-cha, some curious, some scornful, some waiting to see the Su family embarrassed. Wang Gaigai's face turned red with anger, and she was about to speak when Zhou Wenhong quickly pulled her back. Zhou's expression was also unpleasant, but she knew that arguing now would only make things worse. Su Yuntao's body stiffened. With his back to Hee-cha, his face couldn't be seen, but his grip on the carrying pole tightened until his knuckles turned white. Hee-cha sighed inwardly. This was exactly what she had feared. She pulled her arm free and stepped back to put some distance between them. "Mom, thank you for your concern, but I can't go back with you. Are you out of your mind?" Her mother cried, her voice rising. "The Su family is already in trouble. Why stay with them? Do you want to waste your life? And the baby you're carrying? This child belongs to the Su family, and so do I." Hee-cha interrupted her. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone around to hear. "Wherever Su Yuntao goes, I'll go too." "You." Her mother jumped up in anger, pointing at her. "You've really lost your mind. If I hadn't used my connections back then, do you think you could have married into the Su family? Now that they've fallen, you still refuse to leave. What are you waiting for, starving in that poor village?" "Mom." Hee-cha's tone turned cold. "I chose to marry him myself. No one forced me. Now that the Su family is in trouble, I can't just walk away. If you truly care about me, please stop saying these things." She knew her mother meant well and didn't want her to suffer, but their values were different. To her mother, marriage was a matter of gain and loss. If the husband's family declined, the wife should leave quickly. But to Hee-cha, marriage meant responsibility, sharing both good times and hard times. Besides, she knew the Su family's difficulties were only temporary, and she had confidence in staying. Her mother was speechless for a long moment, then suddenly stomped her foot.
Fine.
You really are my good daughter. You want to go?
Go.
I'll pretend I never had a daughter like you. Even if you end up starving in that mountain village, don't expect me to help. With that, she turned and stormed off. The two relatives who came with her glanced at Hee-cha, then hurried after her. The neighbors nearby began whispering to each other, their looks toward Hee-cha changing slightly. I didn't expect the Su family's daughter-in-law to be so loyal. Yeah, if it were me, I might have left long ago. But still, that Shinyanzi village is a tough place. Can a city woman like her, especially while pregnant, really handle it? Hee-cha ignored the gossip and looked towards Su Yuntao's back. Can we go now? Su Yuntao finally turned around. His face was still expressionless, but the coldness in his eyes seemed to soften a little, replaced by something hard to read. He looked at her for a long moment before forcing out a single word.
Yes.
Old Lee had already loaded their luggage onto the ox cart. Seeing that they were ready, he called out and started leading the cart out of the alley. The ride was bumpy. Hee-cha carefully held her belly and found a relatively steady spot to sit. Zhou Wenhong, sitting beside her, took a dried wild jujube from her cloth bag and handed it over. Here, have one. It'll make the trip a bit easier. Hee-cha took the date. It was small and a little bitter, but she still said, thank you. Wang Gaigai sat across from her, holding a cloth doll, her only toy, a gift from Su Yuntao when he was away on a business trip. She glanced at Hee-cha, then quickly lowered her head and muttered softly, at least you still have some conscience. Hee-cha smiled but didn't reply. Su Yuntao didn't get on the cart. He held the rope tied to the ox and walked beside it. His steps were long and steady, and his shadow stretched far in the sunset, like a silent mountain. Hee-cha watched his back, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She knew Su Yuntao's opinion of her wouldn't change just because of a few words. Trust, once broken, takes time and effort to rebuild. She gently touched her belly. The little life inside seemed to sense her emotions and moved slightly. Her lips softened into a faint smile. It was all right. She could wait 6 months, a year, or even longer. As long as she could protect this child, as long as the Su family could one day be cleared of blame, everything would be worth it. The ox cart left the residential compound and rolled onto a bumpy dirt road. The poplar leaves along the roadside rustled in the wind, as if they were both sending them off and quietly mocking them. How much longer till we get there? Wang Gaigai asked impatiently, leaning forward to speak to Grandpa Lee. It's still early, Grandpa Lee said, taking a puff from his pipe and blowing out a smoke ring. It'll take about 2 hours to reach the county, then a long-distance bus to the commune, and from there, a mountain road to Shinyanzi village. If we arrive before dark, we'll be lucky. Wang Gaigai stuck out her tongue and pulled her head back. She whispered to Zhou Wenhong, Mom, I'm a little scared. Zhou Wenhong patted her hand gently. Don't be afraid. Once we get there, it'll be fine. We've lived in the countryside before, haven't we? It's nothing new. She spoke lightly, but Hee-cha noticed her hands were trembling slightly. Hee-cha knew that when Zhou Wenhong said before, she meant the time when she was young and had gone to the countryside with Su's father to work. Those days had been hard. Not enough food, heavy labor, and the coldness of the locals. That was when Zhou Wenhong's health began to fail. Now, she had to take her son, daughter-in-law, and daughter back to that kind of life again. How could she not be afraid? Hee-cha took out the blue cotton jacket that Zhou Wenhong had given her from the bundle and handed it over. Mom, it's windy. Please put this on. Zhou Wenhong paused for a moment, looked at the jacket, then at Hee-cha. After hesitating, she accepted it and draped it over her shoulders. Thank you. It's nothing, Hee-cha replied. The sun slowly sank, and the clouds on the horizon turned golden red, then gradually shifted to purple and gray. Smoke rose from the distant village, curling like thin ribbons around the treetops. Su Yuntao kept walking beside the ox cart, never falling behind. Hee-cha could sometimes hear his heavy breathing and see the sweat glistening on his forehead. Why don't you get on and rest for a while? Hee-cha couldn't help saying. Su Yuntao didn't stop or turn around. He just said calmly no need. Hee-cha knew he was still upset, so she didn't insist. She simply watched his back in silence. By the time night fell, they finally reached the county's long-distance bus station. Grandpa Lee helped them unload their luggage, gave Su Yuntao a few reminders about the bus for the next day, and then left with his ox cart. The waiting room was crowded, filled with the smell of sweat, smoke, and cheap tea. Su Yuntao found a corner, set down the luggage, and said to Zhou and Hong, "Mom, you stay here with Gai Gai and Icha. I'll go buy the tickets and see if I can find a place for us to stay tonight." "I'll go with you," Hee-cha said, standing up. "Sit down," Su Yuntao frowned. "You're pregnant. Don't move around too much." This time, his tone wasn't cold like before. There was a hint of concern in it. Hee-cha was taken aback, then nodded.
All right.
Su Yuntao turned and walked away, his figure soon disappearing into the crowd. Zhou Wenhong sighed and pulled Hee-cha to sit down.
Icha, you've had a hard time.
It was the first time she had spoken to Hee-cha so gently. Warmth filled Hee-cha's heart. She shook her head.
I've been, Mom.
In the past. "I was too strict with you," Zhou Wenhong said, her eyes showing a trace of guilt. "I know you grew up comfortably in the city. Following us to the countryside must be difficult." "Mom, please don't say that," Hee-cha smiled. "Since I've made my choice, I won't regret it. Besides, I'm not that delicate. I can do farm work and handle hardship." Wang Gai, listening nearby, curled her lips, clearly still unconvinced. Su Yuntao soon returned, holding 3 bus tickets and 2 cornbread buns. "The tickets are bought. The bus leaves early tomorrow morning. The waiting room is too crowded, so I talked to the duty officer. He agreed to let us stay in this corner for the night." He handed the buns to Zhou Wenhong and Wang Gai, then hesitated a moment before giving the last one to Hee-cha. After a pause, he took a wrinkled apple from his pocket. "This is for you." The apple was small and a bit spotted, but in those days of shortage, it was already a rare treat. Hee-cha looked at him in surprise. "Where did you get this?" "I passed by the supply store and saw a few left, so I bought one," Su Yuntao said, sounding a little uneasy, as if he had done something he didn't want others to notice. "You're expecting a baby, so it's good for you to have some fruit." Hee-cha took the apple. It was cool to the touch and felt comforting in her hand. She could sense that Su Yuntao's attitude toward her was slowly changing. "Thank you," she said softly. Su Yuntao gave a quiet and turned his head away, his ears slightly red. As night deepened, the waiting room grew quieter, filled with the sound of people snoring. Zhou Wenhong and Wang Gai had fallen asleep leaning against each other. Wang Gai clutched her cloth doll, her brows furrowed as if she were having a bad dream. Hee-cha couldn't sleep. She leaned against her luggage, gazing at the dark night outside. Occasionally, a car passed by, its headlights sweeping across the wall, leaving a brief flash of light. Su Yuntao sat across from her, also awake. He kept his head down, lost in thought, his fingers absent-mindedly rubbing the patch on his knee.
"Su Yuntao," Hee-cha suddenly said. He looked up at her.
"What is it? Is Xinyanzi village really that hard to live in?"
she asked.
She had read about it, but she wanted to hear it from him. Su Yuntao was silent for a moment, then nodded.
"Yes.
The conditions are poor. It's cold in winter, hot in summer, and the work is heavy. He wanted to say, if you regret it, it's still not too late to go back, but he swallowed the words. Hee-cha seemed to understand what he was thinking and smiled. "Don't worry. I won't regret it. No matter how hard it gets, I can handle it." Her smile was faint, yet it carried a quiet strength that made people believe in her. Su Yuntao looked at her and suddenly felt that the Hee-cha before him seemed truly different from the one he used to know. The old her had been spoiled and willful, caring only about herself and crying loudly at the slightest grievance. But now, she was calm and steady. Even though she was expecting a child and about to face an uncertain future, she showed no sign of fear. Was it because of the unborn baby? Or had she really grown up? Su Yuntao didn't know the answer, but the coldness in his heart began to melt, little by little. He turned his eyes toward the window.
Get some rest.
We have a long journey tomorrow. Okay. Hee-cha answered softly, set the apple aside, and closed her eyes. Her body was tired, but her heart felt peaceful. She knew that from the moment she decided to follow Su Yuntao to Xinyanzi village, her life had already changed. Arriving at Xinyanzi village, the dirt road was marked with deep ruts from passing wheels. As the tractor jolted up the last hill, Hee-cha felt as if her insides were being shaken out of place. She instinctively pressed her lower belly, where a dull ache had grown stronger, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. We're almost there, Zhou Wenhong said, helping her steady herself. Her voice carried both weariness and a trace of nervousness. Once we cross this hill, we'll be in Xinyanzi village. Hee-cha lifted her head and followed Zhou Wenhong's gaze. Below lay a narrow valley dotted with dozens of earthen houses. Most roofs were covered with straw or tiles. A few old locust trees leaned crookedly at the village entrance, their trunks tied to several yellow oxen lazily swishing their tails as they grazed. There was none of the noisy chaos she had imagined, nor the bleakness often described in books. The whole village was quiet, like a faded ink painting. Only the occasional bark of a dog reminded her that life still moved here. The tractor rumbled down and stopped in an open space at the village entrance. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit and a blue cloth cap hurried toward them, his face warm with a simple smile. Comrade Su, right? I'm Yen Lin, the village head. Thank you, village head Yen, Su Yuntao said politely as he jumped down and shook his hand. Then he turned to help Zhou Wenhong and Wang Gaigai off the tractor before finally looking toward Hee-cha. Hee-cha tried to get down from the vehicle by herself, but Su Yuntao quickly reached out and held her back. His hand was strong and slightly rough with calluses. When his palm touched her wrist, both of them paused for a moment. Su Yuntao soon let go and said calmly, "Be careful."
Thank you, Hee-cha said softly.
She held onto his arm and carefully jumped down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she felt dizzy and quickly steadied herself, taking a deep breath. This must be Mrs. Su, right? Yen Lin's eyes fell on Hee-cha's slightly rounded belly, his expression full of concern. Traveling while pregnant must be hard. Come, rest in my house first and have some water. No need, village chief Yen. We'll check our place first, Su Yuntao replied politely, pointing to the luggage on the tractor. We have a lot of things. It's better to settle down early. All right then. Yen Lin nodded and turned toward the village, calling out, Yen Tsuelin. Yen Tsuelin. Come give us a hand. Soon, a young woman in a white blouse with 2 braids ran over, carrying a medical kit. When she saw Hee-cha, her eyes brightened and she greeted her with a smile. I'm Yen Tsuelin, the village doctor. Mrs. Su, you must be tired from the trip, right? Hee-cha recognized her. In the story she had read, Yen Tsuelin was Yen Lin's younger sister. Cheerful, skilled in medicine, and later a great help to the original person she had replaced. She smiled and said, I'm fine, thank you. No trouble at all, Yen Tsuelin said, waving her hand and picking up a small bundle. My brother found you a house right next to ours. It's close, so if you need anything, just call. The group followed Yen Lin into the village. Corn grew tall on both sides of the dirt road, the green leaves rustling in the wind. Occasionally, villagers peeked out from their houses, watching curiously and whispering among themselves about the newcomers. Those must be the Su family who were sent down here. I heard he used to be a high official. His wife's pregnant too. Life won't be easy for them. I heard she used to be very pampered and didn't know how to do any chores. Wang Gaigai's face turned red when she heard this, and she almost snapped back, but Zhou Wenhong stopped her. Ignore them. People will always talk. Hee-cha, however, acted as if she hadn't heard a thing. She quietly observed her surroundings instead. Most of the walls of the mud brick house were coated with yellow clay, but in some places, the clay had peeled off, revealing the straw inside. The yard was mostly fenced, with eggplants and chili peppers growing inside, and a few chickens could sometimes be seen scratching the ground for food. This was where she would live from now on. There were no city conveniences, no familiar friends, and she would even have to face the stares and gossip of strangers. Yet Hee-cha felt calm, even a little quietly hopeful. She was not the original person who had lived this life, so she didn't need to care about others' opinions. What people said or thought didn't matter. What mattered was that she could stand on her own here and live well. We're here. Yen Lin stopped walking and pointed to a mud brick house ahead. The house looked old. The plaster on the walls had fallen off badly, the paper on the windows was torn in several places, and the door was made of a few wooden boards that didn't close tightly, creaking in the wind. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and dry branches and leaves were piled in corners. It looked like no one had lived there for a long time. This is where we're supposed to live? Wang Gai stared in disbelief. Can anyone even live in this broken house? Yen Lin looked a little embarrassed. This is the best the village can offer. It used to be the production team's storage house, and was only cleared out last year. I've already had someone clean it up a bit. It's old, but it can keep out the wind and rain. Comrade Su, what do you think? It's fine, Su Yuntao interrupted calmly before he could finish. Thank you, Village Chief Yen. Brother. Wang Gai protested anxiously. This house doesn't even have proper windows. There'll be mosquitoes at night, and sister-in-law is expecting a baby. Gai. Su Yuntao frowned and cut her off. That's enough. Wang Gai bit her lip, her eyes turning red, but she didn't dare say more. Hee-cha gently patted her arm, signaling her not to be upset, then turned to Yen Lin. Village Chief Yen, this house is fine. We're not picky. But could you please help us find a broom so we can tidy up a bit? Seeing how easygoing she was, Yen Lin let out a sigh of relief and quickly said, Yes, of course, I'll get one right away. Yen Suilin smiled and added, Sister Su, don't tire yourself out. I'll do the cleaning. You should rest inside first. I'll go boil some water. Thank you, Suilin, Hee-cha said gratefully, then followed Su Yuntao into the house. Inside, it looked even more worn than it did from the outside. The ground was packed earth, uneven and full of small holes. Against the wall stood an old wooden table and 2 long benches. In the corner was a pile of dry straw, probably left over from storing grain. Inside, there was a clay bed with a thin layer of straw on top. The small table on it was missing a leg, propped up with a few bricks. The most striking thing was the walls, cracked everywhere, with some gaps wide enough to let in light from outside. When Wang Gai walked in and saw the spider webs in the corner, she let out a small cry and instinctively hid behind Zhou Wenhong. How can anyone live here? She muttered softly, her eyes turning red. Zhou Wenhong frowned too, but forced a smile. It's fine. We'll clean it up. Back when we worked in the countryside, our place was even worse than this. Su Yuntao said nothing. He quietly picked up a broken dustpan from the corner and began sweeping the floor. Hee-cha watched them, feeling a little uneasy. Zhou Wenhong and Su Yuntao had both lived comfortable lives before, and Wang Gai had been pampered since childhood. Now, they had to live in a place like this. It must have been hard for them. She took a deep breath, walked to the clay bed, and began to look around their new home. Though shabby, it was at least spacious enough. 2 rooms, enough for the 4 of them. The windows were broken but could be patched with paper. The bed was hard but could be made softer with more straw. And as for the cracks in the walls, a bit of mud in winter should keep the wind out. I'll wipe the table, Hee-cha said, taking the cloth Yen Suilin had just brought. She wet it with water and began to clean the old table. A thick layer of dust covered it, and after the first wipe, the cloth turned black. Sister-in-law, you're expecting a baby. Don't do that, Wang Gai said shyly. Let me do it. It's fine. I'll take it slow, Hee-cha replied with a smile. You can help mother tidy up the straw. We'll need it for sleeping tonight. Wang Gai hesitated, then nodded. She picked up a pitchfork from the corner and awkwardly began to move the straw. Seeing her two daughters-in-law and daughter all busy, Zhou Wenhong sighed, found a small stool, and began sorting the wild vegetables they had brought. After Su Yuntao finished cleaning the floor, he noticed He Cha standing on tiptoe, carefully wiping the dust from the window. Her movements were a bit clumsy, but she worked with quiet determination. Sunlight streamed through the torn fabric and fell on her, outlining her figure with a faint golden glow. The lines of her profile were soft, and the beads of sweat on her forehead sparkled in the light. He suddenly thought of the He Cha from the past. Back then, she wouldn't even bother to clean a table or wash her own clothes. Every day, she only thought about shopping or finding something tasty to eat. Whenever things didn't go her way, she would cry and complain, never thinking about how others felt. But the He Cha before him now seemed like a completely different person. She didn't complain or cry. Instead, she took the initiative to tidy up the house, her face calm and determined in a way he had never seen before. Was it because the environment had changed that she had changed too? Su Yuntao felt a bit puzzled, but didn't ask. He simply walked over, took the cloth from her hand, and said, "I'll do it. You should rest." He Cha paused for a moment and looked up at him. His eyes were still cool, but his movements were natural, not distant. She smiled and handed him the cloth. "Thank you, then." Su Yuntao gave a quiet and began carefully wiping the window. Watching his focused expression, He Cha felt a small stir in her heart. She knew it would take time for him to truly change his opinion of her, but at least he no longer looked at her with hostility. That was a good start, wasn't it? She turned and walked over to Zhou Wenhong to help pick wild vegetables. "Mom, what can we make with these?" "They can be served cold or mixed with cornmeal to make flatbread," Zhou Wenhong said, glancing at her with a softer look. "You probably haven't eaten these before. It might take some getting used to." "It's fine, I'm not picky," He Cha said with a smile. "As long as it fills the stomach, it's good enough." Wang Gai, listening nearby, muttered under her breath, "Easy to say. She'll see when it's time to eat. A city girl like her has never had to live like this." He Cha pretended not to hear and kept chatting with Zhou Wenhong, asking about life in Xinyanzi village, how many work points they could earn in a day, where the village's water came from, and whether there was enough firewood for the winter. Seeing her genuine curiosity, Zhou Wenhong answered each question patiently. She could tell that He Cha truly wanted to live well here, not just say it without meaning it. "Sister-in-law, my brother said you didn't even know how to use a gas stove before, and now you can wipe tables and pick vegetables?" Wang Gai couldn't help speaking again when she saw how well they were chatting, her tone still carrying a hint of mockery. He Cha looked up at her and said seriously, "Not knowing before doesn't mean I can't learn now, and it doesn't mean I won't know in the future. People have to learn and grow, don't they?" Wang Gai was caught off guard. She opened her mouth to reply, but couldn't think of anything to say. Frustrated, she turned away and went back to sorting the hay, though her movements slowed down. Su Yuntao finished cleaning the window, then carefully patched the holes with some paper. Sunlight streamed through the clean glass, brightening the room. He looked around at the refreshed space, then at He Cha, who was talking with Zhou Wenhong. His eyes showed a mix of emotions. Maybe He Cha was right. People have to learn and grow, her and all of them too. Suddenly, Wang Gai's stomach growled loudly. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Zhou Wenhong glanced at the sky and stood up. "It's almost noon. I'll go make lunch." Suailin said, "She has some extra firewood. I'll borrow a bit." "Mom, I'll go," He Cha said, standing up as well. "I can also ask where we can get water."
"I'll go instead," Su Yuntao said.
"You're not familiar with the area." He picked up a bucket and walked out. He Cha watched his back, feeling a gentle warmth in her heart. She knew that although Su Yuntao didn't talk much, he was actually very thoughtful. "I'll go with my brother." Wang Gai suddenly stood up and ran after him, probably tired of staying indoors. Only He Cha and Zhou Wenhong were left in the room. Zhou Wenhong sighed and began looking through the cornmeal they had brought. "We don't have much food, so we'll need to save it. Once we start work tomorrow, and earn some work points. We can get rations from the team. Yes, I know, Hee-cha said, nodding as she helped open the bag of cornmeal. Just then, a woman's voice came from the courtyard, sounding overly cheerful. Village Chief, Yen said Brother Su's family arrived today, so I came to see if there's anything I can help with. Hee-cha and Zhou Wenhong exchanged a glance, both puzzled. Zhou Wenhong stood up and called out, "Who is it?"
Come in.
A woman wearing a floral jacket and with short hair walked in, holding a large bowl filled with a few corn buns. When she saw Hee-cha, her eyes lit up and she greeted her with a smile. "You must be Sister Su, right? I'm Li Xuemei. I live next door." Hee-cha's heart skipped a beat. It was her, Li Xuemei, the same woman from the book who secretly liked Su Yuntao and often made things difficult for the original heroine. She quietly observed Li Xuemei. Li looked to be in her 20s, with healthy tan skin and big eyes. When she smiled, 2 small dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, making her look kind and friendly. But Hee-cha noticed that when Li's gaze passed over Su Yuntao, who had just been cleaning the window, there was a faint trace of warmth and shyness in her eyes. Exactly as described in the book. "Thank you, Sister Li," Hee-cha said politely, though her tone carried a hint of distance. "Oh, no need to thank me. We're from the same village. It's only right to help each other." Li Xuemei handed over the bowl, but instead of giving it to Hee-cha, she called toward the inner room, "Brother Su, I brought you some corn buns, just steamed. Eat them while they're hot." After calling out, she turned back to Hee-cha with a smile. "Sister Su, you're expecting a baby, right? You must be hungry. Try one of my corn buns. They're not as soft as the white buns from the city, but they'll fill you up." Hee-cha didn't respond, only looked at her. Li Xuemei's friendliness seemed flawless, yet something felt off. Especially the way she said Brother Su. There was a touch of forced closeness that made Hee-cha uncomfortable. Zhou Wenhong seemed to notice it too. She took the bowl politely and said, "Thank you, Xuemei, you didn't have to. We brought our own food, and we'll cook soon. You should take these back." "Oh, Aunt Zhou, don't be so formal," Li Xuemei said, pushing the bowl into her hands. "It's just a few corn buns, nothing special. Brother Su just moved here, so think of it as my little welcome gift." As she spoke, her eyes glanced toward the inner room again. Seeing that Su Yuntao hadn't come out, she smiled and asked, "Where's Brother Su?" "I just saw him cleaning the window. He went to fetch some water," Hee-cha replied calmly. "He should be back soon." "Oh, I see." Li Xuemei's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she quickly smiled again. "Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll head back now. Sister Su, if there's any work you can't manage, just let me know. I'm strong and can help with anything." As she spoke, she gave Hee-cha's belly a meaningful glance before turning to leave. Watching Li Xuemei's figure disappear at the gate, Wang Gaigai couldn't help whispering, "I think there's something strange about Li Xuemei. The way she looks at my brother." "Don't talk nonsense," Zhou Wenhong interrupted, moving the cornbread from her bowl to her own plate. "She was just being kind, bringing us food. Don't overthink it." Even so, her brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, she also felt that Li Xuemei was being a bit too friendly. Hee-cha said nothing. She walked to the doorway and watched until Li Xuemei turned the corner and vanished. She knew this was only the beginning. Li Xuemei's feelings for Su Yuntao wouldn't fade so easily. In the days ahead, she would have to deal with her, perhaps even outsmart her. But that was fine. Hee-cha had seen all kinds of people in her past life. Li Xuemei's little schemes didn't worry her at all. "Sister-in-law, what are you looking at?" Wang Gaigai came over and followed her gaze. "Do you also think Li Xuemei seems a bit odd?" Hee-cha turned and smiled. "It's nothing. Let's tidy up the house. When Su Yuntao comes back, we can start cooking." She turned around, picked up the broom from the corner, and began sweeping the weeds in the yard. The sunlight fell warmly on her, easing the dull ache in her lower belly. She knew the days ahead wouldn't be easy. There would be hardships, challenges, and even rivals like Li Xuemei. But she wasn't afraid. As long as she, Su Yuntao, Zhou Wenhong, and Wang Gaigai worked together, as long as she could protect the child she carried, and as long as the Su family's name was cleared one day, all difficulties would only be temporary. The first encounter, the morning mist had not yet lifted, but Xinianzi village was already lively. The production team's whistle broke the silence. Men carried hoes to the fields, women with baskets headed to the river to wash clothes, and children chased each other at the village entrance, their laughter ringing like silver bells through the valley. Hee-cha was awakened by a sudden, urgent knock on the door. She opened her eyes to see the faint light of dawn outside, and the earthen bed beneath her still held a trace of coolness. Su Yuntao and Zhou Wenhong were already up. Su Yuntao was organizing the appeal materials he had written halfway through yesterday, while Zhou Wenhong was busy at the stove, and the smell of corn porridge filled the air.
Who is it?
Wang Gaigai rubbed her eyes and sat up, still half asleep. It's probably the team leader sending work, Zhou Wenhong said as she wiped her hands and went to open the door. Standing outside was the deputy leader of the production team, a short, chubby middle-aged man with an impatient look on his face. Su family, hurry up and get ready. Today we're harvesting wheat. Everyone has to go, men and women alike. No one gets to be lazy. Got it, we'll be there soon, Zhou Wenhong replied quickly with a polite smile. She knew she couldn't afford to offend the team leaders right now. The deputy leader glanced inside and frowned when he saw Hee-cha. She's expecting a baby, so she should stay home and rest. But let me be clear, no work means no work points. Thank you for understanding, Zhou Wenhong said gratefully. The deputy leader didn't say more. He turned to leave, muttering, "Those city ladies sure are delicate." Wang Gaigai frowned. "Mom, how can he talk like that?" "Just ignore him," Zhou Wenhong sighed, then turned to Su Yuntao. "Yuntao, you go ahead. I'll bring breakfast out in a minute. Gaigai, wash up and eat quickly, then come with us." "Okay," Wang Gaigai replied reluctantly, moving slowly as she got dressed. Hee-cha sat up and gently touched her belly. The little one seemed to be awake too, moving slightly. Smiling, she said to Zhou Wenhong, "Mom, I'll go too. I can't harvest wheat, but I can help pick up leftover ears. That way, I can still earn a few work points." "What for?" Su Yuntao frowned, putting down his pen. "The deputy leader said you should rest at home." "That's right, sister-in-law," Wang Gaigai added. "You're pregnant. It's too hot to be out in the fields, you might get heatstroke." But Hee-cha shook her head. "I'll be fine. Staying home all day doesn't help anyone. If I can lend a hand, I should. Our family really needs work points right now, every bit counts." She knew that in these times, work points were everything. They decided whether a family could eat enough. Su Yuntao and Zhou Wenhong were getting older, and Wang Gaigai had little experience with farm work, so she wouldn't be able to earn much. Although she was pregnant, she could still pick up some wheat ears. She couldn't just stay home and do nothing while their food ran out. Zhou Wenhong hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Hee-cha was determined, she nodded. "Then be careful. Don't tire yourself out. If you feel unwell, come back right away." "I know," Hee-cha said with a smile as she began to get dressed. Breakfast was simple, corn porridge with some cornbread that Li Xiume had given them yesterday. The cornbread was coarse and scratched her throat a little. Hee-cha ate slowly, breaking the cornbread into small pieces and soaking them in the porridge to make it easier to swallow. Su Yuntao noticed her struggling and handed her a white steamed bun from his bowl. "Eat this." It was their last white bun, saved especially for her to build her strength. Hee-cha paused, then shook her head. "You eat it. You have heavy work today and need to be full." "I'm fine with cornbread." Without saying anything, Su Yuntao pushed the bun into her hand and started eating a cornbread himself, chewing quickly as if annoyed. Looking at the bun in her hand, Hee-cha felt a warmth in her heart. This man didn't talk much and still had some distance from her, but he always showed his care in his own quiet way. After breakfast, Su Yuntao and Zhou Wenhong went to the fields first, and Wang Gaigai followed slowly behind. Hee-cha cleaned up the dishes, tidied the room, then carried a small basket and walked toward the wheat field. The wheat field was on the hillside west of the village, a golden sea visible from afar. Many people were already there, mostly women and the elderly, since the younger men were plowing other fields. Su Yuntao and Zhou Wenhong were among them. Su Yuntao swung his sickle skillfully, clearly used to farm work. Zhou Wenhong moved slower but worked carefully. Wang Gai, on the other hand, looked clumsy and soon grew tired after cutting just a few stalks. He Cha found a spot not far from them and began picking up leftover wheat ears. The field had already been harvested once, but there were still plenty scattered around. She moved slowly and carefully, afraid of straining herself or the baby. As the sun rose higher, the heat grew stronger, burning her skin. Sweat soon formed on her forehead, sliding down her cheeks and disappearing into the dry soil. Yuntao's wife, you came too? A voice called from behind her. He Cha turned her head and saw Li Xuemei standing behind her, holding a sickle with a look of mild surprise. Li Xuemei was wearing a pink floral blouse today, her hair neatly combed, and she looked much more energetic than yesterday. Come and help me pick up some wheat ears, He Cha said with a smile, continuing to bend down and gather them. You're expecting a baby, how can you do this kind of work? Li Xuemei walked over, her eyes showing a touch of concern. Go back and rest. These few wheat ears aren't worth much. Don't tire yourself or the baby. It's fine. I'm taking it slow, He Cha replied politely. She didn't want to get too close to Li Xuemei, always feeling that the woman's smile hid something sharp. But Li Xuemei didn't leave. Instead, she crouched down to help pick up the wheat. Her eyes kept glancing towards Su Yuntao, and a faint smile played on her lips. The warmth and admiration in her gaze were hard to miss. He Cha felt a little uneasy, but said nothing, only speeding up her work quietly. Brother Su is really capable, Li Xuemei said, half to herself and half to He Cha. He cuts wheat faster than the strongest men in the team. He must not have done this kind of work back in the city, when he was a cadre. I didn't expect him to adapt so quickly. He learns fast, He Cha said calmly, not wanting to talk about Su Yuntao. Li Xuemei didn't seem to notice her distant tone, and went on, Brother Su isn't just hardworking, he's kind too. When my family's cow went missing, he helped find it. Many girls in the village like him. As she spoke, she glanced at He Cha, as if testing her reaction. He Cha gave a cold smile in her heart. Was this supposed to be a show of rivalry? How childish. She looked up and smiled. Yes, Yuntao is indeed a good man. That's why I married him. She emphasized the words, and married him. Her tone was calm, but her meaning was clear. Li Xuemei's face stiffened for a moment, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes, but she quickly hid it and slowed her movements. Just then, Su Yuntao came over to where they were working. Seeing Li Xuemei and He Cha together, he frowned slightly but said nothing. He only quickened his pace, the sickle flashing as the wheat stalks fell with a soft rustling sound. Brother Su, take a break and have some water, Li Xuemei called out. Li Xuemei quickly stood up, took a kettle from her basket, and handed it over with a sweet smile. Su Yuntao didn't take it. He just shook his head. No need, thank you. Then he lowered his head again and kept cutting the wheat, not even glancing at her. Li Xuemei's hand froze in midair, and her smile faded, leaving her looking awkward. The women nearby who were also cutting wheat saw this and quietly laughed among themselves, whispering to each other. He Cha felt a bit relieved, but not in a mean way. She silently put the wheat she had picked into her basket. She knew Su Yuntao's coldness toward Li Xuemei wasn't necessarily because of her. It was more likely that he simply disliked such obvious attempts to please him. Li Xuemei seemed to realize this too. Her face turned red, then pale. She glared at the gossiping women, shoved the kettle back into her basket, and walked off to another spot to cut wheat, her movements showing a bit of frustration. Watching her leave, He Cha sighed quietly. It seemed she would have to deal with Li Xuemei often in the days to come. Why are you here too? Su Yuntao stopped beside her, sounding a little unhappy. Didn't I tell you to rest at home? I'm fine. Picking up some wheat isn't tiring, He Cha said with a smile. Are you thirsty? I can get you some water. Su Yuntao looked at the sweat on her forehead and then at her slightly rounded belly. His frown deepened. No, I'm not thirsty.
Go home now.
The sun is strong. Be careful not to get heat stroke. I'm really fine, Hee-cha insisted. I'll stay a little longer and go back when it gets hotter. Su Yuntao was about to say more when the team leader shouted from a distance, hurry up. Don't waste time. If we don't finish before dark, no one's eating tonight. Su Yuntao swallowed his words, looked at Hee-cha deeply, his eyes full of worry, helplessness, and maybe a touch of gentleness? Hee-cha wasn't sure, but her heart felt unexpectedly warm. Just be careful, Su Yuntao said before lowering his head again to continue working. Hee-cha watched his focused face, and a small smile appeared on her lips. She knew that even if he didn't say it, he still cared about her. And that was enough. She lowered her head and kept picking up the wheat ears. The sun grew hotter, heating the ground until the soil felt burning. The air was filled with the smell of straw and earth, making it a little hard to breathe. Sweat covered her forehead and neck, and her clothes were soaked, sticking uncomfortably to her skin. After about an hour, Hee-cha began to feel dizzy, and her lower stomach ached faintly. She knew she couldn't keep going, so she slowly stood up, planning to tell Zhou and Hong she was heading back. Just then, Li Xuemei came over with a basket, wearing a strange smile. Sister Su, you're leaving already? Perfect timing. My mother asked me to bring some food to Brother Su. Could you take it to him for me? I still need to finish cutting the wheat. As she spoke, she handed the basket to Hee-cha. It was covered with a piece of blue cloth, hiding whatever was inside. Hee-cha felt puzzled. Li Xuemei had been competing with her earlier. Why was she suddenly being so kind? She hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. Thank you, Sister Li. You're welcome. Li Xuemei smiled, then turned and left quickly, as if she were avoiding something. Watching her walk away, Hee-cha's confusion deepened. She lifted the blue cloth and saw several white steamed buns and a small dish of pickles. In those days, white buns were a rare treat. Why would Li Xuemei be willing to give them to Su Yuntao? Then she remembered a scene from the book. Li Xuemei often tried to please Su Yuntao by bringing him food, sometimes eggs, sometimes a piece of meat, even secretly giving him money. But Su Yuntao never accepted any of it and always returned everything untouched. It seemed the book had told the truth. Hee-cha felt a little uneasy, covered the basket again, and carried it over to Su Yuntao. Yuntao, take a break and have something to eat, she said, handing him the basket. Su Yuntao looked up and froze when he saw the white buns. Where did this come from? Sister Li asked me to bring it to you. She said her mother sent it, Hee-cha explained honestly. Su Yuntao's brows furrowed, and a hint of dislike flashed in his eyes.
I'm not eating that.
Take it back to her. I thought you'd say that, Hee-cha nodded. She knew he wouldn't accept it. I'll return it to her now. No need, Su Yuntao said, shaking his head and pushing the basket aside. Just throw it away. Hee-cha froze for a moment, surprised by how firm Su Yuntao was. Throw it away? These were white steamed buns. In a time when people could barely fill their stomachs with coarse food, throwing them away seemed such a waste. Don't throw them out, that's a pity, Zhou Wenhong said as she walked over. Seeing the buns in the basket, she also paused. How about we eat them ourselves? Su Yuntao's face darkened. Mom, these were given by Li Xuemei.
We can't eat them.
His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. Zhou Wenhong hesitated, then sighed softly and said nothing more. Hee-cha understood too. Su Yuntao wasn't upset about wasting food. He just didn't want any connection with Li Xuemei. His clear attitude actually saved her some trouble. I'll head back then, Hee-cha said, lifting the basket. I'll throw these away on my way.
All right.
Su Yuntao nodded, looking at her with concern. Be careful on the road and take your time. I know. She smiled, turned around, and started walking back. Carrying the basket toward the village, Hee-cha walked slowly. The sun grew hotter, making her dizzy, and her stomach began to ache. She found a shady spot under a tree and decided to rest for a bit. Not long after she sat down, she saw Li Xuemei's mother, a thin, elderly woman, standing at the crossroads not far away, tiptoeing to look around. When she spotted Hee-cha, her eyes lit up and she hurried over. "Mrs. Su, have you seen my Shuame?" the old woman asked anxiously. She said she was bringing food to Brother Su this morning, but she hasn't come back yet. Did something happen? Hee-cha's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the basket in her hands, she suddenly understood. Li Shuame hadn't been sent by her mother, she had come on her own. And when she left in such a hurry earlier, she probably hadn't gone to work in the fields at all. She must have hidden somewhere, wanting her mother to think Hee-cha had kept the food for herself. That Li Shuame, how scheming could she be? All this just to stir up trouble. Though anger rose in her heart, Hee-cha kept a calm smile on her face. "Auntie Li, Shuame brought these buns to Yuntao, but he said he couldn't accept them and asked me to return them. I was just on my way to your house. What a coincidence to meet you here." As she spoke, she handed the basket to the old woman. When old Mrs. Li saw the steamed buns in the basket, her expression changed slightly. A hint of embarrassment and unease flashed in her eyes. This child is being silly. Why bring buns to Brother Su? How could he eat something like this? "It's fine, Auntie Li," Hee-cha said with a calm smile. "Shuame means well, but Yuntao isn't used to eating food from others. Please don't take it to heart." She spoke clearly on purpose, giving Mrs. Li a way to step down while also hinting at Su Yuntao's attitude toward Li Shuame. Mrs. Li's face turned red, then pale. She took the basket and mumbled, "Sorry to make you laugh," before hurrying away without looking back. Watching her leave, Hee-cha quietly let out a breath of relief. Luckily, she reacted quickly. Otherwise, Li Shuame might have succeeded in her little scheme. That Li Shuame was quite a rival. Hee-cha smiled, patted the dust off her clothes, and continued walking home. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering patches of light and shadow on the ground. Hee-cha walked slowly, thinking that she would have to be more careful when dealing with Li Shuame in the future. But she wasn't afraid. Whatever came her way, she would face it. If Li Shuame dared to cause trouble again, she wouldn't hold back. When she got home, Hee-cha drank some water and lay down for a while. The dizziness and stomach pain slowly eased. She knew that in this house, in this village, she couldn't show weakness or let anyone push her around. She had to protect herself, her unborn child, and her home. That afternoon, while she was mending Su Yuntao's torn clothes, she suddenly heard Li Shuame's voice at the gate. "Sister Su, are you home? I brought some vegetables." Hee-cha frowned. Why was she here again? She put down her needle and thread and went to open the door. Li Shuame stood there with a bunch of fresh greens in her hands, smiling sweetly and looking harmless. "Sister Su, my mother grew these vegetables. They're freshly picked. I brought you some," Li Shuame said, handing them over. Hee-cha looked at her cautiously, but still accepted them. "Thank you, Sister Li. You're too kind." "Oh, don't mention it. We're neighbors. It's only right to help each other," Li Shuame said with a smile, though her eyes kept glancing into the house, as if searching for someone. "Yuntao and the others are still working in the fields," Hee-cha said calmly. She could already guess what Li Shuame was thinking. "Oh, I see." Li Shuame's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she quickly smiled again. "Then Su Yuntao's suspicion when the morning dew still clung to the wheat leaves, Hee-cha was suddenly awakened by a wave of nausea. She sat up quickly, rushed outside without even putting on her shoes, and leaned against the wall as her stomach churned. She hadn't eaten much the night before, so all that came up was bitter bile that made her eyes water. "What's wrong?" Zhou Wenhong, startled by the noise, came out wearing a coat. Seeing Hee-cha's pale face, she frowned. "Did you catch a chill last night?" Hee-cha shook her head, holding onto the wall as she stood up, her legs still weak. The pregnancy symptoms had come on suddenly and strongly. She had never experienced this before and felt as if her insides were being tightly squeezed. "I'm fine, Mom, just a bit of morning sickness," she said hoarsely. Sweat dampened the hair on her forehead, sticking it to her skin uncomfortably. Zhou Wenhong sighed in relief, went back inside, and brought out a clean cloth. Here, wipe your face. If I'd known you'd feel this bad, I wouldn't have let you work in the fields yesterday. Hee-cha took the cloth and wiped her mouth, feeling a small warmth in her heart. Zhou Wenhong might not say much, but she clearly cared. Just then, Su Yuntao came out of the room. He was wearing a faded blue work jacket, his hair neatly combed, but dark circles showed under his eyes. He clearly hadn't slept well. When he saw Hee-cha's pale face and the mess by the wall, his brow furrowed slightly. "What's wrong now?" His voice was calm, but carried a hint of coldness. "I told you not to go to the fields yesterday, but you wouldn't listen. Now you see how it feels?" Hee-cha had just started to feel a little better, but his words made her heart sink. She knew Su Yuntao still doubted her, thinking everything she did was an act. But this sickness was real. How could anyone pretend this? Too tired to argue, she turned silently to go back inside. "Stop." Su Yuntao's voice turned colder. "Hee-cha, if you don't want to stay here, just say it directly. There's no need to act pitiful like this. I'm not falling for it." Those words pierced Hee-cha's heart like an ice pick. She turned around sharply, her eyes red from both morning sickness and hurt.
Su Yuntao, what do you mean by that?
"I don't mean anything," Su Yuntao replied, meeting her gaze with open suspicion. "Didn't you use the same tricks before? Pretending to be sick, acting sweet, just to get what you wanted, like that Shanghai brand watch?" His words pricked at her heart like countless needles. She knew he was talking about the person she used to be, but hearing it from him still made her feel humiliated and wronged. Taking a deep breath, she forced down the lump in her throat. "I'm not the same Hee-cha anymore." "Oh?" Su Yuntao raised an eyebrow, his tone full of mockery. "Then tell me, what kind of person are you now? Have you suddenly changed and decided to stay here in this poor mountain village without complaint? Or are you planning some new trick?" "Brother." Wang Gai, awakened by the noise, came out rubbing her eyes. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but speak up. "Sister-in-law is feeling really sick. How can you say that to her?" "You don't understand," Su Yuntao snapped, glaring at her. "You know what kind of temper she has." Wang Gai was left speechless. She looked at his tense face, then at Hee-cha's pale one, and finally stomped her foot before heading to the kitchen. She used to dislike Hee-cha too, but after seeing her picking up wheat in the fields yesterday, her opinion had quietly started to change. Zhou Wenhong sighed and tugged at Su Yuntao's arm. "Yuntao, stop talking. Hee-cha is pregnant. She can't handle this kind of stress." Su Yuntao said nothing more, but the doubt in his eyes remained, as if he was sure she was pretending. Looking at his cold profile, Hee-cha suddenly felt powerless. She knew it was hard to change someone's opinion, but she hadn't expected his prejudice to run so deep. Biting her lip, she decided not to explain anymore. Words were useless now. She would prove herself through actions. Supporting herself against the wall, she slowly walked back to the room. When she lay down again, her stomach still ached faintly. Outside, the sky was growing lighter, and sparrows chirped on the windowsill, their voices sounding almost like mockery. After some time, Zhou Wenhong came in with a bowl of warm water.
"Drink some," she said gently.
"You'll feel a bit better." Hee-cha took the cup and sipped slowly. The warm water slid down her throat, easing the burning pain a little. "Yuntao is just like that, tough on the outside but soft inside. Don't take it to heart," Zhou Wenhong said, sitting on the edge of the bed and patting her hand. "It's not that he doesn't care about you. He's just been hurt by the past." Hee-cha nodded without speaking. She could understand Su Yuntao's guardedness. If she had been hurt again and again like that, she would have lost trust too. But even though she understood, the sadness in her heart still rose like a tide, impossible to hold back. That morning, Hee-cha didn't eat anything, only drank some water. When Su Yuntao and Zhou Wenhong went to work, she was still lying on the bed, her face pale as paper. Wang Gai wanted to stay and take care of her, but Hee-cha persuaded her to go.
"I'm really fine."
"Go to work and earn more work points. That's what matters." Wang Gai hesitated for a long time but was finally pushed out the door. Before leaving, She handed Hee-cha a leftover corn bun from yesterday. If you get hungry, eat this. Don't push yourself too hard. The house finally became quiet. After resting for a while, Hee-cha felt a bit better and got up to tidy the room. The stains on the floor hadn't been cleaned yet, so she found a rag and knelt down to wipe them away bit by bit. Sunlight shone through the paper-covered window, casting a long rectangle of light on the floor where dust danced in the air. When she finished cleaning, she went to the kitchen. The water jar was almost empty, so she picked up a bucket, planning to fetch water from the village well. Though she still felt weak, she couldn't just lie there waiting for others to help her. There were already many people at the well, mostly women fetching water or washing clothes. When they saw Hee-cha walking over with her bucket, they stopped their work and looked at her curiously. Isn't that Sue's wife? Why is she fetching water by herself? I heard she's been feeling sick lately. How could Sue let her come out? I think she's pretending, just trying to get his attention. The gossip buzzed in her ears like mosquitoes. Hee-cha pretended not to hear and walked to the well, copying the others as she lowered her bucket. But she wasn't used to this kind of work and didn't have much strength. After several tries, the bucket was only half full and she almost lost her balance. A few people nearby chuckled quietly. Her face flushed. Just as she was about to try again, a rough, calloused hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the rope in her hands. I'll do it, Yen Suelin's voice sounded. She had somehow come to stand beside her, a bright smile on her face. You're pregnant, you shouldn't be doing heavy work like this. Thank you, Suelin. Hee-cha let out a sigh of relief and smiled gratefully. Yen Suelin quickly filled a bucket of water and helped her lift it onto the stand. You're too hardworking. Brother Sue and the others have gone to work. Why not wait until they come back? It's fine, I can manage, Hee-cha said. Even if you can, you shouldn't push yourself so hard. Yen Suelin gave her a gentle, reproachful look. Go back and rest. Don't tire yourself out. Hee-cha nodded, thanked her, and slowly carried the bucket home. It wasn't very heavy, but for someone who had just been sick, it was still tiring. After a few steps, she was already out of breath. As she passed by Li Xuemei's house, the door creaked open. Li Xuemei came out carrying a basin of clothes. When she saw Hee-cha, her eyes lit up. Sister Sue, you went to fetch water? Why didn't you let Brother Sue help you? Her tone sounded friendly, but Hee-cha felt there was something hidden behind that smile. He's gone to work, Hee-cha replied calmly, not wanting to talk more, and quickened her pace. Li Xuemei watched her leave, the smile on her lips slowly fading, a calculating look flashing in her eyes. The story about her being turned away when she brought steamed buns yesterday had already spread through the village, and many people were laughing at her behind her back. She hadn't forgotten that. By the time Hee-cha got home, it was almost noon. She poured the water into the jar, rested for a while, then started thinking about lunch. Su Yuntao and the others worked hard, so they should have something warm to eat. There wasn't much food left at home, only some cornmeal and sweet potatoes. After thinking for a moment, Hee-cha decided to make sweet potato porridge and steam a few corn buns. She had lived in an orphanage in her previous life, so cooking wasn't difficult for her. Starting the fire took some effort. The stove was made of clay, and the bellows made a whoosh-whoosh sound as she worked it, the smoke making her cough. After finally getting the fire going, she began washing the sweet potatoes and rinsing the corn grits. Her movements were a bit clumsy but still orderly. When the porridge was halfway done, she suddenly remembered that Su Yuntao had said his stomach wasn't feeling well yesterday. Sweet potato porridge was gentle on the stomach, but it might not be filling enough. She searched through the grain sack and found a small handful of millet hidden in the corner, probably something Zhou Wenhong had saved and not wanted to use. Hee-cha's eyes brightened as she washed the millet thoroughly and put it into the pot. The millet porridge is good for the stomach. When it's ready, she will serve it to Su Yuntao once it cools a bit, perfect for him to drink. Just as the porridge was about to finish cooking, footsteps sounded at the door. Su Yuntao, Zhou Wenhong, and Wang had returned. All three looked tired, and their clothes were covered with dust. Sister-in-law, have you cooked? Wang smelled the aroma as soon as he entered, and his eyes lit up. It smells so good. Zhou Wenhong was also a bit surprised. You're feeling better, so you're cooking now?
It's okay, Mom.
I can do it, He Cha smiled. She lifted the lid of the pot, scooped a bowl of millet porridge, and handed it to Zhou Wenhong. Please have some to warm your stomach. Zhou Wenhong took the bowl, feeling warm inside. Yi Cha used to never do these things. She wouldn't even carry a bowl of water without feeling tired. When Su Yuntao came in, he saw the scene. His gaze fell on Yi Cha. Her hair was a little messy, her forehead still had some sweat that hadn't dried, and her face was a bit dusty. She looked a little disheveled, but there was an indescribable charm about her. But that thought only flashed through his mind. He quickly returned to his usual cold expression, leaning his against the wall, without saying a word. Yi Cha seemed not to notice him. She served a second bowl of porridge and handed it to him. Yours, warm, good for the stomach. Su Yuntao was stunned. He looked at the yellowish millet porridge, with a few bright red sweet potato pieces floating on top. The aroma was tempting and filled his nose. Everyone knew he had a weak stomach, but Yi Cha had never cared before. She often got angry because he couldn't eat greasy food.
Today.
What's wrong with her?
Why?
Don't like it? Yi Cha raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a faint teasing tone. Or, do you think I put something in the porridge? Su Yuntao finally came back to himself, his face a little awkward. He reached out and took the bowl. The bowl was warm, just enough to warm his fingers, which had gone stiff from holding the. Brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat. Sister-in-law's porridge is so tasty. Wang had already drunk half a bowl and said vaguely. Zhou Wenhong also glared at him. Yi Cha specially made this warm porridge for you. Drink it quickly. Su Yuntao didn't say anything else. He lowered his head and took a sip. The soft, sticky texture of millet, the gentle sweetness of sweet potatoes, and a faint rice aroma melt in the mouth, warming his stomach and easing his fatigue from the past days. He lifts his head and looks at Yi Cha. She is quietly drinking porridge, sunlight shining through the window onto her face, softening her features. Her long eyelashes hang down like small fans. Her profile is very clean, without her usual arrogance and sharpness, only a calm and peaceful quietness. At this moment, Su Yuntao suddenly feels a bit confused. Is this woman in front of him really the same Yi Cha who used to be unreasonable?
If she's not pretending, then
has she truly changed? This thought just appeared, but he quickly pushed it away. He cannot believe it, absolutely cannot. He has been deceived by her too many times and must not fall into the same trap again. Yi Cha senses his gaze, but doesn't look up. She knows that Su Yuntao's doubts won't disappear easily, and she has plenty of patience. Lunch ends in this delicate atmosphere. Su Yuntao doesn't say anything harsh, just quietly washes his bowl after finishing the porridge. In the afternoon, as they go to work, Su Yuntao walks ahead, walking a bit faster than usual. Zhou Wenhong pulls Yi Cha behind, whispering, Yi Cha, Yuntao is just that kind of temper. Don't take it to heart. Today he even smiled while drinking the porridge you made. Yi Cha smiles faintly, but doesn't speak. Her feelings of grievance seem to lessen, replaced by a strange sense of hope. Maybe things aren't as difficult as she thought. In the evening, when they return from work, Su Yuntao sees Yi Cha sitting by the bed mending clothes as soon as he enters. She's holding his worn work shirt with torn cuffs. The sunset's glow streams through the window, shining on her focused face, her hair dyed a warm golden color. His steps pause for a moment, and inside, it feels like something has gently bumped him, making him feel a little itchy and warm at the same time. I'll do it, he says, walking over, intending to take the clothes from her. But Yi Cha avoids him. Almost done, you rest, she says, lifting her head and smiling at him. Her eyes shine brighter than the sunset. Wear tomorrow to work. Su Yuntao's heart unexpectedly skips a beat. Looking into her smiling eyes, he finds himself unable to say no. He stands there, watching her sew, her movements steady and careful, stitches even and neat. Is this really the same Yi Cha who couldn't even tie her shoelaces? In Suyun Tao's heart, for the first time, he doubted his own judgment. At night, Hee-cha vomited again, worse than in the morning. She was afraid of waking others, so she clenched her teeth and endured, running outside too. When she returned, she found Suyun Tao standing at the door, holding a cup of warm water. His face was hard to see clearly in the moonlight. "Drink some water," he said, handing her the cup. His voice was quieter than usual, with a slight hoarseness that was hard to notice. Hee-cha was stunned. Her hand trembled slightly as she took the cup. "Whenever you're unwell, just wake me," Suyun Tao said, then turned and went back inside without looking at her. Hee-cha stood there, holding the still warm water, her eyes suddenly feeling hot. She knew that the icy wall in Suyun Tao's heart might not be as thick as she had thought. The next morning, when Hee-cha woke up, she found that Suyun Tao had already gone to work. Zhou Wenhong told her he left before dawn, and before leaving, he specifically asked her to rest well at home and not do any more work. Hearing this, a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She got up and went to the kitchen. Looking at the empty stove, she suddenly had an idea. She found the last bit of white flour at home, cracked an egg, and decided to make Suyun Tao a bowl of egg noodles. He had a weak stomach, and eating some noodles would be comfortable for him. When the noodles were ready, their aroma filled the whole house. Hee-cha carefully scooped the noodles into a basket and covered it with a cloth, planning to take it to the fields later. She knew it was hard to change someone's opinion, but she was willing to take it step by step. Just like this bowl of noodles, simple but full of her feelings. "Suyun Tao, just wait. One day, you will believe that I am truly different." Zhou Wenhong's test at dawn. Smoke rose from the chimney of the kitchen. Hee-cha tied Zhou Wenhong's short and rough cloth apron and was bending over, grinding the blackened iron pot with a stone. Rust mixed with clear water gathered in the bottom of the basin, forming a murky whirlpool. Sweat beads on her forehead slid down her cheeks, dripping onto the dull stove surface and leaving a dark mark. "Older sister-in-law, I'll start the fire." Wang carried a bundle of dry wood into the yard, her braid tips still covered with grass. Since she was cared for by Hee-cha after catching a cold in the rain, her attitude toward her sister-in-law had softened a lot, though she still spoke stubbornly, but her hands and feet had become much more diligent. Hee-cha kept her head down, and the grinding stone in her hand continued to spin evenly. The rust on the edge of the iron pot gradually faded, revealing the dull metallic color underneath. This pot was left by previous tenants. Its bottom was uneven and pitted. Zhou Wenhong wanted to use it as it was, but she insisted on polishing it clean. "The rim is badly rusted. If you serve rice in it, it might not be good for your health." Wang had just put firewood into the stove when she saw Zhou Wenhong come out of the inner room carrying a wooden basin. The basin was piled high with dirty clothes, almost spilling over. There were work pants covered in mud, a torn sleeve on Wang's shirt, and a few patched old underwear, all giving off a faint smell of sweat. "Hee-cha, wash these clothes," Zhou Wenhong said calmly, placing the basin on the stove. Her tone showed no emotion. "Since you decided to stay, you should learn to do these chores. We can't keep having the old and young serve you." The city girl, Wang paused her hand as she added firewood to the stove, secretly glancing at Hee-cha. She knew her mother was doing it on purpose. These clothes should be shared between her and her mother to wash, but today they were all dumped on her sister-in-law. She wanted to say something for Hee-cha, but was stopped by a look from Zhou Wenhong. Hee-cha straightened up. Her apron brushed past the stove when she turned, stirring up a small cloud of dust. She looked at the clothes in the basin, especially the pair of work pants covered in a large patch of oil stain. Her brow furrowed slightly. She recognized it as machine oil from Suyun Tao, who had scraped it while fixing the warehouse roof yesterday. Such stubborn stains were hardest to clean in the countryside without enough soap. "Got it, Mom," she said quietly. She didn't say more, picked up the washboard resting on the basin, and carried the basin outside. The morning well water was icy cold. She deliberately added some hot water from the stove, and white mist floated gently in the morning light. Zhou Wenhong stood by the doorframe watching her. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes moved slightly. Since she entered this house, the girl hadn't cried or fussed about wanting to go back to the city. Every day before dawn, she got up to cook, and at night, she helped sew clothes. But people's hearts are hard to read. Who knows if she was just pretending? Zhou Wenhong had seen many people who clung to others in hard times and turned their backs when they got better. The Su family was going through a tough time now, so she had to be cautious. He Icha squatted by the corner of the yard on a stone slab, first sorting the clothes by color and shade. The work pants of Su Yuntao were the hardest to clean. She rubbed some grass ash on the oil stains and scrubbed repeatedly with the washboard. The coarse cotton fabric made her palms hot, and soon they turned red. She remembered Li Shuimei's warm gaze when she delivered eggs yesterday. Her grip unconsciously tightened around the handle. This man still doubted her now, so she must be careful not to let others take advantage of her. "Sister-in-law, let me help you twist it." Wang Gaigai suddenly came over, looking at He Cha's fingers, which had turned pale from soaking in water. He took the work pants she had just scrubbed. Together, they twisted the pants into a spiral, water droplets dripping from the cuffs and forming small puddles on the stone slabs. By the time the sun reached the top of the bamboo fence, the clothesline was full of clothes. Su Yuntao's work pants fluttered in the wind, cleaned of oil stains except for a few faint marks. Wang Gaigai's torn shirt sleeve had been carefully sewn, with tiny stitches almost invisible. He Cha was standing on tiptoe, hanging the last shirt when she suddenly saw a dull gray sock at the bottom of the basin. That was Wang Gaigai's sock, with a big hole at the heel and loose threads hanging around the edges. She picked it up and turned it over, but the fabric around the hole was already worn out and couldn't be repaired. She was about to throw it into the rag pile, but remembered Wang Gaigai's small movements of rubbing his heels while burning fire yesterday. In the end, she put the sock into her apron pocket. "Mom, all the clothes are hung up," He Cha said as she carried an empty basin into the house. Zhou Wenhong was sitting on the Kong, mending shoes. Sunlight shone through the torn paper on the window, casting a golden glow on her silver hair. Zhou Wenhong looked up and glanced at the clothesline in the yard. Her eyes paused on the patched shirt, but she kept sewing without stopping her needlework. "The porridge is warm in the pot. Hurry up and eat." He Cha just filled a bowl with porridge and sat down when she saw Su Yuntao come back from outside, carrying a. He probably just returned from the field, with mud on his pants and sweat on his forehead. When he saw the clothes on the line, he paused. "Brother, drink some porridge." Sister-in-law made millet porridge today, with sweet potatoes. Wang Gaigai eagerly pushed the bowl toward him. Su Yuntao's gaze flicked over He Cha's red hands. His Adam's apple moved slightly, but he said nothing. He simply picked up the bowl and took a big sip. The warm, slightly sweet porridge slid down his throat. He caught a glimpse of He Cha lowering her head, sewing something with needle and thread, her fingers moving quickly over the fabric. "Why are you repairing such a torn sock?" Wang Gaigai leaned over to look and saw that it was indeed his own broken sock, one he should have thrown away. He Cha had found a piece of blue cloth and was carefully sewing along the edge of the hole, with neat stitches like little ladders. Repaired socks can still be worn. He Cha bit off the loose thread and turned the sock inside out to hand to Wang Gaigai. "The heel has an extra patch, so they can last a few more days." Wang Gaigai's hand holding the sock suddenly felt a bit warm. The blue patch was much brighter than the sock's main color, clearly cut from good fabric. She remembered the colorful cloth shirt in her box that she couldn't bear to wear anymore. Her face flushed, and she grabbed the sock to run outside. "I'll hang it out to dry." Zhou Wenhong watched all this, her needle paused in midair. She looked at He Cha's profile as she drank porridge, the morning light casting a soft shadow on her long eyelashes. Suddenly, she remembered how this girl looked when she first married, wearing a neat, good-quality shirt, hair carefully combed, and wrinkling her brow at the chicken droppings in the yard. "Afternoon, the team will distribute sweet potatoes. Come with me," Zhou Wenhong said, setting down her shoe sole, her tone softer than usual. "Let you get familiar with the scale, so you won't be fooled later." He Cha just replied with a quick, "Okay," when she saw Li Shuimei passing by outside the yard with a basket, the eggplants inside shining purple. Seeing the speed cloud wave in the yard, her step slowed, and her voice sweet and syrupy. "Brother Su, are you at home? My mom's eggplants are ripe. I brought some for you to try." Su Yuntao, wiping sweat from his hands, paused. Before he could speak, Hee-cha had already gone out to greet her. "Thank you, sisterly, for thinking of us. Come in and sit." She naturally took the basket, her movements calm and respectful. Yuntao just came back from the field, all sweaty. He was about to change clothes. Li Xuemei's smile froze on her face. When she took the basket, her fingertips accidentally touched Hee-cha's hand, and she quickly withdrew her hand, feeling a bit hot. She had wanted to chat more with Su Yuntao but found herself blocked completely. No, I have to go home and cook," Li Xuemei said with a forced smile, backing away. Her eyes swept over the clothesline and saw the patched jacket, her expression darkening. Sister Su is really capable. Unlike me, I can't even sew on a button straight. Practice makes perfect. Hee-cha smiled but didn't reply to her comment. "Come play sometime when you're free. I can teach you how to sew a neat edge." Li Xuemei awkwardly left. Hee-cha turned around, placing the eggplants in the kitchen. Just then, she saw Su Yuntao looking at her with a curious gaze. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under his stare, she brushed her messy hair behind her ear. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Su Yuntao said, lowering his eyes and picking up the water bucket from the corner. "I'm going to fetch some water." Looking at his hurried departure, Hee-cha suddenly found it a bit funny. This man, even though his heart was already softening, still pretended to be cold and distant. In the afternoon, when going to the team to distribute sweet potatoes, Zhou Wenhong deliberately asked Hee-cha to carry the scale pole. The storekeeper, Wang Bisua, was a thin old man. When he looked at the scale, he squinted his eyes and gently shook the weight on the scale. Hee-cha didn't say anything, but when he called out the number, she suddenly pointed at the scale's markings and said, "Grandpa Wang, isn't your scale a bit off? It looks like it's half a mark lower than the standard." Wang Bisua's hand froze suddenly. When he looked up, he saw the city girl smiling kindly at him, her eyes bright and seeming to see through people. He chuckled awkwardly and quickly added 2 small sweet potatoes into the basket. "Sorry, my old eyes aren't what they used to be." On the way home, Zhou Wenhong loosened her grip on the basket of sweet potatoes and let Hee-cha hold the handle. "How did you tell that his scale was wrong?" "I used to help at the supply and marketing cooperative and learned how to read scales," Hee-cha said half-truthfully. Actually, she noticed that Wang Bisua's scale always tilted high when he distributed sweet potatoes to others, but when he was at their house, it was pressed low. Zhou Wenhong didn't ask further, just slowed her steps, so Hee-cha could keep up. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, and the sweet potatoes in the basket gently bumped against each other, making soft sounds. At dinner, Zhou Wenhong scooped a piece of sweet potato into Hee-cha's bowl. "Eat more, you must be tired from the afternoon." Hee-cha paused, looked at the sweet potato in her bowl, and suddenly felt her eyes warm. She knew Zhou Wenhong was truly beginning to accept her. That night, Hee-cha sat under the lamp sewing up Su Yuntao's shirt. There was a small hole on his shoulder. She found a piece of cloth that matched the color and planned to patch it with embroidery. Just as she finished threading the needle, Su Yuntao pushed the door open, holding a thick notebook. "Not asleep yet?" he asked, placing the notebook on the table, his voice quieter than usual. "Almost done," Hee-cha replied, lowering her head to thread the needle, but the thread kept refusing to go through the eye. She had washed clothes all afternoon, her fingers sore and swollen, and her eyesight a bit blurry. Su Yuntao didn't say anything. He simply picked up the needle and thread from the table and clumsily helped her thread the needle. His fingers were thick, calloused from years of holding trembling slightly when holding the fine thread. After several tries, he finally managed to thread the needle. "Thank you." Hee-cha took the needle and thread, accidentally touching his finger with her fingertip. Both of them quickly withdrew their hands, as if burned. Su Yuntao cleared his throat and opened his notebook. "I'm writing a complaint letter and want to ask for your opinion on some parts." Hee-cha leaned in to look. The paper was filled with neat, strong handwriting. She pointed to a section. You could write the time more specifically here and include the names of the people present if you remember. Su Yuntao watched her serious side profile, the soft light from the lamp casting a gentle glow on her face. Suddenly, he realized that his wife, often misunderstood by him, actually had a strength and intelligence he had never seen before. Go to bed early and don't tire yourself out, Su Yuntao said as he closed his notebook and stood up to leave, his steps lighter than usual. Hee-cha watched his figure disappear behind the door, then lowered her head to continue sewing her shirt. Moonlight shone through the window, illuminating the patch on her shoulder. The small piece of cloth shimmered softly in the light. She knew that truly becoming part of this family and earning their trust would take a long time. But as long as she took one step at a time steadily, she believed there would be a day when the clouds would clear and the moon would shine again. Outside, the insects' chirping gradually faded, and the crescent moon was reflected in the water jar in the kitchen. Hee-cha neatly folded the sewn shirt and gently placed it beside Su Yuntao's pillow. The patch on the fabric, embroidered into a small wheat ear shape, was faintly visible in the moonlight, like a secret hidden in the night. Li Xuemei's gesture of friendship the morning dew had not yet dried. Hee-cha was squatting in the yard, drying the herbs she had cut the day before. These were purple basil, taught to her by Yen Suelin, who said boiling it in water could help relieve morning sickness. Her movements were gentle, as she pinched and turned the leaves, a fresh, bitter herbal scent mixed with the earthy smell of soil. It wasn't unpleasant. Sister-in-law, the team leader asked me to pick up the newly harvested sweet potatoes. Wang ran in from outside, with a wild chrysanthemum tucked into her braid, a gift from the village children who had braided it for her. Since Hee-cha helped her mend her torn socks last time, she had become more friendly and her tone softer when speaking to her. Got it, I'll go now, Hee-cha said, brushing the dirt off her hands. Just as she was about to stand up, Zhou Wenhong came out of the house, holding a cloth bag. I'll go with you, and we can also check if the cotton the team divided is enough to make a quilt. Zhou Wenhong's gaze swept over Hee-cha's slightly rounded belly, and her tone softened a bit. You're pregnant. The ground is damp. Sit down less. Hee-cha felt a warm feeling in her heart. Just as she was about to reply, Li Xuemei's voice came from the doorway, with a hint of deliberate friendliness. Is Sister Su at home? The three looked up and saw Li Xuemei standing at the door with a bamboo basket. The basket was covered with a blue cloth, hiding what was inside. She was wearing a light-colored, fine cotton shirt, which was rare and expensive in the countryside. Her hair was neatly combed and tied with a red string, making her look brighter than usual. Xuemei, come in and sit, Zhou Wenhong said with a polite smile, though she was a bit suspicious inside. Recently, Li Xuemei kept coming to their house, and her eyes kept lingering on Yuntao. That didn't seem like a good sign. Li Xuemei smiled and stepped inside quickly. Her eyes flicked around the yard, but didn't see Su Yuntao. A faint, hard-to-notice disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly hid it.
No, aún tie.
I just boiled a few eggs. Brother Su has been staying up late working on documents, so I thought he might need some nourishment. She lifted the blue cloth covering the basket, revealing several plump, white eggs that shone softly in the morning light. In this time, when even porridge was hard to come by, eggs were precious. Usually, families kept them to sell for money or to boost their children's health. Li Xuemei didn't look at Zhou Wenhong or Hee-cha. She simply carried the basket toward the house, still muttering, "Where's Brother Su? I'll leave these on the table for him to eat when he comes back." Hee-cha watched her back, her eyebrows slightly furrowing. Li Xuemei was too bold. Knowing Yuntao wasn't home, she still barged inside. Was she doing it on purpose, or just too careless? Xuemei, Yuntao isn't home. He went to the commune to deliver some documents, Zhou Wenhong quickly said, stopping her. You should take these eggs back. We have enough to eat at home, so you don't need to trouble yourself. Oh, Auntie, you're being too formal, Li Xuemei said, pushing the basket into Zhou Wenhong's hands with a smile that made her eyes narrow. It's just a few eggs. It's nothing. Brother Su has been working hard for our village. As a junior, I should show some kindness. She looked around the house again, as if confirming whether Yun Tao was really not at home. He Cha looked at her with a cold smile inside. It was not just about giving eggs to Su Yun Tao, it was clearly an excuse to test the situation. She stepped forward, smiling as she took the basket from Zhou Wenhong's hand. Big sisterly, you're so kind, but unfortunately, Yun Tao is allergic to eggs. Eating them causes rashes, so I'm afraid he won't be able to enjoy these. Li Shuemei's smile froze on her face, as if she hadn't expected this. Allergic? When did Brother Su become allergic to eggs? I didn't know. As soon as she said that, Zhou Wenhong and Wang frowned. Her words were too obvious, as if she knew a lot about Yun Tao. However, He Cha seemed unaware of the awkwardness in her words and continued to smile gently. It was diagnosed when he was in the city. Maybe big sister, Li hasn't heard about it. But it's okay. I can eat them for him. Thank you for your kindness. She then deliberately picked up an egg, gently cracked it on the stove, and skillfully peeled the shell. The white was bright, the yolk orange, looking very tempting. She took a small bite, deliberately slow in chewing, as if savoring it carefully. Li Shuemei's face turned pale and then green. The basket in her hand was empty, and her fingers unconsciously twisted her clothes, looking a bit embarrassed. She had intended to use the opportunity of delivering eggs to get closer to Yun Tao and show her advantage in front of He Cha. But instead, she was outsmarted and ended up with a bad reputation for being naive. Since Brother Su is not here, I'll go now. Li Shuemei forced a smile and turned to leave quickly, her steps hurried, forgetting even her usual polite words. Watching her figure disappear at the gate, Wang couldn't help but snort. Pretending to be something she's not. Who doesn't know what she's thinking? Zhou Wenhong also sighed and looked at He Cha with a complicated expression. He Cha, stay away from her in the future. This girl has bad intentions. Don't let her trick you. I know, Mom. He Cha nodded. She placed the remaining eggs into a bowl and covered it with a cloth. These eggs are for to eat. She's growing taller. Eat if you want, I don't like eggs. Wang blushed and quickly waved her hand. She actually wanted to eat, but thought her sister-in-law, who was pregnant, should rest and nourish herself. If I tell you to eat, then eat. He Cha handed her the bowl gently, with a tone that left no room for refusal. I already ate one earlier, so that's enough. Wang Gaigai looked at the bowl in her hand, feeling warm inside, but her nose was a bit sore. When she was at home before, her brother always ate the good food first, and she could only watch eagerly. No one had ever cared for her like this before. Zhou Wenhong watched the scene and couldn't help but smile slightly. He Cha, though from the city, was kind-hearted and knew how to care for others. It seemed he had been mistaken about her before. Let's go. To get the sweet potatoes, Zhou Wenhong said, picking up a cloth bag and leading the way out. He Cha and Wang Gaigai hurried to follow. When they reached the village entrance, they saw a group of people gathered at the warehouse door of the production team, loudly arguing about something. What's going on? Wang Gaigai pushed through the crowd and came back, angry. Old Wang Bizi said our family is guilty, and we get half the sweet potatoes others do. He Cha frowned. Wang Bizi was the warehouse keeper of the production team. Usually, he liked to look down on others, but she didn't expect him to cheat her family. I'll go talk to him, Zhou Wenhong said, his face darkening. He was about to step forward but was stopped by He Cha. Mom, I'll go. He Cha shook her head. If you go, you might argue with him, and that wouldn't be good. Zhou Wenhong hesitated for a moment and nodded. She knew her temper was quick to flare, so maybe it was better for He Cha to go. He Cha took a deep breath and walked up to Wang Bizi, smiling calmly. Wang uncle, I heard we're getting half less sweet potatoes than others? Wang Bizi looked at her sideways, full of disdain.
What?
Not happy? You know your family's situation. It's good enough that you get anything. Why are you picky? Wang uncle, you're joking, He Cha said calmly, but her eyes grew colder. The rules of the production team are based on the number of people. Our family has 4 members, so we should get our fair share. Why should we get less? Is it because we're guilty? I remember the Commune's document said that even those with faults are still part of the people and have the right to fair distribution. Are you trying to go against the rules? Her voice was soft but clear, reaching everyone nearby. The villagers stopped talking and looked at Wang Bizi with strange expressions. In this era, disobeying the commune's rules was a serious crime, and no one dared to take that risk. Wang Bizi's face suddenly changed. She didn't expect this seemingly gentle and weak city wife to be so sharp-tongued and to dare to use the commune's documents to threaten him. He opened his mouth to reply, but was cut off by He Cha's next words. Furthermore, Grandpa Wang, as the warehouse keeper, you should set a good example and be fair. If you withhold grain because of personal grudges, it will harm your reputation if others find out. He Cha smiled slightly, with a hint of gentle warning in her tone. Wang Biziu was speechless, her face turning pale and then red. The villagers around began to whisper, feeling that he had gone too far.
Fine.
Fine, you're impressive. Wang Biziu clenched his teeth and glared at He Cha. He then told the people nearby, divide the sweet potatoes for their family of 4. He Cha nodded in satisfaction, said, thank you, Grandpa Wang, and turned to call Zhou Wenhong and Wang Gaigai to come and pick up the sweet potatoes. You're really amazing, sister-in-law, Wang Gaigai said excitedly, glad that Wang Biziu hadn't refused earlier. Zhou Wenhong also looked at He Cha appreciatively. You're quite capable, better than me. He Cha smiled but said nothing. She knew that in this era, kindness alone was not enough. When it was time to be firm, she had to be firm, or else she would just be bullied. On the way home after collecting the sweet potatoes, they met Su Yuntao, who was returning from the commune. He was holding a brown paper envelope, looking a bit upset. Brother, you're back. Wang Gaigai happily ran up. Just now, Wang Biziu tried to withhold our sweet potatoes, but sister-in-law stopped him. Su Yuntao looked at He Cha, a flash of surprise in his eyes, then returned to his usual cold expression. He Cha knew he was still upset but didn't mind. She only asked, did you send the materials? Su Yuntao nodded and handed her the envelope. Yu Gongjun said he received the materials and to wait for news. He Cha took the envelope and felt relieved. As long as the materials were sent, that was enough. The rest could only be waited out. Back home, He Cha put the sweet potatoes into the cellar and started preparing dinner. Su Yuntao sat on a stone bench in the yard, took out a pen and paper, and seemed to be writing something. The sunset's glow fell on him, casting a golden edge on his profile, making him look gentle. He Cha watched his back and suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. This man, although always cold in his words, truly cares about his family deep inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't go to such lengths to write appeal letters. Dinner was sweet potato porridge, cornmeal dumplings, and a plate of stir-fried greens. During the meal, Su Yuntao suddenly said, thank you today. He Cha was surprised for a moment before realizing he was talking about sharing the sweet potatoes earlier. She smiled and said, we're family, no need to thank. Seeing the smile in her eyes, Su Yuntao's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked down, pretending to focus on eating, but his ears turned red quietly. Zhou Wenhong and Wang watched silently, exchanging glances and seeing smiles in each other's eyes. That night, He Cha lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The image of Li Xuemei from earlier kept flashing in her mind, making her feel uncomfortable. She knew Li Xuemei wouldn't give up easily and would likely cause more trouble in the future. Suddenly, she heard faint sounds at the courtyard gate, as if someone was wandering outside. Her heart tightened, and she quietly got up, walking to the window to look outside. Under the moonlight, a familiar figure stood at the gate, none other than Li Xuemei. She was holding something in her hand, hesitating whether to come in. He Cha's heart sank. Li Xuemei still dared to come at night to find Su Yuntao. She was about to speak and scold her when she saw Su Yuntao come out from the inner room. He had obviously heard the noise and looked upset. Li Xuemei, what are you doing here? Su Yuntao's voice was cold, with clear impatience. Li Xuemei was startled. Seeing Su Yuntao, she immediately forced a smile.
Big brother Su,
I just wanted to bring you something. She handed over a small bag of brown sugar. No need, take it back, Su Yuntao said without even looking at it, his tone even colder.
Don't come again.
It's not good for anyone. Li Xuemei's face turned pale, and her eyes reddened. Big brother Su, I just want to do something nice for you. I have a wife. I don't need anyone to do nice things for me. Su Yuntao interrupted sharply. If you have nothing else, just leave. Li Xuemei looked at his cold face, knowing she couldn't say anything more, so she turned away sadly and ran off. Su Yuntao watched her figure disappear into the night, his brows furrowing even more. He turned back to the house and saw Hee-cha standing by the window. He paused and asked, "Why are you up?" "Heard some noise. Thought it was a thief," Hee-cha said calmly, her tone without emotion. Su Yuntao knew she must have seen everything. His face looked a bit uncomfortable. No need to say more, I understand," Hee-cha interrupted him. "Tell her not to come again." Su Yuntao nodded and looked at her calm face. Suddenly, he felt a little guilty. He knew today's events had made her upset. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Hee-cha shook her head. "It's not your fault." After saying that, she turned and went back inside. She lay on the bed but couldn't fall asleep. She knew that the future wouldn't be so peaceful. But she was not afraid. As long as she and Su Yuntao, Zhou Wenhong, and Wang Gaigai stayed united, they could overcome any difficulty. The moonlight outside the window grew brighter, shining on the ground like a layer of frost. Hee-cha looked at the ceiling and slowly smiled. She believed that if she kept going, her family would have a turn for the better someday. Maybe there could be new possibilities between her and Su Yuntao. The morning mist had just dispersed after the third whistle of the wheat-cutting horn. Hee-cha held her sickle and stood at the edge of the field. The shiny blade of her sickle glinted coldly in the morning light. She tried to mimic the motion twice, but her wrist was too weak and trembling. Behind her, Wang Gaigai's low gasp made her hurriedly steady herself, so she didn't cut her pants. "City girl, you're different. Even holding a sickle, it looks like you're pinching a delicate needle." Li Xuemei's voice floated over with a smile. She was bending over to cut wheat, her pink floral blouse brushing against the golden stalks. Her movements were quick and lively, like a jumping grasshopper. Several women around her giggled, and the sound of the sickle hitting the wheat stalks was mixed with open mockery. Hee-cha didn't turn around. She just wiped the sweat from her palm on her rough cloth pants. When Zhou Wenhong gave her 2 cornmeal buns that morning, her worried eyes she saw clearly. "If it gets too hard, just come back. Mom will talk to the team leader," Zhou Wenhong said. But she couldn't go back. Yesterday, Wang Bisua's face when dividing sweet potatoes was still fresh in her mind. In this poor mountain village, without work points, she had no confidence. She didn't want her family to be looked down on because of her. She took a deep breath and, copying others, bent down to grab a handful of wheat. She pressed her sickle to the ground and cut. With a crisp snap, the wheat stalk didn't break, but the shock made her hand numb. This seemingly simple task actually requires effort from the wrists, waist, abdomen, and knees. She tried 3 times before finally cutting a small handful. The wheat awns poked into her collar, making her neck itch and hurt. "Older sister-in-law, let me help you." Wang Gaigai finished cutting 1 row and turned around. She saw a small pile of wheat in front of her, about the size of a palm, and hurriedly stamped her feet in worry. This girl was good at working. She swung the sickle quickly and steadily, leaving the stubble shorter than anyone else. "No need, I can do it myself," Hee-cha said through gritted teeth, her fingertips already red from the sharp blade. She glanced at Li Xuemei, who was straightening up to wipe sweat, then looked past the crowd to the west. Following her gaze, she saw Su Yuntao carrying a medicine box walking toward the team headquarters. He had hurt his arm yesterday while helping repair the warehouse, and today he was assigned to feed the livestock, a sign of the team's care. Li Xuemei suddenly raised her voice a bit. "Brother Su's arm isn't feeling well. At noon, I'll steam 2 more buns and bring them to him." She glanced at Hee-cha with a teasing smile. Laughter erupted around them. Hee-cha pretended not to hear, just tying the cut wheat into small bundles. Her palms had developed blisters, and when a wheat awn pricked her, she gasped from the pain. She secretly rolled up her sleeve to check. The reddened skin had turned purple, looking like a nasty bruise. By midday, Hee-cha finally finished cutting half a row. She straightened up, wanting to rest, but her lower back ached as if hit by a blunt object, and her vision blurred. She supported herself on the sickle and squatted down. Her stomach acid started to rise again. The breakfast bun was long digested, leaving only a dull, burning pain. "Oh, you're already tired," Li Xuemei passed by carrying a bundle of wheat stalks, deliberately leaning closer to her. "If sister-in-law Su can't hold on, just tell me. I'll ask the team leader to let you go back to the village to rest." She flicked her braid over Hee-cha's hand, smelling of cheap snow cream, which clashed with the sweat and earth smell from the field. Just as Hee-cha was about to speak, she heard a muffled cough behind her. Su Yuntao had appeared at the edge of the field, his medicine box slung over his shoulder, and a bandage on his arm seeped with dark red blood. He clearly heard Li Xuemei's words, and his brows furrowed like a closed fan. "Brother Su, why are you here?" Li Xuemei's voice suddenly became very sweet. She threw down her wheat stalks and hurried to greet him. "I was just about to bring you water after finishing this row." Su Yuntao ignored her and walked straight to Hee-cha. His gaze fixed on her hand holding the sickle, where a blister had burst, blood beads mixed with wheat chaff sticking to her palm, looking shocking. "Go back," he said, reaching out to take the sickle, his voice cold as ice. He tried to take the sickle from her, but Hee-cha hid it behind her back. "I can do it," she said, her voice trembling a little, whether from exhaustion or urgency. "Just a little more. I can finish half a row. Why are you showing off?" Su Yuntao's hand paused in midair. His eyes swept over her pale face and her sweaty forehead, and his anger suddenly eased. Only a vague annoyance remained. "What if your wound gets infected? Do you want an to grow up without a mother?" The word, "anan," made Hee-cha freeze. It was the first time he mentioned the child willingly. His tone was still stiff, but she somehow sensed a different feeling behind it. The pain in her palm suddenly sharpened, and tears unexpectedly welled up in her eyes. She quickly looked down, pretending to organize the wheat stalks. "Brother Su feels sorry for his wife," Li Xuemei's voice, tinged with sarcasm, interrupted. She squatted down to help bundle the wheat stalks, her fingers, accidentally, brushing against Su Yuntao's hand. "Actually, it's better for my sister-in-law to rest at home. This kind of heavy work isn't suitable for pregnant women. Unlike me, I grew up working in the fields tough as nails." Su Yuntao his hand back suddenly, as if burned. He didn't look at Li Xuemei but stared at Hee-cha. "Are you going or not?" Hee-cha bit her lip but stayed silent. She knew Su Yuntao meant well, but she was unwilling. Li Xuemei's eyes were still shining nearby, and the women waiting to see a joke weren't resting either. If she just left now, tomorrow the village would be talking about how Su's daughter-in-law is too precious to soil her hands. "Su Yuntao," she suddenly raised her head. Her voice was quiet but firm. "I'm from the Su family. I have to earn the family's work points." Su Yuntao was momentarily blinded by the light in her eyes. It was so bright, like the glass lanterns he saw in the city as a child, fragile and easily broken, yet she stood stubbornly in the wind, refusing to go out. He suddenly remembered last night, when she was squatting by the stove, mending and sewing her torn pants, the glow of the oil lamp flickering on her eyelashes. Her stitches were crooked, but she sewed each one tighter than the last. The surrounding gossip gradually quieted. Even Li Xuemei stopped, staring at them blankly. Su Yuntao took a deep breath, then suddenly bent down, grabbed the small bundle of wheat stalks Hee-cha had cut, threw it into his pile, and then picked up her sickle. In just a few quick moves, he finished the remaining half row. "Work points will be credited to your name." He hung his sickle on his waist, turned around, and walked away with a muffled voice. "Go home and take care of your hand injury, or Mom will start nagging." Hee-cha watched his back and suddenly remembered what Zhou Wenhong said this morning. Yuntao is a stubborn but kind boy. When he was young and fought with others, he was injured himself, but still insisted on giving his leftover candy to his sister. She touched the wound on her palm. The pain was real, but inside, she felt warm, like something comforting had been pressed over her. "Older sister-in-law, I'll help you carry things. Wang ran over carefully, supporting her arm, full of concern. You need to see Sister Cui Lin soon so it doesn't get infected. He-cha nodded. Just as she was about to leave, Li Xuemei stopped her. Her smile was gone, replaced by a look of jealousy that was hard to hide, sharp and uncomfortable. Sister-in-law Su is really lucky. Someone cares for her and protects her. Unlike us, working so hard but no one even looks at us. Big sisterly, you're joking. He-cha steadied herself, feeling the pain in her palm sharper when she spoke. Yuntao cut it for me because he was worried I'd be clumsy and delay the team's work. Besides, you're so capable. You'll definitely find someone who will cherish you and take good care of you. There's no need to envy others. Li Xuemei's face turned pale and then red, her expression darkening as she watched He-cha being supported away by Wang. The sickle in her hand clattered to the ground with a loud noise, startling a few sparrows pecking in the wheat field. When they got home, Zhou Wenhong was in the yard drying herbs. Seeing He-cha's hand wrapped in cloth, she dropped her wooden rake with a pat sound. What happened? Did you get into a fight? Mom. Sister-in-law was harvesting wheat, Wang quickly explained, recounting what had just happened in the field, omitting Li Xuemei's mocking words. Zhou Wenhong's eyes immediately turned red. She pulled He-cha into the house, rummaged under the Kong bed, and took out a small ceramic jar filled with dark ointment. This is what Yuntao's father used to treat bruises and injuries. He said it can stop bleeding. She dipped her finger into the ointment and carefully applied it to He-cha's palm, her movements gentle, as if afraid of breaking a porcelain doll. The ointment had a fresh herbal scent, and when applied to the wound, it tingled slightly, causing a prickling pain. He-et clenched her teeth and said nothing. She looked at the white hair at Zhou Wenhong's temples shining silver in the light coming through the window. Suddenly, she remembered her late grandmother, who also used to mutter, "Silly child, you don't know pain," while tending to her wounds. Don't go to the fields anymore. Mom will talk to the team leader, Zhou Wenhong said as she wrapped her hand with a cloth, tying a pretty butterfly knot. There's enough work at home, grinding flour, cooking, sewing clothes. Aren't those considered work points? Just as He-et was about to speak, she heard footsteps at the door. Su Yuntao returned, carrying a medicine box. His arm was wrapped with a new bandage, probably after treating someone at Yan Suelin's place. When he saw He-et's hand wrapped in cloth, he paused. Jia Suelin said this ointment works well, Wang quickly said, worried that her brother might argue with his wife again. Su Yuntao didn't reply. Instead, he took a small paper package from the medicine box and handed it to He-et. Yan Suelin gave this. She said it's better than your ointment. Inside the paper was yellow ointment with a faint Vaseline smell. In the countryside where medical supplies are scarce, it's quite a rare item. Thank you, He-et said as she took it. Her fingertips accidentally touched his hand, and both quickly pulled back as if burned. An awkward silence filled the air. I'll go cook, He-et said first, turning to walk toward the kitchen, but Zhou Wenhong held her back. How can you cook with your hand like that? I'll do it, Zhou Wenhong said, pressing her onto the edge of the Kong, a traditional bed. She then told Su Yuntao, go dig out 2 sweet potatoes from yesterday and steam them. Su Yuntao nodded and picked up A to go to the cellar. Wang followed behind him quietly. Brother's sister-in-law was amazing today. Li Xuemei wanted to push her aside, but she shut her up with just a few words. Su Yuntao paused, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, then quickly returning to normal. When digging for sweet potatoes, he deliberately chose the biggest and roundest ones. For lunch, they steamed sweet potatoes and made corn porridge. Zhou Wenhong also stir-fried some greens with a bit of pork fat, filling the house with a delicious aroma. During the meal, Su Yuntao suddenly scooped half a sweet potato from his bowl into He-et's bowl. It's sweet. He-et was momentarily stunned. She saw Zhou Wenhong and Wang both lowering their heads, trying not to laugh. Her face instantly turned hot. She hurriedly stuffed the sweet potato into her mouth. The sweet taste spread from her tongue straight to her heart. In the afternoon, He-et sat on the Kong, sewing up Su Yuntao's work pants. His knee was torn open, and she found a piece of dark blue patch fabric to sew it up with a cross-stitch method. Just as she finished threading the needle, she heard Li Xuemei's voice at the door. "Aunt Sue, my mom asked me to bring some freshly picked green beans." Zhou Wenhong went out to socialize, while He-cha kept her head down, sewing, but she listened carefully to the sounds outside. She heard Li Xuemei ask, "Where is Brother Sue?" "I brought some herbal medicine for his arm. I picked it from the mountain myself, and it really works." He went to the team office. Zhou Wenhong's voice was calm, without emotion. "The medicine is here. I'll give it to him later. I'll wait for him to come back before I leave," Li Xuemei said, then stepped into the room. Seeing He-cha sitting on the Kong, her smile faded a little. "Sister Sue, your hand is hurt, but you're still working? You're really diligent." Just passing the time, He-cha didn't look up, her needle moving swiftly through the fabric. "Big sisterly, is Yuntao looking for me?" "It's nothing urgent. Just wanted to ask if his arm is feeling better." Li Xuemei looked around the room, finally focusing on the medicine box on the bed. "Brother Sue's medicine box is really nice. Did you buy it in the city?" He-cha responded with a simple not wanting to talk much. But Li Xuemei seemed unaware of her distance and walked straight to the bed, picking up the medicine box to open it. "I've never seen a city medicine box before. Let me take a look." "Don't touch it," He-cha suddenly shouted. Inside the box were some draft materials written by Su Yuntao, and she couldn't let outsiders see them. Li Xuemei was startled and trembled, causing the box to fall to the ground with a loud bang, scattering its contents. Several medicine bottles rolled to the corner, and a small notebook fell at He-cha's feet. The cover had the word Su Yuntao written on it. It was his draft for the materials.
"I'm sorry.
"I didn't mean to." Li Xuemei hurried to pick up the items, but she grabbed the small notebook first. "Give it back to me." He-cha was so anxious, she forgot her hand injury and lunged forward to it. But Li Xuemei clung tightly, refusing to let go. During the struggle, He-cha's wound on her palm was torn open, and blood suddenly flowed out, dripping onto the light-colored Kong mat, like a bright, glaring flower. "What are you two doing?" Su Yuntao's voice suddenly came from the doorway, full of anger. He had just returned from the team office and saw this chaotic scene, He-cha's hand bleeding and Li Xuemei clutching his notebook. Li Xuemei was so frightened that she quickly let go, tears suddenly streaming down her face. "Brother Su, I didn't mean to." The medicine box accidentally fell. Su Yuntao ignored her. He took a few steps to the bed, grabbed He-cha's bleeding hand, and frowned as if he could squeeze a mosquito to death. "How did you get hurt again?" "I told you not to move around." His tone was sharp, but his movements were gentle. He carefully pressed a clean cloth against her wound. "I'm fine." He-cha looked at his worried eyes and suddenly felt her anger fade away. "I just accidentally bumped it." Su Yuntao didn't reply. He just looked coldly at Li Xuemei. "Comrade Li, our family doesn't welcome you. Please leave." Li Xuemei didn't expect him to be so rude. Her tears fell even harder. "Brother Su, I really didn't mean to." "Go," Su Yuntao said coldly, with no warmth in his voice, his eyes as icy as winter. Li Xuemei bit her lip, glared fiercely at He-cha, then turned around crying and ran away. Watching her back, Su Yuntao finally turned to He-cha. He took her hand to check her wound. "Let's go to Yen Suelin." "No need, it's just a small injury. It must be checked," Su Yuntao interrupted her firmly. Then he bent down to pick up her notebook from the ground and carefully put away the scattered pills. His actions were surprisingly gentle. He-cha watched his busy figure and suddenly felt that the hardships in the fields didn't seem so hard anymore. As long as she had this person by her side, she could walk through any difficult path. On the way to Yen Suelin's village clinic, Su Yuntao kept holding her uninjured hand. His palm was large, rough with calluses, but warm. He wrapped her hand in his, as if holding the sunshine of autumn. Yen Suelin applied medicine to He-cha's wound and wrapped it with clean gauze. She advised, "Don't get it wet or do heavy work in the next few days, or it will heal slowly." Su Yuntao nodded, carefully stored the ointment Yen Suelin gave him, then held He-cha's hand, and they headed back. The setting suns stretched their shadows long, and their linked hands looked like a warm painting. "Stay away from Li Shuemei in the future," Su Yuntao suddenly said, his voice quieter than usual. Yicha replied, secretly smiling inside. Was he worried about her? When they got home, Zhou and Hong had already prepared dinner. Seeing Yicha's hand bandaged nicely, she didn't ask much, but simply added a piece of sweet potato to her bowl. "Eat quickly, to help you recover." After dinner, Su Yuntao sat in the yard writing documents. Yicha brought him a cup of hot water. The moonlight shone on him, casting a silver glow on her side face, making her look especially gentle. "Thank you for today," Yicha whispered. Su Yuntao looked up, glanced at her, then lowered his head to continue writing. "If your hand is hurt, go to bed early. Don't stay up late." Yicha smiled softly and turned back to her room. Lying on the bed, she touched her belly and said, "And then look, Dad is actually a good person." Outside the window, the rustling sound of Su Yuntao writing was like a gentle lullaby. Yicha quickly fell asleep. In her dream, she and Su Yuntao held Anin's hand, walking through a golden wheat field under bright sunshine, with sweet laughter filling the air. Wang Gaigai's change of heart-dark clouds looked like spilled ink spreading across the evening sky. Just as Yicha finished gathering the herbs dried in the yard, heavy rain started pouring down. It hit the mud brick wall with a loud, splashing mud onto her pants. "Sister-in-law, come inside quickly." Wang Gaigai ran in holding a bunch of freshly cut mugwort. Her braid was wet like a drowned eel. Water droplets from her hair traced down her chin onto her chest, soaking her patched blue cloth coat. She sneezed loudly upon entering, her nose turning bright red like a ripe cherry. "Why are you so soaked?" Yicha hurriedly pulled her inside and took a coarse cloth towel from behind the door to wipe her head. When the towel brushed her ear, Wang Gaigai shrank slightly and muttered softly, "If we don't harvest the mugwort from the team soon, it'll rot in the rain. That would affect our work points. No matter how important work points are, you can't joke with your health," Yicha said, handing her the towel, then turned to heat water in the kitchen. The firewood in the clay stove was wet from the rain, crackling and giving off choking black smoke. She bent down to add some dry pine needles into the stove, finally igniting the wet firewood. Wang Gaigai sat on the Kong, wiping her hair, but her eyes kept staring straight at the stove. Since her sister-in-law helped mend her torn socks and blocked Li Shuemei's cold sarcasm during wheat harvesting, her prejudice against city folks had begun to loosen. Still, calling her sister-in-law felt a bit awkward, like she was borrowing someone else's title. Zhou and Hong came out of the inner room, holding an old padded jacket worn by Speed Yuntao. "You girl, just like your brother, stubborn and careless about yourself," she scolded while stuffing the jacket into Wang Gaigai's arms, then gently touched her forehead. Her brows furrowed suddenly. "Why does it feel so hot?" As soon as she spoke, Wang Gaigai shivered, her teeth trembling uncontrollably. She wanted to pretend she was fine, but her throat felt blocked, like a ball of cotton, and she could only make muffled sounds. When Yicha brought in hot water, she saw Wang Gaigai shrink to the corner of the Kong, her lips pale as thin paper. "Mom, Gaigai has a fever." Yicha set down the basin of hot water and reached out to feel Wang Gaigai's forehead. The skin was surprisingly hot, hotter than the flames in the stove. Zhou and Hong's face instantly turned pale. In this poor mountain village, medical help was scarce. When children had high fevers, it was no small matter. A few years ago, a child in the village had suffered brain damage from a persistent high fever. She hurriedly tried to cover Wang Gaigai with a blanket, but was stopped by Yicha. "Don't cover her. The more you cover, the worse the fever gets." Yicha remembered how nurses in the orphanage used to cool down children with fevers. She helped Wang Gaigai sit up and lean into her arms, using a cloth dipped in warm water to gently wipe her forehead and neck, careful as if caring for fragile porcelain. "Mom, where does village Dr. Yan Suelin live? I'll go get her. The rain is too heavy, and the road is slippery." Zhou and Hong looked out the window at the pouring rain, her brows knitted tightly. Yan Suelin's house was at the foot of the mountain in the east of the village, past a small stream that often flooded. It was usually careful to cross, especially in this heavy rain. "It's okay, I'll go quickly," Hee-cha pulled her rough cloth coat over her head, grabbed the oil lamp from the corner, and rushed outside. The lamp's glow flickered in the rain, swaying wildly. As she stepped out of the door, the wind nearly blew out the flame. She shielded the wick with her hand, stumbling as she ran toward the east of the village. Raindrops hit her back like small stones. Cold water soaked her collar, making her teeth chatter. The muddy road was so soft that each step sank halfway in, and pulling her foot out made a squelching sound. She had fallen many times, her palms scraped by sharp stones, bleeding and mixing with mud. It hurt fiercely, but just thinking of Wang Gaigai's flushed face, she clenched her teeth and kept running. Near the stream, she saw a blurry figure swaying across the water from afar. In the glow of the oil lamp, the shadow grew closer. It's Li Xuemei. She held a paper umbrella and carried a bamboo basket, probably delivering something to someone's home. "Quick, Sister Sue? Why are you out in such heavy rain?" Li Xuemei asked with some surprise. Her eyes glanced over Hee-cha, covered in mud, and a faint, almost unnoticed smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Fei has a fever. I'm going to see Yan Suelin," Hee-cha replied hurriedly, eager to cross the river quickly. The creek had risen quite a bit, and the muddy water rushed loudly over the stones at the bottom, looking deeper than before. "Oh, that's really unfortunate," Li Xuemei said, stepping aside to clear a flat stone. Suelin was just called away by her brother, Yan Lin. Someone in the neighboring village is having a difficult labor, so she might not come back soon. Hee-cha's heart sank suddenly. What should she do? Fei's fever looked serious, and she couldn't delay any longer. "Maybe I can go check for you." Li Xuemei put down her bamboo basket, showing concern. "When I had a fever as a child, my mom boiled mugwort water to wipe me down. It really helped." Hee-cha looked at her, feeling something strange about her sudden eagerness to help. Usually, Li Xuemei was too busy to care about the Su family. Why was she offering help today? She remembered the last time Li Xuemei was refused eggs. Her face looked so upset. A warning bell rang in her mind. "No need to trouble Sister Li." Hee-cha shook her head and clenched her oil lamp tightly. "I'll look for her myself. Maybe Suelin has already returned." Li Xuemei's smile faded slightly, and a hint of impatience flickered in her eyes. "Be careful, okay? The creek looks deep. Don't drown." She stepped back, tilting her paper umbrella toward Hee-cha, splashing mud on her pants. Hee-cha ignored her, took a deep breath, and carefully stepped into the creek. The cold water quickly covered her calves. The current was strong, almost knocking her over. She grabbed onto a rock at the bank and struggled to move across. The oil lamp's glow flickered wildly on the water surface, almost blown out several times by the wind. Finally crossing the river, she didn't stop to catch her breath, but hurried toward Yan Suelin's house. From afar, she saw the lights on in the Yan home, and her heart lifted. She shouted, "Suelin! Suelin!" The door creaked open, but it was Yan Suelin's mother who appeared. The old lady was wearing an old cotton coat and looked surprised when she saw Hee-cha. "Isn't this Sue's daughter-in-law? Why are you here in such heavy rain?" "Ma'am, has Sister Chuelin come back?" "My sister has a high fever." Hee-cha ran so quickly that her chest heaved heavily, and she was gasping for breath. She just came in and was wiping her face. The old lady quickly told her to come inside. "Come in quickly to warm up. Look at how soaked you are." Yan Chuelin heard the noise and came out of the inner room. Seeing Hee-cha covered in mud and with wounds on her hands, she was surprised and widened her eyes. "What happened? Did you get into a fight?" "Don't ask, Sister Chuelin. Please help Go-go." Hee-cha grabbed her hand and pulled her outside. The blood on her palm stained Yan Chuelin's sleeve like a blooming red plum. Seeing her urgency, Yan Chuelin didn't ask more. She grabbed her medicine box and followed her out. The old lady called from behind to bring an umbrella, but the two had already rushed into the rain. On the way back, Yan Chuelin finally heard Hee-cha explain what had happened. She looked at Hee-cha's wet hair sticking to her face and her lips turning purple from the cold, yet she kept urging to hurry. She couldn't help but admire this city girl. "You really care about Gaga. More than her own sister." She is Yun Tao's sister, which is also my sister, Yi Cha said naturally, but she didn't stop walking. Her mind was full of Wang Gaga. She wondered if her fever had gone down in this short time. When they got home, Zhou and Hong was pacing anxiously inside. Seeing them, tears suddenly fell. Chuilin, you're here? Go. She seems to be even hotter. Yan Chuilin quickly put down the medicine box, went to the bed, and checked Wang Geji's pulse. She pressed her fingers on Wang Geji's wrist, her brow furrowing tighter and tighter. After a while, she finally relaxed her hand. It's a high fever caused by wind cold. We need to do acupuncture quickly and give her some fever-reducing medicine. She took out silver needles from the box, heated them over the oil lamp, and quickly inserted them into several points like her tiger's mouth and forehead. She also handed Yi Cha some herbal packs. Go boil these. Once it boils, simmer on low heat for 15 minutes. Remember, don't cover the pot. Okay. Yi Cha took the herbs and ran to the kitchen. Her hand wound was grazed by the herbal pack, and it hurt so much she gasped. But she seemed to feel nothing, quickly starting the fire, pouring water, and adding the herbs. The smell of medicine soon filled the room, with a strong bitter aroma. Yan Chuilin finished acupuncture on Wang Gago and wiped her palms and soles with alcohol cotton. The fever finally started to come down a little. She is really thoughtful, Yan Chuilin whispered to Zhou and Hong as she watched Yi Cha busy in the kitchen. She went out in such heavy rain to call me, even bleeding from her hands. If it had been the old Yi Cha, she probably couldn't have done it. Zhou and Hong sighed and looked at the kitchen with a complicated expression. This child has changed. In the past, Yi Cha wouldn't have gone out in the rain to find a doctor, and even when Wang caught a cold or cough, she would complain about the noise. When Yi Cha brought in the prepared medicine, Wang let out a small sound. She quickly placed the bowl on the table and carefully helped Wang sit up, trying to feed her the medicine. But the medicine was very bitter. Wang took a sip, then frowned and spat it out, tears in her eyes, shaking her head. Bitter. I don't want to drink. Be good, if you drink it you'll get better, Yi Cha said softly. She scooped a spoonful of medicine, blew on it, then took a piece of the sugar that Zhou and Hong couldn't bear to eat, crystal clear and shiny. Take a sip of medicine, then a piece of sugar. Okay. Wang looked at her patient expression and then at the piece of sugar, finally nodding. The medicine was bitter, but the sweet sugar quickly masked the bitterness. She sipped the medicine little by little, but her eyes kept fixed on Yi Cha, as if trying to remember her current look forever. After feeding her the medicine, Yan Chuilin gave a few more instructions and then braved the rain to leave. Yi Cha saw her off to the door, watching her figure disappear into the rain, then turned back into the house. Brother-in-law, your hand injury. Wang's voice was a little hoarse, and her eyes fell on her bandaged hand, showing obvious guilt. It's nothing, just a small wound. Yi Cha smiled and gently touched her forehead with her uninjured hand. The fever seems to have gone down a bit. Rest a little longer. Wang nodded but then grabbed her hand and whispered, Thank you, sister-in-law. The way she said, sister-in-law, was soft and quick, but it clearly reached Yi Cha's ears. Her heart felt like it was gently touched by something warm. She held Wang's hand back and said, Silly girl, there's no need to thank me. Wang didn't say anything else. She leaned closer to her and closed her eyes, quickly falling asleep. Perhaps the medicine was working, as her breathing gradually steadied and her brow relaxed. Yi Cha stayed by her side until she was sure Wang's fever had completely gone. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She suddenly felt very tired, her hand hurt badly from the wound, and she also felt a bit dizzy. Zhou and Hong told her to rest, but she shook her head and said, I'll stay a little longer, just in case it catches fire again. Late at night, the rain gradually stopped. When Su Yuntao returned from the team office, he saw this scene. Yi Cha was sleeping on the bed edge, still holding a piece of unwrapped rock sugar. Wang was sleeping peacefully, with a slight smile on her lips. Zhou and Hong was sitting under the lamp, sewing clothes gently, as if afraid of waking them. You're back. Zhou and Hong looked up at him, put her finger to her lips and whispered, fever has gone down, and Icha stayed up most of the night. Su Yuntao nodded and quietly walked to the bed. Icha's hair was still wet, sticking to her pale face, with faint dark circles under her eyes, looking very tired. Her hand was exposed, wrapped in bandages with some blood seeping through, like a red plum blooming in the snow. Suddenly, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. During the day, he heard at the team office that Icha had searched for a doctor in the rain. He thought it was an exaggeration, but now seeing her like this, he realized the rumors were true. This city girl, whom he always thought was delicate and temperamental, had done this much for. Gently, Su Yuntao picked up the thin quilt and covered Icha. His movements were soft, afraid of waking her. When the quilt touched her shoulder, she moved slightly and mumbled something in her sleep, as if talking in a dream. "What's wrong with her hand?" Su Yuntao quietly asked Zhou Wenhong. "She fell while looking for a doctor," Zhou Wenhong sighed. Sualin said the injury is serious and needs good rest. Su Yuntao didn't say anything else. He just looked at Icha's sleeping face, his cold expression slowly replaced by a complex emotion. He turned and went to the table, picked up the unfinished medicine bowl, and silently washed it in the kitchen. The next morning, Wang woke up to find herself lying in a warm bed, covered with her sister-in-law's patched cotton jacket. Icha was sleeping at the nearby table, sunlight shining through the window onto her face. Her long eyelashes looked like tiny fans, gentle and beautiful. She quietly got up, wanting to cover her sister-in-law with a coat, but she saw a pair of new cloth shoes placed beside the bed. The stitches were neat, and a small orchid was embroidered on the shoe surface. She recognized them. Her sister-in-law had stayed up late a few days ago making them, saying they were a birthday gift for her. Suddenly, Wang's tears fell. She picked up the cloth shoes and pressed them to her face, feeling warm. She thought it's really good to have a sister-in-law like this. When Icha woke up, she saw Wang Gaigai holding a pair of cloth shoes and smiling foolishly, her eyes red like a rabbit's. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked with a smile, "Are you awake?" "How do you feel?" "Much better, sister-in-law," Wang Gaigai replied, hiding the cloth shoes behind her back, her face a little red. "Thank you. There's no need to be so formal with me." Icha stood up and stretched lazily, her bones creaking. "Are you hungry? I'll make you some egg custard to help you recover." "Sister-in-law," Wang Gaigai suddenly called out, gathering her courage. "From now on, I will help you with chores. Your hand injury isn't healed yet, so you can't get it wet." Seeing her serious expression, Icha felt warm inside. All right. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, falling on the two of them like a layer of golden powder. The air was filled with a faint scent of medicine and egg custard, blending into what could be called the taste of home. When Su Yuntao returned from outside, he saw the scene. Icha sitting by the Kong, mending clothes, Wang Gaigai busy in the kitchen, their laughter occasionally ringing out, like melting spring water flowing softly into his heart. Standing at the door, he couldn't help but smile, feeling that this drafty earthen house suddenly had a comforting warmth. The north wind carried snowflakes that tapped against the paper windows, making a rustling sound, like someone gently scratching with fingernails. Icha sewed the last patch onto Wang Gaigai's cotton coat. When she bit through the cotton thread, her fingertips had already gone numb, causing her stitches to be crooked. She exhaled a white breath, rubbed her hands together, and looked at the window paper across the room. The oil lamp was still burning, its dim yellow glow passing through the old newspaper pasted on the window frame, casting flickering diamond-shaped patches on the snow outside. "Sister-in-law, I'll go bring some coal for brother," Wang Gaigai said, carrying a cracked clay basin filled with glowing red charcoal from the inner room. The warmth on her cheeks made her feel cozy. Since she was cared for by Icha during her last fever, her attitude towards Su Yuntao had become warmer, and even her voice calling him brother sounded sweeter than before. "I'll go," Icha said, taking the basin. Her fingertips touched the warm bottom, and she felt unexpectedly relieved. Su Yuntao had already stayed up 3 nights in that room. During the day, she only saw him take a small portion of the steamed cornmeal buns made by Zhou Wenhong. In the evening, when she went to add more coal, she saw him frowning at the open complaint documents, his knuckles turning white from gripping the steel pen tightly. Wang blinked and secretly glanced toward the kitchen. "Could you also bring over the warm porridge on the stove? I think brother didn't eat much today." Hee-Cha's face slightly flushed. She had indeed cooked a little millet porridge in the evening, adding a bit of brown sugar that Zhou Wenhong was reluctant to eat, thinking that Su Yuntao's stomach was not good and he might get hungry at night while working on documents. When Wang pointed out her thoughts, she felt a bit shy and mumbled in response, then carried a clay basin toward the other room. The corridor between the two rooms was covered with a thin layer of snow, crunching underfoot. As Hee-Cha reached the door, she heard the scratching sound of a pen on paper inside, occasionally mixed with Su Yuntao's suppressed cough. She hesitated briefly, gently pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door, and cold wind rushed in, causing the oil lamp's flame to flicker. When Su Yuntao looked up, his messy hair reflected the flickering light, half bright and half dark. He probably didn't expect anyone to come, and his eyes showed some impatience at being disturbed. But when he saw it was Hee-Cha, that impatience gradually faded, though his brows remained furrowed. "Is there something?" "Add some charcoal." Hee-Cha placed the clay basin on a small stool beside the Kong. The red-hot charcoal touched the cold air, making faint crackling sounds. She caught sight of the materials piled on the table corner. On top was a document titled, "Additional Explanation on the Su Family Wrongful Case." The handwriting was neater than a few days ago, but still carried a tense force. Su Yuntao didn't speak. He simply turned back to continue writing. The pen tip scratched across the rough paper, leaving deep marks, as if trying to carve out the accumulated grievances in his heart onto the paper. Hee-Cha stood still, watching his hand, those hands that yesterday had been repairing the leaking roof of the warehouse for the team, with calluses on the fingertips and palms shining under the light. Now, they held a delicate pen, struggling to find justice between the lines. Cough, cough, Su Yuntao suddenly coughed violently. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, his shoulders trembling as if trying to cough out his lungs. Hee-Cha remembered Zhou Wenhong mentioning that he had a lingering illness from childhood and cold weather often triggered his cough, especially when he stayed up late. Without hesitation, she turned back to the kitchen and brought over a bowl of warm porridge. The millet porridge was sticky and soft, with brown sugar dissolved inside, settling at the bottom into a light amber color. She placed the bowl beside the materials and softly said, "Your stomach isn't good. Drink it while it's hot." Su Yuntao's coughing suddenly stopped. He looked at the bowl of porridge and then at Hee-Cha's nose, which was turning red from the cold, with snowflakes clinging to her eyelashes like a thin layer of sugar frost. These eyes were very different from the ones he remembered, usually sharp and impatient. Now, they were clear and bright, like a small frozen stream reflecting the lamp's glow, filled with a gentle warmth. "There's no need," he said, turning away and sounding a bit dry. "I'm not hungry. Writing reports takes brain power, and you can't do that on an empty stomach." Hee-Cha didn't leave. She pushed the bowl of porridge toward him. "I left it here. If it cools down, it won't taste good." After saying that, she turned to leave but accidentally brushed her sleeve against the corner of the desk, knocking over the inkstone. The inkstone toppled with a clatter, ink spilling out and splashing onto the edge of the paper with the materials. Hee-Cha's heart tightened, and she hurried to steady the inkstone, but her hand accidentally touched Su Yuntao's hand. His hand was very cold, probably from holding a pen for too long. Her hand, however, still carried some warmth from holding a charcoal fire basin. The moment their fingers touched, it was like a faint electric shock passing through them. Both quickly withdrew their hands, their movements surprisingly synchronized, and a bit funny. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Hee-Cha quickly grabbed the materials and used a clean cloth to wipe the ink stain. Luckily, it only touched the edge and didn't smudge the writing. She let out a small breath of relief, only to realize that Su Yuntao was looking at her. His eyes were deep, like the old well at the village entrance, bottomless. The light cast a faint shadow on his straight nose, and his usually tight lips seemed softer now. Hee-cha felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. Just as she was about to say something, he suddenly reached out and brushed away the snowflakes on her shoulder. His fingertips were very gentle, like feathers brushing past, but it made her heart skip a beat. She could smell a faint ink scent on him, mixed with the cold from the snow outside, surprisingly not unpleasant. "I'll drink the porridge," Su Yuntao said first, turning his gaze away. His movements to pick up the bowl were stiff, as if it was the first time he held such a delicate porcelain bowl. He scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to his mouth. The warm rice porridge slid down his throat, with a light sweetness that eased his tense stomach from days of late nights. Hee-cha watched him eat and suddenly remembered the cold, indifferent look he gave her when he handed her the water cup when she first arrived. "Stop pretending. Just say if you want to leave." But in just a few days, he still seemed like the quiet Su Yuntao she knew, yet somehow, he was different in some way. "Is it still too hot?" She couldn't help but ask. Su Yuntao shook his head, took another spoonful of porridge, and looked at her red, frozen fingertips. Her hands had been bandaged yesterday, but today they were already unwrapped. The scars on her palms were faintly visible in the light, caused by cutting wheat a few days ago. Suddenly, he remembered during the day at the team office how a few old-timers, including Li Shiping, were gossiping, saying Hee-cha was a city girl who would eventually go back to the city. "Don't go collecting firewood tomorrow." Su Yuntao put down his bowl of porridge, his voice a little lower than usual. "I'll ask to go instead." Hee-cha was surprised. "It's okay, I can do it." She knew that recently the team calculated work points based on the weight of firewood collected. Gathering more firewood meant earning more ration coupons. Su Yuntao was already tired from writing reports, and she didn't want to add to his burden. Su Yuntao didn't insist. He just finished the remaining half bowl of porridge. The sweet aroma of brown sugar still lingered in the air as he placed the empty bowl on the table. Watching her pack up the materials, he suddenly asked, "Do you recognize those characters?" Hee-cha was arranging scattered papers by page number. She nodded when she heard him. "I went to school in the city before." She didn't mention that she was actually a student of history at a prestigious university. She had seen the format of official documents from the 1960s and 70s many times in the historical archives. A flash of surprise crossed Su Yuntao's eyes. Then, he quickly regained his calm. "Then help me check if I've written something wrong." He pointed to a date on the materials, his brow furrowing slightly. "I feel like this date doesn't match up." Hee-cha leaned in to look, and their faces suddenly drew close. She could smell a faint soap scent on him, the cheapest kind sold at the village supply store, but it was very clean. She pointed to a note next to the date and said, "It says March 6th, but the attached letter of proof says March 8th. That's 2 days apart, which might make the officials think it's careless." Su Yuntao followed her finger and saw the problem. He had always thought Hee-cha was delicate and a bit temperamental, but he hadn't realized she could understand these documents. He remembered how confidently she had told him to submit the appeal letter to Yugongjun a few days ago, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. This woman seemed to be changing, becoming different from the Hee-cha he had known. "Thank you," he said softly, his voice sounding a little unnatural. Hee-cha shook her head and neatly stacked the arranged papers. "It's getting late. You should go to bed early. It's not too late to write again tomorrow." She tidied up the empty bowl, turned to walk toward the door, and her cotton shoes made soft squeaking sounds on the snow. Suddenly, Su Yuntao watched her figure disappear outside the door before he looked away. The oil lamp's flame gradually steadied, casting his solitary shadow on the wall. He picked up the empty bowl of millet porridge, running his fingertips along its rim where a faint sweetness still lingered, like something quietly slipping into his heart, silent but warm. When Hee-cha returned home, Wang Gai was already asleep, breathing evenly. Zhou Wenhong sat under the lamp mending shoes, the warm yellow light shining on her gray hair as silver needles pierced through the thick soles, making a regular hiss sound. "Did he drink?" Zhou Wenhong didn't look up, but her sewing slowed a bit. He drank half a bowl." Hee-cha placed the empty bowl into the water basin in the kitchen. On her way back, she saw Zhou Wenhong adding cotton padding into the shoes. "Mom, these soles are thick enough. Yuntao's kid always gets cold feet in winter." Zhou Wenhong bit through the cotton thread and put the shoes on the Kong to dry. "He used to live in a brick house in the city. Never suffered like this." She sighed, her gaze falling on Hee-cha. "Icha, I know it's hard for you." Hee-cha's heart warmed suddenly, and her eyes felt a little moist. She shook her head.
"No, Mom.
"I'm not upset." Being able to have such an honest, caring old woman by her side in this unfamiliar time made her very happy. Zhou Wenhong didn't say anything else. She simply pushed a small oil lamp toward Hee-cha. "There's hot water in the jar in the kitchen. Soak your feet before bed. It'll keep you warm." Hee-cha nodded, watching Zhou Wenhong continue mending shoes, feeling unexpectedly at peace. Outside, the wind and snow still blew, but inside, the oil lamp burned steadily, like a warm flower blooming in the cold night. Later in the night, Hee-cha was awakened by the cold. She turned over and saw the light in the opposite room still on, which made her worry. She put on her cotton jacket and got up, intending to check if Xiantao was still working on his papers. As she reached the door, she saw a familiar figure standing under the window of the other room. None other than Li Xuemei. Li Xuemei was wearing a red cotton coat, standing out brightly in the snowy night. She held a paper-wrapped package, though she didn't know what was inside, and tiptoed to look into the house, her face showing a hint of obsession. Hearing the noise from Hee-cha's side, she hurriedly turned around. When she saw it was Hee-cha, her face instantly turned unpleasant. "What are you doing here?" Hee-cha's voice was cold. She hated sneaky behavior. Li Xuemei forced herself to stay calm.
I
was passing by and saw that Brother Su's light was still on. I wanted to bring him some food." She hid the paper-wrapped food behind her and her eyes flickered nervously. "He is already asleep, no need." Hee-cha stepped forward, blocking Li Xuemei's view of the house. "It's so late. Sister Li, you should go home early, so your family won't worry." Li Xuemei's face turned pale and then red. She didn't expect Hee-cha to come out, nor did she expect her to be so blunt. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm just bringing something for Brother Su." "What does that have to do with you? He is my husband. Do you think it's your business?" Hee-cha's voice was quiet but firm, with no room for argument. "If you really care about him, you should let him rest instead of disturbing him late at night." Li Xuemei was speechless, looking into Hee-cha's clear yet cold eyes. Suddenly, she felt a little scared. She used to think this daughter-in-law from the city was delicate and weak, but she turned out to be tough inside. She glared at Hee-cha angrily, turned around, and ran through the snow. Her red cotton coat looked like a flickering flame in the night and quickly disappeared at the alley entrance. Hee-cha watched her back, sighing silently. She knew Li Xuemei wouldn't give up easily. There would probably be more trouble ahead. When she turned back to the house, she saw that the light in the opposite house had gone out. Probably Su Yuntao heard the noise outside and blew out the oil lamp. Hee-cha felt relieved and went back to bed, falling asleep quickly. The next morning, when Hee-cha woke up, she found that the porridge in the pot was already cooked and a few plain steamed buns had been steamed, something Zhou Wenhong had exchanged for her long-saved grain coupons. Wang Gai was sitting by the stove, tending the fire. When she entered, he smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, brother got up earlier than me today." He said he was going to the team office to check a date with the captain. Hee-cha nodded but felt a little confused. Su Yuntao usually wouldn't get up before noon. Why was he up so early today? While she was thinking, she saw Su Yuntao come back from outside, with a light layer of snow on him. When he saw Hee-cha, he paused briefly, then took a handkerchief-wrapped object from his pocket and handed it to her. "This is for you." Hee-cha took it and opened it. It was a piece of crystal-clear rock sugar, shining brightly in the morning light. In the countryside, where supplies are scarce, this is a rare find. Hee-cha looked at him in surprise. Yesterday's porridge was very tasty. Su Yuntao's face was a little red, and his eyes drifted elsewhere. "I passed by the supply store and saw some for sale, so I bought a piece." After saying that, he turned and walked away, seeming a bit shy. Hee-cha held the piece of rock sugar, feeling warm inside. The coolness of the sugar seeped through the handkerchief, but it made her feel warmer than a fire. She watched Su Yuntao's back and suddenly thought that this cold winter didn't seem so hard to endure anymore. At breakfast, Zhou Wenheng looked at the rock sugar in Hee-cha's hand and then at Su Yuntao's reddening ears. She couldn't help but smile secretly. Wang Gaigai leaned close to Hee-cha's ear and whispered, "Sister-in-law, I think my brother is acting a little different toward you." Hee-cha's face warmed slightly. She didn't say anything, just scooped a little more porridge into Su Yuntao's bowl. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining warmly on everyone's face, as if promising a warm spring waiting just nearby. Li Xuemei's little actions while the morning dew still clung to the tips of the corn leaves. Hee-cha was already standing by the village water well with a bamboo basket. The basket contained soybeans soaked by Zhou Wenheng. She needed to grind the tofu before work started at the production team. Yesterday, Yan Suilin said Wang Gaigai's cough hadn't fully healed, and they needed fresh tofu to stew with radishes to soothe her. A few women had gathered around the well, chatting noisily. When they saw Hee-cha, their voices suddenly lowered, and their eyes flicked over her slightly rounded belly, as if inspecting some rare object. Hee-cha pretended not to notice, wrapped the rope around the pulley twice, and bent down to lift the water bucket. "Hey, Su's wife is also fetching water?" A sharp voice interrupted. It was Zhang Guifan, the wife of Li Shiping. She leaned against the well, arms crossed, with a smirk on her face. "I thought city girls only drank sweet water." Everyone around chuckled, and the squeak of the pulley rubbing against the rope mixed with open mockery. Hee-cha didn't reply, just vigorously shook the water bucket. The well water reflected her face. She looked a bit thinner than when she first came to the village, her chin sharper, but her eyes shone brightly, like the well water that had been purified by morning light. "Sister-in-law, let me help you." Wang Gaigai's voice came from behind. She carried a grass basket, probably just back from cutting pig grass. This young woman is now protecting Hee-cha, acting like a nervous little hen, glaring at Zhang Guifan. "What's wrong with my sister-in-law fetching water? At least she's doing something, unlike some people who just gossip all day." Zhang Guifan choked a little and turned away annoyed. Hee-cha smiled at Wang Gaigai and was about to put the water bucket into the bamboo basket when she heard Li Xuemei's voice from afar, sweet as honey. "Brother Su, are you also fetching water?" They looked up and saw Li Xuemei standing on the nearby field ridge, carrying an empty basket. Her pink floral blouse swayed in the breeze, making her look dizzy. She was facing Su Yuntao, who had just come from the team office with new paper and was holding a pen. When he heard her, his eyebrows furrowed, looking a bit impatient. "Brother Su, are you going to write some reports?" Li Xuemei stepped closer, but suddenly tripped over something. She let out an ouch and fell towards Su Yuntao. "Oh no, my foot!" She fell perfectly into his arms. Su Yuntao instinctively tried to dodge, but was caught by her arm. Li Xuemei's hand was slender, with bright red marks of flower juice on her nails, clutching his sleeve tightly, as if holding onto a lifeline. "Brother Su, I twisted my ankle. Can you help me?" Li Xuemei looked up at him with bright eyes, her voice soft and sweet. The sunlight shone on her face, revealing fine little hairs, making her look quite delicate and pitiful. The women nearby stared in surprise. Zhang Guifan even snorted softly, thinking this act was too fake. Hee-cha placed the water bucket into the basket and slowly walked over. When passing the grass pile by the field ridge, she casually picked up a fallen rope. "What's wrong with Sisterly?" Hee-cha's voice was calm enough for everyone to hear. She approached Li Xuemei and looked at her twisted ankle, which showed no redness or swelling. "I think I saw her trip over a grass rope just now. That rope isn't very strong." Li Xuemei's face stiffened. She loosened her grip on Su Yuntao's arm. It's just a sprain, it hurts a little." "Really?" Hee-cha squatted down as if to examine her closely. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers and said, "Oh, I remember. I saw Sister Li carrying up the mountain the other day. She walks so steadily, even more steady than the young men in the village. She climbed halfway up the hill without turning red in the face. Why did she suddenly trip over a piece of grass and fall down today? Her words were quiet, but like a needle, they pierced through Li Xuemei's disguise. The women around burst into laughter, their eyes full of disdain. Zhang Guifan even said loudly, "That's right. Last time, when sharing sweet potatoes, Sister Xuemei ran so fast carrying half a sack of sweet potatoes, Li Xuemei's face instantly turned red, as if she had been slapped in front of everyone. She wanted to let go of Su Yuntao's hand but felt embarrassed, so she clenched her fingers tighter, her knuckles turning white.
I
didn't mean to. Since you twisted your ankle, you should see Sister Cui Lin." He Cha stood up and handed her the rope. "Maybe I should help Sister Li go back. Brother Su still needs to write the report, and delaying work isn't good." She looked at Su Yuntao with a hint of caring. Su Yuntao seemed to come back to himself suddenly, pulling his arm back quickly and awkwardly. He didn't even look at Li Xuemei but told He Cha, "I'll go to the team office first. The report needs to be sent quickly." After saying that, he turned and walked away quickly, as if someone was chasing him. Li Xuemei froze in place, reaching out to stop him but stopping midair. She felt so embarrassed she could almost dig a hole. She looked at Su Yuntao's back and then at the faint smile on He Cha's lips. Suddenly, that smile felt very sharp, like it was mocking her for overestimating herself. "Why are you staring?" Li Xuemei suddenly stood up, her ankles moving nimbly, not like someone who had twisted her ankle. She glared at He Cha, then glared at the women around her, grabbed her empty basket, and stormed off angrily, the pink edges of her jacket fluttering like a small flag. "Li Xuemei is just too shameless," Zhang Guifan said with a sneer. "Does she really think Brother Su is a fool?" "Exactly. She doesn't even look at herself," another woman added. "Even though she's from the city, she's much more genuine than her." He Cha didn't reply. She just lifted her bamboo basket onto her shoulder. "There's still tofu waiting. I better go back," she said calmly, the basket swaying as she walked. The water in the bucket gently rippled, reflecting her peaceful side profile. Wang Gaigai followed behind her softly, saying, "Sister-in-law, you spoke so boldly just now. Li Xuemei deserves it." The girl was now completely on He Cha's side, and when she mentioned Li Xuemei, her nose wrinkled like a little bun. He Cha smiled and said, "Don't learn those things. It's not interesting." She didn't want to argue with Li Xuemei, but she also couldn't let others take advantage of her. In this rural place, words can be harsh, so she had to protect herself, her unborn child, and her newly warm home. When she returned home, Zhou Wenhong was lighting a fire in the kitchen. Seeing them come back, she looked up and asked, "Where did you go for half a day?" Wang recounted what had happened earlier, speaking animatedly as if she had seen it herself. Zhou Wenhong listened quietly, only adding some firewood to the stove. The flames crackled, softening the wrinkles on her face. "Icha, you did the right thing. Some people are like that, they want to cause trouble just because they get a little color." He Cha nodded and poured soybeans into the stone grinder. The old grinder's edges were smooth from use, and it made a creaking sound as it turned, like humming an old tune. She pushed slowly, and her baby in her belly seemed to feel it too, gently kicking her as if cheering her on. "Sister-in-law, let me push." Wang grabbed the handle. The girl was strong, and the grinder spun quickly, with soy milk flowing out from the gaps, white and tender, with a fresh aroma. He Icha sat on a small stool nearby, helping to add soybeans into the grinder. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on the soy milk and making tiny golden sparkles. Watching Wang push the grinder so hard, she suddenly felt that although life was simple and tough, it was also flavorful, like this soy milk, slowly ground, always turning sweet in the end. At lunchtime, Su Yuntao returned. He came back earlier than usual today, looking a little tired but not as tense as before. Zhou Wenhong served him a bowl of corn porridge and placed the freshly cooked tofu and radish in front of him. "Eat quickly. Icha specially cooked this for you," saying your mind is busy with writing reports. Su Yuntao looked at the tofu, then at He Cha. She was lowering her head, helping Wang add radish, her side profile soft under the oil lamp, with a bit of tofu foam on her lips, like a little squirrel sneaking a snack. Suddenly, He remembered how Li Xuemei had fallen this morning, and also Hee-cha's words that she was more steady than the village boys. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, quick and fleeting. "Today." "Thank you," Su Yuntao said softly, his voice a little unclear, as if afraid someone might hear. Hee-cha looked up, surprised. "Thank me for what?" Speed Yuntao's ears turned red. He avoided her gaze and lowered his head to pick at the porridge in his bowl. "It's nothing," he said. Actually, earlier that morning, when Li Xuemei grabbed his arm, he felt annoyed and was about to lose his temper. But then he heard Hee-cha's voice, which seemed to relieve him. Wang Gai was giggling nearby, but was stopped by Zhou Wenhong's look. This kid's feelings are all written on her face. In the afternoon, the team arranged for cotton picking. Hee-cha and Wang Gai were assigned to a cotton field near the river, while Li Xuemei was nearby but kept at a distance, as if she was sulking. She picked cotton vigorously, squeezing the cotton buffs until they made a sound, as if she was venting her anger. "She's probably still angry about this morning," Wang Gai whispered, leaning closer to Hee-cha. "Sister-in-law, you better be careful. I can see that look in her eyes. She's almost ready to eat you up," Hee-cha smiled. "Just pick your cotton. Be careful not to get caught by the team leader and lose points." She lowered her head and skillfully plucked the cotton, the white fluff sticking to her sleeves like a layer of frost. But she didn't notice that Li Xuemei kept glancing over, like poison needles stabbing her heart. The more Li Xuemei thought about it, the angrier she got. Why could Hee-cha, a city girl, get special treatment from Speed Yuntao? Why? Despite growing up in the village and being sincere to Yuntao, she couldn't even get a good look from him. Li Xuemei felt more and more wronged, and her movements slowed. Suddenly, she saw a tall cotton plant nearby, with big, abundant cotton buffs hiding inside. Her eyes lit up. Those were the special seed cotton plants the team leader kept, and no one was allowed to pick them. If anyone did, they would lose double points. An idea suddenly sprouted in her mind, growing wild like weeds. She pretended to go wash her hands at the river. When passing by Hee-cha, she deliberately bumped into her. "Oh, sorry, sister-in-law Yun, I didn't see you." Hee-cha was bumped off balance and accidentally knocked a cotton buff from the tall plant. It fell to the ground with a snap, splitting open to reveal the white fluff inside.
"Oh,
isn't this a seed cotton?" Li Xuemei suddenly raised her voice, as if startled. "Sister-in-law Yin, why did you pick it?" "That's a penalty." Everyone nearby who was picking cotton was startled and gathered around to look. Zhang Guifan was the first to shout, "It really is seed cotton. The captain specifically told me yesterday." Hee-cha frowned. She clearly didn't touch the cotton fruit. Li Xuemei bumped into her, causing it to fall. She was about to explain when she saw Captain Yenlin walk over with a frown.
what's going on?"
he asked. "Captain Yen, Sister Su accidentally knocked off the cotton fruit that was meant for planting," Li Xuemei quickly said, sounding a bit proud. "I saw it myself. She did it on purpose."
"I didn't."
Hee-cha's voice was calm but firm. "It was Sister Li who bumped into me, and that's why the cotton fruit fell." "You're lying." Li Xuemei's face turned red with anger. "I was just passing by. It was your own carelessness that caused it to fall. Now you're trying to blame me." Her tearful look made her seem very wronged. People around started talking. Some said they saw Li Xuemei bump into her. Others said they weren't sure, and some just enjoyed the drama and cheered her on. Zhang Guifan even stirred the pot. Maybe she did it on purpose. A young lady from the city. How could she handle this hardship? She probably wants to get sent home early to rest. "You're talking nonsense." Wang's face turned red with anger. She wanted to argue but was stopped by Hee-cha. "Captain Yen," Hee-cha looked at Yenlin honestly. "I really didn't pick the cotton fruit meant for planting. Look for yourself." She held up her cotton bag, which was small and clearly not the kind used for planting seeds. Plus, the seed cotton plants are tall. I'm pregnant, and even raising my hand is hard. How could I possibly bump off such high cotton fruit? Yenlin was a reasonable man. He looked at the height of the cotton plants and then at Hee-cha's belly, frowning even more. He then turned to Li Xuemei. "Xuemei, Are you sure it was Sister Sue from the city who knocked it off herself? Li Xuemei looked a bit guilty under his gaze, her eyes flickering. I just saw the cotton fruit fall at her feet. So you didn't see her actually bump it off? He Cha seized her words. You just saw her pass by and bump into me, which everyone saw, right? She looked at the people around. Several women who hadn't spoken earlier nodded. One said, I saw it. Xuemei was in a hurry and did bump Sister Sue. Li Xuemei's face turned pale instantly. Her lips trembled, and she couldn't speak. She hadn't expected He Cha to be so eloquent, nor did she expect anyone to testify. Yan Lin's face darkened. He had already noticed that Li Xuemei had some feelings for Su Yuntao, but he didn't expect her to use such methods. Li Xuemei, was that on purpose? Li Xuemei burst into tears, crying out loud, with tears and snot all over her face. I didn't mean to. I really didn't. She cried sadly, but no one felt sorry for her. Instead, they thought she deserved it. That's enough. It's just a small matter, Yan Lin said impatiently, waving his hand. Just a cotton ball. Be more careful next time. Li Xuemei, I'll cut your work points in half today. Reflect on your actions. Li Xuemei ran away crying, her pink jacket flashing in the cotton field and quickly disappearing. Su family's daughter-in-law, are you okay? Yan Lin asked He Cha, his tone softer. Don't take it to heart. Snow May is spoiled by her mother. Thank you, Captain Yan. He Cha smiled. It's okay, I don't mind. The people around dispersed. As Zhang Guifan passed by, she shyly smiled at He Cha. Sorry, I spoke harshly earlier. Don't take it to heart. He Cha shook her head, not bothered. She knew that everyone's heart is soft. As long as she treats people sincerely, she would eventually earn everyone's respect. At the end of the day, when she finished work and reached the village entrance, she saw Su Yuntao waiting for her. He was leaning against an old locust tree, holding a book. The setting sun's golden light shone on him, giving his black hair a golden edge, making him look especially gentle. Brother, Wang happily ran over, repeating what he learned in the afternoon. Sister-in-law was amazing today. She really put Li Xuemei in her place. Su Yuntao looked at He Cha with a subtle look of approval in his eyes. Are you tired? Let me carry it. He took the cotton bag from her hand. The bag was heavy, but he carried it easily. I'm not tired. He Cha shook her head and walked home with him. The sunset stretched their shadows long on the dirt road. Walking side by side, it looked like a warm painting. Stay away from Li Xuemei in the future, Su Yuntao suddenly said in a low voice. She's not very clear-headed. He Cha couldn't help but smile. Got it. She could hear his concern in his tone, like the evening breeze, slightly cool, but warming her heart. When they got home, Zhou and Hong had already prepared dinner. Seeing them return, she smiled and said, I heard about what happened this afternoon. Icha, you did the right thing. We don't cause trouble, but we also shouldn't be afraid of it. He Cha nodded and sat down to eat. Su Yuntao helped her by putting a piece of tofu on her plate. Eat more to strengthen yourself. Wang Gai made a surprise sound nearby, and Zhou and Hong glared at her. She quickly lowered her head to eat, but a big smile still spread across her face. At night, He Cha lay in bed, listening to the insects outside the window. She felt very peaceful inside. She knew that Li Xuemei wouldn't give up easily, and there would be more trouble ahead. But she was not afraid because she was not alone. Zhou and Hong was protecting her, Wang Gai supported her, and Su Yuntao's unspoken concern was with her. She touched her belly, where the baby was. The little one kicked her again, as if replying. He Cha smiled and thought to herself, and don't be afraid. Mom will protect you. We will all be fine. Village gossip. The corn porridge for breakfast was still warm when He Cha carried a bamboo basket and stood outside Li Xuemei's yard wall. Inside the basket were freshly steamed white buns made by Zhou and Hong. Yesterday, Yan Suilin said that Li Xuemei's mother, Zhang Suihua, had an asthma attack and coughed all night, so the team gave her half a jean of flour to help her recover. The morning glory vine on the wall had just finished blooming. Its brown, withered tendrils wrapped around broken bricks, looking like watchful eyes. He Cha raised her hand to knock, but suddenly heard Li Shiping's loud voice from inside the yard, so loud that the paper on the window rattled. I saw it with my own eyes. Before the Su family fell apart, Hee-cha was walking around the city. When she saw Su Yuntao, she would go out of her way to avoid him, saying he smelled like machine oil, the handle of the basket pressed painfully against her palm. Hee-cha curled her fingers, nails digging into the rough edge of the basket. These words were partly true and partly false. The original owner did dislike Su Yuntao for being a country bumpkin, but most of the exaggerated details were probably just Li Shiping making things up. Exactly. Zhang Suewa's hoarse voice, after a cough, continued, "A few days ago, Xuemei told me that when Su Yuntao handed her farm tools, her face looked so long, like someone owed her 8 cents. As for me," Li Shiping's wife, Zhang Guifan, chimed in, her voice sharp as a needle. "She's now willing to go to the countryside because she's hoping the Su family will be cleared of trouble. That's called opportunism. She's just waiting for Su Yuntao to get rich, so she can become a fancy wife." Hee-cha stood outside the door, her forehead pressed against the cold wood. The late autumn wind swept through the fallen leaves, chilling like pouring a basin of cold water. Suddenly, she remembered the day she arrived, when the original owner left a note in her jewelry box. "The Su family has fallen. Su Yuntao's future is ruined. This child must not be kept." The disgust in the words, along with the gossip in the yard now, seemed like a play in harmony. With a creak, the wooden door from inside was pulled open. Li Xuemei carried a broken clay basin outside to pour out dirty water. She was startled when she saw Hee-cha, and the dirty water splashed onto her leg. Her face still bore tears, probably from being punished in the cotton field yesterday and scolded at home afterward.
"Why you?
What are you doing here?" Li Xuemei's voice was weak, her eyes flickering like a cat that had been stepped on. She clearly heard the gossip in the yard, her cheeks flushing red, and she suddenly dropped the basin with a loud clatter, breaking it into 2 pieces. The noise in the yard stopped abruptly. Li Shiping, with a dry tobacco pipe in his mouth, peeked out from the window. When he saw Hee-cha, he dropped his pipe with a clatter, revealing yellow teeth and chuckling. "The Su family daughter-in-law is here. Come in and sit." Hee-cha didn't move. She simply handed a bamboo basket to Li Xuemei. "Captain Yen said Aunt Zhang is sick, so I brought some flour." Her voice was calm, showing no emotion, but her hand was steady as she handed over the basket, not even swaying it. Li Xuemei's finger touched the warm steamed bun, but suddenly retracted as if burned. She looked into Hee-cha's clear eyes, which now seemed clouded with fog, making it hard to see clearly. The embarrassment from being exposed in the cotton field yesterday, the gossip she just overheard, and the white flour bun in her hand all stirred her heart like a jar of sauce spilling over, sour and bitter feelings flooding her.
I
don't want it," Li Xuemei whispered softly, her voice like a mosquito's buzz. She tiptoed, crushing the broken basin on the ground. "My mom. She isn't hungry. Being sick doesn't mean you don't eat." Hee-cha pressed the basket more tightly into her arms, her fingertips brushing her hand casually. "Aunt Zhang is coughing badly. Boil some thin porridge with this flour. It will make her feel better." After speaking, she turned to leave without looking back at the heads peeking out from the yard. Just 2 steps away, she heard Li Shiping mutter behind her, "Pretending to be virtuous? Maybe she's cursing us in her heart." Hee-cha paused but didn't turn around. She knew that arguing with such gossip was useless. The debt owed by the original owner would have to be paid off slowly by her. As she passed the village well, she unexpectedly saw Li Xuemei carrying a water bucket toward her. She clearly hadn't done this kind of work before. The shoulder pole was crooked on her shoulder, and the water in the bucket sloshed out, splashing her, wetting her pants. When she saw Hee-cha, she seemed to be stung by a needle and quickly moved aside, almost knocking over the water bucket. "Let me help you," Hee-cha said as she walked over. Before Li Xuemei could respond, she had already taken the shoulder pole. The water from the well had just been drawn up, and a thin layer of ice formed on the bucket's rim. When her hand touched the wooden handle, she quickly retracted it, feeling a slight sting, her fingertips, cut by cotton seed shells yesterday while picking cotton, still a little sore. No need. Li Xuemei's face turned bright red as she hurried to grab the shoulder pole back. I can do it myself. The more she tried to act tough, the more the water in the bucket swayed and the cold well water splashed onto Hee-cha's cloth shoes, leaving dark wet spots instantly. Hee-cha didn't let go, but shifted the shoulder pole onto her own shoulder and stood straight and steady. She had done much heavier work at the orphanage. Lifting 2 buckets of water was nothing. She took a step forward, her pace slow but firm, and the water in the bucket hardly moved anymore. Li Xuemei stood frozen, watching Hee-cha's back. She was wearing a faded blue cloth jacket with a small patch of skin exposed at the back of her neck, pinkish from the wind. Her way of carrying the water bucket wasn't pretty, even a bit clumsy, but her straight back made Li Xuemei suddenly think of yesterday in the cotton field. When she faced Yan Lin's questioning, she was just as calm and confident then. You, Li Xuemei caught up, her voice low like a mosquito hum.
Just now,
what my parents said, don't take it to heart. Hee-cha crossed the stone bridge with the water bucket. The creek beneath the bridge was covered with a thin layer of ice, reflecting their twisted shadows overlapping. She glanced at Li Xuemei, who still had tears on her eyelashes, her nose red like a frozen hawthorn berry, more natural and less pretentious than her usual shy look. Words are just words, said by others. Hee-cha's voice floated with the wind, with a hint of a smile. As long as I haven't done anything wrong, I don't fear the shadow. Li Xuemei's face turned even redder. She twisted her fingers around her clothes and finally managed to say, It was my fault before. She remembered pretending to sprain her ankle and deliberately knocking over the cotton seed shells, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. I shouldn't have targeted you. Hee-cha stopped and placed the water bucket at the gate of Li Xuemei's house. The morning light fell on her face, revealing fine little hairs, and her eyes sparkled like icy mountain streams. Big sisterly, everyone makes mistakes in life. Just fix them and move on. Li Xuemei watched her turn to leave, then suddenly took something wrapped in a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to her. This is for you. It was a piece of fruit candy, the wrapper crumpled, showing it had been kept for a long time. My mom gave it to me, but I don't like sweet things.
Hee-cha was a bit surprised.
When she took the candy, her fingertips touched Li Xuemei's palm. The warmth was gentle, like spring sunshine melting snow. Thank you. Hee-cha put the candy in her pocket and turned to go home. After a few steps, she heard Li Xuemei call from behind. Sister-in-law. If anyone gossips again, I'll help you scold them back. When she looked back, she saw Li Xuemei blushing and running into the yard, her blue cloth pants still dripping water, looking like a nervous little deer. Hee-cha couldn't help but smile. She touched the candy in her pocket. The plastic wrapper shimmered in the sunlight, warm like a tiny sun. When she got home, Wang Gai was squatting by the stove, muttering, Sister-in-law, why did you take so long? I just saw that old guy, Li Shiping, glancing over here. He definitely has bad intentions. Just light your fire, Hee-cha said, gently pinching her nose, and handed her the fruit candy. Here, it's sweet. Wang Gai pinched the wrapper, eyes wide with surprise. Li Xuemei gave it to you? Has she changed? People can change. Zhou and Hong came out from the inner room, holding a small, neatly sewn cotton jacket, the stitches fine like fish scales. Just like you, didn't you used to argue with your sister-in-law all the time? Wang Gai's face turned red instantly. She lowered her head and added wood to the fire. The flames crackled, making her ears turn red too. Hee-cha took the small cotton jacket from Zhou and Hong. The fabric was made from old clothes of Su Yuntao, dark blue twill that had faded to a lighter color but was still soft like cotton. She held the jacket against herself, imagining how the child would look wearing it, and couldn't help but smile. In the afternoon, the team is going to dig sweet potatoes. You're heavy, so rest at home. Zhou and Hong patted her hand gently, her warm gaze like freshly cooked millet porridge. Gai and I will go, enough for our family. It's okay, I can go too, Hee-cha said, folding the jacket and placing it in the wooden box. You don't need to bend over to dig sweet potatoes. I'll just pick some nearby, and it'll count as half a work point. She knew that Su Yuntao needed to spend money on paper and ink to write appeal materials. Zhou Wenhong's asthma medicine was almost gone. Earning one more work point would give her more confidence. Zhou Wenhong wanted to say something, but Wang Gaigai spoke first. Mom just wants sister-in-law to go. I'll watch her and make sure she doesn't get tired. The girl now protected He-cha everywhere, like her little tail. In the afternoon, the sweet potato field was lively, like a market. Men swung their hoes to dig, women squatted behind to pick, and children ran around in the furrows, fighting to catch the small sweet potatoes. He-cha and Wang Gaigai's plot was near the foot of the mountain. The soil was hard like iron, making digging very difficult. Sister-in-law, you sit and pick, I'll dig. Wang Gaigai waved her small, full of energy, hitting the ground with a loud clang that made her arm numb. This broken land is harder than stone. He-cha just picked up a sweet potato the size of a fist when she heard Zhang Guifen's voice from the next furrow. It was sharp like a needle. Some people are just lucky. Even when pregnant, they can rest. Unlike us, working hard and no one cares. A few women nearby laughed, their sour laughter drifting over and making noses itch. Wang Gaigai was so angry she glared and was about to argue, but He-cha held her back. Why get mad at her? It's not worth it. He-cha put the sweet potato into her basket softly, like the wind. Let's pick more. We can roast sweet potatoes tonight. Wang Gaigai still couldn't hold back and muttered quietly, she's just jealous of you. Jealous that brother treats you well. He-cha's face warmed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Su Yuntao carrying a medicine box walk past from the field. Today, he was sent by the team to see the caretaker. His blue work pants had some rice straw on them, and his short hair was damp with sweat, sticking to his smooth forehead. Brother, Wang Gaigai, like a puppy seeing its owner, waved her sweet potato and shouted, "Look how big this sweet potato is." Su Yuntao paused, his gaze falling on He-cha. She was squatting on the ground, picking sweet potatoes. The sunlight shone on her slightly rounded belly, making her dark blue dress look translucent. Her profile was lowered, with eyelashes casting faint shadows on her eyelids, looking peaceful and gentle. "Don't get tired," he said briefly, then turned to walk on, but his ears turned slightly red. Zhang Guifen's voice rang out again, sharper than before. "Oh, it's not even that bad, and you're already feeling sorry? Who was it that hid faster than a rabbit back then?" This remark was like a sharp needle, precisely stabbing the most painful spot. The surrounding laughter suddenly stopped, and everyone's eyes turned sharply toward He-cha, filled with curiosity, mockery, and anticipation of entertainment. He-cha was holding a sweet potato, the cold skin numbing her fingertips. She knew these gazes hid many people waiting to see her embarrass herself. She took a deep breath, about to stand up, when suddenly Li Xuemei's voice rang out loudly. "Zhang Guifen, what nonsense are you talking?" Li Xuemei rushed over from the other side of the furrow, carrying a basket full of sweet potatoes, her face flushed red like a small animal provoked to anger. "My sister-in-law is now part of the Su family. She brings medicine for my mother, helps fetch water. What wrong has she done to you? Why are you gossiping behind her back?" Zhang Guifen was stunned by her shouting, unable to respond for a moment. You've taken the wrong medicine? Helping outsiders talk about our family? Who's an outsider?" Li Xuemei slammed the basket onto the ground, causing sweet potatoes to roll everywhere. "My sister-in-law is now part of the Su family, and she's like my half-sister. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." She said this and rushed forward, but was stopped by a nearby woman. Watching this chaotic scene, He-cha felt as if something had hit her heart, softening her and making her feel sour. She didn't expect Li Xuemei to stand up for her, let alone speak so straightforwardly. "Enough? What are you arguing about?" Yan Lin's voice came from the field, carrying on his shoulder, his face as gloomy as rain. "It's work time and you're making noise. Are you trying to get deducted from your work points?" Zhang Guifen sulked and closed her mouth, shooting Li Xuemei a sharp look, then turned back to pick sweet potatoes, but her movements slowed considerably. Li Xuemei was still panting heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Hee-cha walked over, picked up a sweet potato from the ground, and placed it into her basket softly. Thank you, Xiume. Li Xiume's face suddenly turned red. Her previous arrogance was gone, and she lowered her head quietly.
Sister-in-law.
I just can't stand seeing them bully others. She kicked at the dirt beneath her feet, her voice even softer. It used to be. It was my fault before. It's all in the past. Hee-cha patted her arm gently, feeling the warmth through her thin clothes. Dig the sweet potatoes, or else it'll be dark before you finish. Li Xiume nodded, secretly glancing at Hee-cha as she picked up her. The sunset's golden light fell on her face, softening her features, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, like a warm painting. Suddenly, she thought that having such a sister-in-law might not be so bad. At the end of the workday, Hee-cha's basket was already half full of sweet potatoes. Wang Gai insisted on helping her carry it. They argued gently, almost dropping the basket on the ground. Let me do it, suddenly said Su Yuntao, who had been standing behind them. He had just finished showing the veterinarian the animals, with a medicine box hanging on his shoulder. Before Hee-cha could speak, he took the bamboo basket. The strap pressed into his shoulder, leaving a deep red mark, but he seemed unaware and strode confidently toward home. Hee-cha and Wang Gai followed behind, watching his broad back. Wang Gai suddenly leaned close to Hee-cha's ear and whispered, Sister-in-law, my brother is getting better with you. Look at his eyes just now. So gentle, like they could drip water. Hee-cha's face turned red instantly. She raised her hand to hit her, but Wang Gai giggled and dodged. The sunset stretched their shadows long across the field ridge. The three shadows walked side by side, like a string of candied fruit, sweet and warm. At dinner, Hee-cha told Zhou Wenhong about Li Xiume helping her. Zhou Wenhong sipped her corn porridge and said after a pause, Xiume is a good girl at heart, just spoiled by her mother. She picked a sweet potato and handed it to Hee-cha. Take your time with her. People's hearts are made of flesh. Su Yuntao didn't speak. He silently pushed a charred, fragrant sweet potato toward Hee-cha. The skin was split open, revealing golden flesh. The sweet aroma mixed with the smell of charcoal, filling the room like a warm hug. That night, Hee-cha lay on the Kong bed, listening to the wind outside. She touched the fruit candies in her pocket. The plastic wrapper shimmered faintly in the moonlight, like tiny stars. She remembered Li Xiume blushing and saying, I helped you scold him back, and Wang Gai protecting her like a little hen with ruffled feathers. She also thought of Su Yuntao silently taking the basket. Suddenly, she felt that the cold winter in Shidianzi village didn't seem so cold anymore. The next morning, when Hee-cha went to fetch water at the well, she met Zhang Guifan there. She lowered her head, filling her bucket, too shy to look at Hee-cha. Her ears turned red. When Hee-cha passed by with her water, Zhang Guifan suddenly whispered, Yesterday. It was my fault. Don't take it to heart. Hee-cha stopped and smiled gently. It's okay. It's all in the past. Zhang Guifan looked up and met her eyes. Those eyes were clear like mountain spring water, without a trace of resentment. Suddenly, Hee-cha felt her face flush hot. She quickly looked down, pretending to adjust the well rope. She knows that gossip won't disappear overnight, just like water in a well, which will sometimes ripple. But as long as she walks steadily step by step, one day the water will gradually become clear enough to reflect people's hearts. When passing by Li Xiume's house, she saw dried sweet potatoes hanging on the wall, bright red like small lanterns. Li Xiume was standing on a ladder turning the sweet potatoes to dry. When she saw Hee-cha, she blushed and smiled softly, like a small wildflower quietly blooming in the corner of the wall. Hee-cha also smiled and continued walking with a light step, carrying a water bucket. Maintenance for Su Yuntao frost had formed a thin layer of ice on the haystacks in the threshing yard, like sprinkled salt. Hee-cha stood at the warehouse door holding a folded old quilt. Her breath turned to white mist that dispersed and gathered again. Today was the day to pick up winter cotton fillings. The team divided the supplies by head count. Her family of 4 was to receive 6 jin. The wooden door of the warehouse creaked open. Wang Biziu came out, holding a dry tobacco pipe. His triangular eyes swept over Hee-cha's belly, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sue's wife. Here to pick up cotton fillings? He was clicking his abacus loudly, the beads clattering with a crisp sound, mixed with a deliberately slow tone. According to the rules, the family of a criminal can only get half. Secretary Sue may have fallen, but the rules can't be broken, right? Hee-cha tightened the quilt in her arms, her fingertips touching the patch under the fabric. This was a quilt given by Zhou and Hong as a dowry. The inside was already worn out. Last winter, Wang had caught a cold and shivered all night. His nose turned red like a cherry. Wang, the storekeeper, her voice was steady, like a frozen river. I understand the rules of the team, but the child doesn't. She gently patted her belly, where a small bump could be felt. He will be born next month. We can't let him spend winter. Wang Biziu spat out some tobacco ash onto the ground, the pipe hitting his shoe with a bang. Child? Who knows whose seed it is? His words were quiet but like a stone thrown into a crowd, instantly stirring a buzz of gossip. A few women who had just received their cotton supplies stopped, their eyes flickering between Hee-cha's face. Zhang Guifan wanted to speak up for her but hesitated and didn't dare to. Wang Biziu was the distant cousin of village chief Yanlin and was known to be domineering in the team. Hee-cha's nails dug into her palms, and the flying cotton fibers poked into her collar, itching her skin. She remembered what Li Shiping had said yesterday at the well platform, holding two young men and talking nonsense. I heard she is a good friend in the city, a doctor who returned from abroad, much more respectable than Su Yuntao, manager Wang, she said, lifting her eyes, frost on her eyelashes falling off. You need to speak with evidence. The quilt in her arms shifted, revealing a patchwork quilt corner underneath. The Su family is having a hard time now, but they don't deserve to be treated badly. Oh, really? Wang Bislu seemed to find this amusing, his eyes narrowing into a triangle. You think I'm mistreating you? Who was crying and shouting about divorcing Su Yuntao? Who said they would never step into the Su house? Now that the Su family has some hope, they come crawling back. What's that called? Climbing up the social ladder, laughter burst from the crowd, sharp and cold like ice hitting the face. Hee-cha saw Li Xuemei standing behind the crowd, clutching a blue cloth handkerchief so tightly it was deformed. Her eyes showed guilt, but she didn't step forward. Of course, who would offend Wang Bislu just for a criminal's wife? Hee-cha took a deep breath, about to say something more, when she heard a cold, sharp rebuke behind her, like an ice spike piercing through the noisy air. Wang Bislu, speak properly. Su Yuntao had appeared there somehow. He had just returned from delivering a message from the commune, his canvas satchel still slung over his shoulder, his pants muddy at the hem, clearly running all the way back. He quickly stepped to Hee-cha's side, took off his work jacket, and draped it over her shoulders. His clothes still carried his warmth and a faint ink smell. Su Yuntao. Wang Bislu's arrogance diminished slightly, but he still held his head high and argued, I'm talking to your wife. What's it to you? She's my wife, Su Yuntao interrupted, his voice quiet but firm, with undeniable authority. He took a half step forward to stand in front of Hee-cha, blocking the curious gazes. My wife, Su Yuntao's wife, is not for outsiders to comment on. His broad shoulders looked like a solid wall. Hee-cha stood behind him, smelling the bitter scent of soap on his collar. The little grievance that had frozen in her heart suddenly melted away, softening and making her feel a little sore. Wang Bislu's face turned a liver color. He spun his pipe a couple of times in his hand, ready to explode again, but met Su Yuntao's cold, steady gaze, eyes burning with something like unextinguished coals, making people feel intimidated. Stuff the cotton, follow the rules. Speed Yuntao's gaze swept over the warehouse filled with heaps of cotton, finally resting on Wang Bisua's abacus. 1 or 2 ounces short, and I'll go to the commune to ask the discipline inspection comrades if the families of those who have served their sentences are even eligible for winter aid. This statement hit a nerve. Wang Bisua's hand trembled, and a bead on the abacus clattered to the ground. Everyone knew that Speed Yuntao had been going to the commune every day, submitting complaint after complaint. If he got angry and reported it, his small actions would be easily investigated.
Here.
Here you go. Wang Bisua gritted his teeth, dragging out a burlap bag from the warehouse and throwing it onto the scale. 6 Jin. Not a single extra gram. Speed Yun Tao didn't look at him. Instead, he said to Hee-cha, "Take it, let's go." When he took the bag, his fingertips accidentally brushed her hand, and both of them paused, as if a faint electric current had passed between them. The crowd automatically made way. Hee-cha followed him outside, hearing Wang Bisu muttering behind her, "What are you so proud of? Wait until your family is cleared, then talk." They reached a quiet spot. Speed Yun Tao suddenly stopped, placed the bag on the ground, and took out a paper-wrapped package from his shoulder bag. Here, it was 2 steamed buns, still warm, probably bought from the commune cafeteria. Hee-cha remembered that last month, he spent all his wages on paper and ink, while she had been eating corn porridge for half a month. Her eyes suddenly warmed. "Eat it," she said, pushing the buns toward him, but he pressed her hand down. His palm was very warm, so warm that her fingertips curled up. "Stomach isn't good. Don't eat on an empty stomach," Speed Yun Tao said softly, like melting snow. He shoved the buns into her hand and carried the bag forward. "If we're late home, Mom will worry." The bag was heavy, making his shoulders tilt slightly. Hee-cha watched his back, took a bite of the bun, and the sweet wheat aroma spread on her tongue, mixed with an indescribable warmth that warmed her heart all the way through. Near home, Wang ran out from the alley carrying a bamboo basket filled with half a basket of red peppers. Seeing them, she shouted, "Brother, sister-in-law, you're back." She ran closer and saw the bag on Yun Tao's shoulder, her eyes shining like 2 black grapes. "Got the cotton? Wang Bisu didn't give you a hard time, right?" This girl had heard in the morning that Wang Bisu might withhold the cotton, and she was so anxious she stomped her feet, wanting to come along, but Zhou and Hong held her back. "It's fine, we got it." Hee-cha shared half of her steamed bun with her, saying, "Quickly go back and tell Mom the good news." Wang Gai ran off while biting her bun, her braids swinging behind her like a small whip. Suyun Tao watched her back and smiled. When he turned his head, he just happened to meet Hee-cha's gaze. Both of them froze for a moment, then quickly looked away, their ears turning red at the same time. In the yard, Zhou and Hong sat on a small stool, picking vegetables. When she saw them return, she dropped her green beans into the basket with a snap and asked, "Did you get it? Were you treated badly?" Her eyes moved over both of them, finally resting on the bag on Suyun Tao's shoulder, and she let out a long, relieved breath. "Mom, my brother is amazing." Wang Gai eagerly recounted what had just happened. When she talked about Suyun Tao protecting Hee-cha, her eyes widened in admiration. He said right then, "My wife is not for outsiders to talk about," and Wang Bizi's face turned green. Zhou and Hong looked at Suyun Tao with a mix of pride and complexity. Her son was like his father, quiet and reserved. He never said what was on his mind. But the words Wang Gai just learned from him were more sincere than any sweet talk. "Hee-cha, don't take it to heart," Zhou and Hong said, taking Hee-cha's hand. Her hands were rough, with cracks in her palms, but they felt warm like a small stove. Wang Bizi is just like that, looking down on others. Hee-cha shook her head and watched Suyun Tao carry cotton into the house. The sunlight shone on his straight back, giving his black hair a golden edge. Suddenly, she remembered how he looked at her when they first went to the countryside, cold and suspicious. Now, looking at him, her heart felt filled with something soft and warm. In the afternoon, they went to work, picking cotton as arranged by the production team. Hee-cha and Li Xuemei were assigned to neighboring plots. Li Xuemei moved slowly and kept glancing at her, as if she had something to say. "Sister-in-law." Li Xuemei finally couldn't hold back and spoke softly, like a mosquito hum. "About this morning, I'm sorry. I didn't dare to say anything." "It's okay," Hee-cha said, stuffing the picked cotton into a cloth bag. The white cotton fluff stuck to her sleeves like snow. "I'm already grateful that you spoke up for me." Li Xuemei's face turned even redder. She quickly lowered her head and kept picking cotton, but accidentally cut her finger on a cotton seed shell. Blood seeped out and dripped onto the white cotton, looking like a small red flower. Hee-cha took a clean cloth from her pocket and handed it to her. Wipe it so it doesn't get infected. When Li Xuemei took the cloth, her fingers trembled slightly, and she softly said, "Brother Su. He's really good to you." Her tone carried envy and a hint of unclear, lost feelings. Hee-cha's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Zhang Guifen's loud voice from afar. "I heard that Su Yuntao went to the commune yesterday to see the director of the Female Youth Educated Youth Office. They stayed in the office all afternoon." This news was like a bomb exploding in the quiet cotton field. Several women stopped their work, their eyes shifting between Hee-cha and Li Xuemei, excited to see some gossip. Li Xuemei's face instantly turned pale. Her lips trembled as she wanted to say something, but Zhang Guifen spoke first. "It's still lucky for Su's wife. While the man is out making connections, she stays at home waiting to become a government wife. You're talking nonsense." Wang Gaigai's voice was sharp like a mad cat. She ran over from nearby, clutching a cotton boll that hadn't been fully picked. "My brother went to deliver appeal materials. Director Yu is a man. If you keep spreading rumors, I'll tear your mouth apart." Zhang Guifen was stunned by her shout and didn't react for a moment. What's wrong with you?" "I was just talking to your sister-in-law." "What does that have to do with you?" "My sister-in-law doesn't need your opinion." Wang Gaigai protected Hee-cha behind her like a mother defending her cub. "My brother treats my sister-in-law well, and that's right. Better than some people who want to get close but no one wants." This hit Zhang Guifen's sore spot. She had once pursued the village accountant when she was young, but was disliked for being talkative and ended up marrying the lazy and greedy Li Shiping. Her face instantly turned purple like an eggplant, and she lunged forward to hit Wang Gaigai. "You little brat. I'll tear your mouth apart." Hee-cha quickly pulled Wang Gaigai back, shielding her. Zhang Guifen's nails nearly scratched her face, but she was held back by the women nearby, still cursing. A family of fox spirits. The old one seduces the secretary, the young one seduces men. "Who are you calling a fox spirit?" a cold voice interrupted, like icy shards in the middle of winter. Su Yuntao appeared at the edge of the field unexpectedly. He had just returned from the commune, still carrying his canvas bag, dust on his face, but his eyes were cold enough to scare. He took a few steps forward to Zhang Guifen, causing her to shrink back in fear, and her curses died in her throat. "My mother is innocent, and the case will be cleared soon." Speed Yuntao's gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting on Zhang Guifen's pale face. "If I hear one more word insulting my family, don't blame me for being rude." His voice was quiet, but carried a commanding presence. Zhang Guifen's lips trembled, wanting to say something, but she was frozen by the cold look in his eyes. In the end, she burst into tears, crying out loud, and was pulled away by her husband, Li Shiping. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Yuntao's family and Li Xuemei in the cotton field. Li Xuemei lowered her head and whispered, "I'm going home now." As she turned to leave, her steps were unsteady. "Brother, you're so impressive." Wang Gaigai clapped happily, like a proud little sparrow. That cowardly look Zhang Guifen had just now. I couldn't stop laughing. Yuntao ignored her, only turning to Hee-cha. "Are you okay? Did I scare you?" Hee-cha shook her head, feeling warm inside like holding a small son. She looked at his dusty cheek and, instinctively, raised her hand to brush off the dirt. Just as her fingertips were about to touch his skin, both of them reacted quickly, pulling their hands back as if burned. An awkward silence filled the air, only the rustling of the wind through the cotton fields. Wang Gaigai looked from one to the other, suddenly covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Yuntao shot her a stern look, and she reluctantly closed her mouth, turning to pick cotton. "Thank you," Hee-cha spoke first, her voice soft, like a mosquito hum. Yuntao's ears turned red. He looked away toward the distant mountains. "You're welcome." He paused, then added, "You're my wife. If I don't protect you, who will?" The setting suns stretched their shadows long across the cotton field, standing side by side like a peaceful painting. Hee-cha watched his straight profile and suddenly felt that this winter might not be so hard to get through after all. At dinner that night, Zhou Wenhong specially steamed plain buns and made a pot of radish soup. Yun Tao sipped the soup and suddenly said, "Mom, I'll go to the commune again tomorrow. Director Yu said the materials have been submitted, and we should hear back next month." Zhou Wenhong's hand paused, and her eyes reddened slightly. Okay. She had been hoping for this day for a long time. Wang Gai was munching on a bun when she suddenly said, "Brother, why don't you take sister-in-law with you tomorrow? Let her see the city and buy some good food." And then He-cha looked up, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Just the baby." Su Yuntao's ears turned slightly red. "My nickname for him is Peace, hoping he will be born safe and sound." A gentle feeling touched He-cha's heart, making her feel warm and a little numb. She lowered her head, a small smile forming at the corner of her mouth. The steam from the radish soup blurred her vision, but she couldn't hide her smile. Zhou Wenhong watched them and secretly exchanged a glance with Wang Gai. Both the grandmother and grandson smiled. That night, He-cha lay on the Kong bed, listening to the wind outside. She touched her belly gently. The little one inside seemed to sense her mood, giving her a gentle kick in response. She remembered Su Yuntao standing in front of her and his firm eyes when he said, "My wife is not for outsiders to talk about." Suddenly, she felt that this winter didn't seem so cold anymore. The next morning, Su Yuntao took He-cha to the commune. He first went to the youth office to find Yu Gongjun, then took her to the town health clinic. The doctor checked and said the baby was healthy, advising her to keep warm and avoid overexertion. After leaving the clinic, Su Yuntao took her to the supply and marketing cooperative. He bought her a piece of floral fabric. "Make a new cotton-padded jacket. It's getting cold." He-cha looked at the fabric with small flowers printed on it, feeling very happy inside. She knew Su Yuntao's salary was not much, but he still thought of buying her something. She shook her head. "No need, I have enough clothes." "Take it." Su Yuntao pressed the fabric into her hand. Just as a thank you for taking care of me these days." He-cha's face turned a little red. She nodded. "Thank you, Yuntao." It was the first time she called his name. Her voice was soft but clear, reaching his ears. Su Yuntao paused for a moment, his ears turning red. He didn't look back but quickened his steps, like a startled little deer. He-cha watched his back and couldn't help but smile. The sunlight shone on them, warm and gentle, like a tender hug. She knew good days were coming. When the north wind blew snowflakes against the window, He-cha was curled up in the corner of the Kong. Cold sweat on her forehead made her bangs stick together. Her right leg cramped suddenly and fiercely, as if a poisonous snake had crawled into her muscle, desperately trying to burrow into her bones. The pain made her feel dizzy and black out. She dared not make a sound, afraid to wake Zhou Wenhong and Wang Gai next door. The old lady has been coughing badly these days and can't sleep well at night. Wang spends her days carrying bricks at the kiln factory and is so tired she falls asleep as soon as she lies down, with some unspotted saliva still at the corner of her mouth. He-cha bites her pillowcase, trying to straighten her cramped leg with her hand, but her muscles are so stiff they feel like frozen iron. Just a little pressure on her fingertips makes her almost cry out in pain. A blurry shadow appears on the window paper, walking toward the kitchen. It's Su Yuntao. He's been staying up late writing appeal documents, only going to bed around 3 or 4 in the morning. Often in the middle of the night, she hears him rushing to the kitchen, pouring cold water to suppress his cough. He-cha quickly pulls her hand back and snuggles into her quilt. She doesn't want him to see her in this messy state, especially after he just protected her from Wang Bai Su's trouble. That day, when he said, "My wife doesn't need outsiders to talk about her," she felt warm inside, like holding a hot coal. But then her terrible cramp hit her again, bringing her back to reality. She's still a burden that needs care. Suddenly, there was a dull thud. The water jar lid in the kitchen fell off. Immediately after, there was a sudden, harsh cough, as if she was trying to cough out her lungs. Her heart clenched, forgetting the pain in her leg, and she threw on a cotton-padded coat to go to the kitchen. Su Yuntao was standing with his back to the door, holding a chipped enamel basin. His shoulders heaved violently from coughing. Moonlight seeped through the broken window frame, casting mottled shadows on his thin work shirt. His neck spine protruded like a string of unstrung beads. "Why are you coughing again?" Her voice was hoarse from just waking up. She draped her coat over his shoulders. "I told you not to drink cold water at night, but you didn't listen." Su Yuntao suddenly turned around, his eyes still bloodshot from coughing. When he saw her, he paused for a moment, his gaze falling on her bare feet, her feet cold and stiff from the frozen ground, with a slight redness at her ankle from the cramp. "Why did you get up?" His voice was a bit hoarse. He reached out to give her back her coat, but his fingertips first touched her cold hand, like touching ice. No shoes. She finally felt the coldness under her feet. Just as she was about to step back, her right leg suddenly cramped again, making her hiss in pain and involuntarily lean forward. Su Yuntao quickly caught her, his palm warm through her thin clothes, making her skin tingle. "Your leg is cramping," he frowned, looking at her trembling right leg. "How long has it been?" "It's an old problem. It will be fine after resting a bit." Cha tried to pull away from his hand, but was held even tighter. His palm was broad and steady, supporting her waist firmly, with strength that didn't seem like it came from someone who only held a pen all day. She forgot that before going to the countryside, he had worked as an apprentice at a machinery factory for over half a year, lifting heavy parts weighing hundreds of pounds. "Don't move." Su Yuntao crouched slightly, his warm breath brushing her ankle. He hesitated for a moment, his rough thumb gently pressing on her cramped muscle, his movements awkward like he was trying to fix a strange machine. Cha's face turned bright red suddenly. She had never had anyone touch her feet except the orphanage caregivers. His fingertips, calloused and slightly itchy when they brushed her skin, felt like feathers sweeping her heart. She wanted to step back, but he held her knee and said, "Hold on, it'll be fine once I press it." His grip was gentle but precise, kneading her spasming muscle carefully. At first, it hurt a little, then she felt a dull ache spreading, and finally, the tension slowly eased. She looked down at his hair, the moonlight casting a silver edge on his black hair, with a few stubborn, rebellious tufts standing up, looking just like the garlic sprouts on the stove that never grew straight. "Better now." When Su Yuntao looked up, his nose almost touched her knee. Their faces suddenly drew very close, and he could smell the faint scent of soapwort in her hair, cheap soapwort from the village supply store, much nicer than the overpowering osmanthus oil on Li Shuai's head. Cha quickly stepped back, bumping into the water jar behind her with a loud clink. She hurriedly nodded, "Much better, thank you." Her voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's hum, and her cheeks felt hot enough to cook a pancake. Su Yuntao stood up, rubbing the back of his hand on his pants as if he had touched something hot. The kitchen was dim, so he couldn't see his expression clearly, only heard him softly say, "Pregnant women are like that, calcium just can't keep up." He turned around and picked up a cloth bag from the stove. Inside were some crushed bone fragments, leftovers from the pig slaughter a few days ago, secretly given to him by Yan Lin to help Cha regain strength. He added a splash of water to the pot, poured in the bone fragments, and grabbed a handful of dried hawthorn from Zhou Wenhong's hidden jar. "Make some soup, drink it tomorrow morning." He added more firewood to the stove. The flickering firelight reflected on his face, softening his sharp features. "Hawthorn can help with appetite." "You haven't had much of an appetite lately." Cha stood frozen, watching him clumsily handle the spatula. She remembered how, when he first went to the countryside, his eyes looked at her like she was a cold stone that wouldn't warm up. I remember the indifference in his voice when he said, "Stop pretending," as he handed her water. I also recall how his pupils suddenly contracted when he touched her fingertips during the cold night while she was eating warm porridge. This man is like a deep well. On the surface, he seems cold and distant, but underneath, there is a warm spring of kindness. "How do you know all this?" she asked, unable to hide her curiosity. Su Yuntao paused his hand as he added wood to the stove, and his ears turned slightly red. "Dr. Deng told me," he replied. Last time, when he went with her for a checkup in town, Deng Huarong specifically advised her to take more calcium. He remembered every word and kept it in a small notebook hidden under his pillow. When the water in the pot started bubbling, Hee-cha's leg twitched again. It wasn't as painful this time, but it made her stumble. Suyun-tao reached out to help her, but stopped midair. Finally, he grabbed a thick cotton pad from the edge of the bed and said, "Sit and wait." The cotton pad was embroidered by Wang Gai with a crooked little duck stitched on it, the stitches large enough to fit a finger. Hee-cha sat on it, watching Suyun-tao standing by the stove, the firelight flickering on his eyelashes. Suddenly, she felt an indescribable sense of peace. Before, she hesitated for a long time before speaking. Was the original owner really that annoying? She always felt that Suyun-tao's kindness to her was partly because of the baby in her belly, and partly because she wasn't as stubborn as the original owner. Suyun-tao sprinkled some salt into the pot, pausing for a moment. "You're different from her. How are we different?" Because he wanted to say she was more capable than the original owner, more caring, even more beautiful, but instead he simply said, "Your porridge tastes better." Hee-cha couldn't help but laugh. The mole at the corner of her eye twitched, like a black grape touched by dew. Suyun-tao looked a bit stunned. He didn't notice the soup spilling over in the pot until his hand was scalded, then hurriedly lifted the lid. Seeing him flustered, a warm feeling filled her heart, soft and gentle. She stood up and handed him a clean cloth. "Wipe it, don't burn yourself." Their fingertips touched again, this time without avoiding. His hand was very warm, carrying the scent of fire. Her hand was cool, damp from the moisture of the bed. It was like fire in winter meeting the first melting snow, an odd harmony. Actually, Suyun-tao's voice was so low it was almost a whisper. "That day at the commune, director, you said the materials have been submitted, and we might hear something next month." He rarely talked about these things, always feeling that unfulfilled promises were like empty words. Hee-cha's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yes," he nodded, scooping the soup from the pot into a porcelain basin. "When the time comes, we can go back to the city." Suddenly, a strange silence filled the air. Hee-cha looked at the porcelain basin in his hands, the surface of the soup shimmering with a thin layer of oil under the moonlight. She thought of the drafty earthen house in Shilianzi village, the poisonous looks from Li Xueme, and Zhou Wenhong's shy glances when she handed her red sugar. Her heart felt like a jar of mixed flavors. "Going back to the city is pretty good," she said softly, lowering her head and tapping her toes on the firewood on the ground. "Anin should be born in the city, where she can see electric lights." Suyun-tao didn't reply. He simply picked up the porcelain basin and headed into her room. As he passed the doorframe, he suddenly said, "When the time comes, I'll buy you a sewing machine." Hee-cha was stunned. A sewing machine? That was a rare item, worth more than half his monthly salary. "You stay up late sewing clothes, it hurts your eyes." His voice was calm, like he was commenting on the weather. "After Anin is born, you'll need a lot of things." Her eyes suddenly felt a little hot. She quickly looked down, pretending to straighten her collar. "Let's talk about it later. First, get the materials sorted out." Back in her room, Suyun-tao placed the basin on a small stool by the heated bed, then took out an old cotton quilt from the cabinet and spread it at her feet. "Sleep well tonight. Don't catch a cold again." It was the quilt he brought from the countryside, made of pure cotton, much warmer than Zhou Wenhong's patchwork quilt. She watched his busy figure and suddenly remembered how he had crouched down earlier in the kitchen to press her leg. Under the light, his long eyelashes drooped like two small fans, hiding his emotions. But his clumsy yet serious actions couldn't fool anyone. "Suyun-tao," she called him, her voice trembling slightly. He turned around, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." She shook her head and curled into the quilt. "Thank you." This time, her voice was clear, like ice falling onto a jade plate. "Not just for my leg, but also for the materials." Suyun-tao's ears turned red again. He scratched his head. "It's the right thing to do." He paused, his gaze falling on her growing belly, and his voice was low, almost like a sigh. "The baby is the most important." After saying that, he turned and left quickly, his steps rushing as if he was fleeing. Hee-cha watched him disappear at the door, then reached out to touch her belly. The little one inside seemed to understand, gently kicking her. The kick was soft, like a small stone dropping into a calm lake, creating ripples. Later that night, Hee-cha slept peacefully, without any cramps. In her half-dreaming state, she felt as if someone added firewood to her fire. The warm glow lit up her face, reminding her of childhood in the orphanage, when a caregiver secretly gave her roasted sweet potatoes. The next morning, Wang Gaigai woke up and smelled something delicious. She sniffed like a little dog, exclaiming, "Wow! It's meat soup! Did you hide some tasty food, sister-in-law?" Zhou Wenhong also came out of the inner room, wearing a padded coat. Seeing the enamel basin by the bed, her eyes showed a hint of surprise. "What's this?" "Brother cooked it last night." Hee-cha poured the soup into a bowl and scooped 2 more spoonfuls into Zhou Wenhong's bowl. "Mom, drink more to strengthen your body." Su Yuntao came in from outside carrying a canvas bag. His face was frosted, and he held a few sheets of draft paper. Probably he had gone to the commune early to send some materials. When he saw the soup bowl on the table, he paused. "Come, brother, drink." Wang Gaigai pushed the biggest bowl toward him. "Sister-in-law said this soup is good for calcium. Look at you, so thin. A gust of wind could you over." Su Yuntao didn't take the bowl, but instead picked out the biggest bone from Hee-cha's bowl. "You drink," he said. Zhou Wenhong watched quietly, a small smile forming at the corner of her mouth. She picked up her own bowl and took a sip of the soup, her eyes slightly moist. Since their old man was overthrown, the family hadn't been this lively. The hawthorn in the soup was tangy, but as she drank, she felt it was sweet. After breakfast, they went to work. The production team arranged for cotton picking. When Hee-cha reached the field, she saw Li Xuemei standing there, clutching a blue cloth bag. When she saw her, her eyes darted around like a frightened rabbit. "Sister-in-law." Li Xuemei hurriedly handed her the cloth bag. "This is my mom's pickled radish. It helps with morning sickness. You keep it." Hee-cha was stunned. She looked at the bright red radish strips inside the bag, sprinkled with sesame seeds. She remembered Li Xuemei's pale face in the cotton field yesterday and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. "Thank you, Xuemei," she said, taking the bag. She also handed Li Xuemei a plain steamed bun, something Zhou Wenhong had specially left for her that morning. "Try this, my mom steamed it." When Li Xuemei took the bun, her fingers trembled, and her eyes suddenly turned red.
"Sister-in-law,
I was wrong before." Hee-cha smiled and said, "It's all in the past." As they were talking, they heard Wang Baise's loud voice from afar. "Su family's daughter-in-law. Come here for a moment." He was standing at the warehouse door, holding a ledger, with his eyes wide and sharp. Hee-cha's heart skipped a beat, and she followed him to the warehouse. Wang Baisu threw the ledger down in front of her. "Look at this. 2 feet of cloth voucher are missing. Did you take it?" The ledger clearly recorded. Su family received 3 feet of cloth voucher, but only 1 foot was issued. There was also a crooked fingerprint next to it, which looked like Wang Baise's own. "I didn't take it," Hee-cha said calmly. "On the day I received the cloth voucher, the storekeeper personally gave it to me, just 1 foot. How dare you deny it?" Wang Baise spat on the ground. "Who else could it be? In all of Shinian village, you're the one who needs cloth vouchers the most for your confinement." People around gathered, talking loudly. Zhang Guifin wanted to speak up for Hee-cha, but Wang Baise glared at her. "Mind your own business." Looking at Wang Baise's face, which was full of angry flesh, Hee-cha suddenly understood. He was holding a grudge from the day Su Yuntao embarrassed him and was deliberately picking a fight. "Storekeeper Wang," she said, her gaze sweeping over the corner of the warehouse where some patterned cloth was piled. "The cloth vouchers are distributed based on the number of people in the family. My family has 4 members, so we should get 4 feet. You only gave 1 foot, and now you're saying 2 feet are missing. How do you account for this?" Wang Baise's face instantly turned pale like pig liver, and he stammered. I remembered it wrong." "If you remembered wrong, you can correct it." Hee-cha's voice was quiet but clear. "But it's wrong to slander someone." She looked at the crowd. "Everyone here, Hee-cha, may be from the city, but I still understand the words no stealing, no robbing." If the storekeeper Wang can't produce evidence that I stole the cloth voucher, he should apologize to me. The crowd responded with agreement, and even Li Shiping muttered, Baisa didn't handle this properly. Wang Baisa's face alternated between green and white, wanting to argue, but lacking confidence. Finally, he said reluctantly, Fine. I remembered it wrong. Can we forget about it? He Cha didn't reply, only looked at him with eyes full of unwavering certainty. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Wang Baisu finally lowered his head and mumbled softly, like a mosquito, Sorry. Sorry. He Cha then turned to leave. After a few steps, she saw Su Yuntao standing nearby, holding some materials that hadn't been sent out yet. Seeing her, he quickly walked over and asked, Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. He Cha smiled and held up the cloth bag in her hand. Li Shuamei gave me some sour radish. Would you like to try? Su Yuntao looked at the smile in her eyes and suddenly felt relaxed. He took a piece of the radish and bit into it. It was sour, and he frowned, but inside he felt a warm sweetness. The sunset stretched their shadows long, and they walked side by side along the field ridge, like a peaceful painting. He Cha remembered the cramps at night, the bone soup in the kitchen, and his serious look when he said, The children are more important. Suddenly, she felt that winter in Shidianzi village didn't seem so cold anymore. Before going to bed at night, He Cha cut the sour radish Li Shuamei gave her into small pieces and put them in Su Yuntao's enamel cup, pouring hot water over them to soak. She knew he often stayed up late writing reports, feeling bitter, and this tangy radish could help him stay alert. When Su Yuntao returned and saw the radish pieces in the cup, he paused. He Cha pretended to be asleep but could feel him pick up the cup and take a gentle sip. Then, something soft and warm fell onto her blanket. It was the hot water bag he bought at the commune during the day, filled with hot water, just right to warm his feet. In the darkness, He Cha's lips curled up slightly. She moved the hot water bag closer to her legs. This winter, it really didn't seem so cold anymore. The north wind whistled and carried snowflakes, blowing across the grain-drying yard in Shidianzi village. It lifted the straw stacks piled in the corner with a loud rustling. He Cha wrapped her patched-up old cotton-padded coat tightly around herself, instinctively holding her belly, where a slight bump had appeared, like a small pumpkin. As days passed, it grew heavier, and she became more sensitive to the cold. Cha, are you really going to get the cotton padding? Zhou Wenhong rubbed her frozen hands and moved closer. I heard this year's stock of cotton padding is hard to get, and Wang Bisu. He's not easy to deal with. Wang Bisua was the village's warehouse keeper, a thin, middle-aged man. He controlled the supplies and often looked down on villagers, especially those like Sui's family who had blemishes. He made things difficult for them. He Cha touched her belly, feeling a faint movement, like the baby was reminding her it was cold. She took a deep breath and said firmly, I have to go. It's getting colder, and the baby can't catch a cold. She knew that according to the rules, each household in the village could receive 5 jean of cotton fluff in winter to make a thin quilt. Although the Su family was in a special situation, Su Yuntao was still working in the village and should be entitled to it. But Wang Bisua's temper was not likely to give it easily. I'll go with you, Zhou Wenhong said, stomping her frozen foot. There are more of us, so he probably won't be too harsh. The warehouse was behind the village office, a small, low earthen building. A large copper lock hung on the door, rusty and old. Wang Bisua was sitting on the doorstep smoking. When she saw them approaching, she didn't even lift her eyelids and blew out a smoke ring. What's the matter? Grandpa Wang. We're here to get the cotton fluff, He Cha said calmly, for the Su family. Wang Bisua finally looked up, her triangular eyes scanning her pregnant belly. She sneered, Su family? Which Su family? Oh, you mean that person who committed a crime? Su Yuntao. She stomped out her cigarette and ground it with her foot. Cotton fluff is for hardworking people. Someone like him doesn't deserve it. The policy doesn't say that people with crimes can't get winter supplies. He Cha clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms. Even if he made a mistake, the child is innocent. We can't let an unborn baby freeze, right? Baby, Wang Bisua snorted. Who knows whose kid it is? If she gets the cotton fluff and it turns out to be for a wild child, I can't take responsibility for that. Her words felt like a needle stabbing into Hee-cha's heart. Her face turned pale instantly, trembling all over. If Zhou Wenhong hadn't caught her in time, she might have lost her balance. Wang Bisua, watch your words and be more respectful. Zhou Wenhong couldn't hold back anymore, raising her voice. Yi-cha is pregnant. Is that easy? You're not giving supplies, and now you're talking such nonsense. Me, nonsense? Wang Bisua also stood up straight, her back straight as a rod. I'm thinking of the collective. What if she secretly takes the cotton fluff back to her family? Who will be responsible then? I won't. Hee-cha gritted her teeth, trying to keep her voice steady. I only want my share from the Su family, enough to make a small bed and quilt for the baby. If it's not enough, I can exchange my work points. More or less, it's fine. Work points. Wang Bisua looked her up and down, as if she were a joke. You, a pregnant woman, how many work points can you earn? Probably can't even support yourself. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind. Are my work points enough? Hee-cha turned around and saw Su Yun-tao standing nearby, still carrying the smell of freshly dug soil from the fields. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, showing he had been running all the way. He quickly stepped over to her, took off his thick cotton coat, and draped it over her shoulders. His movements were a bit clumsy, but warm. Yun-tao, Wang Bisua's face changed, and her arrogant attitude shrank by half. Although Su Yun-tao was in trouble now, he used to be highly respected in the village and was known for his stubborn temper. He still made her a little afraid. According to the rules, each household gets 5 jin of cotton fluff. Su Yun-tao's gaze was steady, but firm as he looked at Wang Bisua. The Su family's household register has 3 people, me, her, and the unborn child. We should get 15 jin. If you don't give it, I'll go to the commune and ask the secretary if the policy is changed. Wang Bisua's face turned red and white alternately, and she stammered, unable to speak clearly. She was trying to make things difficult for Hee-cha because she thought a pregnant woman would be easy to bully. She didn't expect Su Yun-tao to suddenly appear. If they took this matter to the commune, her withholding supplies wouldn't stay hidden. She'd end up bearing the consequences. Here, take it. Wang Bisua grumbled as she took the key from her waist, opened the warehouse door, rummaged around inside, and finally pulled out a small bundle of cotton fluff. She threw it on the ground. 5 jin, no more. The cotton fluff was yellowish, hard, and mixed with a lot of impurities, clearly the worst quality. Zhou Wenhong wanted to speak, but Su Yun-tao stopped her. Thank you. Su Yun-tao bent down to pick up the cotton fluff and handed it to Hee-cha. His voice was calm, without any emotion. Let's go. On the way back, no one spoke. The north wind grew stronger, cutting like knives on their faces. Hee-cha, wrapped in Su Yun-tao's cotton coat, could smell the faint scent of sweat and wheat straw, but her heart felt heavy and uncomfortable. Don't take it to heart, Su Yun-tao suddenly said as they approached the house, his voice a little dry. Wang Bisua is just that kind of person. She looks down on others. I'm not angry at him. Hee-cha stopped walking and looked up at him. Her eyes were misty.
I'm upset.
It's hard enough to get the cotton fluff, and now the baby isn't even born yet, and we have to suffer this unfairness. Su Yun-tao looked at her reddening eyes, and a pang of pain clenched his heart. He wanted to say something comforting but opened his mouth only to find his throat tight and couldn't speak. He knew what she said was true. Since the family incident, a little frustration doesn't matter much to him, but she is pregnant and still has to endure this treatment from him, which weighs heavily on his heart. Although the cotton isn't perfect, if we fluff it a few more times and mix in some old cotton, we can make a small, warm quilt for the bed. He clumsily changes the subject, reaching out to brush her hair blown by the wind. He hesitates, then pulls back his hand. I'll go fluff the cotton tonight. He nods slightly without saying more. When she gets home, she spreads the cotton on the Kong bed, looking at the yellowed fibers. Suddenly, she remembers when she first crossed over. The family was not wealthy, but the house was always clean, and the winter cotton was snow-white and fluffy. Yet in just half a year, how did things get so bad? I'll go borrow the bough for fluffing cotton, Su Yun-tao says, putting on his hat. You rest at home. Don't catch a cold. As he steps out, Zhou Wenhong comes in with a bowl of hot water. Drink some hot water to warm up. Wang Biziu, that old thing, will get what's coming to her someday. She hands the water to He Cha and sighs, Icha, don't be too stubborn. Next time something like this happens, let Yun Tao handle it when he's back. You're pregnant. You can't get too upset. He Cha holds the warm bowl, feeling a little comforted. I know, but I just can't help it. I understand. Zhou Wenhong pats her hand. Mothers always want to protect their children. She looks at the cotton on the Kong. Maybe I can give you some leftover cotton from last year? It's not much, but better than this. No need, Sister Zhou. He Cha shakes her head. Your family isn't well off either. Keep it for making a new coat. This cotton isn't perfect, but if we add some old cotton, it should be enough. Zhou Wenhong wants to say more, but outside, Su Yuntao's voice comes in. He has borrowed the bough for fluffing cotton. He quickly wipes his eyes and smiles at Zhou Wenhong. Look, he's back. Su Yuntao sets the bough on a wooden stake in the yard and begins to fluff the cotton. The bowstring hums loudly, making his arms numb, and sweat beads form on his forehead. He stands at the door watching him. His movements are not very skilled, even a bit awkward. He stops after a few tries to rub his arms, but his eyes are very focused, as if doing something very important. The cotton he fluffs becomes a bit more fluffy. It's still yellow, but at least there are no hard lumps. Su Yuntao carefully puts the fluffed cotton inside, then searches through old boxes for some worn-out coats. He carefully takes out the old cotton inside and mixes it with the new cotton. This will keep us warm. He held the mixed cotton fluff like a precious treasure and said to He Cha, I'll ask Aunt Zhang next door to help make it this weekend. She's good at sewing. He Cha looked at his hair, which was covered in cotton fluff, and suddenly smiled. Your hair is full of cotton, like an old man's. Su Yuntao was surprised, reached up to touch his hair, and indeed felt a lot of fluff. His face turned slightly red. He turned around to brush it off, but was stopped by her call. Don't move, I'll help you. He Cha walked over, tiptoed, and gently brushed the cotton fluff from his hair. His hair was stiff, like freshly cut wheat stalks, and it made her palm itch. His warm breath and faint smell of sweat weren't unpleasant. They even made her feel safe. Su Yuntao froze in place, clearly feeling her fingertips occasionally brush his ear, causing a tiny shiver. He looked down and saw her long eyelashes, fluttering gently like small fans. It seemed as if something in the air had changed. In the quiet yard, only the wind blowing through the woodpile made a soft, whooshing sound, along with their increasingly rapid heartbeats. Done. He Cha was the first to regain her composure, took a step back, and her cheeks felt a little hot. It's getting dark. Time to cook. Su Yuntao also turned around, pretending to look at the fire in the stove, but his ears turned slightly red. Dinner was a thin corn porridge, so watery it reflected shadows, served with pickled vegetables. He Cha had little appetite, but forced herself to drink a few more sips. She had to think of the baby in her belly. Su Yuntao silently moved a few grains of corn from his bowl into hers, very gently, as if afraid she'd notice. Seeing this, He Cha felt her heart fill with warmth. She knew life was hard, but as long as they stayed united, they could get through it. Just like this cotton fluff, no matter how poor the material, with care, it could create a warm little space for the baby in winter. At night, He Cha lay in bed, listening to the howling north wind outside the window, her hand gently resting on her belly. There was another movement inside, like the baby was responding to her. She smiled and silently thought, Baby, don't be afraid. Mom and Dad will protect you and make sure you come into this world warm and safe. From the next room, she heard Su Yuntao flipping through a book softly. It was quiet but reassuring. She knew he was still working on that appeal letter. Maybe spring really wasn't far away. Just as the smoke from the village kitchen rose over the drying fields, Li Xuemei carried a half basket of wild vegetables and strolled toward Zhou Wenhong's house. She walked slowly, but her eyes kept glancing toward Su Yuntao's house. Its wooden door was tightly shut, probably because He Cha was resting inside. Red sister-in-law, are you busy? Li Xuemei pushed open the fence gate of Zhou Wenhong's home, smiling warmly. She placed her basket on the doorstep. I just dug some wild chives, very fresh. I'll prepare them for dumplings. Zhou Wenhong was squatting by the stove, tending the fire. She looked up and smiled. You're thoughtful. Come inside and sit. She called to her daughter in the inner room. Auntie Shuamei is here. Bring her a piece of dried sweet potato. Shiley came out, handed over a dark piece of dried sweet potato, then quickly hid behind Zhou Wenhong. The girl had lost her father early and was very shy. She blushed whenever strangers were around. Li Shuamei held the sweet potato, but didn't eat it. Instead, she rubbed its rough surface and casually said, By the way, Brother Su's wife has been looking heavier lately, hasn't she? Yesterday, I went to the warehouse to get salt and saw her going into Brother Su's house in the middle of the day. It's not very appropriate for a young woman and a single man to be alone together. Zhou Wenhong paused her firewood gathering, her brow furrowing slightly. He Cha is pregnant and has trouble moving around. Yun Tao is helping her, which is proper. Besides, they are husband and wife. Living together isn't a problem. But still, Li Shuamei lowered her voice and leaned closer. Many eyes in the village are watching. As a young wife, she keeps sneaking into his room.
People might gossip.
I just want to look out for her so she doesn't get talked about and affect the baby. Zhou Wenhong was silent. She had heard the village gossip before, but she didn't think He Cha was that kind of person. The girl was quiet but honest, pregnant, and still helping Yun Tao sew and wash. It seemed she genuinely wanted to be with him. However, Li Shuamei's words weren't entirely wrong. Village gossip could twist the truth, and if rumors got out, it would be hard for a pregnant woman to endure. I understand, Zhou Wenhong replied calmly. She didn't say more. She added some firewood to the stove, and the flames suddenly leaped up, making her cheeks glow red. Li Shuamei saw her expression soften and secretly felt pleased, but she still said, Actually, I was just worrying too much. Sister Wenhong, you are a wise person and probably see things more clearly than I do. I just think Brother Su is not easy to deal with, so I hope no one uses this as an excuse against him. As she spoke, she stood up and patted her apron. I won't delay your cooking. I need to go deliver medicine to my mother. After sending off Li Shuamei, Zhou Wenhong looked at the flickering flames in the stove and felt uneasy. She truly felt sorry for He Cha, a girl from the city who married into this poor mountain village. Her husband's family had problems, she was pregnant, and she still had to endure hardships. Anyone would find it hard to bear. But Li Shuamei's words felt like a tiny thorn in her heart, not painful, but uncomfortable. In the evening, Zhou Wenhong carried the newly made shoe soles and headed to Su Yuntao's house. On the way past the grain-drying yard, she saw He Cha leaning against the wall, walking slowly. Her belly was very obvious now, and she had to stop and catch her breath every few steps. He Cha girl, Zhou Wenhong called out and hurried over. He Cha turned her head and saw her. A faint smile appeared on her face. Sister Wenhong, walk slowly, don't rush, Zhou Wenhong said, holding her arm and helping her find a stone to sit on. I brought you a pair of cloth shoes. The pair you wore before is almost worn out. This pair has a thick sole and will keep you warm. The cloth shoes were made from old corduroy fabric with a tightly stitched sole and neat stitches. Obviously took a lot of effort. He Cha took the shoes, feeling the warm fabric with her fingertips, and her heart warmed.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
I really appreciate your kindness. No need to thank me. We're neighbors. Zhou Wenhong sat beside her. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. He Cha girl, there's something I need to tell you, but I don't know if I should. Go ahead, sister-in-law. He Cha saw her serious expression and had a vague premonition. In the village, some people talk too much, Zhou Wenhong said carefully. They say you often go to Yun Tao's house, and it doesn't sound good. I know you're weak and need care, but still, men and women should be careful. We don't want others to find excuses and cause trouble for Yun Tao. He Cha's heart suddenly sank like being poured with cold water. She knew there were no secrets in this village. Although she and Su Yun Tao were nominally married, they kept proper boundaries, sleeping in separate rooms, speaking from 3 feet apart. Why did others call her disobedient? I understand. Thank you for reminding me, sister-in-law, She lowered her head, her voice a little hoarse, and the cloth shoes in her hands were squeezed out of shape. Zhou Wenhong saw her eyes were red and felt sad too. She sighed. Don't take it to heart. Words are just words. People say what they want. We do what's right and stand tall, so we're not afraid of shadows.
But
it's wise to be cautious, especially of someone like Li Xuemei, who likes to stir up trouble. Li Xuemei? He Cha suddenly looked up, a flash of clarity in her eyes. She had wondered who would gossip without reason, and now she knew it was her. Everyone in the village could see Li Xuemei's feelings for Su Yuntao. Before the Su family had trouble, she often went to their house, bringing shoe insoles, sewing clothes. She might as well have written, "I want to marry him" on her face. Since she arrived, Li Xuemei's eyes on her have never been kind. She's just bored. Cha steadied herself, carefully folded the cloth shoes, and put them into her cloth bag. I stand straight and firm, so I don't care what she says. Even so, her heart felt heavy, like a stone was pressing down. She wasn't afraid of others talking about her, but she worried those rumors might reach Su Yuntao's ears, making him more upset. She also feared these words could affect the Su family's case, if someone like Wang Bizia found a reason to cause trouble again. By the way, Zhou Wenhong seemed to remember something, took 2 roasted sweet potatoes from her pocket, and handed them to her. Just pulled from the stove. They're hot. Fill your stomach. The sweet potatoes were roasted to a fragrant, slightly charred smell. She peeled the skin, revealing the golden, steaming flesh, sweet and soft. Cha took a bite, feeling warmth flow from her throat to her heart, easing her earlier sadness. Thank you, sister-in-law, she said sincerely. In this unfamiliar time, Zhou Wenhong was the first person to truly treat her kindly. No need to be polite. Zhou Wenhong smiled. Go back quickly. It's getting dark, and the wind is strong. Cha nodded, slowly stood up, and headed home. The setting sun stretched her shadow long and lonely, like a forgotten stalk of wheat on the edge of the field. Just as she reached the gate, she saw Su Yuntao standing by the wooden door, holding a sickle, as if he had just come back from the field. He looked at her, then at the sweet potato in her hand, and frowned slightly. Where did you go? I looked for you everywhere. Just talking with sister-in-law Wenhong, she avoided his gaze and lowered her head to walk into the yard. Yuntao followed behind her, watching her slightly stiff back. He hesitated and asked, Did someone say something? Yeka stopped walking. She turned around and looked at his side face, glowing gold in the sunset. Suddenly, she felt there was no need to hide anything. Li Xuemei said, I often go to your house, and it doesn't sound good. Sister Wenhong reminded me to be careful. Yuntao's face darkened instantly. He clenched his hand holding the sickle, his knuckles turning white. Ignore her. Her mouth is on her face. She can say whatever she wants. But I'm afraid. Yeka bit her lip. Afraid it will affect your case. Wang Bisua already wants to cause trouble for us. If he finds another reason, it won't happen. Yuntao interrupted her firmly. My case relies on evidence, not rumors. You are my wife, carrying my child, walking into my house. It's natural. If anyone dares to gossip, let them come to me. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable strength, like warm winter sunshine that melted the coldness in Yeka's heart. She looked at his tense jawline and suddenly felt that with his words, even the harshest gossip didn't seem so scary anymore. Go inside. It's cold outside. Yuntao turned first and headed toward the kitchen. I dug some wild yams in the field today. I'll make you porridge. Yeka watched his back. Though not tall, he looked solid and dependable. She suddenly smiled and quickly followed him. I'll help you light the fire. Soon, smoke rose from the kitchen, mixed with a fresh scent of yams, filling the small room. Yuntao clumsily peeled the yams, tossing the pieces into the pot, his movements awkward but serious. Yeka sat by the door, adding firewood. The firelight reflected on their faces, warm and cozy. If anyone talks nonsense again, tell me, Yuntao suddenly said, staring at the boiling yams. Don't keep it to yourself, Yeka nodded. added a piece of firewood to the stove, and the flames crackled, as if responding to him. She knew that from today on, she wouldn't face those rumors alone anymore. Outside, Li Xuemei's figure flashed past beyond the fence. Seeing the light in the kitchen and hearing faint voices, her smile froze. A trace of jealousy flickered in her eyes. She spat harshly on the ground and quickly turned away. Inside the kitchen, neither of the two noticed what was happening outside. The yam porridge in the pot was bubbling gently, and the aroma grew stronger, much like the quiet changes happening in these days. Though there was bitterness, slowly, sweetness was beginning to emerge. The flame of the kerosene lamp cast flickering shadows on the paper, mirroring Su Yuntao's mood at this moment. He read the appeal letter 3 times, repeatedly. The edges of the paper frayed from his fingertips. The ink under the lamp looked dull, and every word carried a heavy, hard-to-express feeling. Still haven't found someone to deliver the letter? He-cha entered quietly, carrying a bowl of warm yam porridge. Her steps were light, like a cat's, afraid to disturb him. Her belly was quite noticeable now, and she had to lean back slightly to keep her balance. The cloth belt around her waist left faint marks. Su Yuntao looked up, carefully folded the letter, and placed it into a brown paper envelope. The local officials either dodge responsibility or say a person with a guilty conscience isn't fit to appeal. "I've gone 3 times, but I haven't even seen the secretary," he said with a suppressed exhaustion. His eyes looked a little dark beneath the lids. He had stayed up 3 nights writing this letter, and during the day, he still worked in the fields to earn points. He looked drained, as if all his energy had been drained away. He-cha set the porridge bowl beside him. There were a few red dates floating on the surface, sent by Zhou Wenhong yesterday, meant to help the pregnant woman strengthen her blood and energy. She looked at his bloodshot eyes and felt a slight worry. "Don't worry, there's always a way." "What way?" Su Yuntao chuckled bitterly, picking up the bowl but not drinking. Instead, he gently stirred the porridge with a spoon. "My dad's old comrades, some have passed away, others are afraid of trouble and stay away. If we can't deliver this letter, our family will truly have no hope of getting out." His voice was very low, but it hit He-cha's heart like a hammer. She knew what this letter meant to the Su family. It's their only hope to clear their name, their lifeline to leave Xinjiangzi village, and escape the label of guilty. Silence filled the small room, broken only by the occasional crackle of the kerosene lamp wick. He-cha leaned on the bed frame and sat down slowly, her hand unconsciously resting on her swollen belly. A slight fetal movement came from there, as if the baby was reminding her of something. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in her mind. She remembered from the historical novel she read before crossing over that Su Yuntao's appeal letter was ultimately delivered through Yu Gongjun at the county youth office. The book says Yu Gongjun is an honest and upright scholar who dislikes the complicated officialdom. He volunteered to work at the youth office because he sympathizes with those wronged. "Maybe we can try to find Yu Gongjun at the county youth office." He-cha's voice was uncertain. She didn't want to get his hopes up or disappoint him. "I heard he's honest and only cares about what's right, not background." Su Yuntao suddenly paused while holding his spoon and looked at her. "Yu Gongjun? Do you know him?" "No." He-cha avoided his gaze and pretended to straighten her clothes. "My dad's colleagues mentioned him before. He's known as a fair official in the county, doesn't care about status, only about principles." She had prepared this excuse long ago, using her late father's name as a shield to reduce suspicion. Su Yuntao frowned, tapping his knee lightly, thinking. He had heard of Yu Gongjun. He was known for being tough. Last year, a youth was unfairly treated by the team leader, and Yu Gongjun personally investigated and cleared the young man. But the problem was he was guilty, and would Yu Gongjun be willing to take on his case? Maybe. He won't want to get involved. Su Yuntao hesitated. He had been rejected so many times that he was losing confidence. "What if we don't try?" He-cha suddenly became firm. She looked into his eyes and said clearly, "This is the only way now. Even if he refuses, we have nothing to lose." "But what if he agrees?" Her eyes shone brightly under the kerosene lamp, like stars in the night, with a convincing strength. Su Yuntao looked at her and suddenly remembered how she confidently said last time Wang Bizia wouldn't dare really take the cotton, and she actually did. He thought of her warning about Li Xuemei's pregnancy medicine being suspicious, and how she secretly fed the residue to the dog, which vomited all afternoon. This seemingly fragile pregnant woman always had surprising advice at critical moments. All right, I'll try, Su Yuntao decided firmly. He picked out the red dates from his porridge and handed them to He-cha. You eat first. I'll take leave and go to the county tomorrow. I'll go with you. He-cha put the red dates back into his bowl. The youth office is next to the county committee compound. I've been there once, actually, I saw it in the book, so I know the way.
Plus.
More people means more help. Zui Yuntao was about to refuse, but when he saw her determined look, he swallowed his words. He knew her personality, seemingly gentle but very stubborn. Besides, she was pregnant, and he didn't feel comfortable leaving her alone in the village. Recently, Li Xuemei kept coming to their house under the excuse of taking care of the pregnant woman, and her gaze toward him was becoming more suggestive, making him feel uneasy. Can you handle the bumpy road? He still worried and reached out to touch her belly but hesitated, stopping his hand in midair. Finally, he placed it gently on her shoulder and gave it a light squeeze. If it's too much, I'll go and come back quickly. I'm fine. I'm strong. He-cha smiled and picked up the unfinished porridge bowl, taking small sips. The soft yum mixed with the sweetness of red dates melted on her tongue, bringing a warm sense of comfort. Early the next morning, before dawn, the two set out. Zui Yuntao borrowed a bicycle that only jingled when it moved, and he let He-cha sit on the back. He pushed the bike, worried it might shake her on the rough road. He-cha insisted on walking part of the way, so they walked and stopped together. The morning light stretched their shadows long, then gradually shortened. The county town was much busier than Xinyanzi village. Occasionally, bicycles passed on the asphalt road, and officials in uniform came and went. Slogans like, "Fight the Revolution," "Promote Production," were painted on the walls. He-cha tightly held onto Zui Yuntao's clothes, looking at the flowered fabrics and enamel cups displayed in shop windows, her eyes filled with curiosity. This was her first real experience of going to town after crossing over. The youth office is just behind that red-painted door. He-cha pointed to a small two-story building nearby, her heart beating faster. Could the events from the story happen here? Would Yu Gongjun be as honest as described in the book? Zui Yuntao took a deep breath, locked the bicycle against the wall, and took out the brown paper envelope from his pocket, his fingers trembling slightly. He straightened his faded coat and helped fix He-cha's wind-blown hair. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. I'll go in with you. He-cha grabbed his arm. More people, and we'll have more confidence. After a moment of hesitation, Zui Yuntao nodded. As they approached the red door, the guard stopped them. Who are you looking for? Do you have an introduction letter? We're looking for Comrade Yu Gongjun. It's a private matter, Zui Yuntao said as calmly as possible, clutching the envelope tightly. Director Yu is busy and not everyone can see him. The security guard looked them over, glancing at Su Yuntao's faded coat and He-cha's swollen belly with obvious disdain. If you have nothing urgent, go away. Don't cause trouble here. He-cha stepped forward confidently and said clearly, Comrade, we are here to submit an appeal about the injustice to the Su family. If Director Yu knows about it, he will surely want to see us. She deliberately emphasized the words injustice, looking straight at the guard. The guard was surprised, not expecting this pregnant woman to challenge him. He looked her over again, noticing her patched clothes but also her firm gaze. She didn't seem to be causing trouble for no reason. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Wait here. I'll report to him. Every second of waiting felt like being fried in a hot pan. Su Yuntao's palms were sweaty, and he clenched the envelope tightly. He-cha quietly held his hand. His hand was rough, full of calluses, but warm and reassuring. Don't be afraid, she whispered, feeling a slight trembling through her fingertips. Soon, the guard came out looking calmer. Director, you told you to go in. The office is at the very end of the third floor. They looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Su Yuntao tightened his grip on the envelope and said to Hee-cha, "You wait downstairs." "I'll go up alone." "No, I'll go with you," she insisted, eager to see what was happening and to confirm if the hope in her letter could really become real. The corridor on the third floor was quiet, with posters about young people going to the countryside on the walls. The office at the end was slightly open, and they could hear the scratching of a pen on paper inside. Su Yuntao took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," a gentle male voice replied. He pushed the door open and saw a young man in a gray Zhongshan suit sitting behind the desk, wearing black-rimmed glasses. His hair was neatly combed, and he was looking down at some documents. When he looked up and saw them, his bright eyes behind the glasses showed scrutiny, but not disdain. "I am Yu Gongjun. Do you need to see me?" he asked, standing up. He was tall, slightly leaning forward as he spoke, with a friendly attitude. "Hello, Director Yu. My name is Su Yuntao, and this is my wife, Hee-cha." Su Yuntao was so nervous that his palms sweat as he handed over the envelope. "This is my family's appeal materials. My father was wrongly accused. Please take a look." Yu Gongjun took the envelope but didn't open it right away. Instead, he asked them to sit down and poured 2 cups of hot water. "Don't worry, take your time. I have some idea about your father's case. It was classified as being part of a counter-revolutionary group, right?" Su Yuntao was surprised that he knew, and his eyes lit up. "Yes. But my father is innocent. He only worked with that comrade and was not involved in any activities. The evidence is all fake." He became more excited, his voice trembling. Yu Gongjun listened quietly without interrupting, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. When Su Yuntao finished, he opened the envelope and looked carefully. The office was very quiet, only the sound of paper turning and Hee-cha's occasional suppressed breathing. Her stomach felt heavy, and sitting for a long time was uncomfortable. Su Yuntao's heart was in his throat. He watched Yu Gongjun's expression closely, afraid to see the word refusal on his face. Hee-cha quietly held his hand and gently pinched his fingers, signaling him to stay calm. After a while, Yu Gongjun finished reading. He put the letter back into the envelope, adjusted his glasses, and said, "I've received the materials. Comrade Su, your father's case has many doubts. I will report it to higher authorities." But he paused, his tone serious. "This will take time, and success is not guaranteed. You need to be prepared. We are. Su Yuntao almost stood up excitedly, his eyes turning red. "As long as you help us, we'll wait as long as it takes." "Thank you. Thank you so much," Yu Gongjun smiled. "I'm not helping you. I'm doing what I should do. Every wrongful case should be corrected." He looked at Hee-cha and noticed her discomfort. "Your wife is pregnant and shouldn't sit for long. I won't keep you. When there's news, I'll ask the commune to inform you." "Thank you, Director Yu." "Thank you." Su Yuntao held Hee-cha's hand and bowed deeply, so overwhelmed he couldn't say more. As they left the youth office, the sun was shining warmly. Su Yuntao felt as if a heavy burden had suddenly been lifted, and his steps became lighter. He looked back at the small red-painted building, and the confusion in his eyes was replaced by a feeling called hope. I knew he would help. Hee-cha leaned against the wall, gently catching her breath, a tired yet happy smile on her face. "How did you know he would definitely accept?" Su Yuntao looked at her with curiosity and gratitude. "I was so nervous I felt weak. I guessed." Hee-cha smiled without explaining. She couldn't tell him that everything was just part of a story written in a book. On the way back, Su Yuntao insisted on riding his bike with her. "The road is flat now. I'll go slowly, so it won't be bumpy." Hee-cha hesitated but finally sat on the back seat, lightly holding his clothes. The bike moved slowly on the asphalt road, the wind brushing her face, carrying the scent of sunshine. Su Yuntao's broad back was steady, and through his thin clothes, she could feel his calm heartbeat. "Hee-cha," he suddenly spoke, his voice carried away by the wind, a bit scattered. "Thank you." Hee-cha was surprised. "Thank me for what?" "Thank you." Su Yuntao's voice was a little unclear. "Thank you for staying with me and for finding Director Yu." Actually, he wanted to say, "Thank you for giving me hope that these days might get better." Yi-cha didn't say anything. She just gently rested her face on his back. His coat had a faint smell of wheat straw, not unpleasant, and it made her feel safe. The baby inside her moved again, as if responding to her feelings at that moment. When they returned to Xinyanzi village, it was already getting dark. Li Shuemei, who had somehow learned they went to the county town, was standing under the old locust tree at the village entrance, looking out. When she saw them coming back, she hurried over, excitedly asking, "Brother Yuntao, sister Yi-cha, where did you go?" "I made chicken soup, thinking it would help sister Yi-cha recover." Su Yuntao looked at her with a faint sense of insincerity, simply nodding, and didn't say more. He helped Yi-cha walk straight home. Li Shuemei's smile froze on her face. Watching their figures walk away hand in hand, a hint of cruelty flashed in her eyes. The bowl of chicken soup in her hand was clenched so tightly it made a clicking sound. Neither Su Yuntao nor Yi-cha looked back. Their hearts were filled with something called hope. When the kerosene lamp lit up again, Su Yuntao repeated Yu Gongjuan's words 3 times, as if trying to confirm it wasn't a dream. Yi-cha leaned against the Kong, watching the light in his eyes rekindle. A small smile appeared on her lips. She knew their hard days were about to end. Outside the window, the moonlight shone through the lattice, casting a thin layer of silver frost on the ground, quiet and gentle, as if foretelling the coming of light. At dawn, Yi-cha was awakened by a sudden movement inside her belly. It wasn't the gentle wriggling she was used to, but more like a small fist pounding inside her, one after another, with strong force, making her internal organs tremble. She bit her lip to keep from making a sound, afraid of waking Su Yuntao next door. He had been working hard in the fields harvesting corn yesterday and was now sound asleep, his snoring loud enough to be heard through the earthen wall. But the fetal movement grew stronger, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She covered her belly with her hands and curled up instinctively. "What's wrong?" Su Yuntao's voice suddenly sounded at the door, hoarse from just waking up. He was probably disturbed by her suppressed breathing. He still wore his patched old coat, his hair messy, but his eyes shone brightly. The baby is moving a lot." Yi-cha's voice trembled, her fingertips cold. She had read many pregnancy guides before, and knew that abnormal fetal movement might not be good. Her heart was like a rabbit bouncing wildly, panicking and unsure what to do. Su Yuntao quickly stepped to the bedside, squatting down to try to touch her belly. His hand paused midair, full of helplessness. "Is it serious? Should I call the village doctor?" The village's barefoot doctor, Mr. Wang, often carried a medicine box and traveled from house to house. Everyone called him Mr. Back because he always carried a backpack. His medical skills were not very advanced. He could handle headaches and colds, but when it came to pregnant women, he was often helpless. "Don't call him." Yi-cha held him back, catching her breath. "Mr. Back doesn't understand this either. I heard from some city-educated youths that the town's health clinic has a doctor who specializes in pregnant women. Maybe we should go to the town and have a checkup." This suggestion was exactly what Su Yuntao wanted. He had long wanted to take her for a checkup but hesitated because of the busy harvest season and worries about gossip in the village. Now, hearing her say this, he immediately nodded.
"Good.
I'll go ask for leave right now. We'll leave after breakfast." He spoke decisively and turned to rush outside, almost tripping over the door threshold. Watching his stumbling figure, Yi-cha's initial anxiety eased a little. Instead, a strange warmth filled her heart. This man always used his clumsy but sincere way to give her support when she needed it most. When she went to the commune to ask for leave, the officer in charge frowned first. During the busy harvest season, how can you just leave like that? Su Yuntao didn't explain much, only briefly mentioned Yi-cha's abnormal fetal movement. At the end, he added, "If anything happens to the baby, I won't find peace in this life." His stubborn tone made the officials pause, but they finally stamped his leave request. Breakfast was corn porridge with pickled vegetables. Yi-cha had little appetite and only drank a few sips before setting down her bowl. Su Yuntao offered her dried sweet potatoes from his bowl. "Eat some, it's a long trip, don't get too hungry." He had already borrowed the only bicycle from the production team. The seat was padded with old cotton, and a sturdy rope was tied around it to help her hold on securely. The trip from Shibianzi village to the town was over 20 miles. The bumpy dirt road was deeply marked by wagon wheels, making cycling harder than walking. Su Yuntao didn't let He Cha touch the ground. He pushed the bike himself, carrying it uphill when needed. Beads of sweat on his forehead fell into the dust, leaving dark spots. "I'll walk for a bit," He Cha said, sitting on the back seat. She looked at his tense neck and sweaty back, feeling uneasy. Her belly was getting heavier, and sitting on the bike felt like carrying a big stone, almost hurting her back. But seeing Su Yuntao struggle, she couldn't bring herself to ask him to rest. "Don't move," Su Yuntao said without turning, his voice a little strained but firm. "The road is rough. What if you fall?" "I'm not tired." He paused, then suddenly remembered something. He reached into his pocket and took out a fruit candy, offering it to her from behind. "Keep it in your mouth. It's sweet." It was a candy given to him by Zhou Wenhong last time they went to the county to get cotton. She said it was for He Cha to help her recover. He had kept it unopened until now, but at this moment, he handed it over like a treasure. He Cha held the wrapped fruit candy, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. The shiny, colorful wrapper reflected the sunlight, making her cheeks glow a little. She quietly peeled the wrapper and put the candy in her mouth. The orange-flavored sweetness slowly spread on her tongue, easing the discomfort caused by the fetal movement. By noon, they finally saw the town's blue brick houses. The health clinic was next to the supply and marketing cooperative, a small 2-story building. A Red Cross sign hung at the door, creaking in the wind. Su Yuntao parked the bicycle under an old locust tree at the entrance, then helped He Cha walk inside, moving carefully as if afraid to disturb anything. Inside the clinic, there weren't many people, and a faint smell of disinfectant filled the air. A female doctor wearing a white coat and a mask is measuring an elderly woman's blood pressure. When they enter, she raises her eyes slightly and asks, "Are you here for a checkup?" "Doctor, my wife is pregnant. The baby is very active and we want to check," said Su Yuntao nervously, instinctively shielding He Cha behind him. The female doctor puts down the blood pressure cuff, removes her mask, revealing a pretty face with gentle features. She looks to be in her 30s and has a kind expression. She glances at He Cha and then focuses on her rounded belly. "How many months along are you?" "More than 7 months," He Cha replies, her palms slightly sweaty. "Come with me to the inner room," the doctor says, picking up a stethoscope from the table and leading them inside. The room has a checkup bed covered with a faded blue sheet, and in the corner, there's a blood pressure monitor that looks much better than the old one used in the village. "My name is Deng Huarong. I am the obstetrician here." She introduces herself, indicating for He Cha to lie down on the bed. "Relax, don't be nervous." He Cha lies down as instructed, but feels her heart pounding. She can sense Su Yuntao standing just outside the door, his figure stretched long by the sunlight, casting a shadow on the wall like a silent protector. First, Deng Huarong measures her blood pressure, then listens to the baby's heartbeat. When the cold stethoscope touches her belly, the little one seems startled and kicks hard. Even Deng smiles at the strength of the kick. "This baby is lively," she says. She gently presses her hand on He Cha's belly, softly, like stroking a feather. The baby's position is correct, and development looks normal. The strong fetal movement just now probably means the little one is playing around. "Is everything really okay?" He Cha still feels worried and asks again. "Yes, everything is fine," Deng Huarong says confidently, hanging the stethoscope around her neck. "Your health is good, but you are a bit malnourished. Eat more nutritious food when you go home, like eggs and red sugar if you can get them. Just eat more. Here's a note with some tips." She hands a piece of paper to Su Yuntao. "Follow these instructions. If you feel uncomfortable again, come back anytime." Su Yuntao takes the note, his hands trembling slightly. Although he doesn't understand words like fetal position or malnutrition, he clearly hears everything is fine. His worried heart finally relaxes. He looks at Deng and moves his lips as if to thank her, but feels his throat tighten. In the end, He bows deeply, almost touching the ground. Thank you, Dr. Deng. Hee-cha sat up carefully, feeling the little one inside her stomach seemed to know it had caused trouble. Now, the baby was very well behaved, quiet, and not moving around anymore. You're welcome. Deng Huarong smiled and glanced at Su Yuntao, giving a look of approval. Your wife cares a lot about you. She came all this way pushing the cart. Hee-cha's face turned red suddenly. She secretly looked at Su Yuntao and saw that his ears were also red. He was lowering his head, pretending to look at a note, but his ears twitched slightly, like a startled rabbit. When they left the clinic, the sun was already leaning west. Su Yuntao insisted on going to the supply store to buy some brown sugar for Hee-cha, saying Dr. Deng told him to. The store wasn't crowded. The brown sugar was on the most visible shelf, not big but costing 5 mao per jean, plus 2 liang of grain coupons. That's too expensive. Don't buy it, Hee-cha said, pulling his arm. She didn't want him to spend so much. 5 mao could buy 3 jean of cornmeal, enough for them to eat for several days. The doctor said so. Su Yuntao replied firmly. He took out his wallet, counted 5 mao and 2 liang of grain coupons, and handed them to the clerk. 1 jean, please. He paused and added, the best kind. The clerk was a woman in her 40s, smiling at them. Young man, you're really good to your wife. This brown sugar is fresh, made from pure sugarcane, very sweet. She scooped a little more and put it into a paper bag. This is my gift, to help the pregnant woman strengthen her body. Su Yuntao kept thanking her, carefully placing the brown sugar into a cloth bag and holding it close, as if it were a precious treasure. On the way back, Su Yuntao felt much lighter and walked more quickly.
He didn't make Hee-cha sit all the time.
When they reached a flat stretch, he let her get out and walk for a bit. He pushed the cart beside her, occasionally reminding her to walk slowly and watch your step. The setting suns stretched their shadows long and intertwined, as if they couldn't be separated. Hee-cha walked slowly, and Su Yuntao accompanied her, holding the bag of brown sugar and glancing down at it now and then, a faint smile on his face. Suddenly, she asked softly, Do you think the baby will look like someone? Her voice was faint, carried by the wind. As soon as she spoke, she regretted it. Perhaps their relationship wasn't quite ready to discuss who the baby looks like. Su Yuntao paused, his steps slowing down. She looked at Hee-cha's side profile. Her skin glowed softly in the sunset, and her long eyelashes looked like small fans. He then looked down at his own hands, which were rough and covered with calluses, like sandpaper. Like you, he whispered softly, his voice a little unclear. You look good. Hee-cha's face instantly turned red, as if it had been touched by the sunset. She didn't say anything but slowed her steps a bit. Inside, she felt warm and cozy, like holding a small fire, which also eased her back pain a little. The baby inside her moved again, this time gently, as if responding to their conversation. She smiled and touched her belly, feeling that no matter how hard life was, as long as she had this person beside her and the baby in her belly, she would always have hope. In the distance, the village smoke rose up, mixing with the smell of earth, slowly drifting away in the evening light. Su Yuntao handed her a piece of brown sugar. Keep this close, it will keep you warm. She took it and put it in her pocket, feeling a warm sensation spreading from her chest to her heart. She looked up at Su Yuntao, who was smiling at her, his eyes shining brighter than the stars. The road ahead was long, bumpy, and full of thorns. But as long as they walked side by side, step by step, they would eventually reach a smooth place. Just like the baby in her belly, who was still tiny now but would someday grow healthy and strong, and call them Mom and Dad. The evening breeze carried the fresh scent of ripe crops, as if singing a gentle song for the new life they were about to welcome. Early in the morning, while the dew still clung to the corn leaves, Hee-cha was already sitting by the stove, starting a fire. She was boiling a thin corn porridge that was so clear she could see her reflection. The steam blurred her features and hid her tired eyes. After last night's baby movement, she hadn't slept well, feeling like the little one inside was fighting with her, kicking now and then to remind her, "Don't be lazy." Suddenly, the wooden door creaked open. She looked up and saw Li Xuemei standing at the door with a bamboo basket, wearing a very cheerful smile. Her short hair was tied with a red ribbon, making her round face look especially lively. Li Xuemei stepped into the yard, placed her bamboo basket on the stove, and lifted the blue cloth covering it. Inside, a black ceramic medicine jar was revealed. She said, "Sister Wenhong told me your child is moving a lot? My sister-in-law from my family had the same issue when she was pregnant. My mother gave her a special remedy, so I made a batch of medicine for you. Drink it while it's hot." A bitter smell mixed with a strange fishy scent wafted from the jar, making He Cha instinctively frown. She wasn't very familiar with traditional Chinese medicine, but before crossing over, she had learned about many herbs from her grandmother, who is a traditional healer. The smell contained common herbs like mugwort and eucalyptus, but there seemed to be something else hidden in it, something a bit sinister. "Thank you for your trouble, Sister Xuemei," He Cha said, suppressing her doubts and offering a faint smile. "Sit down quickly, I'll pour you some water." "No need, I'll go back now. My family is waiting for me to cook." Li Xuemei waved her hand. Her eyes flicked over her rounded belly and then quickly looked away, as if afraid of being burned. "This medicine needs to be drunk hot to work. You should drink it now. I'll leave first. Call me if you need anything." Without waiting for He Cha to reply, she turned and hurried away, her steps unusually quick, as if someone was chasing her. Watching her hurried departure, He Cha's brow furrowed even tighter. Li Xuemei's attitude didn't seem like simple kindness. The medicine jar on the stove was still slightly warm, and the smell grew stronger. He Cha picked up the jar, looked inside in the morning light. The dark liquid was thick, with some small sediment at the bottom. She used chopsticks to pick out a bit of the sediment, pinched it between her fingers, and felt its rough texture. She could vaguely recognize it as herbs used to promote blood circulation and dispel blood stasis, something pregnant women should avoid, as drinking it could cause trouble. A cold shiver ran down her spine. She had suspected Li Xuemei was interested in Su Yuntao, but she hadn't expected her to go so far, actually tampering with the safety of the pregnancy medicine. "What are you looking at?" Su Yuntao, carrying A, came back from the field. His pants were muddy, and sweat beads dotted his forehead. He had gone to work in the fields before dawn, trying to work as much as possible while it was cool to earn enough points to buy red sugar for He Cha. He Cha quickly put down the medicine jar, covered it again with the blue cloth, and kept a calm face. "Nothing much." Sister Xuemei brought some safe pregnancy medicine, saying it's good for the baby. Su Yuntao responded with an not paying much attention. He didn't like Li Xuemei much, but he didn't think badly of her either. He just saw her as a neighbor's courtesy. He leaned against the wall and walked to the stove to pick up a water scoop, filling half with cool water. He tilted his head back and drank, the curve of his Adam's apple moving clearly in the morning light. "She's quite enthusiastic," He Cha said as she picked up a plain ceramic bowl from the stove, filled half with corn porridge, and stirred it with chopsticks. "You should have some too. It tastes better warm." Su Yuntao nodded. Just as he reached for the bowl, He Cha stopped him. "Wash your hands first. I need to pour out the medicine." "Pour it out?" Su Yuntao was surprised. "Aren't we supposed to keep it for pregnancy safety?" "It doesn't smell right," He Cha said softly, as if afraid someone might hear. "My grandma used to say that pregnancy medicine should be warm and nourishing. This one has a fishy smell, so it might not be right. If it harms the baby, it would cause more trouble." She didn't tell him she recognized the blood-invigorating herbs, worried it might scare him or make him confront Li Xuemei. Without proof, causing a fuss would only make others laugh or might even endanger the baby. Su Yuntao frowned, walked to the stove, and lifted the blue cloth to smell. Indeed, he detected a strange fishy odor, unlike any pregnancy medicine he knew. Though he didn't understand herbs well, he trusted He Cha's judgment. Her grandmother was a traditional Chinese doctor. He had heard Zhou Wenhong mention that before. "Then just pour it out," he said without further questions. He picked up the medicine jar and headed outside. "I'll pour it far away, so the cats and dogs won't eat it." He Cha watched him carry the jar toward the abandoned graveyard outside the village, feeling a weight lift from her heart. She knew he trusted her, and he didn't ask any more questions. That trust made her feel at ease more than anything. When Su Yuntao returned, he was holding a bunch of wild chrysanthemums, small yellow flowers gathered into a bunch, looking lively. He placed the flowers in an empty wine bottle on the windowsill, clumsily arranging them, then sat down to eat his porridge as if nothing had happened. Li Xuemei is well-meaning, but this recipe might not suit me, Yicha said softly, as if defending Li Xuemei or trying to convince herself. From now on, I'll accept whatever she gives me, but whether I drink it or not is another matter. Su Yuntao paused, looked at her, and his eyes carried a complex emotion. It's good that you know your own mind. If she does anything out of line again, tell me, he said quietly but firmly, with an unspoken promise. Yicha nodded and said no more. Breakfast ended quietly, with only the occasional spark from the stove echoing in the small house. In the evening, when washing dishes by the river, Yicha saw Li Xuemei and a few women squatting under the old locust tree, repairing shoes. They seemed to be talking about something, glancing at her now and then with strange smiles. She understood that Li Xuemei was waiting for her, good news, and wanted to see if the medicine had worked. Yicha, have you taken the medicine? Does it work? Li Xuemei asked first, her voice sweet and a bit too much, as she quickly sewed on the shoe sole. My sister-in-law said, after 3 days, you'll see the effect. The baby will be calm. Yes, I took it. Thank you, Sister Xuemei, Yicha replied quietly, pretending to wash dishes seriously, her voice calm. Maybe it's my body. I haven't felt any change. The baby still moves a lot. Try taking it for a few more days. Li Xuemei leaned in, her eyes flashing with urgency. Traditional medicine works slowly. You need to keep at it. I can make some more for you tomorrow. No need. It's too much trouble. Yicha looked up, just meeting Li Xuemei's eyes. Inside, she saw jealousy and malice almost spilling out. I asked Yuntao to ask a doctor in town. The doctor said that strong fetal movement is a good sign, meaning the baby is healthy. No need for medicine. Li Xuemei's smile froze, and her hand almost pricked her finger with the needle. She didn't expect Yicha to say that, nor that Yuntao had gone to ask the doctor. After a moment of surprise, she forced a smile. That's good. The doctor is right. I was just worried. Don't take it to heart. How could I? I know you're being kind. Yicha smiled and picked up the washed dishes. It's getting dark. I should go home now. She turned to walk home, her steps slow but steady. Behind her, she could hear Li Xuemei and the other women talking. Though she couldn't hear the words clearly, the tone of gloating was obvious even from afar. When she got home, Yuntao was watering the wild chrysanthemums on the windowsill. The setting sun shone through the window, casting a golden edge on him, making his shadow long on the ground, like a silent guardian. You're back, he turned around, holding a small watering can. I found some wild eggs in the field today. I cooked them for you. Eat them while they're hot. There's a plain ceramic bowl on the stove, holding 3 small wild eggs. The egg whites are tender like jade, and the yolks are bright orange, making people feel hungry just by looking at them. Yicha walks over, picks up one, and slowly peels it. The warm shell cracks easily under her fingers, with a faint fishy smell, but it makes her feel safe. Li Xuemei just asked me if I took the medicine, Yicha whispers, handing the peeled egg to Su Yuntao. She seems quite concerned about it. Su Yuntao doesn't take the egg, but holds her hand instead. Her hand is cold, with a little moisture from the river. His hand is rough but warm, and the heat from his palm slowly seeps into her skin, easing the strange chill. Don't pay attention to her from now on. Su Yuntao's voice is low, with a hint of restrained anger. If she dares to send anything again, I'll just throw it away. Yicha looks at his tense jaw and suddenly smiles. Don't be upset with her. It's not worth it. The most important thing now is to have a safe delivery of the baby. Nothing else matters. Seeing the calm in her eyes, Su Yuntao slowly releases her hand and nods. You're right. He picks up the wild egg carefully, peels it again, and hands it back to her. Eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. The warm egg melts on her tongue with a light, fresh flavor. Hee-cha chews slowly, feeling suddenly very clear. Li Xuemei's kindness is just the beginning. The days ahead probably won't be peaceful. But she's not afraid, because she has this clumsy but sincere man by her side, and this strong little life inside her. What obstacle can't they overcome? Outside the window, wild chrysanthemums sway gently in the evening breeze, as if cheering her on, or hinting that this silent war has only just begun. And she is already ready. The autumn sun makes the threshing field scorchingly hot. The threshing machine roars loudly, making ears hurt. The golden rice stalks pile up like small mountains. Men wave flails with bare arms, while women squat nearby, tying rice stalks. Sweat runs down their cheeks, leaving winding marks in the dust. Hee-cha holds a large basket and slowly moves toward the pile of grain. Her belly is as round as a big watermelon. Every step takes a lot of effort, and her lower back aches more and more. Generally, pregnant women are not required to participate in harvesting, but the team's rule is everyone must join except seriously ill members. Wang Bizi was watching nearby. She didn't want to cause trouble for Su Yuntao, so she had to grit her teeth and come along. "Icha's sister, let me help you," Wang said, running over with a bundle of rice stalks. Her face was red from the sun, and her bangs were soaked with sweat. "Go rest in the shade. I'll shake the chaff for you. It's okay, I can still move." Hee-cha smiled and pushed the basket toward her. "You go stack the rice stalks properly so no one steps on them." She knew this girl was thoughtful and worried about her tiring herself out, but Wang was weak and could easily faint from heavy work. She didn't want her to tire herself out. Wang wanted to say more, but was interrupted by a shout from Zhou Wenhong in the distance. "The rice stalks here are almost piled up. Come help." "Okay." "Coming," Wang responded, glancing worriedly at Hee-cha, then ran off with the rice stalks. Hee-cha took a deep breath and bent down to scoop grains. Suddenly, something under her foot scraped her. She looked down and saw a fist-sized stone, probably thrown there by someone. Her heart skipped a beat. She tried to steady herself, but her belly's weight made her stumble. She lost control and fell forward. Her basket flew out of her hands, spilling grains everywhere. A low shout rang in her ear. Immediately after, strong hands from behind steadied her waist. The familiar smell of straw and sweat washed over her. Hee-cha, still shaken, turned her head and saw Su Yuntao's bloodshot eyes. He had just returned from the field, carrying a heavy bundle of rice. Seeing her fall, he threw down the rice and rushed over. "Are you okay? Did you fall?" Su Yuntao's voice trembled as he tightly protected her waist, his knuckles white from the grip. His eyes quickly scanned her belly and then her dusty pants, filled with worry. "It's fine. I just got a scare," Hee-cha said, leaning on his arm to stand up slowly. Her back was soaked with cold sweat. For a moment, she truly thought she was going to fall. Her mind went blank, only thinking, "Don't hurt the baby." Su Yuntao still looked worried. He squatted down carefully to check her legs, making sure there were no cuts, then let out a sigh of relief. He was about to stand up when his gaze suddenly fixed on a small stone on the ground. His eyebrows immediately furrowed in suspicion. This stone had sharp edges, clearly shaped by human hands, not something that grew naturally in the field. "Who threw this stone here?" Su Yuntao's voice was cold like ice as he looked around at the people nearby. The noise from the threshing yard had stopped at some point, and everyone was watching this side with different expressions, some surprised, some worried, and others avoiding eye contact. No one answered. The threshing machine was still making a clunking sound, but the silence felt especially sharp and uncomfortable. Brother Su really cares about his sister-in-law. His eyes are like radar. He can see everything from so far away. A sarcastic voice suddenly broke the strange quiet. Everyone looked toward the speaker and saw Li Xuemei standing by a pile of grain, carrying a bamboo basket with a rough ceramic water jug inside, as if she had just come from home to deliver water. She was smiling, but her eyes flicked to Hee-cha and Su Yuntao's tightly clasped hands, revealing a hint of jealousy she couldn't hide. "I just came from home and saw Sister Yachai almost fall. Luckily, Brother Su was quick, Li Xuemei said as she stepped closer and placed the water jug on the wooden table. This threshing yard is rough. Sister Yechai is pregnant, so she shouldn't come to places like this. If she bumps into something, it's not a joke. Her words sounded caring, but if you looked closer, they were full of hidden criticism. She was openly saying Yechai shouldn't be here, but secretly implying she was too delicate to handle even a small stone. Yechai didn't reply. She gently pulled away from Su Yuntao's hand, bent down, and picked up the dustpan from the ground. Su Yuntao held her shoulder, then squatted down himself, picked up the dustpan, and also grabbed the jagged stone, weighing it in his hand with a colder look in his eyes. Who put this stone here? Everyone around still remained silent. Some lowered their heads, pretending to organize the rice stalks. Others quietly stepped back, clearly avoiding trouble. Wang Bizi stood by the threshing machine, smoking a pipe and squinting at the scene, a mischievous smile on her face. Maybe someone accidentally brought it here, Zhou Wenhong said as she approached to smooth things over. Yechai, don't take it to heart. The threshing yard is messy, and bumps happen. Come with me to the shade of the tree. I brought you some water. As she spoke, she subtly signaled to Su Yuntao, indicating don't make a big deal out of this. Su Yuntao clenched his hand, holding the stone tighter, his knuckles turning white, but in the end, he let go. He knew Zhou Wenhong was right. Without evidence, causing trouble would only make others say he was using his wife to bully people, and it would hurt He Cha's reputation. Let's go, rest now, Su Yuntao said firmly, supporting He Cha's arm. I'll handle this. I can walk by myself, He Cha whispered, her cheeks feeling a little hot. She had rushed over earlier, and her grip on her waist was too strong. The looks from the people around them made her feel uncomfortable, some curious, some mocking, and others jealous. Be obedient, Su Yuntao's voice lowered slightly, with a gentle tone that was hard to notice. The ground is slippery, he half supported, half helped her to sit under the shade of a tree, walking very slowly, as if protecting something precious. He Cha could feel the stares like needles in her back, curiosity, teasing, and envy. Brother Su is really caring about his wife, Li Xuemei's voice rang out again, this time closer, with a hint of sourness in her tone. Unlike us, when we were pregnant, we still had to go out and harvest wheat. Who treats their wife so well? As soon as she finished, a few low chuckles sounded around. Someone teased, Xuemei, are you jealous? Maybe you should find someone who cares for you too. Li Xuemei's face instantly turned red, whether from embarrassment or anger. She glared fiercely at the woman speaking, then looked at Su Yuntao with a look of almost tears, her feelings almost spilling out. I just think Yicha is precious. Unlike us rough folks, she's worth being cared for. Su Yuntao seemed not to hear. He helped Yicha sit on a stone mill under the shade, then took out a crumpled handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the sweat and dust from her face. His movements were clumsy but sincere. Drink some water, he said, unscrewing the water bottle Zhou Wenhong had given him and holding it to her lips. His eyes were only on her, as if the noise and teasing around them didn't exist. Yicha took small sips of the cool, clear well water, which slid down her throat, easing her restless feelings a little. She looked up at Su Yuntao and saw him frowning at her torn pants. She had scraped her knee when she fell, and blood beads were visible on the dull fabric. Does it hurt? He reached out to touch her, but hesitated, afraid of hurting her. His hand hovered in the air, full of concern. Yicha pulled down her pant leg to cover her wound. Just go back and put some kerosene on it and it'll be fine. Su Yuntao didn't speak. Instead, he tore a clean piece of cloth from his jacket, dipped it in water, and gently pressed it against her wound. His movements were very careful, as if afraid of hurting her. The roughness of his fingertips brushed her skin, causing a slight shiver. Not far away, Li Xuemei watched this scene. Her water bottle slipped from her hand with a clatter, spilling water everywhere. She didn't notice, and her eyes filled with jealousy, growing wild like weeds.
Why?
Why could He Cha immediately get Su Yuntao's protection? She had been by Su Yuntao's side for many years, yet he barely looked at her. Why could this outsider take his heart? Sister Shuame, your water bottle fell, Wang Gaigai said softly as she ran over, picked up the bottle, and handed it back. Be careful, the ground is slippery. Li Shuame finally snapped out of her thoughts. She took the bottle and angrily hit it against the stone grinder, muttering, "What a useless water bottle. It can't even handle a fall." Her gaze swept over the two people on the stone grinder, sharp like poison needles, making Wang Gaigai feel uneasy. "Icha, are you okay?" Wang Gaigai quickly ran to Icha and squatted down to look at her leg. "You're bleeding. Should I go call the healer?" "I'm really fine," Icha said with a smile, holding her back. "Just a small scrape, it's nothing." She looked at Su Yuntao, who was still staring at her wound with a furrowed brow, as if he was hurt himself. "Don't frown," Icha said, unable to hold back. "Look at you, more nervous than I am." Su Yuntao finally came to his senses, his gaze shifting away awkwardly, and his ears turned slightly red. "I'll get some medicine for you," he said, about to stand up, but Icha held him back. "No need. It doesn't really hurt," she said, looking at his reddening ears. Her heart softened unexpectedly. "Stay here and sit with me for a while. The threshing machine is too noisy, and it makes me anxious." Su Yuntao was momentarily stunned but then nodded. He sat down on the stone grinder beside her, about a fist's distance apart. It was neither close nor far, but there was an unspoken understanding between them. The noise of the threshing yard continued. The threshing machine made a thud-thud sound, mixed with the shouts of men and the laughter of women. It all blended into a lively, noisy song full of life. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground and falling on the hands of two people holding hands, Icha's hand resting on Su Yuntao's back. His hand is large, able to completely cover hers. The warmth from his palm seeps through the thin fabric, making her feel safe and comforted. That stone earlier, Su Yuntao suddenly speaks softly, was not an accident. Icha's heart suddenly sinks. She had been suspicious too. The position of that small stone was too perfect, right on her usual path, with a sharp edge that looked deliberately placed. "I know," she whispers, her gaze falling on Li Shuame nearby, who is busy tying rice stalks. "But we have no proof." Su Yuntao looks in the same direction, his eyes turning cold instantly. He doesn't say anything, just squeezes her hand gently, firm enough to comfort her, but not too tight. Icha understands what he wants to say. No matter who did it, he will protect her and the baby. The wind blows over the grain heap, carrying a faint scent of rice. She leans against the stone mill, watching the busy crowd nearby. Suddenly, she feels that no matter how many hidden dangers there are, as long as she has this person by her side, she has nothing to fear. Just like this autumn harvest festival, even if there's dust flying and sweat pouring, in the end, they will harvest golden grains. Her days with Su Yuntao will also, through these ups and downs, slowly turn sweet. In the distance, Li Shuame looks over again, her eyes dark and clouded, making it hard to breathe. But this time, Icha doesn't avoid her. She meets her gaze with calmness and determination. She won't be bullied like when she first arrived. For herself, for the baby in her belly, and for the person silently protecting her, she will learn to be strong and block all the cold arrows aimed at them. The sun is just right, the rice aroma fills the air, and the harvest festival's turmoil temporarily subsides. But Icha knows this is only the beginning. She is already prepared. After the frost falls, the wind carries a sharp chill. The harvest work is just finished, and the team is assigned to dig a water channel. The men head to the river with pickaxes and shovels, while the women stay in the village to tidy up the harvest leftovers, stringing dried corn into bunches and hanging them under the eaves, golden and bright, like strings of solidified sunshine. Icha sat on her doorstep, helping Wang pick cotton. The cotton was given by Zhou Wenhong, who said it was newly harvested seed cotton, meant for making small quilts for children. Wang's small hands were red and cold, but she still skillfully picked out the cotton seeds from the fluff, occasionally glancing up at Icha with a shy, dependent look. Older sister-in-law, Your hands are really skillful, Wang whispered, watching Hee-cha's fingers fly as she quickly sorted the messy cotton into neat bunches. She couldn't help but praise softly. My mother said my childhood clothes were all crooked and uneven, with stitches big enough to fit a finger. Hee-cha was amused by her words. She paused her work, took her cold, red hands, and blew warm air on them.
Don't just look at me.
You should learn too. In the future, make yourself a new cotton jacket, she said. Before, she had learned sewing and mending with her grandmother, so she was quite skilled. But the cotton in this era was coarse and hard, making the work a bit more difficult. Wang nodded eagerly, her eyes shining.
Yes.
When I learn, I'll make one for you and one for the little one. Just then, Zhou Wenhong pushed open the gate with a rush, holding a blue cloth bag, her face showing a hurried look. She had just collected this month's ration from the brigade office, and her steps were brisk. When she saw the two at the door, she slowed down. Wenhong's sister-in-law, Hee-cha, stood up, feeling a bit sluggish because of her pregnant belly. Sit down, don't move around, Zhou Wenhong said quickly, walking over and helping her back onto the doorstep. She also shot a quick look at Wang, who was about to stand up. You sit too. The ground is cold, don't catch a cold, she added firmly, but her tone was carrying underneath her stern expression. Zhou Wenhong squatted down opposite them, opened her blue cloth bag, which contained half a bag of cornmeal and a small paper-wrapped package. She handed the paper package to Hee-cha and lowered her voice. Take it, hide it well. Hee-cha pinched the package. Inside was a square, solid object with a grainy texture. She opened a corner, and a familiar sweet aroma wafted out. Red sugar. In this resource-scarce time, red sugar was very precious. Only women in childbirth or those recovering from serious illness would indulge in it. Most families kept it for special occasions. Older sister-in-law, this is too valuable. I can't take it, Hee-cha quickly pushed the package back. You keep it to strengthen her body. She's still growing. Just take it if I give it to you. Zhou Wenhong's tone suddenly grew firmer, but then she quickly softened again. I asked someone in the town's supply and marketing cooperative to buy this for you, especially to help you regain strength. You're pregnant, you can't keep drinking corn porridge all the time. Listen to the doctor, eat more sweet things. It's good for both you and the baby. Her voice was soft but carried a firm, unquestionable confidence. Hee-cha looked at her honest eyes on her dark face, and suddenly her heart warmed. It felt like something hot had touched her eyes, and they instantly turned red. Having traveled to this unfamiliar time, she had seen many hardships. Wang Baice's teasing, Li Xuemei's scheming, villagers' cold stares, but this was the first time she felt such genuine kindness, like a warm coal fire in winter, making her feel both warm and trembling inside. Thank you, sister-in-law, she choked a little, her hand clutching the red sugar as if it were a heavy weight, causing her fingers to tremble slightly. Zhou Wenhong felt a bit uncomfortable seeing her like this. She turned her face away, pretending to straighten the cotton on the ground. No need to thank me, we're neighbors. Besides, you've helped mend several pieces of clothing for me. I haven't thanked you for that yet. She paused, then added, eat this sugar secretly, don't let others see, so they won't gossip. Hee-cha nodded firmly, carefully tucking the red sugar into her clothes. Through the thin fabric, she could feel its solid, square shape, like holding a warm little sun. Zhou Wenhong was satisfied and nodded again. She reached into her cloth bag and took out some corn kernels, stuffing them into Wang Gaigai's hand. Take these and feed the chickens. Don't make a fuss here. Okay, Wang Gaigai cheerfully responded, clutching the corn and running off. Just before leaving, she turned back and made a silly face at Hee-cha, making Zhou Wenhong both angry and amused. This girl is spoiled by you. Zhou Wenhong scolded with a smile, but her eyes softened. She had long noticed that Hee-cha truly cared for Wang Gaigai. Not only did she mend her clothes, but she also secretly taught her to read. Last time, when Ban Yo teased Gaigai, she had picked up a stick and chased him away. Such a wife. How could she be the disobedient person Li Xuemei claimed? Gaigai is a good girl. Just too shy, Hee-cha softly said, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the red sugar packet in her arms. The children in the village often bully her. I can't bear to see it. Zhou Wenhong sighed silently, saying nothing. Her husband had passed away early, and she was left to raise her daughter alone. Life was already hard, and those gossiping women kept talking about Gai's background, making the girl more and more shy. If Hee-cha hadn't come, she might have become so withdrawn she'd fall ill. Don't take Li Shuemei's words to heart, Zhou Wenhong suddenly spoke, her gaze falling on the distant drying corn cobs. Her voice was a bit vague. She's just bored, always gossiping about others. You and Yun Tao should focus on your life and ignore her. Hee-cha was surprised. She didn't expect her to bring this up suddenly. During the threshing, Li Shuemei's sarcastic attitude was something she remembered clearly. She didn't say anything then because she didn't want Yun Tao to worry. Now, hearing Zhou Wenhong say this, her little feelings of hurt suddenly eased. I know, she smiled. I don't care what others say. As long as Yun Tao, the kids, and I are fine, that's enough. Zhou Wenhong looked at her with more approval. That's good. Yun Tao may seem quiet, but his heart is warm. He's had a tough life. After his parents were taken down, the villagers avoided him like a plague. Only you. You don't dislike him. Her words felt like a needle, gently piercing the wall in Hee-cha's heart. She always thought Zhou Wenhong was cold on the outside but warm inside. Now, it seemed she saw through everything clearly. He's a good person, Hee-cha softly said, thinking of Yun Tao clumsily massaging her leg, rushing to help her at the threshing ground, and putting wild chrysanthemum into an empty wine bottle. A small smile appeared on her lips. Zhou Wenhong watched her smile and nodded secretly. She had seen many people in her life. The tenderness in Hee-cha's eyes wasn't fake. She truly cared about Yun Tao. That's good. At least Yun Tao has someone who understands his feelings. Almost dark. I need to go home and cook, Zhou Wenhong said, standing up and brushing the dirt off her pants. Come with me. Don't disturb your sister-in-law's rest here. Sister-in-law, I'll come to see you again tomorrow. Wang waved goodbye to Hee-cha, then hurried to catch up with Zhou Wenhong. Before leaving, she carefully collected the cotton seeds from the ground into a small bamboo basket. Hee-cha watched their mother and daughter disappear around the corner. She then lowered her head, opened the oil paper package, and pinched a small piece of brown sugar into her mouth. The sweet, rich flavor slowly melted on her tongue, flowing down her throat and into her heart, dispelling the cold of late autumn and the accumulated feelings of sadness. She carefully placed the brown sugar into the drawer of her bedside table, hiding it beneath an old cotton-padded jacket. She folded the oil paper carefully, afraid to let any of the sweet aroma escape. After finishing, she leaned against the Kong, her hand gently resting on her belly. The little guy seemed to sense her good mood and gently kicked her, softly, as if greeting her. Baby, look, someone cares for us, Hee-cha whispered with a smile, her eyes a little misty. She knew that Zhou Wenhong's approval was more than just a piece of red sugar. It was the first time this unfamiliar village had reached out with warmth to her. When Su Yun Tao returned in the evening, he smelled a faint sweet aroma inside the house and frowned in confusion. Did you eat candy? The sugar coupons from the team had long been exchanged for salt, so he didn't remember there was still sugar at home. Yes, Sister Wenhong gave me some red sugar. Hee-cha was by the stove, tending the fire. Hearing this, she turned and smiled. She said it's to help me get stronger. Su Yun Tao paused, and the in his hand clattered against the wall. He was silent for a moment, then went to the stove to add some firewood. The flames suddenly leaped up, casting a soft glow on his side profile, making his features look gentler. Sister Shou is a good person, he whispered, with a hint of gratitude in his voice. During his hardest times, Zhou Wenhong secretly helped him, giving him a sweet potato, bringing wild vegetables. Though not worth much, it was real friendship. Yes, I know, Hee-cha added more firewood to the stove. We should thank her properly in the future. Su Yun Tao didn't reply. He just watched the flickering flames, a slight smile on his lips. He could feel that this home was slowly changing, becoming warmer, filled with laughter and hope. At dinner, Hee-cha secretly added a bit of red sugar to the corn porridge. After stirring it well, she handed it to Su-Yuntao. Try it. He hesitated and took a sip. The sweet warmth flowed from his throat to his stomach, making him pause. You added red sugar? Just a little, Hee-cha quickly explained, worried he might feel bad. Sister Wenhong gave us a lot, enough for several meals. Su-Yuntao didn't say anything. He just quietly finished the porridge in his bowl. He rarely ate sweets. His only memory was of when he was sick as a child, and his mother secretly made him a cup of red sugar water, so sweet it made him forget all his pain. Now, this bowl of corn porridge with a hint of red sugar reminded him of his mother's taste. Tomorrow, I'll go up the mountain to see if I can catch a wild rabbit for soup, Su-Yuntao suddenly said, setting down his bowl. He had heard Dr. Deng say that pregnant women should eat more meat, but meat coupons from the team were precious. He didn't want to use them, and could only hope to find something in the mountains. Don't go. It's dangerous on the mountain. Hee-cha quickly stopped him. I'm feeling fine now, no need to eat those. Besides, it's getting cold, and wild animals are coming out to hunt, which is too unsafe. Su-Yuntao looked at her worried eyes and felt warm inside. It's okay. I grew up in the mountains. I can find my way back with my eyes closed. Don't worry, I'll just go to the foot of the mountain, not deep inside. Hee-cha knew his stubborn nature. Once he decided something, no one could change his mind. She could only remind him, come back early, bring a machete, and don't be brave just for show. Okay. Su-Yuntao nodded. He looked at her slightly furrowed brow because of worry. Suddenly, he reached out, wanting to pat her head like Zhou Wenhong, but his hand stopped midair. In the end, he just gently squeezed her shoulder. I'll be careful. Night slowly covered the small village. The glow of kerosene lamps cast two shadows cuddling on the window paper. In the rough ceramic bowl on the stove, a hint of sweet sugar aroma lingered, like the changing days, still simple and humble, but quietly brewing a touch of sweetness. Hee-cha leaned against the head of the calm, a traditional bed, listening to Su-Yuntao tidying up tools nearby. She held the bag of red sugar, feeling very at peace. She knew there might still be storms ahead, and troublemakers like Li Xueme, but as long as she had Su-Yuntao, friends like Zhou Wenhong, and a strong little life inside her, she was not afraid of anything. The moonlight outside shone through the window lattice onto the bag of red sugar, giving it a faint glow, as if hinting that this winter might not be so cold after all. The water in the river in early winter was as cold as ice. When it hit the stones, it splashed tiny shards of ice. Hee-cha squatted by the river, pounding clothes. Her red hands, frozen and swollen, gripped the pestle tightly, each strike heavy, knocking dirt and stains off the coarse cloth. Wang Gai was beside her, her small hands in the water, turning pale quickly, but she stubbornly scrubbed an old patched cotton jacket. Gai, the water is too cold. Go rest over there. I'll wash, Hee-cha said, grabbing the jacket from her and tossing it into her wooden basin. The girl always said she wanted to help, but she didn't realize how weak her body was. A few days ago, she caught a cold and coughed so badly she couldn't straighten up. Zhou Wenhong had been worried about her for days. Wang pursed her lips and refused to leave, squatting nearby to wring out the clean clothes she had washed. Sister-in-law, I'm not cold. Mother said working hard makes you stronger. Her voice was soft, like a mosquito humming, but full of stubbornness. Hee-cha felt her heart soften. Just as she was about to say something, she heard a careless footsteps behind her, accompanied by words. Hey, isn't this the young wife from the Su family? Out here washing clothes in this cold weather? Does Su-Yuntao care that much about you? Without turning around, Hee-cha knew it was Banyo. This man was a lazy villager, over 30 and still unmarried. He was always idling around, and when he saw young wives, his eyes lit up. He especially liked to bully timid girls like Wang. Wang trembled with fear, and her clothes plopped into the water. She hurriedly reached to grab them, but her hands trembled so much she couldn't hold on. Hee-cha pulled her back behind her, looked up coldly at Banyo as he approached. He was wearing a greasy black padded jacket, with 2 buttons missing, revealing dark, matted cotton inside. His hair was messy like a chicken coop, and he had a mischievous smile on his face. His eyes flicked over Hee-cha's swollen belly, making her feel uneasy. "Banyo, speak more politely." Hee-cha's voice was quiet but cold. "If you have nothing to say, just leave. You're making a scene here." Banyo seemed to find her words amusing, grinning with yellowed teeth. "Oh, so the young wife from the Su family has a temper? Huh. Got pregnant and now you're bold? I tell you, no one in this Shinyanzi village dares to talk to me like that." His words hit a nerve and ignited her anger. She hated it when people used her child to insult her, especially with such dirty accusations. She was about to stand up, but Wang held her wrist tightly. The girl looked pale with fear, tears welling in her eyes, desperately shaking her head to signal her to stop. Seeing this, Banyo's smile grew more smug. He took a few steps forward, almost close enough to touch Hee-cha's face, and a strong smell of alcohol mixed with sweat hit her. "Little wife, don't be ungrateful. Your man is a criminal. How long can he protect you? Why not come with me, and I'll take care of you?" Before he finished, a sudden gust of wind-like strike interrupted him. Hee-cha had grabbed a nearby pole and swung it down onto the water in front of him with a loud splash. Cold water splattered all over Banyo's face, silencing his words completely. "Get lost." Hee-cha's voice suddenly grew louder, and she held a flat staff across her front, her eyes cold as ice. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will break your legs." Banyo was startled by her sudden fierce attitude. He wiped the water from his face, then angrily shouted, "You old woman, dare to hit me? Just watch and see. Try to lay a hand on her." Zhou Wenhong's voice rang out like thunder behind them. He turned around and saw Zhou Wenhong walking quickly with a basket of vegetables, her face full of anger almost ready to burst. She pulled Hee-cha and Wang behind her and stepped forward to block them, glaring at Banyo. "Banyo, you shameless thing. Bullying a pregnant woman and a child? Do you want me to tell your mother and have her take care of you?" Banyo was most afraid of his mother. That old lady was famous in the village as a fierce tiger, never soft when punishing her son. Hearing Zhou Wenhong say she would tell his mother, Banyo's bravado immediately shrank by half, but he still kept up a tough front. "I was just joking with her." "Sister Wenhong, don't take it seriously. Joking? Such nonsense can be called a joke?" Zhou Wenhong stepped forward and pointed at his nose, scolding, "If you dare to bother again or disrespect Icha, I'll tear your mouth apart." Having done farm work for many years, her strength was greater than most men. If she really fought, Banyo might not be his match. Banyo's face turned pale, and then green as he was scolded. Seeing Zhou Wenhong's furious eyes and looking at the heavy staff in Hee-cha's hand, he knew he wouldn't get his way today. He could only spit in frustration. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. "I'm leaving." He said this to save face, then turned around and slunk away, his steps a bit awkward. Watching his figure disappear at the alley entrance, Zhou Wenhong finally relaxed. She turned and took Hee-cha's hand, examining her from head to toe. "Are you okay? Were you scared?" "I'm fine, Sister Wenhong." Hee-cha put down the staff, though her heart still trembled, not from fear, but from anger. She didn't expect such a brazen bully to still exist in this era, daring to harass women in broad daylight. "I was so scared." Wang finally couldn't hold back her tears. They fell like broken beads, and she clung tightly to Hee-cha's clothes, her shoulders trembling like fallen leaves in autumn wind. "Sister-in-law, thank you. Foolish girl. Why are you crying?" Hee-cha squatted down and wiped her tears with her sleeve, her voice softer. "With me and your mother here, no one will dare to bully you." Zhou Wenhong watched this scene, feeling both heartache and anger. She had long disliked Banyo, but hadn't caught him in the act until today. Now she was determined to find a chance to teach this troublemaker a lesson. "Icha, you too. You're pregnant. Don't confront that kind of person directly. What if you hurt yourself?" Zhou Wenhong's tone was a bit scolding, but mostly caring. "Next time, call for help first. Don't rush in alone." "I understand, sister-in-law." Hee-cha nodded, feeling warm inside. She had been impulsive earlier, only angry, and not thinking about her baby.
Now, she felt a bit scared. Let's go home. It's getting late. I'll carry your clothes back, Zhou Wenhong said, picking up the wooden basin from the ground and helping Wang Gaigai up. Gaigai, come home with Yicha to warm up by the fire. You look frozen. Wang Gaigai nodded, choking back tears, clutching tightly to Yicha's sleeve as if holding onto a lifeline. On the way home, Wang Gaigai didn't speak much, only occasionally looked up at Yicha. Her fear was slowly replaced by a shining, hopeful look. When they reached the door, she suddenly stopped and bowed deeply to Yicha, her nose red and voice thick with tears. Sister-in-law, thank you. Before, no one ever stood up for me. Yicha's heart clenched. She helped Wang Gaigai up and looked into her red eyes. It won't happen again. With me here, no one can bully you. Wang Gaigai nodded hard, tears falling again, but this time, her tears carried not just fear but also a sense of relief and warmth she had never felt before. Back home, Zhou Wenhong hung the wet clothes under the eaves and stoked the fire in the stove to make it hotter. She sat Yicha and Wang Gaigai by the door to warm their hands. She found some, chopped it, and threw it into a pot, adding brown sugar. Soon, the sugar water was boiling. Drink some sugar water to warm up. Don't catch a cold. Zhou Wenhong brought over 2 steaming bowls, handing one to Yicha and stuffing the other to Wang Gaigai. Drink quickly, it'll get cold and won't work anymore. Yicha held the warm bowl, watching the floating slices and red sugar inside, feeling very warm inside. The spicy mixed with sweet sugar, flowing down her throat into her stomach, soothing and making her sigh with relief. Wenhong's sister-in-law, about Banyo. Yicha hesitated, worried he might seek revenge. Don't pay attention to him. Zhou Wenhong interrupted her, speaking dismissively. He's just a coward who fears the strong. Today we scared him off, and he won't dare to come again. Besides, if he does come, I will gather the women to go to his house and talk sense to him. Let's see where he can hide his face. Yicha was amused by her, and her small worries eased. Suddenly, she understood why Zhou Wenhong could speak freely in the village. It wasn't just because she was bold, but also because her honest and kind heart made her always willing to stand up for others when needed. When Su Yuntao returned, he saw this scene. Yicha was leaning against the stove door, taking a nap. Wang was sleeping on her lap. Both of them were covered with his old cotton-padded coat. The fire in the stove crackled, casting a warm glow on their faces. Zhou Wenhong took him outside to the yard and briefly told him about Banyo's challenge. She then praised, Yicha looks gentle, but she's tough inside. She's someone who can protect herself. Su Yuntao's face darkened slightly, a hint of sternness in his eyes. But seeing the warm scene inside, his expression softened again. He whispered, Thank you, Sister Wenhong, for helping today. No need to thank me. We're neighbors. Zhou Wenhong waved her hand. You should watch over Yicha more in the future, so she doesn't suffer such wrongs again. Su Yuntao nodded heavily, his gaze falling on Yicha's peaceful sleeping face inside. Suddenly, a strong desire to protect her welled up in his heart. He quietly stepped inside, gently pulling his cotton coat over her shoulders, covering both of them. His movements were so gentle, as if afraid to disturb a butterfly. The fire in the stove flickered, reflecting on Yicha's face and in Su Yuntao's eyes. He knew that their home was becoming more complete, her, the children, and relatives like Zhou Wenhong and Wang. Even if the road ahead was full of storms, he had enough courage to create a clear sky for them. The wind outside still howled, but the warmth inside the house seemed capable of melting all the winter ice and snow. The north wind blew snowflakes against the paper window, making a rustling sound like nails gently scratching. Yicha sat on the kong, sewing a small pair of cotton pants for the baby. The dim kerosene lamp cast her shadow on the wall, swaying softly with the flickering flame. Su Yuntao sat on the bench opposite, holding a half-used pencil, staring at a yellowed piece of paper with a furrowed brow, as if in deep thought. This was the draft of the appeal letter. Since last month, when the educated youth who went to the county to handle some affairs handed out the letter, there has been no news at all, as if it vanished into thin air. Su Yuntao didn't say much,
but inside, he was more anxious each day. At night, he often couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. He smoked his pipe more than anyone, and the redness in his eyes grew worse. Don't always frown. It's bad for your eyes. Hee-cha put down her sewing and handed him the small pair of cotton pants she just finished sewing. Look, isn't this pant leg too loose? She wanted to distract him. Recently, he was too tense, like a bowstring pulled tight. If he kept like this, it might snap. Su Yuntao looked away from the paper and focused on the small cotton pants. They were made of dark blue coarse cloth, with neat, tight stitches. The cuffs had small lace sewn on, which Hee-cha had pieced together from scraps, looking very delicate. His eyes softened a little. Not too loose. The child is growing fast. A little loose can be worn longer. Hee-cha smiled and put the cotton pants away. I'll adjust the waistband later. She knew he wasn't interested in these details, just agreeing to her words. Her anxiety was like the smell of coal smoke in the house, thick and hard to disperse. Actually, she was more eager than anyone to hear news about Yu Gongjun. The case involving Su's family was not only about Su Yuntao's future, but also about her and the child's destiny. In this era that valued social background, the label of guilty was like a heavy mountain pressing down, making it hard to breathe. She didn't want her child to be judged harshly at birth, nor did she want Su Yuntao to carry the burden of shame forever. Maybe I should ask someone to go to the county and inquire. Hee-cha hesitated as she spoke, unconsciously twisting the thread in her hands. She knew it was probably pointless. Going to the county and back would take most of the day, and she couldn't afford to lose work points. Plus, without a good reason, asking around might just raise suspicion. Su Yuntao shook his head and placed his pencil on the table. Let's wait a bit longer. Director, you said to wait for the right time. Rushing won't help. Though he said this, his hand holding the pipe trembled slightly. He didn't distrust Hee-cha, but the world was too complicated. Honest people often found it hard to move forward. He was afraid that this small hope might also be lost in the end. Hee-cha didn't say anything more. She picked up her sewing again. The only sounds in the room were the rustling of the needle and thread and the wind and snow outside, heavy and suffocating. Days like this passed for more than 10 days. The snow fell and then stopped. The ice on the eaves melted and refroze. The village started organizing the villagers to repair the water channels. Men worked in the cold wind, digging holes in the frozen soil, while women stayed at home twisting grass ropes. Life was like a grinding wheel, turning slowly and steadily, wearing out people's patience. That evening, just after Hee-cha served dinner, she heard hurried footsteps outside the yard, along with excited shouts from Wang Gai, Hee-cha's sister-in-law.
Brotersu.
We have news. Su Yuntao's bowl suddenly dropped onto the table with a loud clatter, spilling corn porridge everywhere. He didn't bother to clean it up. Instead, he stood up quickly and rushed outside like a gust of wind. Hee-cha hurried after him, feeling heavy in her stomach and stumbling a little, but she was more eager than anyone to hear the news. At the door stood Yan Haochen, the son of the village secretary. He held a sealed envelope made of brown paper, his face red from the cold and covered in sweat from running. When he saw Su Yuntao, he hurriedly pushed the envelope into his hand. Brother Su, the communication officer from the commune, just brought this. It's from the county youth office. Su Yuntao's hands trembled badly, and he almost dropped the envelope several times. Finally, Hee-cha took it carefully and gently opened it. The letter was printed on official paper with the heading, County Youth Office, and the handwriting was strong and firm, written by Yu Gongjun. Su Yuntao snatched the letter and, under the light of the kerosene lamp in the room, read it carefully, word by word. His lips moved silently. His face, which was tense at first, gradually softened and eventually turned slightly red. His eyes shimmered with emotion, and his eyes welled up with tears. How is it? What did Director Yu say? Hee-cha's heart was in her throat. She gripped his arm tightly, her hands trembling. Su Yuntao took a deep breath, handed the letter to her, and his voice trembled slightly. The materials.
The materials have been submitted. We just need to wait for the right time. Hee-cha quickly looked over the letter. It read, Comrade Sue, the matter you entrusted has been handled. The relevant materials have been submitted to the higher authorities. The situation is still tense, so we must wait patiently for the right moment. Do not be anxious. Focus on production and wait for good news. Signed, Yu Gongjun. These few short sentences were like a bright light, instantly clearing the gloom from her heart. Hee-cha looked up and met Su Yuntao's gaze. His eyes shone brightly, full of stars, filled with gratitude and a deeper emotion that made her heart skip a beat. That's wonderful. Wang Gai clapped happily, her face flushed. Brother Su, sister-in-law, now you don't have to worry anymore. Su Yuntao finally seemed to come back to himself. He walked over to Yan Hao-chun, reached into his pocket, and took out 2 pieces of fruit candy. Those were given to him by Dr. Deng during his last checkup in town. He had been holding on to them, not wanting to eat, and they had almost melted in his hand. He handed the candies to Yan Hao-chun. Thank you, Hao-chun. You traveled so far. Yan Hao-chun's eyes lit up. He took the candies and quickly put them in his mouth, saying vaguely, No need to thank me, Brother Su. I have to go now. My father is waiting for my reply. After saying that, he ran off like the wind. After closing the door, Su Yuntao suddenly turned around and bowed deeply to Hee-cha. His movement was so sudden that it startled Hee-cha, who quickly helped him steady himself. What are you doing? Get up, Hee-cha. Thank you, Su Yuntao said in a deep voice, filled with a long-held emotion. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know where to send this letter. Recently, he had thought about giving up many times. It was Hee-cha's repeated encouragement to wait a little longer, and her confident gaze that gave him the courage to keep going. We're family. Why say all this? Hee-cha's eyes also grew a bit moist. She helped him sit on the edge of the bed, then carefully looked at the letter again. Look, Director, you said, waiting for good news. That means there's hope. Su Yuntao nodded heavily. He picked up the letter and read it again, as if trying to memorize every word in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered something. He stood up, opened a small iron box from the cabinet, carefully folded the letter, and placed it inside. He locked the box and kept the key close to him, acting as if he was safeguarding a precious treasure. Dinner has gone cold. I'll heat it up. Hee-cha turned to go to the kitchen, but Su Yuntao grabbed her wrist. His palm was hot and rough, with calluses, holding her tightly but carefully, as if afraid of hurting her. Don't bother. I'm not hungry. Su Yuntao looked at her, his eyes filled with gratitude, almost overflowing. Hee-cha, these days. You've worked so hard. He knew she was pregnant, yet she stayed with him, worried and anxious. She often woke up in the night because of his restless movements, but she never complained. Hee-cha's heart felt warm, wrapped in a gentle glow. She shook her head and smiled. It's not hard. As long as our family is safe and happy, that's all that matters. Su Yuntao didn't say anything more. He just held her hand and kept it in his grasp for a long time. The snow outside has stopped, and the moon has come out from behind the clouds, casting a gentle light across the ground. It shines through the window onto the hands of 2 people holding each other, as if blessing them with warmth. Since that day, Su Yuntao seemed to change. His worries disappeared from his face, and he started talking more. When working, he was full of energy, and even Wang Bisua, who often looked for trouble, couldn't upset him. His gaze at Hee-cha also changed. It was no longer just about responsibility and guilt, but something deeper and harder to explain, like snow melting quietly in spring, gentle yet cautious, full of tender care. One night, Hee-cha woke up in the middle of the night and found that Su Yuntao was not on the bed. She put on her clothes and went outside. She saw him sitting on a stone mill in the yard, holding that metal box, slowly touching it in the moonlight. The cold wind lifted his clothes, but he seemed unaware, his eyes shining brighter than the stars in the sky. Hee-cha didn't disturb him. She quietly stood at the door, watching. She knew that this quiet man was protecting their fragile hope in his own way, guarding her and the child. Days went on. The work of repairing the water channels was busy and lively. Wang Bisua still caused trouble now and then. Li Xuemei's gaze at her was still sharp, but none of it seemed to matter anymore. Inside He Cha's heart, a seed had begun to grow. Nourished by Yu Gongjuan's words, waiting patiently for good news, it slowly sprouted, giving her courage to face future storms. She started sewing baby clothes more carefully, making the cotton padding thicker in the little jackets and stronger in the soles of tiny shoes. At night, Su Yuntao would bring her small surprises, sometimes a few dried wild hawthorn berries, sometimes a handful of dried red dates. He picked them from the mountains during his rest, holding them with his rough hands like treasures, handing them to her as if offering precious gifts. One day, after the case is over, "I'll take you to the county town," Su Yuntao suddenly said one night, looking at her rounded belly. "We'll eat a good meal at the state-run restaurant, to give you and the baby a boost." Icha smiled and nodded, her hand gently resting on her belly. The little one inside seemed to understand, giving her a gentle kick, soft and warm, as if responding to this beautiful promise. She knew that the road ahead might still have difficulties, but as long as they supported each other, they would eventually see the clouds part and the fog clear. Like the winter sun, faint but persistent, it could break through the clouds and bring warmth and hope. The wind in the 12th lunar month feels sharp like a knife, biting at the face. The smoke rising from the chimneys in Xinian village drifts straight up and quickly disperses in the air. Work in the team has long stopped. Men gather under the old locust tree at the village entrance, smoking dried tobacco and chatting about big topics. Women are busy washing bedding and steaming buns. The air gradually fills with the smell of the new year, firewood smoke, the wheat aroma of steamed buns, and the sweet scent of candies secretly hidden by children. Icha sits on the kong, flipping through her ration tickets. The thin paper has the words, 5 Jin, printed on it, with frayed edges. She and Su Yuntao saved these over 3 months. Next to them are 2 meat tickets, secretly given by the clerk when Su Yuntao went to the commune to get relief grain, saying they were for nutritional support for pregnant women. He has kept them carefully wrapped in oil paper and hidden under the kong mat. Are these enough? Su Yuntao comes in from outside, carrying a cold air. He rubs his red, frozen hands and leans over to look at her tickets. If not, I can talk to Secretary Yanlin and see if we can get a little more. That's enough. Cha quickly puts the tickets away. 2 Jin of meat for dumplings is enough, and with the remaining grain tickets, I'll exchange for some white flour and buy some red sugar. That's everything we need. She knows how precious tickets are in this era. The quotas are based on the number of people, and saving these is already hard enough. She doesn't want to trouble others. Su Yuntao nods and doesn't insist. He walks to the stove, stokes the fire a bit, and the bright red flames reflect on his face, illuminating the deep lines on his skin. Since Yu Gongjun brought news, his smile has become more genuine, and he sleeps more peacefully at night. But his eyes always carry a gentle warmth when he looks at her. I'll go to the town market tomorrow and buy everything. Su Yuntao adds a piece of coal to the stove.
You stay at home and rest.
Don't go out into the wind. I want to go with you. Cha puts down her sewing. I want to see if there's suitable fabric for children and maybe I can sew a new dress from a piece of patterned cloth. Wang's cotton padded jacket is patched beyond recognition and needs replacing. She's been thinking about it for a while. Su Yuntao considers it and nods. All right, get up early tomorrow. Catch the first bus so fewer people will be there. He knows she is physically weak and walking is difficult. Going early and returning soon can help her avoid more hardship. The next morning, the rooster crowed for the first time, and the two of them got up. Cha cooked 2 bowls of corn porridge and boiled 2 eggs. These were sent by Zhou Wenhong a few days ago, meant for her to eat during the new year. She had been saving them and finally kept them for breakfast today. Su Yuntao took an egg from his bowl and offered it to her, but she pushed it back again. You eat too. We're going for a walk today. They argued back and forth for a while, then split the eggs and ate them together, like 2 children, each unwilling to take more. The road to the town was covered with a thin layer of ice, and very slippery.
Su Yun-tao's borrowed bicycle couldn't be ridden, so he pushed it, with Hee-cha holding the seat, slowly moving forward. The north wind blew snowflakes into their faces. Hee-cha couldn't help but shrink her neck. Seeing this, Su Yun-tao took off his scarf and wrapped it around her neck, circling it again and again until her face was mostly covered. Then he let go happily. Now you won't be cold. The scarf still carried his body heat and a faint smell of tobacco. Hee-cha's cheeks suddenly felt warm. She looked down at the icy road beneath her feet, but a slight smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. When they reached the town, the market was already lively. The stalls selling Spring Festival couplets were decorated with bright red banners. Vendors selling firecrackers had set up small stalls by the roadside, lighting small firecrackers now and then. The crackling sounds scared the children, who hid and giggled. Su Yun-tao held Hee-cha's hand tightly and moved slowly through the crowded crowd, afraid of squeezing her. Let's buy some meat first. Su Yun-tao pointed to a shop with a sign that read, State-owned meat shop, where a long line had formed. I'll wait in line. You wait by the wall over there, don't get cold. Hee-cha nodded and watched him walk quickly to the end of the line. She straightened her back and stood like a silent poplar tree. Leaning against the wall, she watched the passing crowd, feeling warm inside. In her past life, she was an orphan who had never celebrated New Year properly. After crossing here, although life was hard, she finally felt like she belonged somewhere. She had someone to care about. The line for meat moved very slowly. Su Yun-tao waited nearly an hour before coming out with a paper-wrapped package. Inside was 2 jean of pork belly, marbled with fat and lean meat, greasy and tempting. He handed the meat to Hee-cha as if presenting a treasure. Look at this meat, so fresh, really good. Hee-cha smiled and nodded, her eyes shining brighter than the sun overhead. The two of them went to the supply store again to buy white flour and brown sugar. Hee-cha also specially chose a piece of light blue fine cotton cloth, saying it was for Wang to make a cotton jacket. She also bought some colorful scraps of cloth, planning to sew a small tiger pillow for the baby inside her belly. Su Yun-tao didn't say a word the whole time. He just paid and carried the things, like a silent helper, with a look of indulgence in his eyes. On the way back, the sun was already setting. Su Yun-tao carried all the bags on his back and also held the piece of meat, while Hee-cha had her hands free and walked beside him. When they passed a small stall selling New Year pictures, Hee-cha stopped and looked at a picture of a chubby baby holding a carp, her eyes full of longing. Su Yun-tao looked in the direction of her gaze, then went over without saying a word. He bargained with the stall owner for a long time and finally bought the picture for 2 mao. He rolled it up and handed it to Hee-cha. Put it up for good luck. Hee-cha took the picture, feeling happy inside. She knew Su Yun-tao wasn't someone who liked fancy things. This New Year picture was bought especially for her. When they got home, it was already getting dark. Zhou Wenhong and Wang heard they had returned and hurried over to help. When Wang saw the light blue cotton cloth, her eyes lit up, but she quickly lowered her head and whispered, "Sister-in-law, this is too precious. I can't take it. Just take it. For the new year, you need new clothes." Hee-cha pushed the cloth into her hand. "I'll make you a small cotton jacket. I promise it'll be warm." Zhou Wenhong smiled and said, "Hee-cha gave it to you, so just take it. It's her good wish." Her look at Hee-cha was becoming more like looking at family. The next morning, Hee-cha started busy making dumplings. She chopped pork into filling, added some chopped green onion and scooped some pickled cabbage from the jar. She mixed everything together, and soon the aroma filled the whole yard. Su Yun-tao helped beside her, clumsily learning to roll the dough. His rolled-out wrappers were either too thick, too thin, or crooked, making Hee-cha laugh. "Let me do it." Hee-cha took the rolling pin from him. "You go light the fire, and don't cause trouble." Su Yun-tao didn't get annoyed. He chuckled and went to the kitchen. He squatted in front of the stove, watching the flames lick the bottom of the pot, listening to the cheerful chatter of Hee-cha and Wang outside. His heart felt full, warm and a little swollen, as if something was filling him up. He remembered when he was a child, his mother also wrapped dumplings at the head of the bed, his father was nearby tending the fire, and his sister ran around the table. Back then, the feeling was just like this. When the dumplings went into the pot, the water bubbled, gurgle gurgle, and the plump, white dumplings floated and rolled in the water like a group of playful little fish. Hee-cha used a skimmer to lift out the dumplings, placed them in a rough ceramic bowl, and handed one to Su Yuntao. Try it, see if it's good. Su Yuntao picked up his chopsticks, carefully took a dumpling, and bit into it. Hot broth burst out, and the delicious meat combined with the fresh taste of cabbage filled his mouth. This flavor was so familiar, just like the taste his mother used to make. Suddenly, his eyes felt a little hot. He quickly looked down, eating large bites, afraid others might see. Hee-cha watched him eat so hurriedly, knowing he was recalling old memories. She didn't ask much, just quietly added a few more dumplings to his bowl. Delicious, Su Yuntao said hoarsely after swallowing the last dumpling. He looked up at Hee-cha, his eyes full of gentle warmth, almost overflowing. It tastes just like what my mom used to make. Hee-cha's heart suddenly felt a bit sour. She smiled and scooped 2 dumplings from her bowl to him. If you like it, eat more.
There's more in the pot.
Wang was eating with her mouth full of oil, saying vaguely, "Sister-in-law's dumplings are the best in the world. Even better than my mom's." Zhou and Hong laughed and patted her. "Heartless girl, your mom spoiled you." Though she said this, her eyes showed a smile. Watching this scene, she suddenly felt that this year was the most peaceful she had felt in years. After finishing the dumplings, Hee-cha pasted a New Year picture of a chubby child holding a carp on the wall of the main hall. The red picture contrasted with the weathered mud wall, instantly bringing a festive feeling. Su Yuntao stood nearby, watching, then suddenly reached out and gently held Hee-cha's hand. Her hand was soft, warm with a hint of flour. His hand was rough but warm. Neither of them spoke, just stood quietly, listening to the occasional firecrackers outside the window, feeling the warmth of each other's palms. In the kitchen, Wang was still coquettishly asking Zhou and Hong to make her some sweet buns made by Hee-cha. Zhou and Hong smiled and scolded her, calling her a glutton, but she had already started adding sugar to the dough. Night deepened, and the distant village lights flickered on, twinkling like scattered diamonds on black velvet. Hee-cha leaned on Su Yuntao's shoulder, looking at the New Year picture on the wall. Suddenly, she felt that no matter how hard life is, as long as she has this person and the warmth of the world around her, she is not afraid of anything. This year, although there was no big fish or fancy clothes, there was something most precious, the warmth of home and the company of loved ones.
And that was enough.
On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, the wind carried snowflakes that tapped loudly on the window. Hee-cha was sitting by the Kong, pasting new paper over the old window paper, which had several holes blown by the wind, letting in the biting cold. She carefully glued a new piece of paper onto the window frame, gentle as if protecting a treasure, because in just over a month, the baby would be born. She wanted the house to be warmer, even warmer. Su Yuntao squatted on the ground, adding coal to the Kong hole. The bright red flames flickered from the stove door, casting his side profile sharply. His jaw was tight, and he was rubbing an iron box. Inside was the draft of his appeal letter, his lifeline. Since Yu Gongjun brought the news, he had been looking at the draft every day, hoping that this way, the right moment would come sooner. "Is it pasted?" Su Yuntao looked up at her, his eyes warm. "Are you tired? If you are, rest for a while. I'll handle the rest." "I'm not tired." Hee-cha put down her bowl of paste and rubbed her aching waist. "Just one more sheet to go. You better put the draft away. Don't keep holding it, or it might get damaged." She knew how important that draft was to him, more precious than life. Su Yuntao nodded softly, carefully locking the iron box and placing it deep inside the Kong cabinet. He checked the lock again to be sure, then relaxed and stood up. At that moment, lively footsteps sounded outside the courtyard door, accompanied by Li Xuemei's sweet, almost cloying voice. "Brother Su, Sister Icha, are you at home?" Hee-cha's bowl of paste wobbled, nearly falling to the ground. She and Su Yuntao exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Li Xuemei had been quite quiet lately, so why was she suddenly here? Before they could answer, Li Xuemei pushed open the fence gate and came in, holding a rolled-up item wrapped in red silk, looking very festive. She was wearing a new blue cotton jacket today, her hair slicked back, with a bit of hair oil that shone under the dim light. Snow Plum sister, why are you here? Hee-cha stood up and instinctively moved closer to Su Yuntao. For some reason, every time she saw Li Xuemei acting so overly friendly, she felt uneasy. It's the new year, so I brought you some New Year pictures, Li Xuemei said with a bright smile, holding a red silk roll. She took a few steps into the house, quickly glanced around, and finally focused on the bed cabinet, her eyes flickering. My brother from my family brought it from the county town. It's the most popular Good Harvest picture this year. Since you haven't put up any New Year pictures yet, I brought one for you. As she spoke, she moved closer to the bed, trying to spread the picture on the bed. Hee-cha noticed that when she walked, her shoulders tilted slightly, as if she was deliberately leaning towards Su Yuntao. No need trouble yourself, we've already bought some, Su Yuntao said calmly, stepping aside to block Li Xuemei's way. His tone was neutral, showing no emotion. Thank you for your kindness.
You can take it back.
Li Xuemei's smile stiffened for a moment, then she quickly relaxed and smiled even sweeter. Oh, one more picture doesn't hurt, and one less doesn't matter. The Good Harvest has a good meaning. Putting it inside the house will ensure a smooth year and maybe bring you a big, healthy baby. She glanced at Hee-cha's belly, her tone awkward and a bit uncomfortable. Hee-cha's heart skipped a beat. How did Li Xuemei know she was expecting a boy? She had never told anyone, not even Zhou and Hong. Only Dr. Deng mentioned during an exam that the fetus looked quite sturdy. Thank you, Sister Xuemei, for your thoughtfulness, Hee-cha said, suppressing her doubts, reaching out to take the picture. I'll take it. You shouldn't have come out in this cold weather. It's nothing. I'm young and not afraid of the cold, Li Xuemei said, stepping back to prevent her from taking it. Instead, she turned to Su Yuntao and handed the picture to him. Brother Su, look how beautiful this picture is. Let me help you put it up. In the main hall, it will be very eye-catching. While speaking, she leaned forward again, causing the picture in her hands to sway. The red silk slipped down, revealing the picture inside. Sure enough, it was the Good Harvest scene, with golden wheat piled high and a chubby doll holding a big corn cob, looking very festive. Su Yuntao didn't take it. He stepped back to create some distance. No need. We'll put it up ourselves.
Just put the picture down.
It's getting late, and you should head back. His tone carried clear hostility. Even a fool could hear it. Li Xuemei's face instantly turned bright red, her smile fading from her eyes, replaced with a look of hurt. She bit her lip as if she had made a big decision, suddenly taking a big step forward and sharply placing the New Year picture on the Kong. With a sharp sound, the ink bottle she placed beside the Kong was knocked over. The dark brown ink gushed out, flowing like a poisonous snake, quickly crawling toward the iron box near the cabinet. No, it was heading toward the gap where Su Yuntao had just put the box back, still not fully pushed in. Oh no! Li Xuemei screamed, hurriedly trying to catch the ink bottle, but only made things worse, kicking the bottle further away. Ink splattered all over the Kong.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to. What are you doing? Su Yuntao's angry shout filled the room. He rushed over like a gust of wind, pushing Li Xuemei aside and reaching to save the iron box. But he was too late. The ink had already seeped into the gap, staining the edges of the draft he had just placed inside. His hands trembled as he opened the box and took out the draft. The top sheet was soaked in ink, the black stains spreading like a poisonous flower, gradually swallowing the words on it. This was the final version he had revised countless times, each character representing his hopes and effort. Brother Su, I really didn't mean to. Li Xuemei was still crying, tears falling like broken beads, her hands secretly behind her back, nails digging into her palms. She was lying. Why could Hee-cha come and take Su Yuntao's heart? Why did the Su family's case suddenly turn around? She was suffering, and no one would be happy. Shut up. Su Yuntao suddenly raised his head, his eyes red as if they would bleed, staring fiercely at Li Shuemei. The coldness and anger in his gaze almost froze her into ice. Get out. Li Shuemei was frightened by his look. Her crying stopped abruptly, and her face lost all color. She had never seen Su Yuntao so angry, like a furious lion ready to pounce and tear her apart. She instinctively took a step back, her lips trembling, unable to speak for a long time. Brother Su, let's see how the draft is doing. Cha quickly grabbed him, afraid he might do something impulsive. She knew now was not the time to lose her temper. Saving the draft was the most important. Su Yuntao took a deep breath and forced himself to stay calm. He lowered his head carefully and looked through the draft. The top page was indeed ruined, but the pages below only had ink smudges on the edges, and the main content was still there. His tense heart eased a little, but he still felt very upset. Those were the results of many sleepless nights. Cha also let out a breath of relief. She looked at the draft in Su Yuntao's hand and suddenly noticed a detail. Although the ink was heavily smudged, it avoided the most important part of the complaint, as if someone had deliberately guided it. She quickly looked at Li Shuemei and saw that, although she was lowering her head, a faint, hard-to-notice smile was curling at the corner of her mouth. Cha's heart suddenly felt like it was pierced by an ice pick. Li Shuemei was not careless. She was doing it on purpose. She already knew where the draft was kept, deliberately spilled ink to destroy Su Yuntao's hope. Luckily, Su Yuntao had divided the draft into several pages, so she didn't succeed. Shuemei sister. Cha's voice was as cold as ice. This ink spill is really coincidental, just right to avoid the important part. Li Shuemei's body suddenly stiffened. She looked up, and the grievance on her face instantly turned into panic. Cha girl, what do you mean? I really didn't do it on purpose. Don't falsely accuse good people. I didn't say you did it on purpose, Cha said with a calm smile, her eyes like blades flicking across her face. I just think it's a coincidence. Brother Su, what do you think? Su Yuntao looked up and coldly stared at Li Shuemei. He wasn't stupid. Her series of actions just now, combined with Cha's words, made it clear. If he still couldn't see through, he would really be foolish. His gaze grew colder, like an icy pond in winter, deep and unfathomable. Li Shuemei shivered under his stare. Take your New Year painting and leave. Su Yuntao's voice was completely without warmth, each word like it was pulled from an ice cellar. From now on, don't step into my yard again. Li Shuemei's face instantly turned pale. Tears welled up again, this time out of real fear. Brother Su, I go. Su Yuntao suddenly raised his voice. Startled, Li Shuemei trembled, and the New Year painting in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She dared not say another word, covering her face, stumbling out of the yard, forgetting to pick up the painting she dropped. Watching her hurried escape, Su Yuntao turned around, carefully placed the draft into a metal box, and locked it again. His hand was still trembling, not out of fear but from anger. He never expected Li Shuemei to be so cruel, to want to destroy even his last hope. Don't be angry. Cha walked over and gently patted his back. Luckily, the important parts are safe. It's okay now. Su Yuntao took a deep breath, turned to look at her, and his eyes were full of fear and gratitude. If it weren't for Cha reminding him to keep the drafts separate, or if she hadn't stopped him just now, he didn't know what he might have done. Thank you, Cha. Su Yuntao's voice was a little hoarse. He reached out, wanting to gently ruffle her hair like last time, but his hand stopped in midair. In the end, he just lightly squeezed her shoulder. Sorry for troubling you. Cha shook her head, but inside, she didn't feel as calm as she looked. Li Shuemei didn't succeed this time. What methods would she use next? She dared not think about it. She felt a cold chill behind her, as if someone was watching her from the shadows, ready to pounce and bite. Su Yuntao bent down to pick up the New Year picture on the ground. Without looking, he threw it into the stove. The flames suddenly leaped up, instantly burning the abundant harvest picture to ashes. leaving only a bit of black paper ash swirling into the air like a malicious curse. "If she comes again, I'll just throw her out." Su Yuntao's voice was deep and firm, full of unwavering resolve. He couldn't allow Hee-cha and the baby to be threatened anymore, not even a tiny risk. Hee-cha nodded and leaned on his shoulder. Outside, the wind and snow still howled, and the crackling fire inside couldn't dispel the cold that had just spread through the room. She knew this gift from Li Xuemei was not the end, only the beginning. This war without gunfire had just entered its most dangerous stage. But she was not afraid. As long as she and Su Yuntao's hearts were together, as long as they protected each other and the baby in her belly, no obstacle was insurmountable. Just like the fire in this winter, no matter how fierce the snowstorm, it could create a warm world. Su Yuntao gently held her hand. The warmth from his palm passed through her thin clothes, steady and comforting. He looked at the howling snow outside the window, his eyes full of determination. No matter how thorny the road ahead, he would protect her and their home until the day the clouds clear and the fog lifts. The snow on New Year's Eve was filled with warmth. Heavy snow began falling in the afternoon, and soon the stone mill village was covered in a white blanket. The snow on the rooftops bent the eaves, and the branches were full of fluffy snowballs. Even the old locust tree at the village entrance looked like it was wearing a thick cotton coat, and from afar, it looked like a chubby snowman. Hee-cha stood by the window, watching the snowflakes dance outside, feeling warm inside. The sound of sizzling came from the kitchen. Su Yuntao was frying oil cakes. The golden dough was bubbling in the hot oil, filling the air with a sweet wheat smell mixed with the scent of coal smoke, creating a very traditional New Year atmosphere. "Icha's sister-in-law, do I have the spring couplet straight?" Wang Gaigai ran in holding the pasted couplets, her small face red from the cold, with a bit of ink on it, looking like a painted cat. The couplets were written by Su Yuntao. The red paper was a little dull, and the ink was uneven, but they looked simple and festive. "Not crooked, just right," Hee-cha said, helping her wipe the ink off her face. Her cold skin made her shiver, and she was pulled into his arms. "It's snowing heavily outside. Don't catch a cold. Come inside and keep warm." "Okay." Wang Gaigai cheerfully agreed, but her eyes flicked toward the kitchen. She sniffed hard. "Brother Sue's oil cakes smell so good. Can I have one first?" "Greedy cat," Zhou Wenhong said, carrying a plate of pickled radish and lightly patting her head. "Eat after dinner. If you eat now, you won't have room for the meal later." She said this, but her eyes also looked toward the kitchen, clearly tempted by the delicious smell. Hee-cha couldn't help but laugh. Since that day, when Li Xuemei caused trouble, Zhou Wenhong had been bringing Wang Gaigai over often, claiming it was to help with chores, but really, she was worried Li Xuemei might cause more trouble. She understood their thoughts, and her heart felt warm, like holding a little son.
Dinner is ready.
Time to eat. Su Yuntao came out of the kitchen carrying a big plate of oil cakes, his face dusted with flour, looking a bit funny. He placed the oil cakes on the Kong table, then brought out boiled cabbage, stir-fried radish, and finally a steaming bowl of dumplings, made specially that morning, with some mincemeat inside. It was their best New Year's Eve meal. The Kong table was small, just enough for 4 people to sit around and enjoy all the dishes. Su Yuntao added a large piece of coal to the stove, and the room warmed up quickly, the air feeling cozy and lazy. Wang Gaigai couldn't wait. She grabbed an oil cake and stuffed it into her mouth, hot and making her gasp, but she didn't want to spit it out. Everyone watched her laugh. "Eat slowly, no one is rushing you," Zhou Wenhong said as she helped her with a piece of stewed cabbage and pushed a bowl of dumplings toward Hee-cha. "Hee-cha, eat more dumplings to strengthen your body." "Eat too, Sister Wenhong," Hee-cha said as she took a dumpling for herself, then helped Wang with one, finally taking one herself. The dumpling wrappers were a bit thick, with not much filling, but they had a fresh meat aroma. In these hard days, they were a rare treat. Su Yuntao didn't say much, just quietly added hot water to Hee-cha. He knew she often felt thirsty after pregnancy, so he specially boiled a pot of boiling water, let it cool to warm, and then handed it to her. Watching her sip the water slowly, his eyes softened naturally, like gentle spring water. "Let me tell you a joke," Wang said after swallowing a piece of oil cake, leaning in mysteriously. "Today I went to deliver dumplings to Grandma Yen. I saw her old hen jump onto the Kong table and knock over the wine left for Grandpa Yen. Grandpa Yen got so angry he puffed out his beard, but he didn't want to hit the hen. In the end, he squatted on the ground and cried, ha ha." She told the story vividly, making everyone laugh. Zhou Wenhong chuckled and scolded her. "You're so reckless. Grandpa Yen would be angry if he heard that." But her smile betrayed her amusement. He Icha laughed so hard her eyes nearly teared up, her hand gently resting on her belly. Inside, the little one seemed to feel the joyful atmosphere, gently kicking her, softly, as if sharing her happiness. "Did the baby kick you?" Su Yuntao noticed her movement keenly and asked with concern. He reached out to touch her, but shyly pulled back, his ears slightly red. "Yeah, probably wants to eat dumplings too," He-cha said with a sweet smile. It was the first time Su Yuntao had mentioned the baby directly. Before, he was always careful not to touch her wounds, speaking cautiously. Zhou Wenhong watched silently and helped He-cha with a piece of oil cake. "Eat more. Only when you're full can you give the baby enough nutrients." Her tone was still firm, but her eyes showed genuine care. He-cha's eyes suddenly felt warm. In her past life, she spent New Year's Eve alone, eating instant noodles and staring at the empty house, never knowing what family reunion felt like. Coming to this strange era and meeting such kind people, maybe it was a kind of blessing from heaven. "Let's toast everyone." Speed Yuntao picked up the enamel cup on the table, filled with hot water, and held it high with a sincere look in his eyes. "Thank you, Sister Wenhong, and these days. Thank you for your help." "You're welcome, neighbors helping neighbors," Wenhong said as she also picked up her enamel cup and clinked it with his. "In the new year, I wish your children a safe and healthy birth, and that the case with the Su family is resolved soon." "Yes. I wish Sister Wenhong a big, healthy boy," raised her small enamel bowl and clinked it with theirs. She spilled some water, but didn't mind, smiling like a blooming sunflower. He-cha also raised her cup, looking at these three kind people in front of her. Her voice choked with emotion. "I also wish Sister Wenhong and good health and safety in the new year." The four enamel cups clinked together with a clear sound, like a simple song echoing in the small room, dispelling all the cold and gloom. After eating, volunteered to wash the dishes, but Wenhong stopped her. "Let Brother Su do it. Let's go by the fire," she said, giving He-cha a look and pulling toward the kitchen door. He-cha understood her meaning and felt warm inside. She watched Su Yuntao tidying up the dishes and suddenly felt that even a simple, humble life could be happy. Someone outside seems to be setting off firecrackers. Su Yuntao came out after washing the dishes, wiped his hands, and looked out the window. In the distance, faint, pop-pop sounds could be heard, lively despite their softness, full of the festive spirit. "Let's set some off too." He-cha remembered the small bundle of firecrackers Su Yuntao bought in the morning. He had asked someone to buy them from the commune supply store, saying it was to bring good luck for the children. Su Yuntao nodded and took the firecrackers into the yard. The snow had stopped, and the moon peeked out from behind the clouds, casting a bright glow over the snow, making everything shine. He hung the firecrackers on the gate fence, struck a match carefully, and approached with caution. Pop, pop, the firecrackers sounded especially loud in the quiet night. Red paper scraps flew like butterflies, landing on the white snow, looking like a field of stars. Was scared and covered her ears, but couldn't help peeking through her fingers, smiling with her eyes squinting. Wenhong stood at the door, watching the lively scene, and a rare smile appeared on her face. He-cha leaned against Su Yuntao, watching the flying paper scraps and feeling the warmth from him. Her heart felt so peaceful, as if everything was just right. She quietly moved closer to him, her shoulder gently touching his. He didn't avoid it, only stiffened for a moment before gradually relaxing, even leaning a bit closer to her. The firecrackers had finished, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air, but it made people feel safe. Su Yuntao turned around and looked at Hee-cha. The moonlight fell on her face, softening her features. He opened his mouth to say something but finally just whispered, "It's cold. Let's go inside." "Okay." Hee-cha nodded and followed him into the house. As they passed the kitchen door, she saw Zhou Wenheng secretly signaling to Wang. Wang covered her mouth to hide her smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Hee-cha's cheeks suddenly felt warm. She quickened her steps into the house.
Su Yuntao followed closely.
When he closed the door, their eyes met in the air, then both quickly looked away as if shocked. The atmosphere inside suddenly became a little tense. The fire in the stove was still burning, casting a warm glow on their faces. Neither spoke, but they could hear each other's heartbeat, loud and clear in the quiet night, like drums. In the distance, firecrackers continued to crackle, and occasional fireworks lit up the night sky, shining through the small window. Looking at the brief burst of color outside, Hee-cha suddenly felt that no matter how many difficulties the future might bring, as long as she had this person by her side, she would fear nothing. A new year would surely be better and better. She silently thought, her hand unconsciously gripping the person beside her. Su Yuntao seemed to sense her feelings, gently holding her hand back. The warmth from his palm through the thin fabric was firm and comforting, like a silent promise. This New Year's Eve had no luxurious delicacies or fine silk, but it held the most precious things, family's company and the warmth in each other's eyes. That was enough, truly enough. The January sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow on the bed. Hee-cha sat cross-legged on the bed. In front of her was a faded light blue coarse cloth. She held a silver needle, carefully sewing a tiny monk's outfit. The stitches were neat and even, winding along the edge of the fabric like a silent little stream. Her belly was already quite large, heavy, causing her to lean back slightly. Every now and then, the baby inside kicked her, growing stronger, as if protesting being confined for so long. She always paused with a smile, gently touching the raised curve, and softly said, "Don't worry. Once the clothes are finished, you'll be able to wear them comfortably." Su Yuntao squatted by the Kong, holding a threaded needle but hesitating for a long time. In front of him were scraps of cut fabric, prepared by Hee-cha to make a small hat. Yesterday, she said her finger was a bit swollen and sewing was difficult, so he volunteered to help. Now, facing the tiny needle hole, he couldn't thread the needle after a long time. "Let me do it," Hee-cha said, seeing his forehead sweat. She couldn't help but smile. This man, who could carry 300-pound sacks in the fields and chase rabbits in the mountains, was actually stumped by a small needle. No one would believe it if she told them. "No need. I can do it," Su Yuntao said without looking up, his brows furrowed tighter, eyes fixed on the needle hole as if aiming at a target. He held the needle in his left hand and the thread in his right, his elbows trembling slightly. His serious look made Hee-cha feel soft inside. She said nothing and lowered her head again, continuing to sew. The room was quiet, only the soft sound of sewing and the occasional crowing or barking from outside. The sunlight slowly moved, stretching their shadows long on the wall, cuddling together like a warm picture. Finally, Su Yuntao managed to thread the needle. He took a deep breath, looking proud like he had won a tough battle. He picked up a piece of triangular fabric and clumsily tried to sew it, but his stitches were crooked, some even sewing the fabric together. Hee-cha shook her head at his clumsy work. "That's not how you sew it." She put down her work and leaned over to teach him. "Look, you need to start from here." Before she finished speaking, her shoulder bumped into his arm. He carried a faint scent of soapberry, mixed with the fresh smell of sunlight, very clean and reassuring. Su Yuntao suddenly flinched as if burned, quickly dodging to the side, and the needle in his hand dropped with a clatter onto the Kong. Both of them froze. It felt as if the air had stopped. The sunlight fell between them, carrying a warm, intimate feeling. Hee-cha could clearly hear his heavier breathing, and she saw the faint pulse in his neck. Her heart suddenly raced, as if something had hit her, pounding loudly in her throat. "I'm sorry." She hurriedly stepped back, accidentally pulling at her stomach and letting out a sharp cry of pain. "What's wrong? Did you bump into someone?" Su Yuntao immediately became nervous, no longer caring about avoiding suspicion. He reached out to help her, but stopped halfway, his eyes full of worry. "Does it hurt? Should I call Dr. Deng?" "It's nothing really." He Cha waved her hand, calming herself after the sudden pain. "I just moved too quickly, it's not a big deal." She picked up the needle from the ground and handed it to him. "Let me do it. You just watch from the side." Su Yuntao didn't take the needle. He just looked at her quietly. Her cheeks had a faint blush, probably from the intimacy or the sunlight. A few tiny beads of sweat glistened on her nose, shining softly in the light. Somehow, he suddenly remembered how she looked when they first met, wearing an ill-fitting old cotton jacket with a shy look in her eyes, like a scared little deer. In just a few months, she seemed to have changed a lot. Her fearfulness faded, replaced by strength and gentleness. Especially when she talked about the baby, her eyes sparkled like they were filled with stars. He knew all this was because she cared deeply and had something she wanted to protect. "I should learn too," Su Yuntao said, his voice a little hoarse as he picked up the needle again. "When the baby is born, I can help out too." Hee-cha nodded and moved her stool closer to him, patiently teaching him. "Look, when sewing this little hat, start from the corner. The stitches should be loose, so the baby will be comfortable wearing it." Her voice was soft, like a feather brushing his heart. Su Yuntao lowered his head, pretending to learn seriously, but his eyes kept flicking toward her. Her long eyelashes drooped like small fans, hiding her emotions. The sunlight hit her hair, giving it a golden edge. A few stray hairs playfully stuck out, making his heart itch with affection. Suddenly, he really wanted to reach out and smooth those stray hairs. But as soon as the thought appeared, he forced himself to suppress it. He clenched the needle tightly, his knuckles turning white. He was a man burdened with guilt, unable to give her a good life or even a stable home. How could he have such thoughts? "See, isn't this much better?" Hee-cha's voice pulled him back from his tangled thoughts. She pointed to the stitches he just finished, her eyes sincere and encouraging. "Much better than before. You're making progress." Speed Yuntao looked down and saw that the stitches were indeed neater than before. Although still uneven, it was clear he had sewn with care. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in his heart, something sweet, a little bitter, and a vague sense of anticipation. He responded vaguely and continued sewing. This time he was very focused. His stitches were still not perfect, but he no longer sewed the fabric in the wrong place. Hee-cha also picked up her work again. The two sat very close, their shoulders occasionally touching. Each contact felt like a faint electric shock, making their hearts race. Neither of them moved away. They just quietly sewed, letting the subtle, warm atmosphere fill the air, like steam slowly rising from a porridge pot, gentle and sticky. After a while, Hee-cha's monk's robe was almost finished, with only the collar left. She picked up the scissors to cut the extra thread, but realized the scissors were on the opposite side of the table. She stretched out her arm to reach for them. The weight of her belly made it a little difficult, and she leaned forward slightly. Speed Yuntao had just finished sewing a small hat and saw her situation. He quickly reached over, took the scissors, and handed them to her. Their fingers accidentally touched. Her fingertips were soft and slightly calloused from sewing. His palm was rough, covered with old calluses and scars. It was like being burned by something hot, and both quickly withdrew their hands. Hee-cha lowered her head and quickly cut the thread. Her cheeks turned red like a ripe apple. Speed Yuntao also looked away, pretending to watch the scenery outside the window, but his ears turned red too. The room fell silent again, only the sound of their slightly hurried breathing. The sunlight slowly reached their knees, warm and cozy, making them a little sleepy. Speed Yuntao suddenly broke the silence, his voice a bit unnatural. "Let's give the baby a name?" Hee-cha was stunned for a moment and looked up at him. His eyes flickered with hesitation, afraid to look directly at her. Instead, he stared at the fabric on the bed, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the small hat he had just sewn. What do you want to name him? Her heartbeat quickened again. Naming a child was a serious matter, symbolizing that he truly regarded this child as his own and as part of the family. Speed Yun Tao thought for a moment, his brow furrowing as if he was carefully considering. He hadn't read many books, so he could only think of simple names, often crude ones like Dog Left or Iron Egg, claiming they were easy to raise. He didn't want to give the child such a name. He wanted him to live with dignity, like a true member of the family. If it's a boy, he paused, as if choosing his words carefully. Let's call him Su Jiangwo. Hee-cha couldn't help but laugh. That name was very typical of the times. Among the people she knew, there were quite a few named Jiangwo or Jianjun. Is that not good? Su Yuntao saw her smile and felt a bit shy, scratching his head. I just think. The name sounds powerful. It's quite good, but there might be many with the same name, Hee-cha said seriously, trying not to laugh. Maybe. We could call him Su Nianen? Nian means thinking of and means safe. She hoped the child would remember those who helped them during hard times and wish for him to have a safe life.
Su Juntao repeated softly. Su Nianan.
Nianen. His eyes slowly lit up. That's a good name. Nianen, nice to hear and meaningful. He looked at Hee-cha with admiration. You're really educated. Hee-cha felt a little shy from his compliment and lowered her head to continue organizing the fabric. What if it's a girl? What would we name her? A girl. Su Yuntao's eyebrows furrowed again, but this time not with difficulty, rather with a bit of hope. Let's call her Su Nianqing? Nian for thinking, and Qing for gentle and lovely. Hee-cha's face suddenly turned bright red. Nianqing. He thought of that word.
Could he?
She secretly looked at him and found he was also looking at her, with a hint of curiosity and a subtle tenderness in his eyes. In that moment, as their eyes met, it felt like fireworks exploded in her heart, bright and dazzling, impossible to look away. Su Yuntao quickly looked away, his ears turning red as if they might bleed. When he said that name earlier, all he could think of was her face. His mind hadn't processed it consciously. Now, seeing her look at him like that, he realized what he had said and wished he could disappear into the ground.
I
was just thinking randomly, it doesn't sound good, he stammered, trying to explain, but the words only got more tangled. It's good, Hee-cha interrupted softly, her voice as gentle as a mosquito's buzz. Let's go with that. Su Yuntao suddenly looked up, his eyes full of happiness. The sunlight shone perfectly between them, casting long shadows that stretched out and intertwined on the wall, so close they seemed to merge, impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. Little clothes and a small hat lay quietly on the Kong, as if witnessing something special. The baby inside her belly seemed to feel the warm atmosphere too, gently kicking Hee-cha, with soft force, as if showing approval. Hee-cha smiled and gently touched her belly, feeling like she had a piece of honey in her heart, sweet enough to overflow. She knew that whether it was Su Nianen or Su Nianqing, this baby was the strongest bond between her and Su Yuntao, and a new hope for their family. Su Yuntao looked at her gentle-side face and suddenly felt that the painful past and the hopeless future didn't seem so important anymore. As long as he could stay with her and the baby, guarding this small home, even if life was hard and there were storms ahead, he would have the courage to keep going. He picked up the crooked little hat, as if admiring a rare treasure. Sunlight shone through the stitches, casting tiny spots of light on his hand, warm enough to make anyone reluctant to move. Maybe this is life. It's not always grand and exciting, but more often simple and warm, accompanied by every stitch and gentle moments that happen naturally. These are the things that bring the most peace of mind. Just after the awakening of spring, the frozen soil loosened, and tender yellow grass shoots sprouted along the ridges. The people of Shibianzi village were busy fixing their farming tools, preparing for spring plowing, and the air was filled with the smell of earth and busy activity. Hee-cha carried a basket to the river to wash clothes. Her belly was now as big as a small pumpkin, and she moved carefully with each step. Wang Gaigai followed her, holding a stick, occasionally clearing stones from the path, acting like a diligent little guard. Older sister-in-law, take your time, don't rush. Wang Gai turned to look at her, worry on her face. Should I help carry the clothes over, and you rest here for a bit? It's okay, I can still walk. Hee-cha smiled, a little sweat on her forehead. Recently, her baby moved more often, sometimes waking her up several times at night. But she felt happy about it. Her doctor said it was a sign of a healthy baby. Every time Su Yuntao felt the baby move, he would smile foolishly, his ears turning red like he had put on rouge. As they reached the riverbank, they heard the chatter of some women, gossiping about something lively. Hee-cha didn't want to join in, so she pulled Wang Gai to walk upstream, away from their voices. Her voice sounded like it had grown legs, drifting with the wind and slipping into her ears. Is that true? Is Hee-cha not carrying the Speed family's child? It was Yen Suelin's voice, filled with disbelief. Can it be false? Li Xuemei saw it with her own eyes. Another sharp voice responded. It was Aunt Lu-san, known for gossip in the village. Before she married Su Yuntao, she was involved with other men. Shuh. Speak softly. It's not good if others hear. What are you afraid of? Everyone in the village knows the Speed family is under suspicion. She's just an outsider, maybe trying to climb higher, and that's why she clings to Su Yuntao. Hee-cha could no longer hear the rest. She felt her blood rush to her head, then suddenly turn cold. Her limbs went stiff like ice. Not carrying the Speed family's child? What terrible words. She suddenly turned around, wanting to confront those people, but Wang Gai held her tightly. The young girl trembled with anger, her face flushed red. Sister-in-law, don't go. They're doing it on purpose. On purpose. Hee-cha's voice trembled, tears welling up but stubbornly refusing to fall. Why are they saying this about me? Why are they saying this about my child? She wasn't afraid of hardship or exhaustion, not even of Li Xuemei's schemes, whether open or secret. But she couldn't tolerate others insulting her child like this. It was the treasure she and Su Yuntao had waited so long for, their only hope in these tough days. How could anyone treat it so badly? It must be Li Xuemei who said it. Wang Gai gritted her teeth, eyes blazing. She was whispering with Aunt Lu-san just a few days ago. I knew something was wrong. Hee-cha's heart sank. Besides Li Xuemei, she couldn't think of anyone else who would spread such vicious rumors. The incident with the spilled ink clearly made Li Xuemei lose her temper, and now she was using the most despicable tricks to ruin her reputation. Let's go home. Hee-cha took a deep breath, suppressing her feelings of hurt and anger. She couldn't lose her composure here, nor could she let her emotions hurt the baby. She needed to find Su Yuntao. She believed he would believe her. But she didn't expect the rumors to spread like weeds, growing rapidly. On the way home, she met several villagers, and the way they looked at her was strange. Someone was whispering secretly, some were pointing and gossiping, and others deliberately spat in her face, muttering rude words like shameless and fox spirit. Wang Gai was so angry she wanted to argue with them, but Hee-cha held her back. She knew that saying anything now would only make things worse. These people preferred to believe rumors rather than trust her, the wife of the guilty family. When she got home, Hee-cha locked herself in her room and slowly sat down on the floor, leaning against the door. Outside, she could hear children laughing and distant sounds of roosters and dogs. Everything seemed normal, but her world was turned upside down. She wasn't afraid of others gossiping about her, but she was worried that Su Yuntao might believe the rumors. He was kind to her, helping her with her leg, accompanying her to checkups, and clumsily learning to sew. But they weren't truly a married couple, and she wondered if he might also doubt that the child wasn't his. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Wang Gai's voice came from outside, sounding teary. My mother asked me to bring you 2 steamed buns.
Eat something.
Hee-cha wiped her tears, stood up, and opened the door. Zhou Wenhong was also there, holding a cloth bag, looking very worried. Hee-cha, don't take it to heart, Zhou Wenhong said, handing her the bag. Inside were 2 warm steamed buns and a small dish of pickles. Those people are just bored. They're gossiping because they have nothing better to do. Sister-in-law Wenhong. Hee-cha's tears finally fell uncontrollably, like beads breaking off.
How can they say such things? How can they say such things about my child?
I know you're upset. Zhou Wenhong patted her back and sighed. It's probably Li Xuemei behind this. She's just jealous of you. Don't worry, Guy and I believe you, and Yuntao definitely believes you too. Even though she said this, Zhou Wenhong felt uneasy inside. Li Xuemei's stories sounded convincing. She even knew which house Hee-cha stayed in when she first arrived in the village and who she talked to. It was hard not to think more. But seeing how heartbroken Hee-cha was, she didn't think she was pretending. What woman could tolerate such slander against her child? Has Yuntao heard about this? Does he know? Hee-cha grabbed Zhou Wenhong's hand as if clutching a lifeline. She really wanted to hear Yuntao's voice now. He went to the commune to get seeds. He should be back soon. Zhou Wenhong looked at the sky and asked, should I go to the village entrance and wait for him? Maybe tell him first. Hee-cha shook her head. No need. The person who is coming will come eventually. I will talk to him myself. She wiped her tears and looked more determined. I haven't done anything wrong, so I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Zhou Wenhong nodded, feeling more admiration for her. Most women would have broken down in this situation, but Hee-cha managed to hold on. That kind of strength is rare. I'll go back first and ask to stay here with you, Zhou Wenhong said, patting her shoulder. If you need anything, just call. Don't keep it all inside. After Zhou Wenhong left, Hee-cha sat on the bed, holding a wooden comb that Su Yuntao had carved for her. Her mind was restless. Wang sat beside her quietly, occasionally handing her a handkerchief, acting like a little adult. Time passed, and suddenly, familiar footsteps sounded outside the yard. It was Su Yuntao returning. Hee-cha's heart jumped to her throat, and her palms were sweaty. Su Yuntao pushed open the door and saw the scene inside.
He paused.
Hee-cha's eyes were red, clearly crying just now. Wang sat nearby, pouting as if she was upset. What's wrong? Su Yuntao put down the seed bag and hurried over. He reached out to touch her face but hesitated and withdrew his hand. Did someone bully you? No one bullied my sister-in-law. Wang shouted first, angrily telling him the rumors she had heard earlier. It's that bad woman, Li Xuemei. She's talking nonsense. Su Yuntao's face darkened bit by bit, like a sky before a storm. His fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. His eyes flashed with anger, almost like it was about to explode. Hee-cha looked at him, her heart sinking. Was he angry? Was he angry about what those people said, or was he angry because she might have really done something wrong? Su Yuntao, she took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice calm.
Do you believe what they said?
Su Yuntao suddenly looked up. The anger in his eyes was replaced by a complicated mix of shock, sadness, and a faint, almost unnoticeable hurt. As he looked into Hee-cha's worried eyes, he suddenly felt like something was gripping his chest tightly, hurting badly. How could he believe? How could he possibly believe? From her enduring her leg cramps at night without waking him, to arguing with Wang Bisua over cotton wadding, from reminding him to hand in the appeal letter to pretending to take the pregnancy-safe medicine sent by Li Xuemei, from risking her safety to protect Wang by confronting the bully, to staying up late, sewing clothes for him. Every little thing he saw and remembered. What a strong and kind woman she is. How could she do something so shameful? I'm going to punish that gossiping woman. Su Yuntao suddenly turned and stormed out, like a furious lion. He couldn't tolerate anyone slandering Hee-cha, and he couldn't accept anyone cursing his child. Su Yuntao, Hee-cha quickly stopped him. Don't go. If you go now, it will only make you look guilty. Guilty? Su Yuntao's voice came out through clenched teeth, full of anger. I, Su Yuntao, am honest and upright. Why should I feel guilty? If Li Xuemei dares to slander you, I will tear her mouth apart. His voice was loud, making the window paper vibrate with a buzzing sound. Seeing his unwavering support and anger, Hee-cha suddenly felt warm inside. Her worries and grievances, like snow melting under the sun, slowly disappeared.
I'll go with you. She stood up, despite her heavy belly, walking with determination. I want everyone to know that what they said is false. Su Yuntao looked at her, his eyes gradually softening. He reached out and gently held her hand, warm and strong. Okay, let's go together. Just as they reached the gate, they saw Li Xuemei standing outside the fence, talking animatedly with a few women, a proud smile on her face. When she saw Su Yuntao and He Cha come out, her eyes flickered, and she deliberately raised her voice. I'm not lying. This is 100% true. Think about it. When she first came to the village, she was so close to that young man from the countryside. Li Xuemei, Su Yuntao shouted loudly, like a thunderclap, startling everyone. Li Xuemei turned around, still wearing a fake smile. Brother Su, you're back? I was just talking with the sisters-in-law, talking about my wife and children behind their backs. Su Yuntao stepped forward, his eyes cold as ice. Li Xuemei backed away in fear. Let me tell you, Li Xuemei, my wife and children are not for you gossiping women to talk about. His loud voice spread throughout half the village, attracting nearby villagers who came over to watch, forming several layers of onlookers. Su Yuntao, you don't spread false accusations, Li Xuemei shouted angrily, trembling inside. When did I say anything bad about your wife and children? I was just chatting with everyone. Chatting? Su Yuntao sneered, pointing at her nose with a firm voice. Are you the one who said Yi Cha isn't carrying my child? Suddenly, the crowd became noisy. The women who had been talking earlier lowered their heads, afraid to speak. Li Xuemei's face turned pale instantly, but she still insisted. I didn't say that. You heard it wrong. Hear it wrong. Su Yuntao looked around at the villagers watching and said loudly, I'll make it clear in front of everyone today. He Cha is my officially married wife, and she is carrying my child. Anyone who dares to spread rumors or slander my wife and children, don't blame me for being rude. His voice was not loud, but it carried a strong sense of authority and determination, leaving everyone stunned. Is this really the quiet, even somewhat dull Su Yuntao? He was willing to stand up for his wife and child, even daring to confront Li Xuemei publicly and offend the entire village. He Cha stood behind Su Yuntao, watching his straight back and listening to his powerful words. Tears suddenly fell again, not out of sadness or hurt, but out of deep gratitude. In an age where rumors could be deadly, he used the simplest, most direct, and most forceful way to give her the strongest support and warmest protection. Big Brother Su, Li Xuemei wanted to say more, but she was frightened by Su Yuntao's cold gaze. The disgust and anger in his eyes felt like knives cutting her painfully, making her unable to speak another word. Get out, Su Yuntao growled, like driving away something dirty. Li Xuemei looked at the strange looks from the villagers, at Su Yuntao's unhidden disgust, and at He Cha's calm face that was hard to describe. Finally, she couldn't hold on anymore, covering her face, crying as she ran away. Watching her hurriedly leave, Su Yuntao turned around and took He Cha's hand. Her hand was cold and trembling slightly. It's okay now, his voice softened, carrying a subtle hint of sadness. Don't take it to heart. I am here for you. He Cha nodded, her eyes red but she smiled. Sunlight filtered through the crowd, shining on her face and making her tears sparkle like stars. The villagers around watched the scene with mixed feelings. Some thought Su Yuntao was too impulsive, others found He Cha suspicious. But more people, seeing Su Yuntao's firm gaze and He Cha's touched tears, started to change their minds. Everyone, go back to work, someone shouted. The villagers who had gathered slowly dispersed. As they left, their eyes showed less contempt and suspicion, and more curiosity and admiration. Su Yuntao held He Cha's hand and slowly walked home. His hand was warm, making hers feel hot. Thank you, He Cha whispered, her voice trembling a little. Su Yuntao stopped and turned to look at her, his eyes gentle like melted spring water. I told you you are my wife and the children are my children. Who else should I protect if not you and them? He paused, gathering courage, and softly said, In my heart, you are no longer just two people who happen to be together. Hee-cha's heart suddenly jumped. She looked up and met his gaze. The tenderness and seriousness in his eyes were like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples that spread out in circles. The sun was just right, the spring breeze gentle, and distant children's laughter echoed. Everything felt so beautiful. She knew that rumors might still spread, and troubles might come again. But as long as she had this person, this firm support and warm refuge, she was not afraid of anything. Because she was no longer alone. She had him, the children, and this simple but warm and loving home. Rumors hit like sudden hail, causing panic in Xinyanli village for 2 days. After the initial chaos, the sun still rose from the east, and the spring grass on the fields grew taller. When villagers carried hoes to work, their eyes on Hee-cha gradually changed. No longer filled with contempt or suspicion, but with a strange, hard-to-explain complexity. That afternoon, Hee-cha sat under the locust tree at the courtyard gate, mending shoes. This was made for Suyun-tao. His pair of cloth shoes had worn out soles, and his toes were almost exposed. She moved the needle quickly, sewing tight stitches along the shoe's upper, like a silent river. Her stomach felt very heavy, so she had to put a cotton pad behind her waist. Occasionally, she stopped to gently support her belly with her hand, easing the tight, sinking pain. "Brother Yi-cha, how should I sew this cuff to look nice?" Yan Suelin, holding a slightly old blue cloth jacket, came over with a shy smile. She is Yan Lin's younger sister, straightforward in personality. Although she didn't gossip with Lu San's wife earlier, she kept her distance from Hee-cha out of respect. Hee-cha paused for a moment, then realized she was talking to herself. She put down the shoe sole and took Yan Suelin's jacket. "The cuff is torn? I can add a border to make it stronger and look good." "Really?" Yan Suelin's eyes lit up. She squatted beside her, watching her fingers move skillfully. "My mom says I'm clumsy and so crooked, but you, sister-in-law, make everything look nice." Hee-cha smiled quietly, didn't say anything. She took scissors and cut a piece of fabric in a similar color, measuring it against the cuff. Sunlight filtered through the locust tree leaves, casting dappled shadows on her face, making her serious side profile look especially gentle. Yan Suelin looked at her and suddenly remembered how Lu San's wife and others had been gossiping by the river a few days ago. She felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She saw clearly how Suyun-tao had protected Hee-cha in front of everyone that day, that quiet man, like a furious leopard, with anger burning in his eyes. If he didn't truly care, who would risk turning against the whole village just for a filler daughter-in-law? Moreover, Hee-cha was genuinely good to the village children. Recently, when Wang Zhouyao had a fever, she stayed up all night boiling soup to send over. When Yen Haotsun's pants ripped, she quickly sewed them up. Even the most mischievous dog, Gooden, could get a piece of candy from her, something she saved from her own food ration. "Sister-in-law," Yan Suelin scratched her head shyly, "don't take what Lu San's wife and the others said to heart. They're just bored and talk without thinking." Hee-cha paused with her scissors, looked up at her. Yan Suelin's face was a little red, but her eyes were sincere, not just polite words. She felt a slight movement inside and shook her head. "It's okay. I know they didn't mean it." Yan Suelin raised her voice, speaking angrily. "Isn't it just Li Xuemei jealous of you? She wants to marry Brother Su but can't, so she can't stand seeing others do well. I've disliked her for a long time. She's always stirring up trouble." Her words were loud enough to be heard by a few passing women. They paused, looked a bit embarrassed, but no one responded, and hurriedly walked away with their heads down. Hee-cha was worried Yan Suelin might say something offensive again, so she quickly changed the subject. "Is this jacket for your brother?" "Secretary Yan Lin has been very busy lately, hasn't he?" "Exactly," Yan Suelin replied eagerly when she mentioned her brother. "He's been running to the commune every day, trying to get some fertilizer quotas. Whether this year's wheat will be good depends on how things go now. By the way, sister-in-law, do you want my brother to help look at your land? I think Brother Su has been worried about the wheat these days. No need to trouble him. We can manage ourselves," Hee-cha said with a smile, feeling warm inside.
This was the first time Yen Suelin had taken the initiative to chat with her and even offered to help her family, which showed she truly considered her part of the village. As they were talking, Wang Zhouyao ran over with a few slightly older children, holding a handful of freshly picked wild strawberries, bright red and very tempting. Icha's sister-in-law. Try this. Wang Zhouyao handed her the strawberries, her small face covered in dirt, but her eyes sparkled like stars. We picked these at the foot of the mountain. They're so sweet. Thank you. Hicha took a strawberry and put it in her mouth. The sour-sweet juice spread across her tongue, carrying a fresh mountain wildflower scent. Sister-in-law, they're talking bad about you. Don't believe it. A little girl with pigtails said seriously, looking up. You teach us to read and write, and you sew sandbags for us. You're a good person. Exactly, another little boy chimed in. My mom said good people aren't wrongfully accused. The children chattered happily, their innocent voices like a clear spring washing away the last gloom in Hicha's heart. Looking at their pure faces, she suddenly felt that those rumors and criticisms weren't so important after all. All right, don't crowd around your sister-in-law. She's pregnant, and you might tire her out, Yen Suelin said with a smile, shooing the children away. Go play somewhere else. Don't cause trouble here. The children giggled and ran off, and before leaving, they didn't forget to give the remaining strawberries to Hicha. Watching their lively, jumping figures, Hicha felt like she carried a small sun in her heart, warm and glowing. Look, the children know who is good and who is bad, Yen Suelin said, picking up the unfinished shoe sole that Hicha hadn't sewn yet and praising, Sister-in-law, your sewing skills are really good, even better than my mother's. Just stitched it roughly, as long as it can be worn, Hicha said shyly, feeling a little embarrassed by the compliment, and continued working with her needle and thread. Yen Suelin watched her quickly sewing, then suddenly sighed. Sister-in-law, I've wanted to tell you for a while. You really are hardworking. Even pregnant, helping everyone with chores. If it were someone else, they'd have stayed at home resting long ago. She paused, lowering her voice a bit. A few days ago, Li Shuame was talking badly about you at my house, and I argued with my mother about it. I told her that sister-in-law Icha isn't that kind of person. Even pregnant, you help Wang Zhouyao sew school bags and fetch water for Granny Lu. Someone like you, how could you do such shameless things? Hicha's eyes suddenly felt a bit hot. She didn't expect that her small, insignificant acts would be seen and remembered by Yen Suelin. In a time that valued background and reputation, having someone sincerely speak up for her was truly rare. Thank you, Suelin. Hicha's voice choked up a little. Actually, I didn't do much. Not do much, Yen Suelin interrupted her seriously. What you've done is much better than those who only talk behind others' backs. My mother later said, to see if someone is good or not, it's not about what others say, but what they do. You treat everyone well, and everyone knows it. Just then, Zhou Wenhong came over carrying a basket filled with freshly steaming buns. Icha, Suelin, are you here? Zhou Wenhong set the basket on the stone table and picked up a bun to give to Yen Suelin. Fresh out of the steamer, try it. Thank you, sister-in-law Wenhong. Yen Suelin took it and took a big bite, mumbling, Sister-in-law Wenhong, your buns are getting tastier, even better than my mother's. Zhou Wenhong smiled and handed a bun to Hicha. Here, eat it while it's hot. I added some cornmeal, so it's soft and nice. Thank you, sister-in-law Wenhong, Hicha said, taking it in her hand. The warm feeling passed through the coarse cloth into her palm, comforting and reassuring her. Just then, she overheard Lu San's wife and others at the village entrance talking badly about Icha again. Zhou Wenhong's face darkened, and her tone carried a hint of displeasure. I just said a few words to them and they still don't accept it, saying there's no smoke without fire. I think they're just making trouble for no reason. Exactly, Yen Suelin immediately agreed. I was just telling Sister Icha earlier, those people are just bored. They've eaten their fill and have nothing better to do than stir up trouble everywhere. Zhou Wenhong glanced at Hicha, who was looking down silently, eating her flatbread. She sighed inwardly. Icha, don't take it to heart. Words are spoken by others. They can say whatever they want. We are honest and upright, so we don't fear shadows.
I know, Hee-cha looked up with a faint smile. As long as you believe in me, I'm not afraid. Just then, Wang ran back, holding a cloth bag, panting heavily.
Mom.
Sister-in-law. Look what I brought back. She opened the cloth bag, revealing several colorful scraps of cloth and a small bundle of fine thread. Where did this come from? Zhou and Hong was a bit surprised. Ma Wang and the others gave it to me. Wang wiped her sweat excitedly. I was washing clothes by the river, and Ma Wang, Aunt Li, and Grandma Zhang all put this in my hand, saying sister-in-law can make clothes for the little brother. Ma Wang also said, if anyone dares to talk bad about you again, she'll tear their mouth apart. Hee-cha looked at the scraps of cloth, and her eyes suddenly filled with tears. Although the fabric was just leftover pieces, some patched, it was the best they could offer. The villagers used this simple way to show their trust and support for her.
See?
I told you, everyone understands in their hearts. Yan Suilin patted her shoulder proudly. Good or bad, over time, you'll see clearly. Zhou and Hong nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with relief. In the past, everyone didn't understand you. But after spending more time together, no one doubts that you're a good girl. Those rumors are just lies to fool the naive. Hee-cha could no longer hold back. Tears fell like beads breaking from a string. It wasn't sadness or frustration, but deep gratitude, being understood and accepted. It was like the warm sunlight of spring, slowly dispelling all the gloom and coldness in her heart. She remembered the fear and helplessness she felt when she first traveled to this era, the nervousness and unease when she first met Su Yuntao, and the subtle difficulties and schemes from Li Xuemei. Along the way, she faced unfair treatment and cold looks, but she also received many genuine warm words and help. These warm feelings were like beams of light, illuminating her path in this strange new world and giving her the courage to face all difficulties and challenges. All right, don't cry anymore, Zhou and Hong said with a smile, handing her a handkerchief. If you keep crying, you'll upset the baby. Look, everyone supports you, so there's no need to feel so wronged. Hee-cha took the handkerchief, wiped her tears, and suddenly smiled through her tears. I'm not upset. I'm happy. That's good. Zhou and Hong patted her hand gently. From now on, let's live well and show those who talk behind our backs how good our life is. Yes, Hee-cha nodded firmly, her heart filled with unprecedented determination. The sun rose higher, shining through the gaps in the locust tree leaves and creating a golden net on the ground. In the distance, children's laughter and villagers' calls as they worked in the fields could be heard. Everything was lively and full of hope. Hee-cha knew that the villagers' change wasn't because of Su Yuntao's angry shout that day or Li Xuemei's retreat, but because they truly saw her efforts and kindness. In this poor yet simple village, actions spoke louder than words. She looked down at her shoes and then gently touched her lively little baby in her belly, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Life might still be hard, and the road ahead might still be rough, but as long as she had these sincere people around her, Su Yuntao's silent protection, and this hopeful little life inside her, she was not afraid of anything. Just like the spring grass on the field ridge, even if hit by hail or trampled on, it could still stand tall in the spring breeze, stubbornly sprouting new life. Yan Suilin looked at Hee-cha's relaxed smile and felt relieved. She secretly glanced at Zhou and Hong and saw a contented smile in her eyes. The two exchanged a look, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes, that Hee-cha was truly a good girl worth getting along with. In the distance, Aunt Lu San and a few other women approached again. Seeing the three people peacefully sitting under the locust tree, they paused, a hint of awkwardness crossing their faces. In the end, they didn't walk around as they usually did but lowered their heads and slowly moved closer, without saying a word. The wind rustled the locust tree leaves, making a soft sigh sound, as if quietly applauding this long-overdue acceptance. The late spring breeze carried the scent of locust blossoms, gently brushing over the rooftops of Shidianzi village. The sunset painted the sky in orange-red, making the old locust tree at the village entrance look like it was dressed in a golden coat, swaying gently in the wind. Suddenly,
Su Yuntao carried A and returned from the fields, his pants muddy at the cuffs, sweat beading on his forehead and streaming down his sharp cheekbones. As he reached the courtyard gate, he saw Hee-cha sitting on the threshold, leaning against the doorframe, holding an old, torn book and deeply engrossed in reading. The golden sunlight from the sunset fell on her face, softly outlining her profile. Her lips curved into a slight smile, as if she had seen something interesting, and she didn't notice him walking over. Her belly was high and rounded, like a small hill, making her clothes look stretched and giving her a tired appearance. Watching something so intently, Su Yuntao's voice was a little hoarse, tired, but with a gentle undertone. Hee-cha was startled, almost dropping the book. She looked up and saw him, a flicker of nervousness in her eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Nothing, just. Flipping through it casually, Su Yuntao knew she was shy. Since they named the baby last time, the atmosphere between them had become a bit delicate, like they were separated by a thin layer of paper, both afraid to be the first to break it. He put down his and sat beside her, close but not too close, just enough to smell her faint soap scent. Today I saw Grandpa Wang's cucumbers sprouting in the field. When they grow, I'll pick a few for you, he said casually, though his eyes drifted to the book in her hand, a worn old poetry collection, its cover torn, which he had recently found at the commune scrapyard. No need, it's too troublesome. Hee-cha shook her head, closing the book and setting it aside. She looked at his soaked shirt and felt a bit worried. You must be exhausted. I'll boil some water for you to wash up. No rush. Sian-Tao waved his hand and looked at her belly with curiosity and anticipation. Is he good today? Did he kick you? Since hearing the rumor by the river last time, he kept asking this after he returned. It seemed like he was checking or just genuinely caring about the baby. He's pretty good. He moved a little just now, Hee-cha said with a smile, gently placing her hand on her belly, as if greeting the little one inside. As soon as she spoke, her belly suddenly moved slightly, like a small hand inside, pushing her. The force was gentle, but very clear. Hee-cha's eyes lit up. Look, he moved. Sian-Tao's body instantly stiffened. His eyes widened as he stared at her belly, as if under a spell. His throat moved, wanting to speak, but unsure what to say. He slightly raised his hand, as if to touch, but hesitated. Do you want to try touching? Hee-cha's voice was soft, and her cheeks slightly reddened. She knew he wanted to feel the baby's movements, but felt shy to say so. Sian-Tao suddenly looked up, full of surprise and disbelief. Can I? Of course, she nodded and took his hand, gently placing it on her belly. His hand was rough, covered with thick calluses and smelling of fresh soil from the fields. When it touched her warm belly, he felt like he was burned. He wanted to pull back quickly, but was held in place by Hee-cha. Don't be afraid, just gently, she said softly, like a feather brushing his heart. Sian-Tao held his breath, staring intently at his hand and her rising belly. His heart pounded fast, like a rabbit inside, thumping loudly in his chest. This was his child, their child, growing inside her. This realization filled him with a strange emotion, excitement, pride, and something soft and hard to describe. Suddenly, the belly moved again. This time, with more force, clearly felt in Sian-Tao's palm, like a small fist gently tapping inside. His eyes widened even more, his mouth slightly open, stunned. He could clearly feel that tiny force through the thin fabric, reaching his hand, carrying the warmth and vitality of life. Is this fetal movement? Is this his child? His hand trembled slightly, not out of fear but from excitement. He could feel the tiny life inside moving and kicking, as if saying hello or announcing its presence. He moved. Su Yuntao's voice trembled, and his eyes sparkled with a strange light, as if stars had fallen into them. Yes, he's greeting you. Hee-cha looked at him and couldn't help but smile. This man, who could carry 300-pound sacks in the fields and shout back at rumors about Li Xuemei, now looked like a child who had received a beloved toy, full of pure joy. Su Yuntao didn't speak, just quietly felt. His hand stayed on her belly, the warmth passing through the fabric, as if communicating with the little one inside. The baby seemed to sense his presence and moved a few more times, more happily this time, as if playing a game with him. A faint smile appeared on Su Yuntao's face, softening his usual seriousness and gloom, making him look gentle. Hee-cha watched his smile and suddenly felt something fill her heart, warm and full. The golden sunset light shone on his side face, highlighting his thick eyelashes and giving his rough skin a peaceful, reassuring glow. She suddenly remembered when she first traveled here, her fear of this era, her confusion about the future, and her unfamiliarity and caution towards Su Yuntao. Back then, she never thought she would sit so peacefully beside him, watching him smile tenderly because of feeling the baby's movement. It felt like time had stopped at that moment. The evening breeze carried the scent of locust flowers. In the distance, villagers' laughter as they finished work and headed home. Children playing and chasing each other could be heard. Nearby was Su Yuntao's slightly heavy breathing and her own heartbeat pounding. The baby inside moved again, as if reminding them of its presence. Su Yuntao's hand moved gently, as if responding to the baby's greeting. His movements were careful and tender, like touching a rare treasure. "He seems very strong," Su Yunta softly said, with a hint of pride. "When he grows up, he will definitely be a strong boy who can help me with work." Hee-cha couldn't help but laugh. "Are you already thinking about making him work now?" "No," Su Yunta quickly explained, blushing a little. "I mean, he's very healthy." He paused, as if gathering a lot of courage, then looked up at her with serious eyes that made her feel a bit nervous. "Icha, thank you." She was stunned. "Thank me for what?" "Thank you." Su Yuntao's gaze fell on her belly, then shifted away to the distant sunset. His voice was low and sincere. "Thank you for choosing to keep this child, for willing to live with me." What he didn't say aloud was, "Thank you for not leaving me during my hardest times. Thank you for using your wisdom and courage to help me find hope little by little. Thank you for making this home feel real." Icha's eyes suddenly warmed. She looked at his serious side profile, the golden glow of the sunset shining on him, and suddenly felt that all the hardships and frustrations were worth it. "We are a family," she whispered, her voice trembling a little. "A family doesn't need to say thank you." Su Yunta suddenly turned his head, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. He looked at her, at the tears shining in her eyes, at the gentle smile on her lips. His heart was hit hard by something, feeling both sour and warm. This word was like a warm current, rushing through his limbs and dispelling all fatigue and gloom. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his throat was blocked, and he couldn't speak at all. He could only stare at her tightly, his eyes filled with complex feelings, moved, cherished, and a hint of love he hadn't even realized himself. The baby inside her moved happily, as if sensing the atmosphere between them, giving a few joyful kicks, like applause. Su Yunta gently placed his hand on her belly, without hesitation this time. He could clearly feel the tiny life inside, lively and active, passing on strength and hope. Suddenly, he felt that all the suffering, misunderstandings, and hardships he had endured before vanished in this moment. As long as he could stay with her, protect this child, and keep this home, he could endure any difficulty. As the sunset gradually fades, the sky turns deep purple, and stars begin to appear one after another. "It's getting dark. Let's go inside." Su Yunta stands up and offers his hand to Hee-cha. His palm is a little sweaty, carrying the smell of earth, but his grip is very firm. Hee-cha looks at his hand, hesitates for a moment, then places her hand in his. His hand is large and rough but very warm, holding hers tightly. He carefully pulls her up, worried about hurting her. They are very close, and she can smell a faint scent of sweat mixed with earth and sunshine, which makes her feel very safe. "I saved dinner for you, corn porridge and 2 small buns," Hee-cha whispers, lowering her head and avoiding his gaze. "Okay," Su Yunta responds, not letting go of her hand. He holds her gently and walks slowly toward the house. The moon rises from the east, stretching their shadows long and close on the ground, as if they will never part.
Inside, the oil lamp is lit, casting a warm, yellow glow. Su Yuntao washes his hands while Hee-cha serves rice in the kitchen. The steaming corn porridge gives off a light aroma, making the quiet night feel especially cozy. The baby inside her gently moves again, as if cheering for this hard-won warmth. A small smile appears on Hee-cha's lips. She knows that no matter how many storms lie ahead, as long as she has this person and this little life, she will have the courage to keep going. Because they are truly a family now. A real family. Spring has just passed, and the sun has become fierce. The small river beside Shinianzi village rises, muddy and turbulent, flowing loudly and becoming the coolest place in the village. Hee-cha helps Wang carry a wooden basin to the riverbank. Her belly feels heavy, like holding a stone, and she walks carefully with each step. Wang follows closely, holding a stick, occasionally clearing small stones from the path, like a diligent little guard. Older sister-in-law, maybe I should go wash by myself. You can rest in the shade. Wang looks at her sweaty forehead, her brows furrowed tightly. My mother said you're very precious now, and shouldn't tire yourself. It's okay. I'll go slowly, she replies. Hee-cha smiled and wiped her sweat with a handkerchief. Since the last time Su Yuntao protected her in front of everyone, the villagers' attitude changed. They would greet her when they saw her, and if someone made delicious food, they would bring her a bowl. Zhou and Hong treated her like a sister and didn't let her do heavy or tiring chores. But resting all the time wasn't a good solution. Su Yuntao worked in the fields during the day to earn work points, and at night, he thought about writing appeal letters, which made him very tired and dark around the eyes. She wanted to help him share some of the burden. They walked to the riverbank and found a flat stone to sit on. The cool water of the river helped chase away some of the heat. Wang Gai squatted by the water, struggling to scrub her rough cloth clothes, her face turning red from effort. I'll do it, Hee-cha said, taking the clothes from her and rubbing them in the water. Her movements were gentle. Because of her belly, she couldn't bend too much, so she sat slightly and scrubbed little by little. Sister-in-law, you're so kind. Wang Gai looked at her with shining eyes. Better than any sister-in-law I've ever seen. Hee-cha was amused and laughed.
Just your sweet talk.
They chatted casually as the sunlight filtered through the leaves and shimmered on the water, like tiny pieces of gold. Occasionally, small fish swam by, creating ripples that quickly disappeared into the murky water. Hee-cha was scrubbing an old jacket of Su Yuntao's when suddenly she felt something hit her calf hard. The pain made her gasp, and the clothes in her hand splashed into the water. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Wang Gai was startled and quickly helped her. It's nothing. Just felt like something hit me. Hee-cha gritted her teeth, trying to stand up and see, but a sharp pain shot through her calf. Her body tilted, and she fell straight into the rushing river. The river water instantly swallowed Hee-cha, making her choke and gasp. She instinctively tried to struggle, but her belly was heavy, and her calf hurt terribly, so she couldn't move her limbs. Murky water flooded into her mouth and nose, carrying a muddy smell that made her dizzy and see stars. Help! Help! She wanted to shout, but only a few faint sounds came out. Just as her consciousness was about to fade, she suddenly felt someone grab her arm and pull her forcefully toward the shore. She blinked and saw a familiar face, Li Xiume. "E.T. girl, how are you? Are you okay?" Li Xiume's voice was a bit hurried, but her face showed no real worry, instead seeming a little excited to see the spectacle. Hee-cha's heart skipped a beat. Before she could think more, Li Xiume pulled her ashore. Cough, cough, she lay on the ground, coughing desperately, spitting out several mouthfuls of river water. She was soaked all over and shivering from the cold. The pain in her calves was sharp, making her unable to move. "Sister-in-law, are you okay? You scared me to death." Wang Gai rushed over, crying and holding her arm, tears and snot covering her face.
I'm fine.
Gai, don't cry. Hee-cha patted her back, but her eyes kept drifting to Li Xiume. She was standing nearby, holding a stick, pretending to poke at the stones by the water, but her gaze kept flicking toward Hee-cha,
her lips pressed tightly. Thank you just now, Sister Shumei. Hee-cha's voice trembled a little, but her mind was full of doubts. What exactly was the thing that hit her calf earlier? Thanks? It's nothing, just neighbors helping each other. Li Shumei smiled stiffly. You're all so careless. The river is rushing fast. If something had happened, what would we do? Her words sounded caring, but Hee-cha felt something was off. Usually, Li Shumei avoided her, but today she appeared here just by chance? And happened to save her? At that moment, Hee-cha's eyes caught sight of an object floating by the water. An old, dark-colored slingshot made of wood. She recognized it. It belonged to Yan Haochen, Yan Lin's son. That boy often carried it around the village, shooting birds and chickens, causing trouble. Why would a slingshot be here? Could it be that the stone that hit her calf was shot by Yan Haochen with his slingshot? But Yan Haochen is only 6 years old, not strong enough to throw such a forceful shot. Even if he was throwing stones, it wouldn't hurt that much. And he's just a kid. Why would he hit her for no reason? Unless someone was instructing him? Hee-cha's gaze shifted again to Li Shumei. She was looking down at her shoes, her toes unconsciously kicking at small stones on the ground, as if hiding something. A frightening thought crossed Hee-cha's mind. Could it be Li Shumei? Did she deliberately make Yan Haochen shoot her with a slingshot, causing her to slip and fall into the water? But why would she do that? Just because she was jealous of her and Su Yuntao? This thought made Hee-cha feel cold all over, even colder than when she was just pulled out of the water. Icha, why does your face look so pale? Are you scared? Li Shumei noticed her gaze, looked up, and forced a smile. Maybe I should take you home first? No need, I can manage on my own, Hee-cha said firmly. She tried to stand up, but her legs still hurt a lot, and she was limping. She picked up the slingshot from the ground, holding it tightly, her knuckles turning white. Sister-in-law, let me help you. Wang Gai quickly supported her, worried. Are your legs hurt? I'll go find my mom. Don't go now, let's go home first, Hee-cha said, holding her back. She looked at Li Shumei and said, Shumei, if you're okay, you can go home first. Sorry to trouble you. Her tone was very calm, without any emotion, but Li Shumei seemed to be stung by a needle, her eyes flickering. Well, I'll go now. Be careful on your way. After saying that, she turned and hurried away, walking quickly, as if she was running away. Watching her hurried figure leave, Hee-cha clenched her fists around the slingshot, her doubts growing bigger. Sister-in-law, why is she running so fast? Wang Gai pouted. I don't think she really wanted to save you. Stop talking nonsense. Hee-cha shook her head and didn't say more. There was no proof now, so it was useless to say anything. But deep down, she knew this wasn't an accident. Wang Gai carefully helped her walk home. On the way, they saw some villagers, who were shocked to see Hee-cha soaking wet and limping. What happened to Hee-cha? Did she fall into the river? Oh my, are you okay? Hurry home and change your clothes so you don't catch a cold. Everyone was talking worriedly. Some even wanted to help, but Hee-cha refused. She just wanted to get home quickly and think carefully about what had just happened. When they got home, Su Yuntao hadn't come back from the fields yet. Wang Gai quickly found some clean clothes for Hee-cha and went to heat some water. Hee-cha sat on the kong, a traditional bed, took off her wet clothes, and saw a large bruise on her calf, along with a noticeable red swelling, as if something hard had hit her. Looking at the bruise, her doubts grew even more. If Yan Haochen really hit her with a slingshot, it wouldn't leave such a deep mark. Unless someone was holding the slingshot and deliberately hit her hard. The person is likely Li Shumei. Did she want to harm me? Or did she want to hurt the baby inside me? This thought made Hee-cha shiver. Everyone in the village knew about Li Shumei's feelings for Su Yuntao. But she didn't expect Li Shumei to be so cruel, just to steal a man. She would even target an unborn child. Sister-in-law, the water is boiled. You should wipe yourself quickly, Wang Gai said, carrying a basin of hot water and a clean cloth. My mother said if you fall into the water, you need to warm up quickly or you'll get sick. Thank you, Gai. Hee-cha replied, taking the cloth and dabbing herself with hot water. The warmth gradually chased away her coldness, but her heart felt colder. At that moment, outside the courtyard, Su Yuntao's voice came, a little anxious. "Icha? I heard you fell into the river. Are you okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuntao rushed into the house. He was covered in dirt, clearly having come straight from the fields. His face was full of worry and panic. Seeing her sitting on the kong in clean clothes, he finally relaxed a little, but he didn't stop walking and quickly approached her. "How are you? Any injuries? Are you cold?" His voice trembled as he reached out to touch her, but he hesitated, afraid of hurting her. His hand hovered in the air, and he fidgeted nervously.
"I'm fine.
I just scraped my calf a little," Hee-cha said, looking at his worried face. Her heart warmed suddenly. The fear and anger she felt earlier didn't seem so strong anymore. "What hit you?" Su Yuntao's face darkened. His eyes fixed on her calf, where a bruise was forming. His gaze turned sharp. "Who did this?" "I don't know." Hee-cha shook her head and handed him her slingshot. "I saw this by the water. It's Yen Haochen's." Su Yuntao took the slingshot, examined it, and his brow furrowed deeper. "Yen Haochen? He's just a kid. How could he hit you?" "I don't know either." Hee-cha lowered her head, her voice soft.
"Today,
Li Xueme saved me." Su Yuntao froze suddenly, looked up at her, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then suspicion replaced it.
Li Xueme.
"How could she be there?" she said. "She just happened to pass by." Hee-cha's voice grew quieter. "But I feel something's not right." Su Yuntao didn't speak. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. He understands Li Xueme's personality. She seems gentle, but she is actually very clever, especially when it comes to his matters. She is extremely stubborn. When she just happened to pass by and save Hee-cha, he doesn't believe it at all. "Are you saying," Su Yuntao's voice is a bit hoarse and full of disbelief, "that she did it?" Hee-cha looks up at him, her eyes showing uncertainty and a little fear. "I don't know. But I feel like this wasn't an accident." She tells Su Yuntao everything about what just happened, including Li Xueme's strange expression, her hurried departure, and the bruise on her leg that a child couldn't have caused. Su Yuntao's face darkens like a stormy sky, with thick clouds gathering. He clenches his teeth tightly, his anger almost bursting out of his eyes, and his fists creak with tension. He can tolerate Li Xueme bothering him, talking badly about Hee-cha behind his back, even spilling ink on her letter of complaint. But he cannot tolerate her hurting Hee-cha, and he definitely cannot allow her to harm his child. "This wicked woman," Su Yuntao growls, turning sharply to leave. "I'm going to confront her." "Su Yuntao," Hee-cha quickly grabs him. "Don't go. We don't have proof." "Proof? This slingshot is proof." Her being there is proof. Su Yuntao's eyes turn red, like a furious lion. "She wants to hurt you, wants to hurt our child. I won't let her get away with it. I know you're angry, and I am too." Hee-cha pulls him firmly, stopping him from leaving. "But if we go now, she won't admit it. If we cause trouble, others will say we're bullying her, maybe even accuse us of framing her." She pauses, her voice tired but firm. "We can't act impulsively now. Since Li Xueme dares to do this, she must be confident. We need to hold back, find proof, and then settle the score." Su Yuntao looks at her, seeing her calm and patient expression. His anger slowly subsides. He knows she's right. Now is not the time to act rashly. Without proof, everything is just talk, and it might put him at a disadvantage. But just thinking about how Hee-cha almost got hurt makes his heart ache like being cut by a knife. He vows to protect her and the child, and never let them be harmed again.
"So,
should we just forget it?" Speed Yuntao's voice still carried a hint of reluctance, and his fists remained clenched tightly. "Of course, we can't give up." Hee-cha shook her head, a sharp look flashing in her eyes. "But we need to plan carefully. Since Li Xueme dared to do it once, she might do it again. We have to watch her closely and find a way to catch her in the act." Speed Yuntao looked at her and suddenly felt that the woman in front of him had changed. She was no longer the timid girl,
who had just arrived. Her eyes now showed strength and sharpness, like a wild grass growing stubbornly in the cold wind, seemingly fragile but resilient in her own way. He slowly loosened his fists and turned to hold her hand. Her hand was still a bit cold and trembling slightly, clearly still frightened by what had just happened.
I'm sorry.
I didn't protect you well. His voice was deep and full of guilt. From now on, I won't let you go out alone. Seeing the sincerity and remorse in his eyes, her heart warmed suddenly. The fear and anger from earlier seemed to be driven away by his warm hand. She shook her head. It's not your fault. It was just my mistake. They looked at each other quietly, neither speaking. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, yet there was an inexplicable sense of understanding between them. Hee-cha knew that from today on, there was no more room for reconciliation with Li Shuemei. Her methods had crossed her bottom line. She could no longer keep retreating. For herself, for the baby in her belly, and for the man who truly cared for her, she had to fight back. And that slingshot floating by the water, along with Li Shuemei's strange behavior, was like a thorn in her heart, reminding her that danger was never far away. Speed Yun Tao held her hand tightly, with only one thought in his mind. No matter the cost, he would protect her and their child. Anyone who dared to hurt them, he would never forgive. As the sunset dipped westward, golden rays filled the entire yard. But inside the house, the two felt heavy-hearted, as if weighed down by a stone. A silent war, without gunfire, seemed to have just begun. Dinner was a thick corn porridge, sticking to the rough ceramic bowl like a layer of yellowish glue. Hee-cha had little appetite, gently stirring the porridge with her spoon, her gaze drifting away. Outside, it was completely dark. Only the oil lamp in the kitchen was lit. Its yellowish glow stretched her shadow long and thin, cast on the mottled earthen wall, looking a bit lonely. Suyun Tao sat across from her, having finished half of his steamed bun, and then setting it down. He looked at Hee-cha's bowl, which had hardly any food left, and his brows furrowed tightly. His throat moved as he wanted to speak several times but swallowed his words again. Since she was rescued in the afternoon, she had been in a distracted, restless state. When asked questions, she only shook her head or forced a small smile. The lingering fear in her eyes was like a tiny needle, piercing his heart with pain. Eat some more. Suyun Tao pushed the pickled vegetables that he hadn't touched back toward her. They were made with chili and salt, crispy and good with rice.
How can you not eat? You're not alone now.
Hee-cha looked up, glanced at him, then lowered her head again. She took a small spoonful of porridge and slowly put it in her mouth. The taste was bland, like chewing wax. The incident of falling into the water this afternoon weighed heavily on her heart. The stiff smile on Li Shuemei's face, her hurried steps when turning around, and the unremarkable slingshot by the water's edge. Scenes kept flashing in her mind, disturbing her peace. She even started to wonder if she was overthinking. Maybe it was just Yan Haochen being mischievous, accidentally hitting her with a slingshot while shooting at birds. Maybe Li Shuemei was just passing by chance? But as soon as this thought appeared, a sharp pain in her calf suppressed it. The force was too strong, not something a 6-year-old could exert. Moreover, she saw something strange in Li Shuemei's eyes when she saved her, something that wasn't fear after helping, but anger, as if her plan had been disrupted. Thinking about what happened this afternoon, Suyun Tao's voice broke the silence, cautious and gentle. Hee-cha clenched her fingers around the spoon, her fingertips turning white. She looked up and met his gaze. His eyes, under the dim yellow light, looked especially bright, like black obsidian submerged in water, making her feel uneasy. She hesitated for a long time before asking softly, afraid to disturb anything. Suyun Tao, do you believe me? Suyun Tao was stunned for a moment, surprised she would ask that. He looked at her uneasy and tentative eyes, like a frightened little deer cautiously peeking out, afraid of being hurt. Suddenly, he felt a tug in his heart, sour and bitter. His voice was very gentle, as if afraid of scaring her. Trust me.
Falling into the water wasn't an accident. Hee-cha's voice trembled slightly, but her eyes were fixed on him, unwilling to miss any expression on his face. Trust what I said. Maybe it was Li Shuemei who did it. As soon as she asked, her heart jumped into her throat. She knew it sounded like a fairy tale. Li Shuemei was known as the good girl in the village, hardworking, sweet-tongued, able to talk to anyone. And she? An outsider with an unknown background, pregnant, saying things that no one would believe. Moreover, she had no proof. Suyun Tao was silent. He lowered his head, looking at the half loaf of bread left in his bowl. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge, which had a small from a fall when he was working in the fields some time ago. The kitchen was eerily quiet, only the sizzling sound of the oil lamp and the occasional chirping of insects outside the window. Hee-cha's heart was pounding so fast it felt like it might jump out of her chest. She had already thought about what he might say. You're overthinking, don't accuse without proof. Shuemei isn't that kind of person. She could accept those words. After all, she herself was doubting whether she was being too sensitive. But she didn't expect that when Suyun Tao looked up, his eyes showed no doubt, only deep concern and determination. He looked at her and said each word clearly, softly but firmly, like a stone dropping into calm water, causing ripples. Just one word, straightforward and decisive, without hesitation. Hee-cha froze, her eyes widening as if she couldn't believe her ears. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask, "Do you really believe it?" But the words caught in her throat, turning into a choked sob. She couldn't say anything. Suddenly, tears welled up, like broken beads, flowing down her cheeks, splashing into the rough ceramic bowl. She wasn't unfamiliar with hardship. Moving to this strange era, starving and cold, being betrayed and undermined by Li Shuemei, she had endured all that with clenched teeth, never shedding a tear. But at this moment, his one word of trust shattered all her strength. Her feelings of grievance and fear, like a dam breaking, flooded out all at once.
How?
How can you believe it? She sniffled and roughly wiped her tears with her sleeve, her voice trembling and choked. I have no proof. Maybe I was overthinking. No proof is needed, Suyun Tao said calmly, but with a firm tone that left no room for argument. I know you're not the type to falsely accuse someone. He paused, leaned in closer, and looked at the bruise on her calf. His expression grew serious. This afternoon, I asked Yan Lin's family. Yan Haochen said he lost his slingshot a while ago, the day before yesterday. He-jing suddenly looked up sharply. Lost it? Yes, Suyun Tao nodded. His mother said he's a wild kid, always running around with his slingshot. Losing things is common for him. But he definitely didn't go to the river. He was playing mud with other kids at the village entrance all afternoon. Several adults saw him. So, the slingshot wasn't even brought to the river by Yan Haochen?
Who could have put it there?
The answer was almost obvious. A cold sweat broke out on Hee-cha's back. If it wasn't Yan Haochen, then someone deliberately placed the slingshot there to frame a 6-year-old child. That person could only be Li Shuemei. She not only wanted to harm him but also wanted an innocent child to take the blame. Her maliciousness was truly shocking.
Why?
Why would she do this? Hee-cha's voice trembled, not out of fear, but anger. I have no quarrel with her. Why is she targeting me like this? Suyun Tao clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes burning with anger. How could he not understand Li Shuemei's intentions? Ever since his parents were branded as criminals and he was sent to Shidianzi village, Li Shuemei had been trying to get close to him. He had refused her several times, but she was like a stubborn rash that couldn't be shaken off. At first, he thought she was just shameless, but now he realized he had underestimated her obsession and cruelty. If she couldn't get what she wanted, she would destroy it? She wouldn't even spare a pregnant woman? I caused you trouble, Suyun Tao said with deep guilt, looking at her with regret. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have. It's none of your business, Hee-cha interrupted him, wiping her tears forcefully. Her eyes grew more determined. Even without you, someone like her, with such bad intentions, would eventually get into trouble. She just didn't expect to become the unlucky one caught in the mess. Looking at her red eyes, Speed Yun-tao felt a tightness in his chest, like something was blocking his heart, making him feel anxious. He reached out, wanting to hold her hand like he did in the afternoon, but just as his fingertips nearly touched her back, he quickly pulled back and instead picked up her bowl. "Shall I serve you some more porridge? This time make it thinner." He shook his head. "No need. I'm not hungry." "Then, have some hot water." Speed Yun-tao stood up, poured hot water into a bowl, and handed it to her. "Keep yourself warm." The warm water flowed down her throat, soothing her a little, but the cold feeling inside her couldn't be completely driven away. She looked at the rough ceramic bowl in her hands, noticing his finger marks on the rim, and suddenly felt less afraid. At least, someone believed in her. This realization was like a beam of light, illuminating the dark corners of her heart. From now on, don't go out alone. Speed Yun-tao sat across from her, his tone firm and unyielding. "If you need to go somewhere, I'll go with you. Or let go with you." He couldn't let her face danger again. When he heard she fell into the river this afternoon, he felt like the whole world was collapsing. He dropped his and ran to the riverbank, trembling all over. He couldn't bear to think about what he would do if something really happened to her. "I understand," Cha nodded without arguing. After what happened this afternoon, she was truly scared. Since Li Shuai dared to do it once, she might do it again. She couldn't risk her safety or her child's. They fell silent again, only the sizzling sound of the oil lamp echoing in the kitchen. The atmosphere was heavy, yet there was an unspoken understanding between them. After a while, Speed Yun-tao seemed to remember something. He got up, rummaged through a wooden box beside the Kong, and brought something over to her. "This is for you." It was a small folding knife with a black plastic handle, slightly worn at the edges, looking quite old. It was given to him by his father. He had always carried it with him, and even after being sent to the village, he never wanted to part with it. "What is this?" Cha was stunned. "Hold it." Speed Yun-tao pushed the knife into her hand. Her palm was soft, contrasting sharply with the hard blade. "If you encounter trouble again, use this to defend yourself. Don't confront it head-on. Protect yourself and the child. That's the most important thing." A warm feeling suddenly filled her heart, like melting snow in spring, slowly flowing through her chest, washing away her fears and worries. "Thank you, Su Yun-tao." She looked up at him. The tears in her eyes had dried, leaving only sincere gratitude. "You're welcome." Su Yun-tao turned his face away, his ears slightly red, and his voice lowered a bit. "I told you before, you're my wife. If I don't protect you, who will I protect?" He had said this many times, but this time, Ti felt something different. It was no longer just politeness or duty, but a genuine care. She lowered her head, looked at the knife in her hand, gently folded it, and put it into her apron pocket. It felt like she was holding onto a promise, making her feel more at ease. "It's getting late. You should rest early." Su Yun-tao stood up, tidying the dishes on the table. "I'll wash the bowls." "Let me do it." Ti also wanted to stand up, but he gently held her shoulder. "Sit still and don't move." His hand was warm, and even through the thin fabric, she could feel the heat. "You rest well, I'll handle it." His movements were gentle, afraid of hurting her. When his fingertips touched her shoulder, she flinched like an electric shock, but he still pressed her back into the chair. Watching him walk toward the stove with the dishes, Ti's heart suddenly felt warm. His back was tall but a little thin, shoulders slightly hunched from years of heavy work, yet in her eyes, he seemed more reliable than ever. This quiet, even somewhat awkward man might not understand sweet words, but in his simplest way, he gave her the strongest support and the most solid reliance. The sound of dishes being washed came from the kitchen, along with his occasional cough. Ti looked at his back, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. Maybe in this era, things weren't so bad. Maybe she and he really could live a good life, just as he said. The moonlight outside the window had brightened somehow, shining through the window frame into the kitchen, casting a silver glow on the ground. A few distant barks of dogs sounded, then quickly fell silent again. After finishing the dishes, Su Yuntao turned around and saw Hui-ti looking at him with a faint smile, like a gentle lake under the moonlight, so tender it made her heart tremble. His heartbeat missed a beat, and he quickly looked away, pretending to out the oil lamp. It's late. Sleep now. Hee-chan nodded slowly and stood up. His calf still hurt a bit, making walking difficult. Su Yuntao wanted to help her but felt shy, so he could only follow closely behind her like a bodyguard, ready to support her if she fell. They reached the bed, and as Hee-cha sat down, she felt the little one inside her move gently, as if responding to her mood. She smiled and touched her belly, her fear and unease replaced by a feeling of peace of mind. Su Yuntao looked at her gentle side profile and the curve of her belly, feeling suddenly very tender. Quietly, he picked up a broom from the corner and started sweeping the debris on the ground, moving softly so as not to disturb her. The oil lamp was blown out, and the room fell into darkness. Only the moonlight outside shone through the paper window, casting a faint glow on the floor. Hee-cha lay on the outside, feeling his steady breathing nearby, which brought her comfort. She closed her eyes, and her daytime fears and worries gradually faded, replaced by a sense of stability. She knew that as long as this person was by her side, trusting her completely, she could face anything, even if Li Shuemei tried to cause trouble, because she was no longer alone. As night deepened, the two on the bed didn't speak, but also didn't sleep. The moonlight flowed quietly like a gentle veil, covering the simple earthen house, and the two hearts slowly drawing closer. The summer breeze carried a hot, dry feeling, making the old locust tree at the village entrance rustle. A red notice was posted at the village's main department, written with a brush. Teacher Wang from the village school was going to join the army, and they urgently needed a substitute teacher. The requirements were to be literate, have progressive thoughts, and be hardworking. The news spread quickly like it had wings. This was a good job. Being a teacher in the village meant not doing heavy farm work every day. Instead, you taught children to read and do math. The work points weren't less than farming, and there was a subsidy from the county at the end of the year. Many people longed for such a good position. As soon as the news spread, Li Shuemei came to visit. She wore a faded blue cotton jacket, her hair slicked back and shiny, with a bit of hair oil, looking much more spirited than usual. As soon as she entered, she grabbed Zhou Wenhong's hand and smiled so broadly that her eyes nearly closed. "Sister Wenhong, have you heard? The village primary school is hiring teachers." Zhou Wenhong was mending shoes and looked up at her with a neutral expression. She simply nodded and said, "Yes, I heard. Do you think I should give it a try?" Li Shuemei moved closer to her, sounding a bit proud. "My dad used to be the village accountant. I learned to read and do math with him. Plus, I know Teacher Wang well. Before she left, she told me to take good care of the children." Her words were partly true and partly false. Her father was indeed an accountant, but that was many years ago, and he was dismissed for poor record-keeping. She didn't know Teacher Wang, but Wang never said anything about taking care of the children. Zhou Wenhong's mind was clear and sharp, but she didn't expose her. She just smiled and said, "That's a good opportunity. If you want, you should try. I'm just worried." "Worried someone else might want this job too," Li Shuemei said, glancing toward Hee-cha's house with a sour tone. "Some people look honest, but they have other plans." Zhou Wenhong frowned and put down her shoe. "Shuemei, you can't say that. Opportunities are for those who are capable. Whoever has the ability should go for it. It's about earning a living with your skills. No need to fight over it." Li Shuemei didn't expect Zhou Wenhong to say this. Her smile froze for a moment, and she quickly laughed it off. "You're right, sister-in-law. I misspoke. I just think that to be a teacher, you need to be honest and upright. Otherwise, you might teach the children the wrong things." Her words clearly implied that Hee-cha, being from a family with a criminal record, wasn't qualified to be a teacher. Zhou Wenhong didn't reply and picked up her shoe again, feeling her good impression of Li Shuemei fade a little. She really disliked Li Shuemei's attitude, always trying to step on others, never honest or straightforward. While they were talking, Hee-cha came back from outside, carrying a basket filled with freshly dug wild vegetables, looking green and fresh. Her calves were a bit swollen, making walking difficult, so she moved slowly. "Icha's sister-in-law, are you digging wild vegetables?" Li Xiaomei quickly stood up, forcing a fake smile, but her tone carried a hint of pride. "I just came back from the village office. I heard the primary school is hiring teachers. Do you know anything about it?" He Cha nodded. "Yes, I heard. I just passed by the village office and saw it. Do you want to give it a try?" A hint of calculation flickered in Li Xiaomei's eyes as she deliberately provoked her. "But I heard that to be a teacher you need to be able to read and write."
Do you
know how to read? She had already found out that He Cha, when she first arrived, couldn't even write her own name neatly, so she was definitely not well educated. She just wanted to embarrass He Cha publicly and make her realize she was not on the same level. He Cha looked at her smug expression and sneered inwardly. Before crossing over, she was a language teacher at a key middle school. Her students could line up from the village entrance to the end, yet someone from a 1960s village was questioning her education? "Just a few words, not many," He Cha said calmly with a faint smile. She didn't say more and turned to go home. "Hey, Sister Icha," Li Xiaomei called her, sounding a bit condescending. "Maybe you shouldn't bother with this. Being a teacher isn't something just anyone can do. If you want an easier job, I can talk to the team leader and arrange for you to help in the warehouse checking grain. It pays less but is easier." This sounded like good intentions, but it was actually a way to belittle He Cha, thinking she was only fit to look after the warehouse. He Cha stopped and turned to look at her, her expression calm but sharp. "Xiaomei, thank you for your kindness. But I think whether I succeed or not, I should try." "What if I do succeed?" Li Xiaomei didn't expect her to really want to go. She was momentarily stunned, then sneered. "You really want to go? I advise you not to waste your effort. It would only make you look foolish. Whether I look foolish or not, I won't know until I try," He Cha said quietly but with firm resolve. "If you have nothing else to say, I'll head back now. The wild vegetables in the basket are wilting." After speaking, she turned and left without giving Li Xiaomei a chance to reply. Watching her back, Li Xiaomei's face darkened instantly, her eyes full of anger. How dare He Cha think she's something special? With her limited education, she still wants to compete with me for the teacher's position? She's just a frog trying to swallow a swan. So, Cha also wants to be a teacher? Li Xiaomei turned to Zhou Wenhong and complained. Does she even know how to write Ji? Huji? I bet she can't even write her own name properly. Zhou Wenhong frowned, not liking Li Xiaomei's sharp tongue. Xiaomei, don't say that. This girl, He Cha, is quite smart. Recently, she even helped Wang Zhouyao and the others write family letters. Her handwriting is better than yours. She can write family letters? Li Xiaomei said skeptically. Sister-in-law, don't be fooled by her. Maybe she's just copying. Zhou Wenhong ignored her and lowered her head to mend shoes, but she was thinking, if He Cha really can become a teacher, that would be good. She's pregnant and can't go out to work all the time. Being a teacher would be easier and better for her and the baby. When He Cha got home, she poured the wild vegetables from the basket onto the ground and started sorting them. But she was also thinking about becoming a teacher. She had considered finding an easier job. As her belly grew bigger, her body became heavier. Every day she worked in the fields until she was exhausted and fell asleep immediately at night. Sometimes she didn't even feel the baby move, and she was worried about tiring the child. But that wasn't the main reason. She wanted to be a teacher to prove herself. Since crossing into this era, she had been very careful, afraid of being discovered, afraid of being betrayed, and worried about causing trouble for Su Yuntao. But she was tired of this life, tired of Li Xiaomei's condescending sneers, and tired of the strange looks from others when they saw her. She wanted everyone to know that He Cha was not just a woman who depended on men. She had her own skills and her own value. More importantly, she wanted to give her child a better environment. Shidianzi village was too poor. Most children hadn't gone to school and started working in the fields at a young age. They might be stuck here their whole lives. She didn't want her child to grow up like that.
If she could become a teacher, her child could get an education from a young age and see a bigger world. Even if Sue's appeal failed in the future, she could rely on her own abilities to give her child a different future.
What are you thinking about?
Su Yuntao came back from outside and saw her staring blankly at the wild vegetables. He walked over and asked. He had just returned from the brigade and had heard about the teacher recruitment. I'm thinking. About the teacher recruitment. Hee-cha looked up at him, her eyes full of hesitation and hope. Su Yuntao, do you think I should try? Su Yuntao was surprised, not expecting her to ask that. He looked at the light in her eyes. There was a kind of determination and desire he had never seen before, like stars in the night sky, shining so brightly that he couldn't look away. You want to go? He asked calmly. Yes, Hee-cha nodded, nervously clutching the wild vegetables in her hand. I know I might not be good enough. I'm the wife of someone with a criminal record and my education isn't better than others. You are qualified, Su Yuntao interrupted her confidently. Your handwriting is better than most people in the village. Recently, you helped Grandpa Wang write an application, and even the commune secretary praised it. Plus, you're careful and patient with the children, much better than those who only act important. He was telling the truth. Not long ago, Grandpa Wang wanted to apply for social assistance, but couldn't write. Hee-cha helped him write the application, which was neat and clear. The secretary praised it highly, and it was approved quickly. Hee-cha didn't expect him to support her so much. Her eyes filled with warmth. Do you really think I can do it? Yes, you can. Su Yuntao looked at her with trust. If you want to try, go ahead. Whether you succeed or not, I support you. His words made the last bit of hesitation in her disappear. She nodded strongly, her eyes shining. I will go. I must try. She wanted to prove herself, give her children a better life, and show those who look down on her that Hee-cha is not someone to be bullied. But Su Yuntao seemed to remember something and frowned. Li Xuemei also wants to go. I know. Hee-cha's expression turned cold. She just mocked me earlier, saying I have no education and won't get in. Ignore her, Su Yuntao said dismissively. Her literacy is only enough to write her own name. If anything, she can't even compare to your heels. Hee-cha was amused by his words, and her nervousness eased a lot. Don't speak of her too badly. Maybe she really has some skills. If she had skills, she wouldn't be so obsessed with other people's business all the time, Su Yuntao snorted, picking up from the corner. I'm going to check the fields. Rest at home and don't overwork yourself. Don't worry about the registration. We'll talk about it when I get back. Got it, Hee-cha nodded, watching him leave the yard. Her heart felt warm. With his support, it was really good. After Su Yuntao left, Hee-cha sorted the wild vegetables and boiled some water, then began to review. She knew that confidence alone wasn't enough. She also needed real skills. Although there are not many literate people in the village, the team leader and the commune officials are not so easy to fool. She took out a few old textbooks that Su Yuntao had brought back from the scrap yard, Chinese, math, and a thin book of general knowledge. The pages were yellowed, some corners missing, but the writing was still clear. She sat by the heated bed, flipping through the pages. When she found important parts, she used a charcoal pencil to jot down notes on paper. Her handwriting was very beautiful, delicate yet strong, just like her. She looked gentle, but had a resilient spirit. Unconsciously, it was already afternoon. The sun began to set, casting golden light through the window, creating dappled shadows on the ground. Hee-cha was so absorbed in reading that she didn't notice Zhou and Hong come in. "Cha, are you reading?" Zhou and Hong placed her cloth bag on the table, which contained a few freshly steamed corn buns still steaming. "When Hong, you're here." Hee-cha quickly put down her book, stood up, and smiled a little shyly. "Just flipping through." "Still saying just flipping through? Look at how serious you are. Are you really determined to become a teacher?" Zhou and Hong picked up her notebook on the table, admired her neat handwriting, and couldn't help but praise. "Your writing is really beautiful. Better than Teacher Wang's." "You're flattering me." Hee-cha blushed. "I'm not praising you for nothing." Zhou and Hong handed her a corn bun.
Here, hot out of the pot. Eat it while it's warm.
I tell you, being a teacher is a good thing. If you really get chosen, not only will it be easier for you, but the children will also learn a lot from you. Most of the village children hadn't gone to school. They couldn't even write their own names. When Teacher Wang was here, it was better. They could learn some characters. Now that Teacher Wang has left, no one is taking care of them. Zhou Wenhong always hoped there would be a good teacher in the village to properly teach these children. I just want to try. I might not get chosen, He Cha said as she took the bun, feeling warm inside. How could you not get chosen? I think you're perfect for it. Zhou Wenhong patted her hand seriously. Don't listen to Li Xuemei's nonsense. I know her skills, what she can do. Just prepare steadily. Your sister-in-law supports you. With Zhou Wenhong's support, He Cha felt more confident. She nodded firmly.
Thank you, sister-in-law. I will do my best.
That's the spirit. Zhou Wenhong smiled and said, By the way, I have a few old textbooks here. They are a bit worn from my brother's past use. If you don't mind, you can take a look. Maybe they'll be useful. She took out several textbooks from her cloth bag and handed them to He Cha. They were Chinese and math books, much older and more used than the new ones He Cha had. Older sister-in-law, this is too precious. He Cha quickly declined. In this time, textbooks are rare and more valuable than food. What's so precious about them? They're just sitting there. You might as well use them, Zhou Wenhong insisted, pushing the books into her hands. Look through them carefully, try to get selected, and maybe make some improvements to set an example. Thank you, sister-in-law. He Cha's eyes welled up a little. The textbooks felt heavy in her hands, not just because of the paper, but because of Zhou Wenhong's trust and support. No need to thank me. We're neighbors. Zhou Wenhong smiled and looked at the sky. It's getting late. I need to go home and cook for Jugai. You should eat early too. Yes, sister-in-law. Safe travels. He Cha saw her off to the door. Watching Zhou Wenhong's figure disappear around the corner, He Cha looked down at the textbooks and the steamed bread in her hand. Suddenly, she felt a surge of strength. She knew she wasn't fighting alone. Back inside, she opened the textbooks Zhou Wenhong gave her. They were filled with notes and annotations from the previous owner. She studied them more carefully, occasionally stopping to write or draw on the paper with charcoal. Her determination grew stronger in her eyes. Was Li Xuemei trying to compete with her? Well, let her try. He Cha was ready to face her. In the evening, Su Tao returned from the fields. As soon as he entered, he smelled a faint burnt smell. His heart tightened, and he hurried into the kitchen. He saw He Cha squatting in front of the stove, staring at a pot of burnt cornmeal porridge, her face smeared with black ash, looking like a little kitten. What's going on? Su Tao asked, walking over. He picked up a spatula and looked inside. The porridge had turned completely black and was no longer edible. I was reading and forgot, He Cha said shyly, scratching her head. Her cheeks were red. Sorry, I can't have dinner tonight. Seeing her like this, Su Tao's anger quickly faded. Instead, he found it a bit funny. He put down the spatula and reached out to wipe the black ash from her face. His touch made her cheeks even warmer. It's okay. I'll go to the commune's canteen and buy 2 steamed buns. His voice was gentle. Don't tire yourself out. There's no rush to register. Your health is more important. I understand, He Cha nodded. She watched him turn and walk out of the yard, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. Su Tao quickly bought some steamed buns and a small dish of pickled vegetables. The two sat by the Kong, eating the buns with the pickles. Though simple, the food tasted very good. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the team office to register, Su Tao said vaguely with a bite of bun. I'll also talk to the team leader and ask him to look out for you. No need, He Cha shook her head. I can go by myself. I believe in my own ability to get food. No need to take shortcuts. Seeing her stubbornness and pride in her eyes, Su Tao smiled. All right, I'll listen to you. Night fell deeper. The moonlight shone softly through the window, gentle as water. He Cha lay on the bed, still holding her Chinese language book, feeling both excited and nervous. Tomorrow was her first step to prove herself. No matter the outcome,
She would do her best. For herself, for her child, and for those who believed in and supported her. She closed her eyes, a slight smile on her lips. Outside, the insects chirping gradually quieted, and the village was silent. Only the flame of hope in her heart burned brighter and brighter. Cha looked up at him. Morning light seeped through the window, casting tiny spots of light on his sharp side face. He was always like this, quiet, but always able to give her the strongest support at the most important moments. She slightly curled her lips and finished the last bit of porridge. Okay, let's go. As they reached the gate of the yard, they ran into Li Shuemei coming toward them. Today, she wore a new blue cloth jacket, with the cuffs rolled up to show white edges. Her hair was neatly combed and tied into a tidy braid with a red ribbon. She held a neatly folded piece of paper, which she clearly used as a registration form. Hey, isn't this Icha's girl? Li Shuemei's eyes flicked over her slightly rounded belly, then glanced at her old, faded jacket. She smirked mockingly. Where are you headed?
Could it be?
You also want to get a registration form? Her voice was deliberately raised so that some women nearby, who were mending shoes, could hear. They paused their sewing and looked over curiously. Cha didn't respond to her teasing. She simply nodded slightly and tried to walk around her. Getting upset with someone like this was beneath her. Hey, don't rush off yet. Li Shuemei stepped forward deliberately, blocking her way. She waved the registration form in front of Cha and said sweetly, almost sickeningly, Girl, I'm telling you, not everyone can be a teacher. Look at you, pregnant and exhausted every day, hardly able to straighten up. How can you have the energy to deal with those kids? Besides, her tone turned sharp, her eyes narrowing like slits, and her words cold as ice. To be a teacher, you need to be able to read and write, right? I heard when you first came, you couldn't even write your own name clearly. If you teach the wrong words and mess up the children's futures, can you really take responsibility? Her words felt like needles stabbing into her ears, making Cha's head buzz. She stopped walking, looked up at Li Shuemei. The morning light hit her eyes just right, making them shine so brightly that Li Shuemei instinctively stepped back. I don't like hearing that from Sister Shuemei, Cha said softly but clearly. Whether I write well or not, whether I can take responsibility or not, that's not up to you. The village committee issued the form to give everyone a chance. Why can't I try? Why? Li Shuemei burst out laughing, covering her mouth. Her laughter made the women nearby whisper among themselves. Because you're the wife of someone with a bad record. Just because you haven't even touched a proper textbook. Sister Cha, a person should have self-awareness. If you fill out the application form incorrectly and then have to bother the team leader to read it out loud, it would be very embarrassing. She said this while deliberately unfolding the application form, showing her written name. The handwriting was crooked and messy, like a crawling worm, but she held it carefully, like a calligraphy copybook. Suddenly, Su Yuntao clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. His eyes under the hat looked cold enough to drip water. He took a half-step forward, and his tall figure instantly protected Cha behind him, like a silent mountain. Li Shuemei, watch your words. Li Shuemei was startled by his stern voice. Her smile froze on her face. But a quick look of hurt flashed in her eyes, and her voice wavered with a hint of crying. Big brother Su, I didn't mean it like that. I just worry that Sister Cha might get tired, especially since she's pregnant. My affairs don't need Sister Shuemei to worry about. Cha stepped out from behind Su Yuntao, her expression calm as she looked at Li Shuemei. If you think you are capable, then prepare seriously for the selection. Don't waste time saying useless things. Teaching and nurturing people depends on sincerity, not words. Sincerity. Li Shuemei sounded like a cat that had been stepped on, and she sneered sharply. If you have that sincerity, why don't you think about your man still carrying a heavy burden? Or whether the child in your belly can stand tall in the future. Instead, you have the leisure to others' opportunities. Her words hit the mark sharply and harshly. Even the women watching nearby felt it was too much, showing some disapproval in their faces. Yen Sualin happened to pass by, carrying a basket of grass for pigs. She frowned and said, Li Shuemei, Your words are too harsh. What's wrong with Sister Icha? When she helped Granny Wang write letters or teach Ji Yao to read, where were you? Li Xuemei didn't expect Yan Suilin to defend He Cha. She was momentarily stunned, then rolled her eyes. Suilin, I was talking to Sister Icha. What does that have to do with you? You're just a young girl. What do you understand? I don't understand your little tricks. Yan Suilin put the basket on the ground and stood next to He Cha with her hands on her hips. But I do know who truly treats others well, and who is just stabbing people in the back. Seeing that they were about to argue, Su Yuntao took a half step forward, his tall figure exuding a sense of pressure. He didn't look at Li Xuemei but said directly to He Cha, let's go. Et nodded and ignored Li Xuemei, whose face kept changing from pale to red. She quickly followed Su Yuntao toward the village office. Behind them, Li Xuemei muttered unhappily, just wait and see. You'll be crying later. The sun grew hotter, making the dirt road feel like it was burning. Su Yuntao walked on the outer side, deliberately blocking the sun with his shadow. They didn't speak, only the sound of their shoes scraping the ground. As they neared the village office, He suddenly whispered, thank you. Su Yuntao didn't stop walking, but the corner of his mouth subtly curved under his hat. Thank me for what? Thank you for trusting me, and for not letting me argue with her just now. He kicked a small stone by the road, her voice soft. Actually, what she said isn't completely wrong. I really didn't go to a proper school, and I don't know if I can teach the children well. Before, she was a teacher at a good middle school, but that was in the 21st century. Now, she was facing children from the 1960s countryside. They lacked textbooks, stationery, and even enough food. Her modern teaching methods might not work here. Su Yuntao stopped and turned to look at her. The sunlight shone through the gaps in his straw hat, making his eyes look bright. You can, huh? He was surprised. I said, you can teach the children well. He spoke clearly, quietly, but with certainty. You're careful, patient, and willing to think. Last time, Wang Zhouyao said she couldn't memorize the multiplication table. You sat with her in the sun all afternoon until she learned it. Because of that, you're 10 times better than Li Xuemei. He was stunned, and her eyes suddenly felt warm. She thought her small efforts went unnoticed, but he saw everything. Don't think too much. Su Yuntao raised his hand, as if to pat her head, but then he pulled back and instead gently touched a strand of her hair at her temple. Just do your best. The results don't matter. He nodded firmly, pushing down her strange feelings. Yes, just do your best. The village office was already busy with many villagers, mostly coming to pick up tools. Old Zhang, the accountant, sat behind his desk, wearing old glasses with one leg broken. He was busy registering people. When he saw He and Su Yuntao, he looked up and pushed his glasses up. Is that E.T.? Here for the registration forms. Yes, Grandpa Zhang. He walked over, took the form and half a pencil from him, and felt a twinge of nervousness again. The form was photocopied, with bold characters that read, Substitute Teacher Application Form, followed by columns for name, age, family background, education level, and personal introduction. Take your time filling it out. Don't rush. Old Zhang smiled kindly. I think you can do it better than some who have bad intentions. His words clearly had a hidden meaning, and he glanced at Li Xuemei, who had just entered. Li Xuemei overheard this and immediately looked upset, but she didn't dare to argue. Instead, she angrily went to another side to get her form, sat in the farthest corner from He Cha, and deliberately tapped her pencil loudly on the table. He Cha ignored her and focused on filling out the form carefully. When she reached the family background section, her pen paused briefly, but she finally wrote, Poor Farmer, her original background and the only identity she could rely on now. For the education level, she hesitated before writing elementary school. In this era, graduating from elementary school was considered half a cultured person. For the personal introduction, she thought for a moment and wrote, Loves children, hardworking, willing to contribute to education. Her handwriting was neat and strong, standing out clearly on the rough paper. Standing behind her, Su Yuntao watched her write by, his expression softening more and more. He didn't understand big principles, but he knew that the seriousness in her writing was genuine, not fake. Li Shuemei finished filling out her form quickly. When she handed it in, she deliberately said loudly, "Grandpa Zhang, you better look carefully. Some people love to pretend to be something they're not, or they might mess up the children." Old Zhang ignored her. He took the form, glanced at it, then tossed it aside. Instead, he picked up He Cha's form, put on his reading glasses, and examined it carefully, nodding now and then. Good handwriting. Looks neat." Li Shuemei's face turned pale with anger. She stomped her foot and turned to leave, deliberately bumping into He Cha as she went out. Caught off guard, He Cha staggered slightly. Su Yuntao quickly caught her with quick reflexes, his gaze cold as ice. "It's okay," He Cha shook her head and said to Old Zhang, "Grandpa Zhang, we're leaving now." Go ahead, Old Zhang waved his hand. "The selection is the day after tomorrow morning at the village school. Don't forget." As they left the village committee, the sun was already high overhead. He Cha looked at the villagers working on the distant fields and suddenly felt her nervousness ease a little. Li Shuemei's teasing or others' doubts no longer matter. What matters is that she wants to try. "The day after tomorrow, I will go with you." Su Yuntao interrupted her thoughts. "No need," He Cha smiled. "You were going to the commune to get fertilizer that day, right? Don't delay your work." "I can manage on my own." Seeing her firm look in her eyes, Su Yuntao didn't insist anymore. He only said, "If you need help, just tell me." As they walked back, passing by the village school, He Cha couldn't help but stop. In the yard surrounded by mud brick walls, a few children were chasing and playing, barefoot on the dirt, smiling like sunflowers under the sun. The classroom window glass was broken in 2 places, covered with cardboard, and the door was a peeling wooden board, slightly open, revealing a mottled blackboard inside. This was the place she might work in the future. Simple, but full of life. "It will be fine." Su Yuntao stood beside her, looking at the classroom with her. "Once you're here, everything will be better." He Cha turned to look at him. His side face looked especially gentle in the sunlight, and the trust in his eyes was like warm water, slowly filling her heart. Suddenly, she felt that even if it was hard, it was worth it. When they returned home, Zhou and Hong was waiting in the yard, holding a cloth bag. Seeing them come back, she hurried over. "I heard you went to get the forms? How was it?" "Got them. The selection is the day after tomorrow." He Cha took the cloth bag from her. When she opened it, there were 2 plain steamed buns and a small bottle of ink. "Sister Wen Hong, this is too precious." "What's so precious about it?" Zhou and Hong pushed the bag into her arms. "The buns are to fill your stomach, and the ink is for preparing lessons. Teacher Wang left some chalk when he left. I kept it for you. I'll send it over later." "Thank you, sister-in-law." He Cha's eyes welled up a little. In this poor time, these things were luxury items, saved from Zhou and Hong's own pocket. "Don't be so polite with me." Zhou and Hong patted her hand and lowered her voice. Just now, Li Shuemei was talking nonsense at the village entrance. "I heard it all. Don't take it to heart. That woman is like that, she can't stand seeing others do well." "I know," He Cha smiled. "The more she acts like that, the more I want to prove myself." "That's right." Zhou and Hong nodded. "If you need any help, just say so. No need to be polite. Still waiting to hear your stories about the town. You must choose one soon." After seeing Zhou and Hong off, He Cha handed a steamed bun to Su Yuntao. "Eat it." "I'm not hungry." Su Yuntao didn't take it. He put the bun back into his cloth bag. "Save it for your evening lesson plan. I'll go to the fields to check on things and come back early to cook for you." Watching him carry his out of the yard, He Cha lowered her head and touched her belly. The little one, maybe hearing what was just said, gently kicked her, as if cheering her on. She smiled and turned back into the house. She spread out the old textbook Zhou and Hong gave her on the table, opened a brand new bottle of ink, and dipped a wooden stick that Su Yuntao had sharpened for her into the ink. She tested it on some scrap paper. The ink was smooth and had a faint pine smoke scent. She took a deep breath and started preparing her lessons carefully. The selection 2 days later, she had to win. Not just for herself, but for the child and for those who believed in and supported her. Outside, the cicadas began to sing louder, bringing the hot summer heat. Hee-cha leaned over the table, her pen scratching on the paper. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow on her, as if she was bathed in a golden edge. In the distance, Li Xueme stood at her home gate, watching Hee-cha's house with jealousy in her eyes. She clenched the only decent book she had found, the 3-character classic, its pages yellowed, many characters she couldn't fully recognize. Hee-cha, I want to see how capable you really are. She gritted her teeth and slammed the book onto the table. This teaching position can only be mine. The wind blew through the pomegranate tree in the yard, leaves rustling as if warning of an upcoming challenge. The selection was in 3 days. For Hee-cha, these 3 days were more exhausting than 3 days of farm work. During the day, she couldn't stay idle. The wheat in the team's field had just been harvested, and they had to thresh it quickly in the good weather. Every household needed to send someone to help at the grain threshing yard. Su Yuntao wanted to ask for sick leave so she could rest at home and prepare her lessons, but Hee-cha stopped him. This is a busy time. Everyone is watching. Asking for leave now would give Li Xueme a reason to criticize. Su Yuntao frowned tightly. But you're pregnant, and the threshing yard is so chaotic. What if you get hurt or bumped? I'll be careful, she replied. Hee-cha helped him straighten his disheveled collar in a cheerful tone. Besides, I just deliver the wheat to the threshing machine. I don't do heavy work. I have plenty of time in the evening to prepare lessons, so I won't delay anything. She spoke lightly, but when they reached the threshing yard, she realized that this light work was not easy. The July sun was scorching like fire. The yard was bare, with no shade trees. The golden wheat piled up like small hills. She had to bend over and carry handfuls into the threshing machine. The machine roared loudly, hurting her ears, and the chaff and dust mixed in the air made her cough constantly. In just half an hour, beads of sweat covered Hee-cha's forehead, running down her cheeks into her eyes, making her blink painfully. Her back was soaked through her clothes, sticking tightly to her skin, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. The baby inside her seemed to also dislike the heat, kicking her now and then to remind her to rest. Hee-cha, sister-in-law, go sit in the shade over there. I'll take over for a while. Wang Zhouyao ran over with a water bottle and handed her a rough cloth handkerchief. You're looking pale. Wang Zhouyao was the smallest girl in the village, only 13, but she already worked in the fields with the adults. Hee-cha had taught her to read and write, and the girl was genuinely grateful, always wanting to help her share the work. Hee-cha took the handkerchief to wipe her sweat, then took a sip of cool water, feeling a bit better. It's okay, I can still manage. You're still young. Don't overexert yourself. I'm strong. Wang Zhouyao puffed out her chest and snatched the wheat she was holding. You go rest. My mother said pregnant women shouldn't get too hot. Just then, Li Xueme walked by carrying a bamboo basket lined with a red cloth. It looked like she was going to visit relatives. She glanced at Hee-cha, smirked sarcastically, and said, Oh, Hee-cha's sister-in-law is already tired? Well, of course, you're carrying a precious baby, so you can't do such rough work. Unlike us, with a hard life, working under the sun. She said this loud enough for the women resting nearby to hear.
They all looked over at Hee-cha.
She didn't reply, but told Wang Zhouyao, I'll rest for a bit. Thank you, Zhouyao. Li Xueme saw she was ignoring her and huffed in annoyance, twisting her waist and heading toward the village committee. Someone with sharp eyes noticed a glimpse of red silk in her basket and whispered that Li Xueme probably went to give a gift to the team leader. Huh, I think so too. She really invested a lot to become a teacher. Giving gifts doesn't help. You need real skill to succeed. The gossip was quiet, but every word reached Hee-cha's ears. She leaned against the old locust tree, touching her hot forehead. The anxiety she had just managed to suppress started to rise again. Li Xueme did have an advantage. Her father used to be an accountant and had some connections in the village. Unlike her, besides Su Yuntao and Zhou Wenhong, she had almost no one to rely on. But she couldn't give up so easily. After about 10 minutes of rest, Hee-cha stood up,
brushed the dirt off her clothes. Zhou Yao, I'll go now. You go drink some water. Wang Zhouyao wanted to refuse, but she was stopped. Listen to me, or I'll be mad. The girl nodded and kept looking back as she went to the water jar. He Icha picked up the wheat stalks again and fed them into the threshing machine. This time, she slowed down, trying not to bend too much, but her arms still felt sore and like they might break. She clenched her teeth and kept going, silently reciting quiet night thought, the lesson she planned to teach. She had to understand every word and sentence perfectly. Before my bed, the moonlight is bright. I suspect it's frost on the ground. She silently recited, imagining how to explain it so children who had never seen the moon would understand. Maybe she could take them to see the moon in the yard at night, or use the salt on the stove as a metaphor. As she thought, her movements slowed, and even the noise of the threshing machine seemed to fade away. It wasn't until someone patted her shoulder that she snapped back to reality. Time to eat, said Su Yuntao, who had come over unnoticed, holding a rough cloth bag. I brought you some steamed bread and pickled vegetables. Looking up, Hee-cha saw the sun already high in the sky. Lunchtime. She took the bag, but suddenly felt dizzy, her vision blackening, almost collapsing. Su Yuntao quickly caught her, his face turning serious. I told you not to push yourself. I'm fine, just a little dizzy from the sun. She leaned on his arm and took a moment to steady herself before standing. Really, I'm okay. But Su Yuntao didn't listen. He half-supported, half-carried her to the old locust tree, helping her sit down. He took a military-style water bottle from the bag, unscrewed the cap, and handed her some sweetened water. Drink this to quench your thirst, he said. The water had a faint sweetness, made with brown sugar. In this time when sugar is more precious than gold, I don't know how many work points he traded for this large jar of red sugar water. Hee-cha drinks the sweet water, feeling both warm and a bit sad inside. Why don't you drink some yourself? I'm not thirsty. Su Yuntao squats in front of her, gently massaging her swollen calf. His movements are still a bit clumsy but more skilled than before. Don't come this afternoon. I'll tell the team leader. No way, Hee-cha quickly waves her hand. There's only a little left. I can hold on. If you ask for leave for me, Li Shuemei will start gossiping again. Su Yuntao pauses, looks up at her. Sunlight filters through the locust tree leaves onto her face, showing tiny beads of sweat and bits of wheat chaff. But her eyes are bright, like they hold stars. He knows she's made up her mind. Nothing can change it, not even 10 oxen.
Then.
Don't overwork yourself, he finally agrees. He takes a steamed bun from his bag, breaks it in half, and offers her one. Eat something first. The steamed bun is made from cornmeal mixed with sweet potato flour. It's a bit dry and hard to swallow. She eats slowly with some pickled vegetables, then suddenly remembers something. She lifts her head and asks, by the way, did you see Li Shuemei? She's carrying a basket. I wonder where she's going. I saw her. Su Yuntao's face darkens. She went to the village head's house. The basket has 2 jean of red sugar and a piece of floral cloth. Her heart skips a beat. 2 jean of red sugar and a piece of cloth are not small amounts in the village. Li Shuemei really put in a lot for this position. Don't worry, Su Yuntao seems to see through her thoughts. He stuffs the remaining half of the bun into her hand. The village head isn't the kind to be biased. Besides, choosing a teacher depends on ability, not bribes. He says this, but she still feels nervous. In this era, personal connections sometimes matter more than skill. She lowers her head, bites into the bun hard, trying to swallow her unease. The afternoon sun is even fiercer. Fewer people are around the threshing machine, most hiding in the shade to rest. Hee-cha keeps going, but her handful of wheat is getting smaller, and her movements are slower. Suddenly, her baby kicks her hard, much stronger than usual. The pain makes her gasp, and her wheat falls to the ground. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Wang Zhouyao rushes over to support her. Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. Just the baby kicked me, she replies softly. Hee-cha panted and supported Wang Zhouyao's arm as she slowly straightened up. Maybe I was too tired. Then you should rest now, Wang Zhou Yao said, helping her to the shade of a tree. She then ran to tell Su Yuntao. When Su Yuntao heard, he dropped what he was doing and hurried over, looking more serious than before. I'll take you home. This time, Cha didn't try to act strong. She was truly exhausted, not just physically, but also mentally. She nodded and let Su Yuntao help her walk home. When they arrived, Su Yuntao poured her a cup of hot water and gave her a cushion to lean on while she sat on the bed. Then he went to cook. Watching his busy figure, a warm feeling suddenly filled her heart. This quiet man always silently cared for her in his own way. Dinner was simple: a bowl of corn porridge, some pickled vegetables, and 2 small steamed buns. Cha had little appetite and ate only half a bowl before setting down her chopsticks. Seeing how tired she was, Su Yuntao didn't insist. He finished his meal quickly and cleaned up. When he returned after washing the dishes, he saw that Cha had already fallen asleep at the table. Her head rested on her arm, her face still showing fatigue, and her eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if she was having a bad dream. On the table was an old textbook given by Zhou Wenhong. The page of Quiet Night Thoughts was folded at the corner. Next to it was a half-used pencil and a sheet of paper filled with her notes for a practice lecture. Her handwriting was delicate, but looked like she had written with effort, with some parts corrected multiple times. Su Yuntao moved quietly, took the thin blanket draped over the chair, and gently covered her. Moonlight shone through the window, illuminating her face. Her long eyelashes looked like small fans, casting faint shadows. He stood nearby for a while before turning off the oil lamp and quietly lying down at the other end of the bed. The night was very quiet, only the sound of insects outside and her steady breathing. Su Yuntao lay awake, staring at the dark ceiling, feeling a mix of emotions. He understood why she worked so hard, not just for the teaching position but also to prove herself and to give her unborn child a better future. He wanted to help her, but didn't know how. All he could do was silently stay by her side, protecting her from any hardship. After a while, just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard a soft pat sound from the table. He quickly sat up and looked by the moonlight. It was Cha waking up, rubbing her eyes as if she was still sleepy. "Why are you awake?" His voice was hoarse from just waking up. "I'm a little cold." Cha wrapped herself in a thin blanket, her gaze falling on the textbook on the table. Her eyes suddenly became clearer. "I haven't finished preparing my lesson yet." She was about to get up, but Su Yuntao held her down. "Don't get up. It's too late. Prepare it tomorrow." "No." Cha shook her head, struggling to sit up. She rubbed her sore eyes. "There are only 2 days left. I'm not ready yet. Li Shuemei is probably studying secretly at home. I can't lose to her." Seeing her stubborn look, Su Yuntao felt both pain and helplessness. He knew he couldn't persuade her, so he got up and lit an oil lamp. "I'll get you some hot water." Soon, Su Yuntao came back with a cup of hot water and placed it beside her. "Drink some hot water to warm up." Cha took the cup, cupped it in her hands to warm her cold fingers, then picked up her pencil again and started revising her lesson outline. She wanted to understand every word thoroughly, anticipate every question the children might ask, ensure they understood the poem, and most of all, make them like it. Su Yuntao didn't disturb her. He sat by the Kong, silently washing the dirty clothes she had changed out of during the day. The sound of water splashing in the wooden basin blended with the rustling of her pen on paper, creating a warm, peaceful atmosphere in the quiet night. Time passed slowly. The glow of the oil lamp flickered on the wall, stretching their shadows long and long. Cha was deeply focused, occasionally pausing to frown in thought or pacing around the room, muttering to herself as she practiced her lecture. After washing her clothes and refilling her hot water, Su Yuntao sat quietly by the Kong, watching her like the most loyal listener. By late at night, Cha finally finished revising her lesson plan. She let out a long breath, stretched lazily, and then realized that Su Yuntao had already fallen asleep beside her. His brows were furrowed, as if dreaming something difficult, clutching the handkerchief she used to wipe her sweat earlier. Seeing him so tired,
she suddenly felt a little guilty. He had worked hard in the fields all day and was exhausted from staying up late with her. She quietly walked over, took a thin blanket, and gently covered him. The moonlight shone through the window, illuminating his face, revealing the fine lines at the corners of his eyes and the stubble on his chin. This man is only 25 years old, but he has already taken on many heavy responsibilities. Cha returned to the table, took one last look at her speech outline, and a faint smile appeared on her face. No matter the outcome, she had done her best. She blew out the oil lamp, gently lay down on the other side of the kong, a traditional bed, trying not to wake Suyun Tao. The little one in her belly, perhaps tired too, was quiet now and no longer kicking her. The moonlight outside was bright, like a thin veil covering the whole room. Cha closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. In her dream, she was standing at the podium of the village primary school, with curious children sitting below, and Suyun Tao was outside the window, smiling at her. That smile was even gentler than the moonlight. The evening before the selection, Cha reviewed her speech outline one last time in her mind. Just then, a clear voice called from outside the courtyard. "Sister-in-law, my mother wants you to come home." She put down her pencil, rubbed her sore eyes, and stood up to dust off her clothes. The sunset outside dyed the sky orange-red, and smoke from each house rose gently, mixed with the aroma of cooking food. This was the most peaceful moment of the day in Shidianzi village. "Coming," Cha replied, pushing open the courtyard gate. Wang, with two braids tied on her head and holding a red cloth bag, saw her come out and immediately jump happily, her face full of excitement. "Sister-in-law, my mother left something good for you. What good thing?" "You're so mysterious," Cha said with a smile, pinching her face. The little girl had gained some weight recently, and her cheeks were soft. "You'll find out when you go." Wang grabbed her hand and ran toward her home, her steps light like a little deer. Zhou Wenhong's yard was very tidy. Several sunflowers grew in the corner, their large heads bowed, as if welcoming them. Zhou Wenhong was busy at the stove, and when she saw them, she smiled and wiped her hands. "Cha, you're here? Come inside and sit. There's porridge still cooking." "Sister Zhou Wenhong, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Cha entered the house. On the kong table, there was a rough porcelain bowl covered with a small plate, and beside it, a long object wrapped in red cloth, looking like a book. "It's nothing urgent," Zhou Wenhong said, scooping out the porridge and placing a plate of pickled radish on the table. "I just wanted to ask if you're ready for tomorrow's selection." "Almost there," thought Cha as she sat by the bed, feeling a bit nervous. She wasn't sure if she could do it. "Why not?" Zhou Wenhong pushed the porridge toward her and handed her a red cloth bag. "This is for you. Maybe it will help." Cha looked at the red cloth bag with curiosity. She opened it and was surprised to see an old, yellowed copy of 300 Tang poems. The cover had elegant brush writing that said, "Gift to my daughter Wenhong." The handwriting looked old but careful. The pages were worn at the edges, but the corners had been glued carefully, showing the owner loved it very much. "What is this?" She looked up at Zhou Wenhong, full of surprise. In this time, such a poetry book was rare. This was. Zhou Wenhong's eyes softened with a bit of nostalgia. "My father gave it to me before he left for abroad. He was a teacher. I learned to read using this book." She paused, gently touching the cover with her rough hand. "I know you want to teach Quiet Night Thought. It has that poem and notes inside. Take a look, it might help." Cha held the heavy book, her fingers brushing the yellowed pages, feeling warm inside. She understood how much this book meant to Zhou Wenhong. It was a memory of her father, a precious keepsake. Now, Zhou Wenhong was giving it to her. "Sister-in-law, this is too precious. I can't take it." She pushed the book back, voice trembling.
"Take it."
Zhou Wenhong held her hand firmly, eyes steady. "A book is just a book. If it can help you, it's not a waste. Besides, I hope you get chosen." "Why?" Wang, lying by the bed, blinked curiously. "Mom, Li Xuemei also wants to be a teacher." "Her?" Zhou Wenhong rolled her eyes, sounding a bit disdainful.
"She?"
I think she just wants to use the teacher's name to run around the Su family every day. Hee-cha's face turned red. She looked down, pretending to read. Zhou and Hong saw she was shy and smiled, not teasing her anymore, but speaking sincerely. Yi-cha, I'm not just praising you. I see how you get along with the children. Teaching Zhuoyao and the others to read, helping Granny Wang write letters, even Haochen listens to you. That shows you have the talent for teaching. She picked up her chopsticks and gave Hee-cha a piece of pickled radish. Everyone in the village knows what kind of person Li Xuemei is. Her father used to be an accountant and was not honest. She's not much better. Just a few days ago, I saw her bringing brown sugar to the village head's house. What do you think she's up to? Hee-cha's heart skipped a beat. As expected, she guessed right. Li Xuemei was up to something sneaky. But don't worry too much. Zhou and Hong saw her concern and patted her hand. The village head cares about appearances, but he's not foolish when it comes to important matters. He's choosing teachers for the children, and he knows what's right. Hee-cha nodded, feeling more at ease. With Zhou and Hong's words, her worries eased a lot. Oh, and this, Zhou and Hong seemed to remember something. She took a paper-wrapped package from under the Kong mat and handed it to her. This is to help you get stronger. You'll be standing all day tomorrow, so don't tire yourself out. Hee-cha opened the paper and saw several pieces of brown sugar. They weren't big, but carefully wrapped in oil paper, clearly saved up and not meant to be eaten casually. In this time of scarce supplies, brown sugar was more precious than grain. Only women after childbirth would indulge in it. Sister-in-law, I really can't take this. Hee-cha quickly pushed the sugar back. You keep it for yourself to regain your strength. I'm just trying to get stronger. No need to supplement, Zhou and Hong insisted, pressing the sugar back into her hand with a firm tone. You're pregnant, and we'll be working your brain tomorrow. How can you not take some? Be good, take it. Wang also chimed in, sister-in-law, just take it. My mom said, once you become a teacher, you can teach me to recite poetry. The little girl looked up eagerly, her eyes full of hope. Seeing the sincere expressions of mother and daughter, Hee-cha couldn't bring herself to refuse anymore. She clenched the sugar and the poetry book tightly, her eyes welling up. How long had it been since she felt such warmth? Since crossing into this strange era, she had been like a frightened bird, living carefully, afraid of causing trouble. It was Zhou and Hong, Wang, and Su Yun-tao who gradually made her feel like she belonged somewhere.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Thank you, she choked out, trying not to let tears fall. No need to thank us. We're neighbors, Zhou and Hong smiled and filled a bowl with porridge. Eat it while it's hot. I added some millet, so it's sticky and easy to digest. Hee-cha picked up her porridge bowl. The warm porridge slid down her throat, carrying a faint rice aroma, making her feel cozy and warm inside. Wang Gaigai sat beside her, chattering happily about village stories, about Yan Haochen hitting someone's chicken with a slingshot, about Yan Suelin digging up a nest of wild eggs, speaking animatedly. Zhou and Hong sat opposite, mending shoes while occasionally adding a few words, her eyes full of kindness. The dim yellow oil lamp lit up the small room and their smiling faces, creating a warm and tender atmosphere. Sister-in-law, you'll definitely be chosen tomorrow. Wang Gaigai suddenly pounded her chest confidently, her face serious. I told my friends, and tomorrow I'll cheer for you. Anyone who claps for Li Xuemei, I won't talk to them. You're just talking nonsense. Zhou and Hong laughed, patting her. Whether you get chosen or not depends on Sister Yi-cha's own ability, not on whether you cheer or not. It matters. Wang Gaigai pouted stubbornly. Sister-in-law, you tell the best stories. Last time you told me the story of Little Red Riding Hood, and I didn't want to sleep at all. Hee-cha was amused by her, and her nervousness eased a lot. She patted Wang Gaigai's head. Thank you, Gaigai. Sister-in-law will do her best. Yeah. Sister-in-law is the best. Wang Gaigai nodded vigorously, her face full of admiration. Before she knew it, it was already dark. Yi-cha stood up to say goodbye. Zhou and Hong saw her to the gate and reminded her, don't be nervous tomorrow. Just tell stories to the children like usual. No matter the result, sister-in-law, I support you. I understand. You should go back now, sister-in-law, Hee-cha said, holding her poetry book and red sugar. Her heart felt heavy, but also very peaceful. Sister-in-law, take care. Wang Gai waved her little hand, watching her leave. Walking along the small path home, the moonlight spilled on the ground, like a layer of white frost. Hee-cha looked down at what she was holding. The sweet aroma of red sugar mixed with the ink smell of the pages made her feel especially calm inside. Just as she reached the gate, she saw Su Yuntao waiting there with a coat in his hand. When he saw her, he quickly came over and draped the coat over her shoulders. It's cold tonight. Why didn't you wear more? I was chatting with Sister Wenhong and lost track of time. Hee-cha smiled and showed him what she was holding. Look, it's from Sister Wenhong. Speed Yuntao saw the book, 300 Tang Poems and the brown sugar, and his eyes softened a lot. She has good intentions. Yes, Hee-cha nodded, feeling warm inside. She told me not to be nervous, just like telling stories to children. You already tell stories well. Speed Yuntao took the things from her hands and turned to go inside. I've kept dinner for you, warming on the stove. Back inside, Speed Yuntao carefully placed the brown sugar in the cabinet and handed her the poetry collection. This book is precious. You should take good care of it. I know. Hee-cha placed the poetry book on the table and gently touched the cover. After I finish the trial lecture tomorrow, I will return it to Sister Wenhong. No need to rush. Speed Yuntao served her a bowl of porridge. Since she gave it to you, she wants you to use it. When you become a teacher, you can return it slowly. Are you so sure I will be chosen? Hee-cha looked at him, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Speed Yuntao looked up, his eyes serious. Yes, definitely. His tone was so confident, without any hesitation, as if he already knew the outcome. Seeing the trust in his eyes, Hee-cha suddenly felt full of strength. I will work hard. She clenched her fists, as if encouraging herself. Dinner was millet porridge with steamed bread, simple but warming. While drinking the porridge, Hee-cha suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, did Li Shui may come to cause trouble again today? No. Speed Yuntao frowned. I heard she stayed at home all day and didn't go out. She's probably secretly preparing something. Hee-cha put down her bowl, her eyes more alert. That person won't give up until she gets a teaching position. Don't worry about her. Speed Yuntao added a piece of pickled radish to her plate. Just focus on your own work. After dinner, Hee-cha took out her outline for the Quiet Night Thought trial lecture and looked at it carefully by the oil lamp. The 300 Tang Poems, given by Zhou Wenhong, indeed included this poem, with detailed annotations and even some information about the author, Li Bai. She became absorbed, occasionally writing and drawing on the paper, trying to remember the key points from the notes. Speed Yuntao didn't disturb her. He sat by the Kong, quietly sharpening her pencil. His movements were clumsy, making uneven shavings, but he was very focused. The glow from the oil lamp cast a soft shadow on his face, softening his usually stern features. Bright moonlight before my bed. I suspect it's frost on the ground. I look up at the bright moon, then lower my head and think of my hometown. Hee-cha softly recites, imagining herself standing on the stage tomorrow. How should she explain frost? Most children in the village have never seen real frost. Maybe she can compare it to the white salt on the stove. How should she explain hometown? Most of these children have never left Xinyanzi village. Perhaps she can ask them to talk about the person they miss most. The more she thinks, the more excited she becomes. She stands up, paces around the room, and begins practicing her speech quietly. Su Yuntao sits quietly by the Kong, listening patiently. Occasionally, he reminds her when she gets stuck, like the most loyal listener. Night falls, and the oil in the lamp gradually runs out, dimming the light. Su Yuntao refills the lamp with oil and pours her a cup of hot water. Don't tire yourself out. Rest early so you'll be energetic tomorrow. I'll just read a little more. After I finish this page, I'll sleep, Hee-cha says without looking up, her fingers still sliding over the book pages. Su Yuntao doesn't urge her further. He quietly takes off her clothes she changed into during the day and begins washing them. The sound of water splashing in the wooden basin mixes with her soft reading voice,
creating a warm atmosphere in the quiet night. Hee-cha watches his silhouette, feeling a sudden wave of warmth. This man always quietly cares for her, without making a fuss, but making her feel very secure. She knows that no matter what happens tomorrow, with him here, she has nothing to fear. Finally, Hee-cha memorizes all the key points, closes her poetry book, and stretches. I've finished reading. Soo-yun-tao just finished washing his clothes, pours out the water, and sees her yawning. He smiles and says, "Go to sleep now, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow." Hee-cha nods, takes off her shoes, and gets onto the Kong. Soo-yun-tao blows out the oil lamp and lies down beside her. They are separated by a small distance, but can still feel each other's breathing. The moonlight outside the window shines through the lattice, casting a thin layer of silver frost on the Kong. Hee-cha closes her eyes, but her mind is still replaying her practice speech. The little one in her belly gently kicks her, as if cheering her on. She smiles, touches her belly, and quietly says, "Baby, let's work hard together tomorrow, okay?" In her drowsiness, she seems to hear Soo-yun-tao whisper something softly, very faint, like a dream. She doesn't catch it clearly and is too tired to ask. Soon, she falls into a deep sleep. In her dream, she stood on the podium at the village elementary school, with a group of curious children sitting below her. Soo-yun-tao was standing outside the window, smiling at her. Zhou Wenhong and Wang also came, holding sunflowers, clapping for her from below. Her smile was gentler than the moonlight. The day before the selection, early in the morning, as the village committee's wooden door was just unlocked, Yanlin noticed a brown paper envelope hanging above the doorframe. The yellowish envelope had no stamp or signature, only written in messy brush strokes. Presented to the team leader, the ink was still damp, as if it had just been slipped in. "What's this?" Old Zhang, who was sweeping the yard, leaned over, his glasses slipping down his nose. He had been the accountant at the village committee for over 10 years, but had never seen such a mysterious letter. Yanlin frowned as he took down the envelope, feeling the thin paper between his fingers. It seemed to contain only 1 or 2 sheets. He opened it and unfolded the letter, but after reading just 2 lines, his face darkened. The letter was torn from a notebook with crooked grid lines. The handwriting showed a fierce determination. Report Hee-cha for having improper thoughts, problematic conduct, being pregnant while still closely associating with multiple men, unfit to be a teacher. It also exaggerated and included some baseless accusations, claiming she had gone alone to Soo-yun-tao's house late at night and spoken with male youth at the youth station. The words were full of slander. "This is outrageous." Yanlin slammed the paper on the table, his voice full of anger. He had been the village head at Shalizi village for 5 years and had seen all kinds of dirty tricks, but this was the first time he saw such a vicious report. Hee-cha was pregnant and still helping the team write notices and teach children to read. How could she be accused of having improper thoughts? Old Zhang leaned in to look, his beard bristling with anger. "Who's making this up? Hee-cha isn't that kind of person. Last time, when Wang Laowu's kid had a fever, she stayed up all night to accompany him to the health clinic. People are kind-hearted. How can they be so cruel? Besides that troublemaker, who else could it be?" Yanlin snorted coldly, gripping the edge of the letter until his knuckles turned white. Those in the village who wanted to be teachers and disliked Hee-cha could be counted on one hand. Li Shuemei had been circling him like a fly, bringing sugar and flattering him. Everyone could see her intentions. "Then what about this letter?" Old Zhang hesitated. "Should we investigate? According to the rules, we must investigate reports like this. If we don't, others might say the team is covering up. But the content of this letter seems made up. If we start checking, it might unfairly hurt Hee-cha." Yanlin was silent for a moment. He folded the letter and put it back in the envelope. "We have to investigate, to give the villagers an explanation. But we shouldn't make it public, to avoid causing trouble." He glanced out the window, where the morning light was just touching the threshing ground. "Go call Yan Chui-lin. Ask her quietly if she's seen anyone unusual visiting Hee-cha lately. Yan Chui-lin is the village's women's leader.
She is strict and reliable. Sending her is the best choice. Old Zhang nodded and hurried to Yan Shuilin's house with the envelope. Yan Lin stood by the window, looking at the village with smoke rising from the chimneys. His brow was tight. He knew Li Xuemei's feelings, but he didn't expect her to be so ruthless. To get a substitute teacher position, she even targeted a pregnant woman. That's really mean. He Cha was awakened by a loud knocking on the door. She had stayed up late last night studying. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard Wang outside calling sister-in-law. She quickly put on a coat and opened the door. Sister-in-law, something bad has happened. Wang's face was pale. She held a half-eaten bun. I was just at the team's office delivering a sickle, and I overheard my brother talking to Uncle Zhang, saying someone wrote a report accusing you. He Cha's heart sank. She gripped the door latch tightly. Accusing me of what? That you are seeing another man. Wang bit her lip, her face turning red. It's all made up. Don't believe it, sister-in-law. He Cha calmed down. She gently pushed Wang inside and poured her a cup of hot water. Don't worry, take your time. What else did you hear? I heard my brother say they're going to investigate. They asked Chui Lin to find out. Wang took a sip of hot water, catching her breath. It's definitely Li Xuemei's doing. She even told the second aunt yesterday that you're not fit to be a teacher. He Cha's hand holding the cup trembled slightly, causing ripples on the water's surface. She had already suspected this. Li Xuemei couldn't compete openly, so she must be scheming secretly. But she didn't expect her to use such mean tricks. Icha, what's wrong? Su Yuntao came out from the inner room. He had just finished breakfast. Hearing the commotion outside, he thought something was wrong. Seeing He Cha's face turn pale, he quickly walked over and asked, Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. He Cha shook his head and briefly explained Wang Gaigai's words, speaking calmly. Someone wrote a report letter about me, and the team wants to investigate. Suddenly, Su Yuntao's face darkened and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Li Xuemei, there's no one else. He Cha put down her water cup, her fingertips cold. She just doesn't want me to be a teacher. I'm going to confront her. Su Yuntao turned to leave, but He Cha grabbed his arm. Don't go. She looked at his angry eyes and gently shook her head. If you go now, she definitely won't admit it, and it will make us look guilty. Since the team leader wants to investigate, let him do it. If you're innocent, no one can tarnish your reputation. Although she said this, her heart felt heavy. In this era, moral issues are not small matters. If they spread, they can ruin a person's reputation completely. She wasn't afraid of the investigation, but what about her unborn child? If someone uses this to hurt her child in the future, how could she bear it? Seeing her tightly pressed lips and pale face, Su Yuntao felt both pain and anger. He understood her worries, but he couldn't stand to see her suffer such unfairness. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. We can't just let this go. What else can we do? He Cha forced a smile and patted his arm. Don't worry, the team leader isn't stupid. He can see who is lying. Besides, we have witnesses. She thought of Wang Gaigai, Yan Suilin, and Wang Zhouyao, who kept learning to read from her. These children had bright eyes and could see clearly who was good and who was bad. Just then, Yan Suilin's voice came from outside the yard. Sister Icha, are you at home? Her heart tightened and she gave Su Yuntao a signal. She stood up and opened the door. Suilin is here? Come in and sit. Yan Suilin carried a bamboo basket with freshly picked green beans, looking a bit hesitant. Sister-in-law, I came because I have something I want to ask you. Yesterday, she was called to the village head's office. When she heard they wanted to investigate He Cha, she felt very unhappy. But Yan Lin is her brother and the team leader, so she couldn't refuse. She had to come bravely. Yan Suilin paused, surprised that she already knew, and looked more embarrassed. Sister-in-law, don't overthink. My brother always follows the rules. The letter said that you've been seeing a strange man recently. Is that true? What do you think? He Cha didn't answer directly, but asked back. She looked into Yan Suilin's eyes, which showed no doubt, only discomfort. Yan Suilin's face turned red instantly. She quickly waved her hand. I definitely don't believe it. Sister-in-law,
You work in the fields or prepare lessons at home every day. When would you have time to see others? Last time, Banyo was teasing and bothering you, but you chased him away with a stick. You're not that kind of person. That's good. Hee-cha smiled, feeling more at ease. Recently, besides dealing with Su Yuntao's sister Hong and you kids, I've only met the veterinarian twice. Both times were with a group of people. You can ask around. Yen Suelin nodded repeatedly, remembering her words. I understand, sister-in-law. I'll go back and tell my brother. Don't take it to heart. Prepare well for tomorrow's selection. I know. Thank you, Suelin. Hee-cha saw her off to the door. Watching her quick steps away, she felt half a burden lift from her heart. Su Yuntao came out of the house, holding a steamed bun, biting it with a crunch. Now do you believe? No one believes her story. Hee-cha leaned on his arm, smelling the faint wheat scent on him, and suddenly felt less angry. The more Li Xiumei acted like that, the more she wanted to prove herself. She wanted everyone to see who truly deserved to stand on that platform. When Yen Suelin returned to the team office, Li Xiumei was sitting opposite Yen Lin, holding a cup of tea, smiling warmly. Team leader, I told you Hee-cha isn't suitable, right? Look at this report letter. Why are you here? Yen Suelin interrupted her with a frown, sounding quite unfriendly. She disliked Li Xiumei's hypocritical attitude, as if she was better than everyone else. Li Xiumei's smile froze for a moment, then she forced a smile again. I'm here to ask about the selection, and to see if I can help. You don't need to help. We're busy, Yen Suelin said, placing a bamboo basket on the table and turning to Yen Lin. Brother, I checked clearly. Besides the team members, Hee-cha has only met the veterinarian twice, and both times with a group of people. She hasn't been seeing any strangers. Are you sure? Yen Lin looked at her seriously. I am sure. Yen Suelin pounded her chest to promise. Wang Zhouyao, and can both testify. They are with my sister-in-law every day. Li Xiumei heard this and quickly interrupted. Suelin, don't be fooled by her. You never know a person's heart just by looking at them. The child in her belly, Li Xiumei. Yen Lin suddenly slammed the table, his voice angry. Be careful what you say. That's her family matter, and it's not your place to speak. Li Xiumei shivered from a shout, her eyes turning red with grievance. She bit her lip and said softly, I didn't mean to. I just worry about the children. Worry about the children? Then prepare well for your teaching demonstration and stop scheming behind the scenes. Yen Lin pointed at the door, his tone icy. Get out. Li Xiumei didn't expect Yen Lin to be so angry. She froze in place, her face flickering with red and white. Yen Suelin crossed her arms, looking at her with disdain. She clenched her teeth, shot Yen Suelin a fierce glare, then twisted her waist and ran out of the village committee. Watching her leave, Yen Lin crumpled the letter of complaint and threw it into the stove. The flames suddenly leaped up, quickly burning the paper into ashes. Brother, are we just going to let it go? Yen Suelin asked, a bit confused. Are we going to punish her? Punish her for what? Yen Lin sighed, adding some firewood to the stove. No evidence, no reason to punish. Besides, if this gets really big, the one who loses the most is Hee-cha. He glanced out the window. Let her make trouble. The higher she jumps, the harder she falls. Yen Suelin nodded vaguely, but inside, she cursed Li Xiumei 1,000 times. The news spread like wings. Someone must have leaked the report letter, and soon everyone in the village was talking. Is it true? Hee-cha seems pretty honest. Who knows? You can't judge a person just by looking. Her husband is still a criminal. I think someone's just jealous. Li Xiumei is always around the village chief, who can't see her intentions. When Hee-cha went to fetch water by the well, she overheard some women whispering under the willow tree. When they saw her coming, they quickly shut up, their eyes dodging. But a few malicious glances still fell on her belly. Hee-cha ignored them. After fetching water, she turned and left. She knew that now talking was useless. Only facts could shame them. As I reached the gate, I saw Li Xiumei carrying a basket coming from across the street. The basket held some freshly steamed white buns and was headed toward Zhou Wenhong's house. When she saw Hee-cha, her eyes lit up and she deliberately raised her voice. Icha, are you fetching water? I heard someone reported you? Sigh. People nowadays just can't stand to see others do well. She spoke with apparent sympathy, but her eyes sparkled with glee, as if certain that Hee-cha wouldn't succeed. Hee-cha stopped and looked at the white buns in her hand, secretly sneering. The village's flour was rationed by person, and Li Shuemei's family had many members. Usually they ate corn buns sparingly. Where would she get white buns? Most likely, she was planning to give them as a gift. Yes, Hee-cha replied calmly with a faint smile, but a good person has nothing to fear from shadows. Once it's clear, everything will be fine. Unlike some people who smile to your face but do shady things behind your back. Beware of retribution. Li Shuemei's face suddenly turned pale, like a cat that had been stepped on its tail. What do you mean by that? Who's doing shady things? Whoever feels guilty is the one. Hee-cha didn't bother with her anymore. She carried her water bucket into the yard and shut the door with a bang, leaving Li Shuemei fuming outside. Leaning against the door, she took a deep breath. Her composure just now had collapsed instantly, and her back was soaked with cold sweat. She wasn't afraid of Li Shuemei causing trouble, but the pointed looks and whispers felt like needles stabbing her, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Don't take it to heart. Su Yuntao suddenly appeared behind her, holding a towel. The water from the well is cold. Wipe your face. The cool towel on her face helped her wake up a bit. She looked up at Su Yuntao's tense jawline and suddenly felt a little wronged. I just want to be a teacher, to let children have a chance to read. Why is it so hard? Su Yuntao didn't reply. He simply reached out and awkwardly patted her back, like comforting a frightened little animal. After a while, he softly said, "With me here, don't be afraid." These 4 words were light but felt like a heavy stone dropping into Hee-cha's heart, instantly calming her panic. She nodded, wiping away tears from the corner of her eye. Yes, I'm not afraid. In the evening, Zhou Wenhong and Wang came over, bringing a basket of freshly cooked sweet potatoes. As soon as Wang entered, she threw herself into Hee-cha's arms, her face full of anger. Sister-in-law, Li Shuemei is so mean. I just saw her talking badly about her mother-in-law, so I scolded her away. Child, why are you arguing with people? Zhou Wenhong scolded gently, but her eyes held a smile.
Icha, don't take it to heart.
Everyone in the village knows what's really going on. I just went to the brigade to deliver sweet potatoes and overheard Yan Lin telling old Zhang that the report letter was made up and they're too lazy to investigate. Hee-cha felt completely relieved. She looked at the steaming sweet potatoes in Zhou Wenhong's hand, smelling sweet and warm, just like her mood at that moment. Thank you, sister-in-law. She took the sweet potatoes, her eyes a little teary. In this unfamiliar time, these simple villagers gave her the warmest support. Don't be so polite with me. Zhou Wenhong peeled a sweet potato and handed it to her. Eat some to regain your strength. Tomorrow, show everyone what kind of person Hee-cha really is. Yes, Hee-cha nodded firmly, took a bite of the sweet potato, and a sweet, warm feeling flowed from her throat straight to her heart. As night deepened, Su Yuntao was cooking millet porridge in the kitchen, the pot bubbling softly. Hee-cha sat under the lamp, opening the book, 300 Tang Poems again. Her finger traced the line, bright moonlight before the bed, and suddenly, she felt incredibly peaceful. Li Shuemei's report letter was like a small stone thrown into water, causing ripples that quickly settled. What truly had strength was the silent trust and support, like tonight's moonlight, gentle yet firm, illuminating her path forward. She looked up at the moon outside the window, gently touching her belly. The little one seemed to sense her mood, giving a soft kick to her hand as if cheering her on. Baby, tomorrow we'll work hard together, she whispered, her eyes shining with determination. No matter how many thorns lie ahead, she would keep going. For herself, for her child, and for those who believed in her. The storm over the anonymous report hadn't fully settled, and rumors started spreading in the village. Most people didn't believe Li Shuemei's story, but some idle gossips gathered under the old locust tree at the village entrance, whispering about Hee-cha. Did you hear? Someone saw Hee-cha going to the youth station in the middle of the night. Really?
She's pregnant. How could she be so careless? I think there's something suspicious going on. Maybe someone is deliberately planning to take her teacher position. These words spread quickly and reached Hee-cha's ears. She was sitting in the yard, sunbathing, holding the book 300 Tang Poems, given by Zhou Wenhong, and was carefully thinking about how to explain. Quiet night thought. When she heard the gossip from next door, she clenched her fingers around the book, causing a few creases in the pages. Suyan Tao had just come back from the fields, carrying on his shoulder, with sweat on his forehead. When he heard the gossip near the wall, he frowned and turned to confront the person, but Hee-cha held him back. Don't go. She looked up at him. Although she seemed upset, there was a strong will in her eyes. The more you explain, the more confusing it gets. Let them talk. Why should they treat you so badly? Suyan Tao threw his onto the ground with a loud bang, making dust fly. I'll find Yan Lin and make him clarify things. What good would that do? Hee-cha shook her head and pulled him inside the house, closing the door to block out the gossip outside. They're just bored. Once the selection results come out, they'll shut up naturally. Even so, her heart felt heavy, like a stone was blocking her chest. She wasn't afraid of hardship or tiredness, but she worried that these unfounded accusations might affect tomorrow's selection. After all, being a teacher requires not only knowledge but also a good reputation. The next morning, Yan Lin sat at the village committee office when he saw Wang Zhouyao rush in, panting heavily, her face flushed, forehead covered in sweat, clutching an unfinished bun. "Captain," she said, running to Yan Lin's desk and placing the bun on the table. She panted, hands on her hips. "I want to testify." Yan Lin was surprised and looked at the small girl in front of him. Wang Zhouyao was the shyest child in the village. She usually blushed when meeting strangers. Why was she so brave today to come to the village committee to testify? Testify about what? He put down his porcelain cup, speaking more gently. "I want to prove that sister, he is a good person." Wang Zhouyao looked up with determination in her eyes. "Those who talk bad about her are making things up. I follow her every day." She never went to the youth camp or talked to strangers. Afraid Yan Lin wouldn't believe her, she started counting on her fingers. The day before yesterday afternoon, she helped Grandma Zhang write a letter, then went home. Yesterday morning, she was teaching me and how to read at the threshing floor. At noon, she ate with Sister Wenhong in the afternoon. In the afternoon, she was preparing lessons at home. Brother Su can testify. The young girl spoke quickly and eagerly. Her pigtails swung with her movements, and her serious expression warmed Yan Lin's heart. Having been a village official for many years, he had seen many people who flattered others or took advantage of situations. But someone like Wang Zhouyao, who dared to come to the village committee to testify to protect others, was the first of her kind. "I understand." Yan Lin nodded and took out a notebook from his drawer. "I've noted everything you've said." "Is there more?" "Yes." Wang Zhouyao suddenly remembered something and quickly added, "Sister, he also taught us songs, saying that city kids sing like this." She even helped old Wang with work points and wrote an application for Uncle Lee. "She's a good person, much better than those who talk behind others' backs." As she spoke, her eyes turned red, and her voice trembled with tears. "Li Xuemei is not a good person. I saw her yesterday talking badly about Sister He with Grandma San, and she even gave Grandma San a piece of candy." Yan Lin's hand holding the pen paused, and his brow furrowed tighter. He knew this matter was connected to Li Xuemei. He hadn't expected her to target even children and to incite the elderly to lie. "I will investigate everything you've told me." He closed his notebook and looked at Wang Zhouyao. "Thank you, Zhouyao. You're welcome." Wang Zhouyao wiped her tears, picked up a steamed bun on the table, and said, "I need to tell others so they can also testify." After speaking, she clutched the bun and ran out like the wind. Her small figure quickly disappeared at the alley entrance. Yan Lin watched her back, feeling a mix of emotions. A 13-year-old child knew right from wrong, but some people pretended not to see, twisting facts for their own benefit. He picked up a porcelain cup on the table, took a sip of cold tea, and already had a plan in mind. Wang Zhouyao left the village committee without going home and headed straight to the west end of the village. There lived the oldest woman in the village, Grandma Zhang,
who loved to spread gossip. She had just overheard Li Xuemei talking badly about He Cha with Grandma Zhang and giving her a piece of fruit candy, probably trying to get Grandma Zhang to spread rumors. Grandma Zhang. Grandma Zhang. She ran to the gate of Grandma Zhang's yard and knocked the wooden door. Grandma Zhang was drying beans in the yard. Hearing the noise, she slowly walked over and opened the door. Is that Zhou Yao? What's the rush? Grandma Zhang. You can't listen to Li Xuemei. Wang Zhou rushed into the yard, looking up at Grandma Zhang with her small face. Sister, he is a good person. She didn't do any of those bad things. Grandma Zhang was momentarily stunned, looking at the young girl's anxious, red eyes. She sighed, silly child. This is grown-up stuff. You shouldn't get involved. I'm not silly. Wang Zhou held her head high, tears welling in her eyes. Sister, he teaches me to read and write letters for my mother. She's a good person. Li Xuemei gave you candy and asked you to say she's bad, but you can't say that. Grandma Zhang's face turned red from her words, and a few green beans slipped from her hand. She had lived her whole life knowing people's true nature. Just now, she took Li Xuemei's candy because she didn't want to lose face, but she didn't believe those lies deep down. Now, being exposed by a child, she felt a little ashamed. You, child. She picked up the beans from the ground, her tone softening. Grandma knows. I won't say anything more, okay? Really? Wang Zhou stared into her eyes, afraid she might be lying. Really? Grandma Zhang nodded. Looking at the girl who was defending He Cha, she suddenly felt a strange feeling. She had lived most of her life, yet she still couldn't see through things better than a child. Only then did Wang Zhou feel at ease. She turned around and ran somewhere else. She wanted to tell everyone who spoke badly of Sister He that she was a good person and that they shouldn't spread false stories. He Cha was in her room, practicing her speech one last time. Suddenly, she heard Wang Zhouyao's voice outside the yard, along with several children's voices. Curious, she went to the door, cracked it open, and looked outside. She saw Wang Zhouyao standing at the yard gate, surrounded by 5 or 6 children, boys and girls, all of whom had been learning to read with her. Wang Zhouyao stood at the front, her small chest held high, loudly saying to some passing women, Sister, he is a good person. She teaches us to read and write, and helps us with our homework. You're not allowed to say she's bad. Yes. Sister, he even helped my mother fetch water. A little boy echoed loudly. She sewed my school bag once. A small girl with pigtails shouted. The women were blushing and awkwardly smiled, quickly walking away. Wang Zhou didn't stop. She led the children toward the village entrance, as if she wanted to spread the message that Sister, he is a good person throughout the village. He Cha stood behind the door, watching the small but determined figures of the children. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. Tears streamed down her face, falling onto her clothes and leaving a small wet mark. She remembered when she first crossed over to this unfamiliar time, feeling full of fear and unease. It was these simple children, with their pure kindness, who gradually warmed her heart. Now, they were also trying in their own clumsy way to protect her. Foolish children. She wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, but a small smile appeared on her face. They are thoughtful, said Yun Tao, who had somehow stood behind her, holding a coat and gently draping it over her shoulders. It's cold today. Don't stand in the wind. He Cha turned around and looked into his deep eyes. Suddenly, all her worries and sadness seemed to disappear. She nodded, her voice trembling a little. Yes. In the afternoon, Yanlin called out through the village radio, asking each household to send a representative to the meeting at the brigade office. The villagers, unsure of what was happening, walked in groups, whispering among themselves. Why hold a meeting now? Is it about distributing grain? I heard. It's about He Cha. When everyone had gathered, Yanlin stood on the steps, cleared his throat, and said, Today, I called you here for a reason. A few days ago, someone wrote a report accusing Comrade He Cha of having improper thoughts and not being fit to be a teacher. After investigation, these claims are false and just rumors made up on purpose. He paused, scanning the crowd and stopping at Li Xuemei. His tone was serious. Comrades Wang Zhouyao and a few others can testify that Yi-cha has been teaching children to read and helping villagers write letters. There is no bad conduct as rumored. Our sure Nianzizi village may be poor, but we cannot be without conscience. Anyone who spreads rumors again, don't blame me, Yan Lin, for being harsh. Hearing this, the villagers started talking again. I knew it. Yi-cha isn't that kind of person. Someone probably just wants her job and made up stories. That's terrible. Even bullying pregnant women. Li Xiumei stood among the crowd, her face turning pale and then red. She lowered her head, wishing she could hide somewhere. She didn't expect Yan Lin to say all this in front of everyone, nor did she expect Wang Zhouyao to come out and testify, making her feel humiliated. Yan Lin quieted the crowd and continued, the teacher selection tomorrow will proceed as usual. Whoever has the ability can participate. Those relying on dishonest tricks won't keep their positions even if they get chosen. Meeting dismissed, the villagers gradually dispersed in small groups. As they passed by Li Xiumei, they looked at her with disdain. Li Xiumei bit her lip, clenched her fists, and nails dug into her skin, but she felt no pain. Yi-cha heard about the meeting from Wang. When the young girl returned, her face was flushed with excitement. She gestured wildly and repeated Yanlin's words, then pounded her chest and said, Sister-in-law, no one dares to speak badly about you now. You will definitely be chosen tomorrow. Yi-cha smiled and patted her head, but she knew well that all of this was thanks to Wang Zhouyao. The girl, who usually didn't even dare to speak loudly, had gone to the village committee to testify and brought the children to support her. This friendship was more precious than gold. Help me with something, Yi-cha suddenly said. Sister-in-law, just tell me. Wang pounded her chest. Go call Zhouyao over. Tell her I left her some candy. Wang's eyes lit up. Got it. Soon, Wang Zhouyao came along with Wang, holding a cloth bag filled with wild dates she had saved for a long time. Seeing Yi-cha, she looked a bit shy and lowered her head, whispering, Sister-in-law, Zhouyao, thank you. Yi-cha took her hand and looked at her red face, feeling warm inside. Don't take those words to heart. I'm not afraid. Wang Zhouyao looked up, her eyes shining. I told the truth. Sister-in-law, you're a good person and should be a teacher. Yi-cha took a piece of fruit candy from the cabinet, unwrapped it, and handed it to her.
Eat this.
Shun Jiqing gave it to me last time. It's very sweet. Fruit candies were rare in this era. Wang Zhouyao's eyes widened in surprise, and she hesitated. Sister-in-law, I don't want it. Take it. Yi-cha pressed the candy into her hand. You deserve it. Wang Zhouyao clenched the candy, and the wrapper was crumpled in her hand, but her heart felt sweet. She carefully licked a bit and quickly wrapped it again. I want to save it for my mother. Seeing her sensible behavior, Yi-cha felt a pang of sadness. The girl had lost her father early, her mother was unwell, and their family was struggling. She didn't even dare to eat a piece of candy herself. She scooped a spoonful of red sugar from Zhou and Hong and wrapped it in oil paper, handing it to her. Take this too. When you go home, brew it with water for your mother to help her regain strength. Wang Zhouyao looked at the brown sugar inside the paper package. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and tears welled up in her eyes.
She said, Sister-in-law,
I can't take this. Take it, be good, Yi-cha said, pressing the sugar into her hand. When I become a teacher, I will teach you to read every day, okay? Wang Zhouyao nodded hard. Tears fell, but she smiled with her mouth open.
Yes.
Thank you, sister-in-law. After sending Wang Zhouyao away, Yi-cha stood at the door, watching the sunset stretch the girl's shadow very long. She clenched her fists and secretly vowed to herself that she would do her best tomorrow and not let these children down. Suddenly, Su Yuntao appeared behind her, holding a jacket. The wind is strong. Let's go inside. Yi-cha turned around and looked into his deep eyes. She suddenly smiled. Yuntao, thank you. Thank me for what? Su Yuntao scratched his head, looking a little shy. Thank you for trusting me. Seeing the light in her eyes, Su Yuntao felt warm inside. Clumsily, he said, You're my wife. Who else would I trust? This simple sentence made Yi-cha's heart skip a beat. She lowered her head, and her lips couldn't help but curl up. The sunset's glow shone on her face, giving her a golden halo that was so gentle it was hard to look away. At night, Hee-cha lay in bed but couldn't sleep. Tomorrow was the day of the selection. She felt nervous but also excited. The baby in her belly seemed to sense her mood, gently kicking her hand as if cheering her on. She softly stroked her belly and said in her heart, "Baby, let's work hard together tomorrow, okay?" The moonlight outside shone through the window, casting a thin layer of frost on the ground. Hee-cha closed her eyes, practicing her speech for tomorrow over and over. She smiled slightly and gradually fell asleep. In her dream, she stood on the podium, with Wang Zhouyao, Wang Gaigai, and many children sitting below. They looked at her with curious big eyes, listening carefully as she recited quiet night thoughts. Su Yuntao stood outside the window, smiling at her, his gentle gaze warmer than the moonlight. The selection was scheduled for the morning at the 6th hour. The mudbrick classroom of the village school was already crowded with people. About 20 children of the right age sat on small stools, their eyes wide with curiosity. They looked at the 2 tables set up in front of the platform, one for Hee-cha and one for Li Xiumei. At the back of the classroom, several villagers stood, with Yan Lin sitting in the middle, holding a small notebook, looking very serious as if attending a big meeting. When Hee-cha arrived, Li Xiumei was already standing near the podium. She was wearing a neat, light-colored shirt brought from the city by a relative. Her collar was buttoned up neatly, her hair was combed carefully, and she held a well-used Chinese textbook with curled edges. Seeing Hee-cha, she smiled faintly, with a look of confidence and pride in her eyes. "Hee-cha girl, you came quite early," Li Xiumei said softly, just loud enough for others to hear. "Did you sleep well last night? Not nervous?" Hee-cha didn't reply to her but nodded quietly and sat down by the window. She wore a faded blue cotton jacket, carefully ironed by Su Yuntao, simple but clean. She wrapped her 300 Tang poems in cloth, with the edges sewn neatly, which was her most reliable comfort at the moment. Sister-in-law, Wang Zhouyao squeezed through the crowd, holding a piece of talc like a treasure. She handed it over eagerly, saying, "I asked Uncle Yan for this. It can be used as chalk." Talc was common in the village, soft in texture, and could leave white marks on the blackboard. Used to be the village primary school's chalk. Hee-cha took the talc, feeling the small calluses on the girl's palm. She felt warm inside. "Thank you, Zhouyao. Sister-in-law, keep it up." Wang Zhouyao tiptoed and whispered in her ear, "We all clap for you." Hee-cha smiled and gently ruffled her hair. When she looked up, she saw Su Yuntao standing at the classroom door. He had taken leave from the team today and still had some chaff on his shoulders, clearly just coming back from the fields. Their eyes met. He didn't speak but nodded at her, his trusting gaze like spring sunshine, instantly easing her last bit of nervousness. "Everyone be quiet." Yan cleared his throat, and the classroom fell silent. Today's selection mainly depends on 2 things. One is teaching skill, and the other is interaction with the children. Each person will teach a Tang poem. Half an hour. Whoever does well will stay on as the teacher. "Li Xiumei, you go first." Li Xiumei was clearly prepared. When her name was called, she immediately straightened her back, walked to the front of the classroom, slapped her Chinese textbook on the desk, and picked up the chalk handed to her by Wang Zhouyao. She wrote the characters for Spring Dawn on the blackboard. Her handwriting was crooked, and the character, Dawn, had an X added on the right side, which made the children below giggle quietly. "Why are you laughing?" Li Xiumei suddenly turned around with a stern face and scolded, "Sit properly and listen carefully." The children shivered in fear and quickly shut their mouths, but they couldn't help exchanging glances and smirks. Seeing this, her expression darkened further. She picked up the textbook and read aloud, "Spring Dawn" by Manhwa. Spring sleep, unaware of dawn. Everywhere I hear birds singing. Last night, the wind and rain. Who knows how many flowers have fallen. Finished. She read very quickly, as if rushing to complete a task. After finishing, she closed the book and looked at the children below. "Did you all understand?" The children looked at each other, silent. Wang hesitated for a moment, then raised her small hand. Big sisterly, what does birds singing mean? It just means birds making sounds, Li Shuemei replied impatiently, waving her hand. You don't even know that. How are you supposed to learn in class? Wang's eyes turned red from her scolding, and she lowered her head, afraid to speak. Yan Lin frowned, wrote a few notes in his notebook, then looked up and said, You need to explain the meaning of the poem and the background of the author clearly to the children. Explain what? Li Shuemei raised her chin. The textbook says it like that. Just read it aloud. Anyway, they won't remember it. Hearing this, the villagers in the back started murmuring, What kind of teaching is this? My kid's reading the text better than this. Exactly. Being so harsh to the children, no wonder they can't learn well. I think it's hopeless. Li Shuemei heard the comments and looked a bit embarrassed, but she still tried to hold her ground. Then shall I read it again? Yan Lin waved his hand, disappointed. No need.
You can go now.
Hee-cha, it's your turn. Hee-cha took a deep breath and stood up. As she walked to the front of the classroom, Wang Zhou-yao quietly tugged at her skirt. The girl gave her a thumbs up, and her eyes sparkled with encouragement. She turned around, facing more than 20 young, innocent faces, and suddenly felt less nervous. The children's eyes were like clear mountain streams, so pure they could reflect people's hearts. They could see how much effort she put into teaching. Hee-cha's voice was soft but carried a calming power. Today, I will tell you a poem called Quiet Night Thought, written by Li Bai. She picked up a piece of chalk and wrote the title on the blackboard. Her handwriting wasn't perfect, but each was neat and strong, much more comfortable to look at than Li Shuemei's writing. After writing the title, she didn't rush to recite the poem but asked, Has anyone seen the moon? I have. Wang was the first to raise her hand. She had forgotten her earlier upset from being scolded. Last night, the moon was round and bright, like the pancake my mom made. The children giggled happily, and the classroom's mood became more relaxed. Hee-cha also smiled and said, Is right. Sometimes the moon looks like a pancake, sometimes like a sickle. Has anyone seen the moon shining on the ground at night? Yes, Wang Zhou-yao raised her hand. There's moonlight in my yard, white and bright, like frost. Zhou-yao spoke very well. Hee-cha praised her. The poem we are learning today talks about how the poet sees the moonlight at night and remembers his hometown. She picked up the chalk again and wrote the full poem below the title. Bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost on the ground. I raise my head to look at the bright moon, then lower my head and think of my hometown. After writing it, she didn't explain immediately, but softly recited it. Her voice was gentle, but had a special rhythm. Every word sounded like a pearl dropping onto a jade plate, crisp and pleasant. Even the villagers in the back row couldn't help but hold their breath. Does everyone know what frost is? She asked after finishing the poem. The children shook their heads. Most of the village children had never seen real frost. Hee-cha was prepared. She took a small cloth bag from her pocket, opened it, and revealed a pinch of white salt. Look, frost looks like this, white and cold. In winter mornings, you can see it on grass and the ground. She sprinkled the salt into an empty bowl on the podium. The sunlight shining through the window made the white salt sparkle like a thin layer of frost. The children stared with wide eyes and whispered, It really looks like frost. My grandma uses this to pickle vegetables. When the poet woke up at night and saw the moonlight before his bed, he thought it was frost on the ground. Hee-cha gently put away the salt. At that moment, he looked up and saw the bright moon in the sky, and it reminded him of his hometown. Has anyone ever thought about home? When she finished speaking, the classroom became much quieter. Some children had moved here from other places with their parents and remembered their grandparents back home, their eyes turning red. Wang Zhouyao's tears had already fallen. Her father went to repair the dam last year, and still hasn't come back. She thinks about him every night. I miss my dad, Wang Zhouyao whispered, sniffling. Hee-cha gently patted her head and said, Poets also miss their hometown and family, so they write poems about it. We may not be poets, but we can keep our feelings in our hearts, right? Wang Zhouyao nodded, wiped her tears with her sleeve, and smiled. Hee-cha returned to the podium and asked, Who wants to try reading this poem aloud? The children eagerly raised their hands, even the shyest ones. Cha pointed to a small boy in patched clothes. He stood up, stumbled a little, and read the poem carefully. He made a few mistakes but was very serious. That was a good reading, Cha clapped. You just said Ju wrong in Juto. It should be Ju. Let me hear you say it. Ju, the children repeated loudly, their voices clear like sparrows. The villagers in the back nodded repeatedly. Yenlin was quickly writing in his notebook, a smile creeping onto his face. Xu Yuntao stood at the door, watching the calm and gentle Cha on the stage. His pride almost overflowed. This was his wife, the person he promised to protect for life. Li Xueme sat in the corner, looking very upset. She had thought Cha was just a simple country girl who hadn't gone to school and that she could easily fool her. But she was surprised at how well she spoke and understood the children's thoughts. Jealousy grew like weeds in her heart. She clenched her nails into her palms but didn't feel any pain. Half an hour passed quickly. Cha finished her last sentence, looked at the eager children and smiled. That's all for today. If you want to hear more poems, come to school and find me, okay? Okay, the children shouted together, their voices so loud that the old walls of the classroom hummed. Yenlin stood up, cleared his throat, and said, Everyone saw and heard everything. Who is more suitable to be a teacher? I don't need to say more. No one spoke, but thunderous applause followed. Wang Zhouyao and Wang clapped the hardest, their hands turning red. The villagers looked at Cha with approval and hope. Li Xueme suddenly stood up and shouted sharply, This isn't fair. She must have prepared in advance. She's a liar. Her voice was especially sharp amid the applause. The children were frightened and froze, and the villagers frowned. Li Xueme, Yenlin's face darkened. If you lost, you lost. Why are you throwing a tantrum? When Cha was giving her lesson just now, you were right there. What's unfair about that? She definitely prepared, Li Xueme shouted recklessly. Someone who can't even write her own name properly, how could she teach so well? She must be copying. I didn't, Cha said calmly. I did prepare this poem, but teaching isn't just reading from a book. It's about helping the children understand and learn. If you don't get that, no matter how prepared you are, you can't be a good teacher. You're talking nonsense. Li Xueme lunged forward like she was crazy, trying to grab the book, 300 Tang Poems from Cha. Let me see if you copied it. Stop. Su Yuntao quickly grabbed her arm. His strength was so great that Li Xueme cried out in pain. If you can't accept losing, don't make a fool of yourself. Li Xueme's arm hurt badly, and tears suddenly welled up. She cried and yelled, Brother Su, how can you help her and not me? What am I lacking compared to her? She's just a fox spirit, cheating you and trying to fool the whole village. Her words became more and more unpleasant. Yenlin was furious and shouted sternly, Li Xueme, if you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for punishing you according to village rules. Li Xueme shivered from a shout. Seeing the disdainful looks from the others, she finally realized she had gone too far. She shook off Su Yuntao's hand, covered her face, and ran out of the classroom crying, like a defeated rooster. The classroom fell silent. The children looked at each other, unsure of what had just happened. Cha stepped forward and smiled, saying, It's okay now, everyone. Don't be afraid. From now on, I will be your teacher. I will tell you stories every day and teach you to read and write. Is that okay? Yes, the children cheered, chattering excitedly. Teacher, will you come again tomorrow? Teacher, can I ask you a question? Teacher. The repeated calls of teacher warmed Cha's heart, and her eyes filled with a gentle moisture. She knelt down and gently touched each child's head, her voice trembling with emotion. Come on, I will come every day. Yenlin approached, looking at Cha surrounded by children, a happy smile on his face. He turned to the villagers in the back and said, Everyone saw that. I officially announced that from today, Comrade Cha is our village primary school substitute teacher. Good. The villagers clapped again, their applause louder than before. Xu Yuntao stood at the door, watching Cha, who was surrounded by people. Her side face looked especially gentle in the sunlight, and her smile was brighter than spring flowers. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, he must work harder in the future so she and the children can live better lives, and they won't have to suffer such unfairness again. Sunlight shone through the window, falling on Hee-cha and the children, like a layer of gold dust. The writing on the blackboard, though simple, seemed powerful, symbolizing a new beginning. In the mud-brick classroom of Shijianzi village, there was finally a real warmth belonging to the teachers and students.